I'm Ning Ruan, and I thought I understood this world, but leaving the village showed me how much I'd been tricked. I grew up being told I wasn't talented, that my abilities as a six-element sword cultivator wouldn't matter outside the village. I worked hard for 15 years, thinking I'd be helpless otherwise. When I reached the admissions test for the powerful Chitian sect, the elders there were shocked by my talent as a third, realm light element spiritualist. I passed easily, though I was mostly focused on the idea of finishing the tests in time for lunch. I wasn't here because of a sect's reputation, I just liked their food. But as I was about to climb the steps to the net test, trouble found me. A group of disciples landed nearby, accusing me of murder. One of them, a girl named Liu, said I'd killed her mother and destroyed her father's spiritual core. At first, I denied it. But when she kept yelling, I admitted it because it was true. 15 years ago, her mother killed mine. So I killed hers.
Simple as that.
The girl refused to believe her mother could do anything wrong, calling her pure and kind. To prove my point, I used a special mirror to show the truth. Her mother had tried to kill mine, even though she was pregnant. The crowd around us saw the evidence, and the whispers started. Honestly, I couldn't care less about Liu's moral outrage. If she wanted revenge, she could fight me instead of whining about it. But for now, all I wanted was to get through these tests and grab some food. I watched the scene in the mirror one more time. It showed the truth of what happened to my mother. Liu's father and his wife betrayed her. They wanted to sacrifice me, an unborn child back then, to protect their own. The husband pretended to be kind, but his words were venom. He and his wife plotted to use my life for their benefit, and they killed my mother in the process. When the mirror's memory ended, the crowd around me was stunned. Liu, the girl accusing me earlier, couldn't handle the truth. She screamed, called me a liar, and charged at me with her sword. I didn't even bother moving. Instead, I threw a couple of black orbs from my pouch. They exploded, knocking her out cold and leaving a crater in the ground. The bystanders started murmuring. Even they could see that maybe, just maybe, I wasn't the villain here. But Liu's companions, 3 disciples from Chitian sect, weren't going to let this slide. They declared that I should be punished for hurting her, even though she attacked me first. It seemed like things were about to get messy. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful woman descended, a sect elder named Lu Yun. She radiated authority, dressed in striking red, and looked like she didn't take nonsense from anyone. She decided, right then and there, to take me as her disciple. She even called me little girl and told the others off for ganging up on me. When one of Liu's companions challenged her, Lu Yun didn't bother arguing. She simply sent all 3 of them flying with a wave of her hand. They crashed to the ground and couldn't even move. It was the most impressive thing I'd ever seen. Before I knew it, Lu Yun grabbed me by the back of my collar and whisked me away in a flash of red light. She told me we didn't have time to waste on worthless people and that we'd be leaving immediately. As we flew off, I looked back at the chaos we left behind. The elders were panicking, muttering about reporting this to their sect master. But me? I was calm. After all, I just gained a very powerful and protective new master, and gotten myself out of another mess. Here's a simple summary from Ning Ruan's first-person perspective. After being whisked away by my new master, I found myself dumped on a barren, rocky hillside. There was nothing here, no trees, no grass, just a desolate, lifeless mountain. I hesitated and asked if there was some kind of hidden formation protecting the place. To my surprise, Master confirmed it. She proudly called this place Invincible Peak, a name she apparently made up herself. She tried to activate the formation to reveal the true peak, but nothing happened. We just stood there, awkwardly staring at the barren mountain. I didn't dare say it, but even I could feel how ridiculous this was. Finally, Master turned to me, clearly frustrated, and asked if I had any more of those black orbs, the ones I'd used earlier to blow up the ground. I nodded and pulled out a handful. She looked like she might choke on her drink but told me to throw them at a specific spot. So I did. The explosion shook the entire mountain. Afterward, the hidden formation finally activated, revealing a lush, mist-covered peak with pavilions and beautiful scenery. Master sighed in relief, but honestly, I think she was just embarrassed it took such a crude method to get in. Once we reached the main hall, things didn't look much better. The outside was grand, but inside? Completely empty, not even a chair. As we stood there, my eldest senior brother, Luo, showed up. He seemed polite and refined, giving me a warm smile and even a defensive bracelet as a gift. Feeling the need to reciprocate, I handed him a wooden dagger I had lying around in my storage. I didn't think much of it, but his reaction was a dream. He was trembling, staring at it like it was some priceless treasure. Apparently, it was made from 5,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, which sounded impressive, but I just saw it as a piece of junk from my village. I tried to convince him to keep it, even pulling out another wooden item, a gourd, for my master. Their reactions were so over the top that I couldn't help but realize something. The things I'd taken for granted in my village were rare treasures here. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All this time, I'd thought the outside world was full of geniuses and efforts, but now it seemed like they were just
poor.
Very, very poor. Master took the wooden gourd I gave her, clearly trying to process the idea of owning something made from 6,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. She seemed relieved when I said I didn't have just a little bit of it, but then I added that I actually had a lot. Her reaction was priceless. I started pulling out more items made from the same wood: bowls, chopsticks, knives, a small stool, even a few random tools. Soon, the once empty hall was filled with a pile of rare treasures. Master finally stopped me, probably afraid she'd lose her composure if I kept going. I told her not to worry. I had plenty more. For some reason, this didn't seem to calm her down. As things settled, Master suddenly asked if I knew why she accepted me as her disciple. I guessed it was because of my amazing light affinity. That earned me a strange look. Before she could explain, a message arrived from the sect master, summoning her to the main peak. She left in a hurry, telling my senior brother Luo and me that the future of Invincible Peak was at stake. Confused, I asked Luo what she meant. He explained that Invincible Peak might be dissolved because none of the disciples, all 7 of them, had ever competed in the sect tournaments or proven themselves. I was stunned. Only 7 disciples, and none had brought the peak any glory? No wonder the sect wanted to break it apart. Still, Luo was kind and suggested I meet the other disciples to understand why things were so dire. Judging by his tone, I wasn't expecting much. Meanwhile, over at the main hall, Master faced the sect leaders. They wanted to dissolve Invincible Peak, but she wasn't having it. She declared that her disciples were the best in the sect and demanded 2 months to prove it. Her confidence was impressive, even if it sounded like she was bluffing. The sect master agreed to give her the time, but it was clear the stakes were high. To make things even more chaotic, Master boldly admitted to injuring some of another peak's disciples because they'd been picking on me. She casually mentioned I was her newest personal disciple, which stirred even more outrage. When challenged, she just shrugged and said, "Let her walk the 1,000-step ladder if you doubt her." And that's how I ended up with an impossible challenge and a very dramatic master. My name Ningrua. When senior brother Luo took me to meet my 4th senior brother, I didn't expect what came next. Luo awkwardly threw a low-grade spirit stone on the ground and pretended to find it, acting so poorly that I couldn't believe it. But before I could question him, the courtyard door burst open, and out came my 4th senior brother, wearing flashy red robes and looking like he'd just woken up. He snatched up the spirit stone and thanked Luo as if it was some long-lost treasure. I was stunned. This guy was clearly beautiful, but he was also the stingiest person I'd ever met. He tried to offer me a welcome gift, switching between spirit stones of various grades, only to end up giving me the same low-grade stone Luo had tossed earlier. I refused to take it, too embarrassed for both of us. My 4th senior brother just smiled lazily, calling me a good person for not accepting it. Then, he immediately slouched back into his chair, ready to fall asleep again. I realized he wasn't just stingy, he was incredibly lazy, too. Luoyu had to remind him about Master's return and her anger over the state of Invincible Peak. Apparently, my senior brothers would actually have to make an effort soon. Fourth senior brother's response? He looked like he wanted to cry. When we left his courtyard, I couldn't hold back a sigh. Now I understand why Invincible Peak is falling apart, I said. But Luoyu just smiled and said, no, you don't understand enough yet. Net, we want to meet my third senior brother. His courtyard was surrounded by 99 defensive formations. I couldn't believe it. Who needs that many layers of protection? When he finally emerged, he seemed calm and serious, completely different from fourth senior brother's flashy laziness. He even gave me a welcome gift, a small green flag that created a speed-enhancing formation. I stared at it, confused. A formation that increases speed? Was that even a thing? But given the way everyone else on Invincible Peak acted, I figured I'd just go with it. At this point, nothing could surprise me anymore. Or so I thought. My first encounter with my third senior brother, Chiemo, was unique. Luoyu explained that Chiemo was talented in creating formations, including innovative ones like the speed-enhancing formation he gifted me. I was curious. Formations in my village were powerful, but lacked this kind of utility. For the first time, I found myself genuinely interested in something from the outside world. Then Luoyu dropped the bomb. Master had returned, and we couldn't avoid the looming crisis anymore. Invincible Peak was at risk of being dissolved, and we all had to step up. Chiemo, however, downplayed his abilities, claiming he was just a weak first realm summoner. His calm, smiling face made him seem ordinary, but something about him felt unsettling. His politeness carried a faint chill. When Luoyu hinted that losing our peak status could bring unavoidable danger, Chiemo's attitude shifted. He agreed to help, though he wanted time to prepare. Watching him retreat into his courtyard shrouded by 99 layers of formations, I couldn't help but label him as the ultimate survivalist. Luoyu found my nickname amusing, yet oddly accurate. After that, it was time to choose my living quarters. Apparently, only one courtyard was left intact out of 5, but Luoyu still made it sound like I had options. I wasn't picky, though, and quickly settled in. As we talked, Luoyu mentioned that not all my senior brothers were present, some were injured, others out training. I had only met 3 of my 7 brothers, and already I could see why our peak was struggling. Before we could part ways, Luoyu remembered something important. I hadn't yet climbed the 1,000-step ladder, a required test. Moments later, we were back at the crowded testing grounds, where I caused quite a stir just by showing up. Apparently, everyone recognized me as the new disciple of Invincible Peak's master. I ignored the whispers and focused on the task ahead. While I prepared, a red-haired swordsman named Yang arrived. His reputation as one of the sect's top talents preceded him. He glared at Luoyu, accusing me of harming his junior sister and threatening to kill me. Luoyu, as calm as ever, simply acknowledged him with an, "Oh." Yang mocked Luoyu's past as a swordsmanship genius, who couldn't even draw a sword anymore. Luoyu didn't rise to the bait, and kept smiling. As I began my climb up the 1,000-step ladder, I realized this was just the start. Invincible Peak's reputation was in shambles, and the challenges ahead weren't just about me, they involved my whole peak. Climbing the 1,000-step ladder turned out to be easier than I expected. At first, I heard the shocked murmurs of other disciples behind me, calling me a monster and not human. I ignored them and kept going, barely feeling the gravity suppression that was supposed to make the climb difficult. Honestly, it reminded me of my childhood training, where even simple tasks like sitting down came with added gravity, courtesy of my sword-obsessed father. By the time I passed the 400th step, the world seemed quiet, with only me and the glowing mist. I slowed down a bit, curious about how the space worked, but the climb still felt effortless. I even jumped around a few steps just to test the limits. When I noticed my storage space was sealed off, I shrugged it off. Nothing could faze me at this point. Outside, things were far less calm. Apparently, the sex monitoring device lit up when I reached 500 steps, shocking everyone. That was enough to spark a heated debate among the elders and disciples watching, especially when my senior brother Luo casually hinted that I'd do far more than just pass. When I hit 600 steps, then 700, the entire testing grounds fell silent. By 800 steps, even the most skeptical onlookers were visibly shaken. Meanwhile, one of the sect's top disciples, Shi Enyang, couldn't stop ranting about how impossible it was for a light element nobody like me to perform this well. Luo Yu, ever calm, simply smiled and stated that Invincible Peak disciples routinely surpass 900 steps. Shi Enyang's reaction?
Pure disbelief.
But Luo Yu had no time to argue and left gracefully, leaving Shi fuming. Inside the ladder, I finally reached what was supposed to be the last step, only to find myself in a thunder-filled void. Lightning crackled everywhere, and I realized this was the fabled 1000th step. No one had warned me about this. As the first bolt of lightning struck me and my sword case, I barely had time to process what was happening. Elsewhere, chaos erupted. Word of someone climbing all 1000 steps spread like wildfire. The sect's elders and peak masters, who had been arguing over me since I hit 800 steps, became even more frantic. Even the sect leader, who had remained composed until now, was visibly shocked and left abruptly when he sensed my achievement. Back in a void, I stood there, still reeling from the lightning strike. All I could think was, why didn't anyone tell me this ladder ended with being electrocuted? Ning Wan, struck by lightning, is extremely refreshed right now.
No escape, no avoidance.
She gave up, lying down on the spot with her sword case in hand. Let the lightning strike as it wished. As the strikes continued, her body grew numb, the pain gradually fading. Finally, the thunder ceased, and a middle-aged man's voice, tinged with surprise, reached her ears. A light element? How could it be a light element? And the sword case has been tempered too? Just then, a massive bolt of lightning, thick as 2 bowls, struck down again. Again? Ning Wan widened her eyes, blocking it with her sword case. Don't block it. The lightning tempering is beneficial for you, the man urged. Ning Wan ignored him. She thought, this tempering is useless for me. My body has already been tempered to the extreme back in Chongqing village. As most of the lightning was absorbed by the sword case, Ning Wan simply lay there, enjoying the tingling sensation from the remaining strikes. When she opened her eyes again, she was on the 999th step of the 1000-step ladder. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood nearby, his tone furious. Do you know what you've missed? Missed being struck by lightning? She replied, tilting her head. The man almost applauded, pointing at her angrily before gritting his teeth and commanding, kneel and accept me as your master. I already have a master, Ning Wan replied nonchalantly. She wouldn't abandon her peculiar yet beloved Invincible Peak. The man froze, realizing the truth. Light element. 1000-step ladder. Your master must be Lu Yun, right? Ning Wan nodded firmly, and with a sigh, the man waved his sleeve, sending her back to Invincible Peak. At Invincible Peak, Ning Wan sat with Lu Yun on simple stools made of lightning-struck wood. Lu Yun stared at a message from the sect leader, her oppression unreadable. So you activated the Thunder Realm but refused the tempering? Lu Yun asked. What's the Thunder Realm? Ning Wan asked, confused. Lu Yun explained that the 1000th step was a rare reward for those who activated realms like the Thunder, Frost, or Sun realms. Each provided unique benefits, with Thunder Realm offering body tempering. Ning Wan looked unimpressed. Lu Yun sighed deeply. Are you sure you're not a sword cultivator? I'm a light element spiritualist, Ning Wan declared, clutching her sword case. She was determined to be the ultimate healer. Lu Yun's skepticism deepened. Light element? The Thunder Realm activation depends on elemental alignment. A light element could never activate such a violent realm. Light element. Ningruan insisted unbeweglich. Lu Yun, what nonsense is this? She cursed her luck, realizing she'd taken in yet another rebellious disciple. A healer pretending to be a light spiritualist who carried herself like a sword cultivator. This was just too much. Lu Yun ultimately did not pursue the matter further. After all, there were only 8 disciples under her, and each one had their own secrets. On Invincible Peak, she was the only one who could be considered normal. After being blasted unconscious by Ning Ruan in the testing square, Liu regained consciousness 2 days later, only to hear infuriating news. What did you say? That BTCH passed the 800 step?
Yes.
It's true.
The whole sect is talking about it.
This time, only 3 people passed the 800 step, and she's one of them, replied her servant, Chuer, nervously. That's impossible. She's just a light element spiritualist. It's impossible. Liu's pale face twisted in disbelief and anger. She grabbed her sword, intending to rush out. I'll kill her. Chuer was alarmed, but before she could respond, a red-haired figure entered the room, Shi Anyang, a senior disciple of Fragmented Cloud Peak. Junior sister, what are you doing? His tone was gentle, unlike his usual arrogance, as he cradled Liu tenderly. Second brother, that woman. She didn't pass the 800 step, did she? Liu questioned with a sob. I don't believe it. She must have been helped by Lu Yun. I'll epose her. Shi Anyang's face darkened, and after a pause, he reluctantly said, Junior sister. She didn't pass the 800 step. She passed the 1000th. Liu was stunned, her tearful eyes wide with shock and fury.
Kill her for me.
Please kill her. Shi Anyang's tone grew colder. Don't worry. Even if she passed the 1000th step, she's just a light element user. We'll have plenty of chances to deal with her. To teach Invincible Peak a lesson, Shi Anyang decided to challenge Luo Yu formally. However, before he could send his challenge, he received one from Pei Jingyu, Invincible Peak's 4th disciple. The message read, Invincible Peak is truly invincible. On Invincible Peak, Pei Jingyu, instead of preparing for the duel, was enthusiastically cooking a feast of rabbit dishes for Ning Ruan. Junior sister, for you, I've hosted my energy for half a year. Now, can you tell me how we can make easy money? Taking a bite, Ning Ruan casually replied, not spicy enough. Pei Jingyu nodded fervently.
Got it.
I'll add more spice next time. After another bite, Ning Ruan smirked. 4th brother, you've never been to the challenge platform, have you? Pei Jingyu looked confused, and she explained how bets were placed on duels. If he delayed his appearance, everyone would bet against him, raising the odds. Then they could bet on him to win and earn a fortune. By the time she finished her meal, Luo Yu reminded Pei Jingyu that only 1 incense stick's time remained before the duel. Pei Jingyu, however, waved it off. My junior sister's meal is more important than any duel. I'll go at the last minute. Luo Yu sighed, realizing that only their wealthy junior sister could motivate the otherwise stingy Pei Jingyu to be so enthusiastic. Even he, as the senior brother, couldn't afford such treatment. The challenge platform of Crimson Heaven Sect is located on Flying Swallow Peak under the jurisdiction of Lingwu Pavilion. Almost the entire mountainside is filled with platforms, with the most prominent one at the center being the Life and Death platform. At the southernmost platform, Shi Anyang stood with his sword, eyes half closed, waiting. Below, countless disciples from the inner and outer sects crowded around to watch, including a few direct disciples in the front row. The usual duels had been set aside, as everyone was drawn to this particular spectacle. Why hasn't the person challenging senior brother Shi arrived yet? The appointed time is almost up. Maybe they're scared. Unlikely. I heard it was the challenger who issued the challenge, so they must have some confidence. Otherwise, why provoke him? Rumors swirled about the challenger being a disciple of Invincible Peak. Many dismissed them as relying on outdated glory, suspecting the challenge was just a ploy for attention, followed by a convenient excuse to avoid the fight. Meanwhile, Liu stood among her brothers, listening to the mocking comments around her with a faint smile. Her third brother gently patted her head, his voice indulgent. It seems I overestimated them. Invincible Peak's disciples truly lack courage. Her fifth brother sneered. I've said it before. Invincible Peak relies on its past reputation. Their peak master, Lu Yun, might even lose her position soon. Li Yu's eyes lit up. If Lu Yun is no longer peak master, does that mean the little BTCH who killed my mother will lose her status as a direct disciple? Her third brother smiled. Of course. But, regardless of her status, anyone who dares offend you deserves to die. Finally, when most had assumed the challenger had retreated, a red, winged flying artifact appeared in the sky. From it descended Jingyu, dressed in striking red, looking effortlessly elegant. Following him was Ningguan, who stopped below the platform and shouted, Fourth brother, are you really betting everything? Jingyu smirked. Of course. As an Invincible Peak disciple, I can't lose. Onying sneered. You actually dare to show up. Jingyu glanced lazily at him. Why wouldn't I? I'm from Invincible Peak, and we're invincible. Onying nearly laughed at the arrogance, betting 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones on Jingyu's loss. Meanwhile, Ningguan poured out a large pile of low and mid-grade spirit stones onto the betting counter, shocking the inner sect disciples handling the wagers. All of this, betting on my fourth brother to win. The disciple managing the bets hesitated, but Ningguan's confidence left him speechless. After recording the bet, he handed her a jade token for redemption should they win. However, convinced of Jingyu's inevitable defeat, he quietly placed his own bet on Onying. As the platform lit up, signaling the start of the duel, more disciples followed suit, piling their bets on Onying, confident in his victory. Even Li Yu wagered 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The match was about to begin. Jingyu was a summoner. As soon as the duel began, he quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a massive, dark vortex appeared beside him. Just as Onying charged with his sword, a beastly roar emerged from the vortex. Moments later, a large creature resembling a me between a cat and a FO, with a coat of flowing white fur, leaped out. Most strikingly, it had a pair of small, pure, white wings on its back. Despite its enormous size, the creature moved with incredible speed, almost creating afterimages as it intercepted Onying's sword. To Onying's shock, his sword strike left no mark on the creature's body. "Io by go. Take care of him," Jingyu said with a lazy yawn, sitting down casually. Supporting his chin with his hand, he added, "Io hey, your turn too." Onying's grip on his sword faltered as he scanned his surroundings warily, while the crowd below murmured in confusion. Who, or what is Iao He? Wait, he can summon 2 spirit beasts? Is this some kind of joke? I only see one. Where's the other one? No one saw where Iao He was, except Ningguan. She clearly saw a shadowy figure clinging tightly to Onying's back, unnoticed by him as he remained focused on Iao Bai. Ningguan thought to herself, so, these are summoned creatures. Darn, they're so cute. I wish I could ruffle them. On the platform, Onying, oblivious to the shadowy presence, sneered at Jingyu. Enough tricks. This time, he didn't hold back. Sword energy engulfed in flames surged toward Jingyu with overwhelming force. Even the spectators could feel the heat from below. However, what followed stunned everyone. The ferocious sword energy abruptly dissipated, and the blazing flames vanished as though extinguished by some unseen force. In the net moment, Iao Bai casually swiped at Onying, sending him flying. As Onying lost consciousness mid-air, his last thought was, I've been tricked. This isn't a mere third realm summoner. The crowd fell silent as Jingyu retracted his summoned beasts, stretched lazily, and left the platform. The referee announced, the match is over. Jingyu of Snow. Jingyu corrected him wrong. It's Invincible Peak. I am from Invincible Peak, and we are invincible. The crowd erupted into disbelief, mourning their lost bets, while Ning Wan followed Pei Jingyu, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Fourth brother, are you hurt? I can heal you with my light element abilities," she offered. "I prefer pills or spirit stones to buy pills," Pei Jingyu replied cautiously. "You're just trying to trick me into giving you spirit stones, aren't you?" Before he could respond, an angry voice cut through the air.
"Ningruan."
"I won't let you get away with this." It was Li Yu, accompanied by her two senior brothers.
"Ningruan calmly replied, suit yourself."
When Li Yu's group approached menacingly, Ningguan casually pulled out explosive orbs and hurled them at the three without hesitation. Another familiar explosion. Another familiar crater. But this time, with two senior brothers guarding her, Li Yu wasn't knocked unconscious by the blast. However, it wasn't much better. She even damaged a defensive spirit tool. The three of them clambered out of the pit in disgrace. Both third brother and fifth brother had very grim expressions. Even their swords yielded a chilling sword intent. But there was no sign of Ning Ruan in sight. Only strange, shocked gazes from the surroundings.
How can she?
How can she? Li Yu's eyes turned red. Tears uncontrollably fell down her face. This was the second time. The second time she had been blasted into the air in front of so many people. Young junior sister. She won't have a good ending. "We won't let her go," third brother said with a heart full of sympathy, wiping away Li Yu's tears. That woman was truly hateful. She kept bullying junior sister. If they didn't kill her, junior sister would probably have psychological trauma for the rest of her life. Li Yu's trauma was now eased by the massive pile of spirit stones she got from the spirit martial hall. Ning Wan remained indifferent. Pei Jingyu smiled, so wide his mouth almost couldn't close. Once back at Invincible Peak, he couldn't help but sigh. "I never thought something like this could happen. It's like picking up money. I really hope this happens more often."
Ningruan.
Indeed, it was a good thing. One person's happiness, a group's pain. No one will underestimate fourth brother again. "If you participate net time, the odds will go down," Ning Ruan said.
"Is that so?"
"Then it's fine. Net time I'll let old third go." Pei Jingyu mused, seemingly considering the feasibility of this. Then he suddenly remembered something. "Junior sister, why didn't you bet today?" Ning Wan looked up. "I don't lack spirit stones." Pei Jingyu felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ning Ruan's voice rang out again. "However, if senior brother lets me heal your wounds, net time you're on the platform, I'll bet on you to win." "But I'm not even injured." Pei Jingyu rolled his eyes. "Junior sister, you're trying to trick me into giving you spirit stones, aren't you?" "You misunderstood. I'm definitely not that kind of person."
"Then you heal me."
Pei Jingyu. "No, junior sister, do you have a serious illness? Why are you always chasing after treating people's injuries?" Even if he wasn't injured, her eager look wasn't right. "Ning Ruan, stop." The voice full of hatred came from behind. Ning Wan then remembered her half-sister, Li Yu, was also in the audience. "Ning Wan, I won't let you off. I'll kill you one day." Ning Wan didn't stop. But Li Yu, with her two senior brothers, blocked her path. "Oh, do as you please," Ning Wan nodded. Those who killed her mother, she would make them pay with their lives. Li Yu was innocent, so she hadn't killed her. But Li Yu was deeply connected to her mother's death, so she wouldn't be lenient. If someone wanted to kill her, she would fight back without hesitation. The only problem was that the rules of Red Heaven sect allowed duels, but prohibited endangering lives. "Ning Ruan, do you really think that after joining Snow Sun Peak, I won't be able to do anything to you?" Ning Ruan felt. If only Senior Brother 7's mouth could be divided half over the face of Senior Brother 5, who suffers from social phobia. Then the whole world should be much more harmonious. Well, 5th junior brother and 7th junior brother are still injured, so let junior sister use her healing skills to heal them first. As the eldest senior brother, Luo Yu naturally couldn't let the situation continue to be awkward. Ning Wan nodded in agreement. Big brother is right. This opportunity to heal is hard won. But we can't waste it on 7th senior brother's mouth.
"Then
I'll trouble you, master." Junior sister. 5th brother Liang, Ayu lowered her head shyly. With that incredibly cute face, Ningguan even wanted to reach out and touch it. So how did such a well-behaved fifth brother and such a vicious-tongued seventh brother both get injured during their sparring? Senior brother 7 sat cross-legged on the ground, but his chin was still raised. He has a handsome face, but he likes to look at people through his nose. Although you are very weak, you are able to enter my invincible peak, so your talent must be excellent. In this case, you can be cured, Ningguan. She is a wet nurse, a wet nurse. The nanny can't draw her sword and kill people.
Take a deep breath.
Ning Runfong circulated his spiritual power according to a certain light-based technique that he had tricked from his seventh father. After a moment, a pure white beam of light unique to light-type spiritualists appeared in her right hand. Ningguan pretended to be calm and placed her hands above the two of them. A faint light instantly enveloped the two of them. Seventh senior brother Yan Liang frowned slightly, raised his chin slightly, and nodded towards Ningguan. Junior sister, I heard that you are already a third-level light spiritualist. I think you can increase the healing power, otherwise it will take a long time to cure, and it is better for us to recover faster by taking pills. Ningguan's hands trembled, but soon regained their composure. Then, shall I officially begin? Yan Liang raised his eyebrows. No, junior sister, why are you hesitating about healing an injury? Aren't you a light spirit master? Have you never treated anyone's injuries in all these years, Ningguan? Ningguan still used all her strength to perform the healing technique. But after a moment, Liang Ayu and Yan Liang's breathing gradually began to stabilize. Obviously, the injuries in their bodies were indeed recovering rapidly. Ningguan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that her healing skills are still very obedient this time. However, the joy lasted only a moment. A look of panic appeared on Yan Liang's proud face. Wait. Junior sister, stop it first. Are you sure you are healing yourself and not trying to hurt me secretly? Ningguan quickly stopped and pretended to be calm, but she was actually panicking. Nature is healing. You're talking nonsense. Yan Liang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries I recovered from with great difficulty have become even worse after you treated them. This is treating people to death. Liang Ayu didn't say anything, but obviously the condition is not very good. Ningguan sighed and stopped arguing. He tapped the jade belt around his waist with his fingers. Soon, he took out 2 green fruits with rich spiritual energy and placed them in front of Liang Ayu and Yan Liang. The latter glanced at Guizi, with a flash of shock in his eyes. Qingguan fruit. Luo Yu also looked at the fruit in surprise. The spiritual energy is so rich, I'm afraid it must be at least 500 years old, let alone 500 years, even 100-year. Old Qingguan fruit is an excellent but rare holy fruit for healing. But it seemed very reasonable for junior sister to bring this out. After all, junior sister is someone who can easily take out a lot of lightning-struck wood. Yan Liang took the fruit, but still raised his chin. Although the Qingguan fruit is very good, what's wrong with you, junior sister? Aren't you a light spirit master? How come there are problems even with healing? This won't work. You need to practice more in seclusion. As long as you can't kill me, I will train you to death. Is this an encounter with the king of another world? Ningguan pursed her lips and took out 2 more Qingguan fruits of the same quality as the previous ones. Yan Liang was almost choked and was about to speak. Then he saw his junior sister actually took out 2 Qingguan fruits again. Yan Liang. He really deserves to die for blaming his junior sister for such a small matter. Junior sister is so well behaved, it's obviously not intentional. Maybe it's because his injury isn't cooperating. That was the moment of hesitation. In his hand, there was another high-quality Qingguan fruit. Yan Liang's oppression was complicated, and he started. I really deserve to die, junior sister. I admit that you are very good at healing. You are a very powerful light spiritualist. I think that in the entire Woody Peak, besides me being ranked first, you must be the second most talented one. No way. He really said all the unkind words in his life.
Ningguan.
There's no need to praise it so harshly. In fact, She is really confident in her talent for light. But for some unknown reason, whenever she used her healing skills, things would go wrong. Although not every time the car crashes. But 8 times out of 10, it was obviously to treat injuries. But her milk was like poison, always treating in reverse. So the Qingguan fruit, she had actually prepared it a long time ago. Junior sister. Don't be sad, this was just an accident. Fifth brother Liang Iu whispered to comfort her. Luo Yu pondered and said, Junior sister, you haven't gone to the sex library to learn any skills in these days, right? I think there might be some problems with junior sister's previous skills. Maybe it would be better to change the method. He had never heard of a light spiritualist healing someone's injuries. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today. He also found it hard to believe. After thinking about it, it could only be due to the technique. It can't be that junior sister is poisonous, right? The more Ning Ruan listened, the more it made sense. After saying goodbye to the 3 senior brothers in a very perfunctory manner, he immediately found the flying magic weapon Red Feather Kite from the Invincible Peak and rushed to the main peak of the Red Sky sect. The library is located here. This is Ning Ruan's first time here since he joined the company. She had already memorized the sect rules, but was stared at strangely by countless disciples. Without hesitation, he went straight to the 7th floor through the teleportation formation. No, who is that person? Why can she go to the 7th floor? She must be a disciple from some peak, right? After all, apart from the elders and masters of each peak, only disciples can reach the 7th and 8th floors, but she's not wearing the clothes of a direct disciple. Wait, it seems that among the disciples of each peak, only the disciples of Wyang Peak do not wear the clothes of the disciples. Senior brother Pei Jingyu on the challenge stage has never worn them, then the one just now was also from Wyang Peak. Ning Ruan ignored the discussions of the disciples behind him. She was looking seriously at the white-haired old man who claimed to be the gatekeeper of the library on the 7th floor, and her tone was extremely serious. I am very sure. I hope you can recommend a light-based technique to me. The old man was sitting in a corner of the 7th floor, holding a rabbit leg in his hand, eating it with great relish. Hey little girl, are you crazy? As soon as you came in, you didn't look for any ear sizes, but instead begged me to recommend one to you. I'm just an old man who has fallen to the point of being a doorman, and you dare ask me to recommend you some martial arts? Are you really not afraid of going astray? Soft surface without changing color. Article 123,956 of the Qitian Sect's rules stipulates that the elders guarding the library have the responsibility to recommend appropriate techniques to their disciples. Old man. Where the heck did this idiot come from? He even broke such a trivial rule of the sect? The old man took a big bite of the unrabbit leg. He raised his eyelids and pointed to the 2 disciples who were carefully selecting skills on the other side of the 7th floor. See them? They were all recommended by their masters and came here to choose their practices. Why do you have to look for me as if your head was stuck in the door? What's the matter? As a direct disciple, your master doesn't care about you, master. Her cheap master has been missing for several days since they met once after returning from thousand-layer stairs. God knows where she has been. Ning Ruan pulled the corner of her lips and nodded seriously, no matter what. The old man finally raised his head and gave her a straight look, lowering his voice. You don't even wear the clothes of a direct disciple. Could it be that you are also a direct disciple of that captive named Lu? Ning Ruan nodded. He then took out a jar of fine wine brewed by his father from the storage space and handed it to the old man. Senior, if there is meat but no wine, it tastes half as good. The old man twitched his nose, quickly picked up the jar of wine, and opened the seal. The aroma of wine instantly filled the entire 7th floor. Even the 2 disciples who were choosing martial arts techniques in the distance couldn't help but look over here. The old man's pupils dilated, and he picked up the jar of wine and took a sip. Then he looked at Ning Ruan in disbelief. Little girl, could this be brewed from the magical fruit? Judging from the situation, this is a magical fruit that is at least 800 years old. Ning Ruan nodded decisively. He took out another jar and handed it to the old man. Senior, please recommend me a book. The old man's eyes almost popped out. No. Doesn't that little captive Lu Yin only have one female disciple? I heard that it was the bloodline that the Li family no longer wanted. Where did you get these 2 jars of good wine, little girl? How did you get the magic fruit? How could a girl abandoned by her family come up with such a good thing? Ningguan blinked, waved her hand, and placed another jar in front of the old man. After being in a daze for a while, the old man swallowed his saliva and, like a tool, he spoke several names of air sizes one after another. The mysterious heavenly sword scripture. The Sword Sutra.
Silent Sword Technique.
Or choose an elemental mind book that matches your awakening element. Ningguan. Senior, I am a light spiritualist. What she wanted was the light-based technique. As for the sword cultivator, her path had already been arranged. The old man was sipping his wine. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Ningguan. Light spirit master. Then why are you carrying a sword bow? Ningguan pursed her lips. He silently took out another jar of wine. Old man. Su and Fa, as a cultivation method. There are also various healing techniques specially prepared for it, but you can only get one today, and you need to come back 10 days later for the rest. Ningguan nodded with a smile. Thank you, senior. She just knew it. In this kind of world, 9 out of 10 old men guarding the library are big shots. All of Blue Star's online novels are written like this. Ningguan quickly found the Su in Fa jade slip. The old man skillfully helped her to carve the seal. Tell me the truth, little girl. Do you still have a lot of this kind of wine? Ningguan looked up contentedly, little by little. Anyway, she couldn't count them. Before leaving the village, the fathers in the village gave her more than a dozen storage rings. Each storage ring is filled with things. Not to mention that her own storage belt was almost full. After getting the martial arts technique, Ningguan quickly left the library. She wouldn't see it, of course. The old man who was drinking suddenly raised his head, looked in a certain direction, and started to transmit his voice. Where does that captive Lu Yun's new disciple come from? Our sect can't see through it either, but she activated the thunder illusion. This at least shows that she must be a sword cultivator, but we can't tell what type of sword cultivator she is. What about her identity? The abandoned girl of the Li family can't produce such good things as the 800-year-old magical fruit wine. Not only the magical fruit wine, this girl is very generous. It can even be considered a spendthrift. Our sect only found out 2 days ago that she brought a large amount of lightning, struck wood to Wying Peak, and all of it was made into household items. Old man. The abandoned daughter of the Li family. What a bullshit abandoned daughter. Never mind. Let her be. Anyway, the 8 disciples that little captive Lu Yun accepted are all the same kind of people. I will follow the orders of my great grandmaster. Ning Baijia Ruan is on his way back to Invincible Peak. Then he was taken for a ride by someone who had just finished participating in the challenge stage competition. Little junior sister, you are my second parent. Without you, how could I have picked up so many spirit stones for nothing? Looking at the countless tearful eyes staring at them below, Ningguan silently accelerated, asking Chiyu Yuan to run as fast as possible. Fourth brother, I think you will be beaten sooner or later. Nowadays, Pei Jingyu has become a well-known figure in the Qitian sect. He relies on shameless skills. When everyone thought that his victory was just a coincidence and that he didn't actually have that much strength, he won the competition again. Make a fortune. When everyone recognized his strength and bet on him to win, he pretended to be weak and lost the competition. Make a fortune. When everyone started betting on him to lose again, he won again. Make a fortune. Even if the disciples wanted to follow suit, they couldn't, because he would assign a disciple to help him place bets every time he competed. In short, Pei Jingyu has been jumping back and forth between winning and losing these days. Then make a fortune. Until this moment, no one is foolish enough to believe that he is really not strong enough anymore. If you don't have some strength, how can you win or lose as you please? Recognizing his strength is one thing, but it's also true that I hate him to the core. Every time Pei Jingyu made a fortune, a group of innocent and pitiful disciples would lose everything. Pei Jingyu laughed very wantonly. It's better to hit me. Maybe I can make some extra money then. TSK, I heard that all the tasks posted in the mission hall have been snapped up recently. Look, little junior sister, what a great contribution I have made to the sect. If it weren't for me, How could everyone be so active in completing tasks and earning contribution points? I think the sect should give me some rewards. Ning Wan. Very good. The fourth senior brother, who wanted to stay still and even slept while standing, is no longer seen. The fourth brother has become more diligent now, but it's also more dog-like. Jingyu did not wait for his reward. As soon as I returned to Invincible Peak, Lingwu Pavilion then issued a ban order. Jingyu was forbidden to go up to the challenge stage to participate in the competition until Lingwu Pavilion withdrew the order. This is the first disciple to be banned since the founding of the Chitian sect. I can't afford it. Lingwu Pavilion can't afford it. I didn't break any rules. Why don't they let me participate in the competition? Doesn't the sect encourage disciples to learn from each other more often? Ningruan. Luo Yu. Senior Brother 5 and Senior Brother 7, who had recovered from their injuries after eating the Qingguan fruit, said, obtained a new light-based technique. Ning Wan couldn't wait to start practicing. It is worthy of being a technique recommended by the master of the library himself. Just half an hour. She successfully got in. He practiced for another 3 days. Success. Flipped over. Ning or reverse healing soft, injured.
It was just a small cut on my hand. Ailing technique.
She spat out a mouthful of blood.
Ningruan. It was at this time.
A paper crane with a voice transmission flew into his hand. The gentle and heartwarming voice of the eldest brother came from the paper crane. During the 3 days that junior sister is in seclusion, there are rumors outside that are unfavorable to junior sister. If junior sister does not mind, the senior brothers can handle it on her behalf. In addition, there will be a class in the FA Poo Hall in 2 hours from now by a highly skilled light elder. If it is convenient, junior sister, it is best for you to come out of retreat today and do not miss it. Ning Wan is holding a paper crane. Blinked. Rumors that were not favorable to her? Interesting.
It was at this time.
The sword case behind him trembled noticeably. She had no choice but to raise her hand and pat the sword case behind her. Be quiet. Jingyu, who was unable to take part in the competition, once again returned to his state of lying dead and was determined not to go out again. The 7th senior brother Yanliang, who always looks up to the sky, is probably a master of practice. Since he recovered from his injuries, he's been practicing all the time. As soon as Ningruan came out, he only saw the eldest senior brother, and Chiemo, the 3rd senior brother of Go Wang, whom he had only met once, and the 5th social phobia brother Liang Iu. Junior sister, you have indeed come out of seclusion. Luo Yu is not at all surprised that Ning Ruan had come out of seclusion. With a gentle smile, he continued, there's still some time before the classes at the law school start. As for those rumors, some of them came from Broken Cloud Peak. Another part comes from outside. Currently, the entire Xingjing city of the Dian dynasty is spreading this matter. Ning Ruan raised her eyes. What rumor? Before Luo Yu could speak, the silent 3rd senior brother spoke first, his tone calm. The attempted patricide ruined my biological father's path to cultivation. Ning Ruan almost laughed. This is not a rumor. She attempted to kill her father. If it weren't for her biological father being such a ruthless person, he would have snatched Li Yu's biological mother's defensive magic weapon at the last moment. I'm afraid these two will have to become a couple in the underworld. Hearing this, the 3rd brother raised his lips slightly and a smile bloomed on his face. I understand. Ning Ruan. No, what do you know? Do you know how to kill your father? Or understand rumors? In broad daylight, why are you smiling so creepily? The same smile, when it appeared on the face of the eldest brother, looked very warm and made people feel very comfortable. In fact, this rumor is not very serious within our sect. After all, the junior sister seemed to have taken out the photo stone at that time. There were actually quite a few disciples who had seen the evidence, and most of them were keen on cultivation and didn't care too much about such matters. However, the rumor has spread quite widely outside. It's not just the Li family that's pushing this. Even the Dian royal family should have someone taking action. Oh, Ning Ruan nodded. Luo Yu continued to chuckle and said, although we at Woody Peak don't mind the slander from others, we can't just accept it for nothing. Senior brothers can also help with this matter. If they were not afraid of being inappropriate to interfere in junior sister's private affairs, they would have taken action long ago. Ningguan thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. Big brother, can you let me go out for a while? If you can't take the open route, you'll have to waste some cards and sneak away. Of course, but are you sure you don't need us to do anything else? Luo Yu was still happy to help his only junior sister. Ningguan showed a puzzled look. This matter can be easily solved. She was planning to finish it early and come back to attend class. As the eldest disciple of a peak, he has been guarding the instance of Invincible Peak all year round. Luo Yu has always kept several sect, leaving tokens from Lu Yunshang. After getting the token, Luo Yu asked again with concern, "Are you sure you don't need our help, junior sister? There's no need to trouble you brothers with such a small matter." Ning Ruan's answer was still concise.
At last,
the taciturn third brother Chi Mo handed over a set of formations. This formation can be used for defense and invisibility. It can block all auras to the greatest extent. It should be useful to you. Ningguan did not refuse. Although it may not be useful, this thing is interesting. Of course, she didn't take it for nothing. He casually took out a charcoal, black stone and threw it into Chimo's hand. Thank you, third brother. This item can be used to refine the formation. It should be useful to you as well. More than that, it was useful. Even someone as calm as Chi Mo could not hide his excitement at this moment, and his hands holding the charcoal were shaking slightly. This is black iron charcoal, which can be used to refine weapons and formations. You actually gave this to me. Ningguan put away the formation flag and responded casually. Didn't third senior brother also send me off, Zimmer? He did give it as a gift, but the formation he made with his own hands was completely different from the black iron charcoal. But Ningguan didn't show any reluctance at all. After sending the black iron charcoal out, he summoned the red feather kite and ran away quickly, without even looking at it. Chi Mo stood there, his palms holding the black iron charcoal, feeling a little hot. Luo Yu patted his shoulder and was about to speak. An inexplicable force came from Chimo's clothes and forcibly bounced Luo Yu's right hand away. Defensive vestments, automatically protecting the master. Luo Yu. No wonder the little junior sister calls the third junior brother the Dog King. The dog is a real dog. Who in their right mind would defend themselves to this extent? Luo Yu's lips twitched, but he still managed to maintain a smile. Junior sister, she's always been like this, just get used to it.
But
third junior brother, when did you change into your defensive robes again? Chi Mo has returned to his normal state, still looking gentle and harmless. I have nothing to do, so I added a few more small formations. Besides, my cultivation is the lowest. I am only at the first level, so I naturally have to find a way to protect myself. Luo Yu. Take a deep breath. Luo Yu looked at the fifth junior brother with social phobia who was squatting quietly beside him. Ayu, even though junior sister doesn't want us to help, she is a light spiritualist after all. What if you get bullied? You are the most capable fighter left in our woody peak. Why don't you go and protect junior sister in private? Liang Ayu, who was suddenly named, was horrified. Although it's not senior brother, I just always feel that there is someone in our peak who is more suitable to protect people in the dark. Luo Yu fell into deep thought. So I seem to have the same feeling, but who is it? Chi Mo also had a thoughtful look on his face. It seemed that once it was mentioned, he also felt that there was such a person. But who is it? Ningguan felt that the senior brother might have underestimated the power of the rumors. She had just left the Invincible Peak. He was recognized by several disciples who happened to pass by. Due to his status as a direct disciple, several people even called her senior sister to her face. But as soon as she walked away, several people couldn't help but point and criticize. She didn't deny it just now, so it should be her, right? It must be her. Wayang Peak only has one female disciple. Who else could it be but her? I really can't believe it. He doesn't look like a vicious person, but he dared to kill his father. Not only did she kill her father, she also killed senior sister Li's biological mother. But speaking of which, I seem to have heard that on the day of her entrance test, she used the photo stone to place some images in the test square. She said that it was senior sister Li's father and mother who harmed them first, so she wanted revenge. What a joke. I am from Shengjing of the Dian dynasty. Senior sister Li's parents are such good people. How could they do such a thing? The second master of the Li family did have a wife back then, but that woman was insidious, vicious, and dissolute. Master Li treated her so well, but she didn't cherish it and ran off with an evil cultivator. Later, Master Li and Madame Jingyu became Taoist partners and gave birth to Senior Sister Li. Who would have thought that the woman's daughter would come back and do such a thing? It's really pitiful for Senior Sister Li, such a good person, but now she cries all day long. I see. That's what I was wondering. What kind of photo stone is this? How can a captive like her get one? Ningguan finally understood why her half-sister dared to do this. It's just that she only has one mirror. No matter how much you refute and explain, it will ultimately be no match for the power of human words. But does she really only have one mirror? Ningguan twitched the corners of her lips and stopped. Suddenly, he rode the red feather kite back. He then threw a thunderbomb at the heads of several people. The few people who were still discussing had no idea that the person who had already left would suddenly come back and attack them without even saying a word. Several outer disciples didn't even have time to dodge. He was blown away on the spot, although people have nothing to do. But he was in a very miserable state. Ningguan stood on the red feather kite and tightened the sword case behind her. Eyes narrowed slightly. Do any of you know Liu? Please inform her for me. I will demolish her Li family soon. So, let her be mentally prepared. The disciple who claimed to be from Dian Shengjing looked up tremblingly, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Li family is one of the 4 major families in Dian, and you are just a light spiritualist. What's wrong with a light spirit master? Do you look down on the nanny? Ningguan chuckled. Several people did not understand what the nanny meant, but their guesses were pretty good. Without paying any more attention to the people below who were in a miserable state and trembling, Ningguan rode the red feather kite straight towards Fian Peak. Because of the distance of the challenge stage, Fian Peak has always been one of the gathering places for disciples. Ningguan did not go down. He stood in mid-air and threw out the mirror that could play the images. Then he threw out 10 medium-grade spirit stones without any regret, surrounding them. Fully ensure that the stone mirror can play the images in a loop. After a smooth operation, without waiting for the disciples below to react, Ningguan quickly changed places. He threw out another mirror with the same picture on it, as well as 10 medium-grade spirit stones. After throwing 10 mirrors, the Qitian sect is in an uproar. Oh my god, what did I see? If what is shown in this picture is true, then Madame Jingyu and the second master of the Li family are no match for the evil cultivators, right? Evil cultivators wouldn't necessarily refine their own bloodline into a puppet for death, right? That's hard to say. It depends on the situation. Second Master Li wants to refine Senior Sister Ning of Wying Peak into a surrogate puppet for Senior Sister Li of Suiyun Peak. Given Mr. Li's love for Senior Sister Li, it's not hard to imagine him doing something like this. This is too disgusting. Senior Sister Ning is so pitiful. She is also the biological descendant of Master Li. Senior Sister Li has been under the wings of her parents since she was young and has been pampered by the entire Li family. I heard that her treatment in the Li family is even better than that of the princesses in the imperial dynasty. Senior Sister Ning met such a beastly father before she was even born. I don't know how much suffering she has endured to get to where she is today. It's really unfair. Now it seems that Senior Sister Li's parents deserve to die, and Senior Sister Ning should also take revenge. It's a pity that Senior Sister Li's biological mother died. Otherwise, she would have been like Second Master Li, with her cultivation abolished and her life a fate worse than death. Come to think of it, when Senior Sister Ning released the photo mirror, Senior Sister Li was also present. She clearly knew the truth, so why didn't she come out and explain? Or did she spread the rumor to deliberately discredit Senior Sister Ning? For a while, the disciples of the Qitian sect had gone from scolding Madame Jingyu and the second master of the Li family to directly scolding Liu. Of course, even so, there are also people who defend Liu. Senior Sister Li's parents used evil methods, so they deserve to die, but you can't scold Senior Sister Li for that. Senior Sister Li wasn't even born at that time, so what did her parents doing have to do with her? Senior Sister Li has always been kind. If she knew, she would definitely not agree with her parents doing such a thing. But this argument is clearly weak. It was soon drowned out by the crowd's curses. Evil method of using a substitute puppet is definitely something that touches the bottom line of a genuine cultivator. Almost zero tolerance. Your Senior Sister Li is so kind. Why didn't she come out to a plane when Senior Sister Ning was scolded? She doesn't know how much she hates Senior Sister Ning. How could she possibly come out to a plane? Besides, I never thought Liu was kind. During the trial last year, it was because of her kindness that she insisted on saving a bird, which ended up causing the tragic death of 18 intersect brothers and sisters and a direct disciple. She is so kind-hearted that she cares so much about the life of a bird that she is willing to save it even at the cost of killing so many of her fellow disciples.
Certainly.
In addition to the scolding, there are also slightly strange concerns. By the way, did no one notice the photo mirror? This is made of photo stone. 10 photo mirrors are hanging in the air. Is there really no one who wants to grab them? Ning Wan ignored the impact of the 10 photo mirrors in the sect. She didn't even know that she had become a pitiful figure in the eyes of many of her disciples. I even imagined her miserable and desperate first half of life.
Right now.
She was eating the 800-year-old Peiyuan fruit while rushing toward Shengjing City. Qingyun province has a total of 7 dynasties. In addition to the imperial dynasty, there are naturally countless small countries. Behind every dynasty stands a powerful clan. Behind the Dian dynasty is the Qitian sect, one of the 7 major sections. It is common for disciples of the Qitian sect to go to Shengjing. For the first time, Ningwan put on the white clothes unique to direct disciples and tied a red belt around his waist. Plus there is the famous Qiyu Yuan of the Qitian sect. Almost as soon as she entered the city, it has become an extremely eye-catching instance. Fortunately, Fifth Father gave me a lot of photo mirrors. Anything that can be solved by spending money is not a big deal. Ning Wan stood on the Qiyu kite, replicating the grand move he made in the Qitian sect. Wherever there are many people, just throw a mirror over there. Also included are 10 medium-grade spirit stones. By the time she arrived at Li's house, she had already thrown out a dozen photo mirrors. Even the sky above the Li family was not spared. Ning Hanhua, for the sake of our years of relationship as husband and wife, as long as you cooperate with me and sacrifice the fetus in your belly, I can give you a comfortable death. Sister Ning, there is no love between you and your husband anyway, so why bother giving birth to this child? To be honest, it's Sister Ning who owes me. My husband and I have been in love for many years, but because of your instance, we love each other but cannot be together. Now that the Ning family has offended foreign enemies and has been destroyed, perhaps this is retribution and is also Sister Ning's fate. What's more, the baby in your belly is your husband's blood. He has the right to decide whether the child lives or dies, doesn't he? Li Su, this is your own flesh and blood. You actually wanted to sacrifice her to become a puppet for that captive. Even if I die, I will never let you use my daughter's life to help that captive. The sky above most of Shengjing City. The conversations were completely unbelievable. One is the second master of the Li family, who has a bright and glorious future. One is Madame Qinggu, who has always been kind. But these two people were actually doing something that made everyone extremely angry. Ning Wan stood on the roof of the Li family's house. From time to time, put a dried plum with rich spiritual energy into your mouth. It was only a short wait. There was a roar from inside the Li family, a direct disciple of the Qitian sect. My Li family has no hatred or grudge against you. How dare you frame my Li family like this? Even if you are my direct disciple, if you don't give an explanation today, even if we bring trouble to the Red Sky sect, we will make you pay the price. Ning Wan was almost laughing at the shamelessness of the Li family. She swallowed the prunes in her mouth. He raised his hand and tightened the black sword bow behind him and asked faintly, "Aren't you guys spreading the news that I almost killed my father? How come you still don't know who I am?" The angry roar that was as loud as a bell just now fell silent in an instant. After a moment, then a middle-aged man in Confucian clothes was seen flying into the air. He confronted Ning Ruan with a cold face. "You have already crippled my second brother and killed my sister-in-law. What else do you want to do now? Are you trying to force my entire Li family to die by making these things to frame my second brother?" Behind him, more than a dozen people flew out one after another, glaring at Ning Ruan. Below, outside the main gate of the Li family, the second master of the Li family, who was pushed out in a wheelchair, was horrified at first when he saw Ning Ruan's face. Soon he was filled with hatred again, and his almost unrecognizable face was covered with veins. "Evil girl, I should have killed you before you were born." "Oh." Ning Ruan chuckled and looked over. "Then you have no chance. You can't even stand up now. I originally thought it was a pity to let you live, but now it seems that it is not bad. For some people, life is worse than death, and is often more painful than death." The second master of the Li family, who was proud all his life, was just like this. Master Li could only beat the wheelchair armrests with his hands in anger. "Evil girl, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. You and your mother, that witch, both deserve to die. She is shameless and has hooked up with evil cultivators. I should have killed her long ago. You are a captive. You and your mother are both dead." Second brother, shut up. The Li family patriarch, dressed in a scholar's robe, frowned slightly at the refined and gentle Li family patriarch, then looked at Ning Ruan. "You don't have to provoke my second brother with words." But what he said was right. It was your mother who seduced that evil cultivator. Even if you get these mirrors to frame my Li family, my second brother has never done anything that the Li family will not admit to. Ning Ruan chuckled. "I am not here today to argue with you about the past. Naturally, someone can judge whether the photo mirror is real or not. But you spread rumors about me everywhere a few days ago, which made me very unhappy. I am unhappy, and you all should be unhappy too." Ning Ruan didn't want to argue with a bunch of idiots who like to confuse right and wrong. Don't do anything that can upload. Don't talk about things that you can do with your hands. Ning Ruan smiled slightly. In his hands appeared two black orbs that were familiar and frightening to the second master of the Li family, Thunderbolt Bombs 2.0. Li Su's eyes were about to burst out. "Brother, this is what hurt me." The Li family's patriarch was startled, and stepped back a foot with a vigilant look. "Are you crazy? If you start a fight today, even if you are a direct descendant of the Chitian sect, I will not be polite to you anymore." "Oh, you're welcome then. I am a very petty person, and I cannot tolerate any kind of injustice. You guys are so patient." Ning Ruan smilet briktli. She flew onto the Akabane kite again. The red, feathered kite rose rapidly. Ning Ruan threw the two thunder bombs in his hands down without hesitation. "Get out of the way." The head of the Li family shouted loudly. "Push with both hands." Suddenly, then a wall of earth formed by spiritual energy appeared in the air, trying to block those black orbs that looked scary. The head of the Li family did not dare to underestimate the power of the black ball. It can make a little girl of light element easily kill a 5th level fire element spiritualist and a 4th level light element spiritualist. How could it be mortal? Boom! The moment the black ball hit the spiritual earth wall, an explosion sounded. Puff! The head of the Li family spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person was blown away. With his earth shield as a defense, the others were not seriously injured thanks to the protection of their own defensive spiritual weapons. Someone immediately rushed forward and took over the head of the Li family. "Quick, go and ask the old ancestor to come out. The Chitian sect's own teachings want to destroy my Li family. She actually dared to hurt the head of the family. We will fight her." Just as a group of young disciples behind Patriarch Li had red eyes and were ready to fight to the death, Patriarch Li spat out another mouthful of blood. "Shut up, everyone, and go back. All go back." The Li family disciples were unwilling to give in, but under the threat of the elders, they were forced to retreat. Li Jia forced himself to stand up, gritted his teeth, and looked at Ning Ruan. "Hasn't that enough of your trouble? Do you really think that no one in my Li family can do anything to a light-type spiritualist like you?" If you really get into trouble and your ancestor comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid no one can save you. The black ball in your hand is indeed powerful, but how much of it can you produce? Seeing that Ning Wan just smiled and said nothing, Li Jia changed the subject, with pain showing on his pale face. I don't know who has bewitched you to do such a treasonous thing. But no matter what, you are the blood of my Li family. As long as you admit your mistake, Ning Wan finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Admit a mistake? Read the short tet with 44W. Do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my Thunderbomb? Can you forgive me for killing one and crippling one of your Li family members?
What?
You don't want Li Yu to call me sister, do you? The head of the Li family looked unhappy. A young man in white shirt behind him yelled angrily. Who do you think you are to let Yuer call you sister? Both of you are the daughters of my second uncle. Yuer is simple and kind, while you are vicious and cruel. What qualifications do you have to be Yuer's sister? Ning Wan was already half, sitting on the red feather kite. His eyes were cast downwards dimly. As the smile appeared, Thunderbolt 2.0 appeared to her hands again. Vicious? Then I'll show you what vicious means. The Thunderbomb hit again. This time, everyone in the Li family turned pale. They all hid back in the Li family mansion. Use the family's defense formation to resist. Ning Wan doesn't care about the formation or not. He then took out Thunderbolt 2.0s and continued to smash down. Even if it's far away, they can all see the sky above the Li family mansion, which has always been inviolable. There were continuous explosions. The thin defensive light that enveloped the entire Li family was also being smashed to a dimming degree. Oh my god, what's going on with the Li family? As soon as I entered Shengjing, I saw the mirror along the way. I was wondering why the Li family didn't take any action. Could it be that the Li family has been attacked by the enemy? Pa, what enemy? This little girl should be the one in the mirror who was almost turned into a death puppet by her own father. Wow, that's really unaffected. Good job, Mr. Li. What a good Madam Jingyu. She actually dared to do such a thing behind the scenes. If I hadn't studied weapon refining and spiritual inspiration for many years, I would have suspected that the image in the mirror was fake. In other words, the image in the mirror is real. I swear on my heart that the picture above is absolutely not fake. The Li family is too shameless. A few days ago, they were slandering the Taoist partner of Mr. Li Eri everywhere in Shengjing City. If what was reflected in the mirror was true, then the Li family was simply disgusting. You actually want to protect Master Li. That's right.
She deserves it now.
Even though this little girl relied on the black ball to make the Li family dare not show up, I'm afraid that after all the black ball is thrown, the little girl will not be able to leave the Li family. I heard that the Li family has 2 ancestors who are in seclusion, not to mention some who are traveling outside. This little girl is definitely no match for them. The discussions outside were heard clearly by the elders with profound cultivation within the Li family. And above. That darn witch is still smashing the black ball down. The defensive formation was about to collapse. Master, what should we do? We are the great Li family, and we are going to let a little girl of the light element who is only at the 3rd level be forced into this state? From today onwards, my Li family will probably become a laughingstock in the entire Qingyan province. What did the 2 ancestors say? Can they come out? Patriarch Li stabilized his injuries and turned to look at his sons. The eldest son of the Li family shook his head with an embarrassed look on his face. The ancestor did not respond. The third ancestor said. Patriarch Li asked aimlessly, "What did you say?" The eldest son of the Li family was filled with grief and indignation, but he could only whisper. The third ancestor said that second uncle was wrong in this matter. We owed that captive. Unless the Li family is in a critical situation, he will not take action. The head of the Li family opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But I couldn't utter a word. On the other hand, the second master of the Li family, who was sitting on a wheelchair with only hatred in his eyes, spoke angrily. Brother, it's fine if the ancestors don't care, but can't our Li family do anything about a little girl? If it really doesn't work, use the sword talisman. Even if she has the black ball, she can be killed with one blow. I told you long ago that you should just kill her. But you insist on taking into account her status as a direct disciple. Yor had already said that the Wayang peak that the captive had joined had long been in decline. I heard that several elders of the Chitian sect had suggested abolishing this peak. Why do you need to care so much? Besides, that captive is my blood. If I want her life, she should be given to me, and the Red Sky sect can't do anything about it. Shut up. The head of the Li family glared at Master Li Air fiercely, with indescribable disappointment and anger in his eyes.
Boom!
The defensive formation finally couldn't hold on. It was successfully blown up by a thunder bomb. Ning Wan sat on the red feather kite. He was playing with the thunder bomb that he hadn't thrown yet. The brilliant smile makes people shudder. TSK. Your Li family's large formation can't withstand an implosion. I thought your formation was as tough as your words. Ning Wan taunted mercilessly. The Li family disciples were filled with grief and humiliation. But he was helpless against the provocation of that dead girl. They just wanted to rush forward and fight regardless of the consequences. But when he looked at the black ball that was tossed back and forth in the opponent's hand, my heart sank immediately.
It was at this time.
Outside the Li family, the girl's familiar and angry voice was finally heard. Ning Wan, you left the sect without permission and wore the clothing passed down by the family to destroy my Li family. I will definitely report this to the sect. Oh. Ning Wan lazily lowered her eyes to look at the people below who were also wearing the uniforms of direct disciples. What the heck does it have to do with me? She took the right path. Probably because he heard Liyu's voice. The disciples of the Li family seemed to have seen their savior. The elders of the Li family even helped the head of the Li family fly into the air again. Seeing the Li family's seriously injured and miserable appearance, Liyu's eyes instantly turned red. Uncle, how dare she hurt you? Don't worry, little junior sister. Patriarch Li should be fine. Net to Liyu. The fifth senior brother comforted her with a distressed look on his face, and then looked coldly at Ning Wan in mid-air. Fourth brother, sixth brother, let's go separately and just avoid the thing in her hand. Today is the best opportunity. Even if I can't kill her, I must destroy her. But as for the sect, Sith junior brother hesitated a little. Killing fellow disciples privately is a serious crime. The fourth brother sneered. She bullied the Li family first, and we captured her for junior sister later. Even if she is guilty, how serious can it be? Besides, she has repeatedly upset junior sister, so she should have died long ago. Looking at the heartbreaking little girl crying with red eyes beside him, the only worry of the Sith junior brother disappeared. Junior sister is so good. She should be held in the palm of everyone's hand, cared for and spoiled. Instead of being bullied again, and again like now. The three of them looked at each other. The net moment. They all went up with swords in hand. And he deliberately flew towards the direction where there were many people. They just didn't believe that the captive really dared to smash it. If only she dared to hesitate for a moment. A light spirit master who has no offensive ability is just trash to be slaughtered by them. TSK. She is indeed the woman who got the group's favorite script. Ningwan looked at the three men with interest, as if they were ready to take her life. He casually tapped the sword case. Iohong, Iacheng. This nanny might be about to chop someone, so please cooperate with me. Otherwise, don't even think about it net time. The black sword bow trembled slightly. It seems to be responding to something. Ning Wan smiled, and just when she had decided to draw her sword. Then the three people who had been stupidly murderous just now, just as they raised their swords, flew backwards one by one. At the same time, a black shadow, so fast that no one could see anything, disappeared perfectly behind Ning Ruan at the moment the three people flew backwards and fell to the ground.
Ning Ruan.
Senior brother.
Below.
Liyu's shrill cry rang out. Fourth brother, fifth brother. How could this happen?
Your Dantian.
No, it won't. The person who should have her Dantian abolished is that little witch Ning Ruan. How could her senior brother's Dantian be shattered? 3 sword cultivators, 1 was injured, and 2 were disabled. In public. But unfortunately, no one could even see who the murderer was. As for the seniors who could see the murder clearly, they were naturally happy to watch the show of the Chitian sect. They won't meddle in other people's business. Ningguang was quite confused at this moment. But looking at Liu crying heart-wrenchingly below, and the Li family members glaring at her in shock and anger, she suddenly lost interest in playing anymore. Pulled the corner of his lips. Ningguang casually threw a Thunderbolt Bomb 2.0 at Liu. The little girl, who was still crying, had her eyes filled with hatred, but now fear was suddenly filling her eyes. He even ignored the 3 senior brothers who were unconscious on the ground. Get up and run. Probably because of the appearance of being bombed. Liu hid very quickly this time. By the time she realized that her fellow brothers were still lying on the ground, the black ball was already approaching. She could only cry and shout, "Senior brother?" Ningguang laughed and clapped her hands. "It's so touching. I am so touched." If she was not mistaken, Liu was carrying at least 5 or SI defensive spiritual weapons today. I really have to bear it. It is fully capable of withstanding a thunder bomb. But the spiritual weapon must be damaged. But in the end, the black ball did not hit the 3 wronged brothers on the ground. A thin layer of light wrapped the black ball, and it fell steadily to the ground. At the same time, a slightly old sigh came into Ningguang's ears. "Girl, leave some room for me. If you hit them with this one, the lives of the 2 disciples whose dantians are damaged will be in danger." Ningguang was stunned, and subconsciously raised her head to look in a certain direction of the Li family's backyard. Her lips and teeth moved slightly. "What the heck does it have to do with me? Aren't they going to die because the people of your Li family would rather protect the spiritual weapon than protect them? Want to use moral blackmail? What a joke. She has no morals. What's more, the 3 people on the ground all want to kill her. Girl, you are also from the Li family. I am not. Well, it's reasonable for you to deny it. It's the Li family that's wronged you. So, I don't blame you for what happened today. Everything is the result of cause and effect. Even if you want to take Li Su's life now, I will never stop you." But what happened back then had nothing to do with the other members of the Li family, and they were all unaware of it. It was I who found out only later. Back then, your mother blew up her own dantian, and then jumped off a cliff. She seemed to have disappeared since then. No matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find any clues. Ningguang chuckled and said nothing. At that time, her mother had already brought her into Chongqing Village by accident. It would be strange if you can find it. Chongqing Village is said to be a village, but in fact it is independent in one space. To this day, her group of cheap fathers still can't understand how her biological mother, a woman whose dantian imploded and who was about to give birth, ended up in the village. Seeing that she didn't speak, the voice in the transmission sighed again. "You have every right to hate the Li family, Li Su, and even you girl. But you girl is innocent after all. She was raised and pampered by the Li family since she was a child, and she never knew you iced it. Now she suddenly experiences the pain of losing her mother, so naturally, she can't bear it. I will tell her the truth and won't let her cause you any more trouble. In this way will you spare her life. Is this really a group pet script?" Ningguang showed an interested expression for the first time. She originally had some murderous intentions towards Liu, but now she suddenly had some other thoughts. After some peace talks, the people who were still watching the show saw that the little girl on the Qiu Yuan who was destined to die actually jumped to the Li family on her own initiative, like a sheep into a tiger's mouth. The scene of the black ball being caught just now is not difficult to guess. It must be some ancestor of the Li family who took action. But what is happening now? Not only did he not run away, but he also delivered himself to my door? Ningguang doesn't care what others think. She tightened the sword case behind her, holding a few Thunderbolt 2.0 in her hand, and looked at the Li family disciples around her who wanted to rush towards her with swords, with a half-smile. "Want to hit me? Come on." "What? You all clearly want to kill me, but you don't dare to come forward." "Oh, I see. Are you afraid of my thunder bombs? Or maybe you're afraid of being beaten up for no apparent reason like those 3 idiots at Broken Cloud Peak. Disciple of the Li family. Can I be a human being? Could you please not be so arrogant? Why hasn't the ancestor taken action to kill this devil?" Patriarch Li also frowned until he heard the voice of his ancestor. Return the spiritual weapon that belongs to the Ning family to her. She can take away anything that belongs to the Ning family. This is said to the head of the Li family. The last sentence was addressed to everyone in the Li family. Li Su, kowtow to Ning Hanyue's spirit tablet and repent for the wrong things you did in the past. The third ancestor of the Li family was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he said in a trembling voice, No. Born with intelligence? Such a person can probably be considered a genius among geniuses. But even though that girl has good talent, she is only a light spiritualist.
No.
Impossible. The Li family ancestor also echoed. I am just guessing. I have no evidence. This is too absurd and should be impossible. At this moment, Ningguan has successfully left Xingjing City. Halfway through the journey, 3 or 5 people followed us stealthily. Ningguan could sense it, but I don't care. Sure enough, not long after, those malicious stalkers disappeared without a trace. See the article on 44W. COM suddenly disappeared. Ningguan had originally planned to take a look at the storage bag handed over by the Li family. I gave up the idea at this time. She raised her hand to support her chin and looked around. Suddenly, you said, Come out. You've helped me all the way. Aren't you going to show up? The red, feathered kite was still flying. It took a long time. Ningguan just felt that there was someone standing behind her. Yan En, the Sith disciple of Woody Peak, Heko, junior sister. The moment the clear and cold voice sounded, Ningguan was stunned for a moment. See, Sith senior brother? Wait a minute. She seemed to finally remember why she always felt like she had forgotten something. Isn't it the Sith senior brother? It seems that for such a long time, neither the eldest brother nor the other brothers have ever mentioned the Sith brother. And she didn't even have the slightest doubt about it? It was as if everyone on their Invincible Peak was already here, except for the second senior brother who had not yet returned to the sect. She didn't even notice that there was one person missing. The moment of looking back, Ningguan finally got a clear look at the man in front of him who claimed to be the Sith senior brother. The man was dressed in black. She is obviously a very elegant person, but she always yields a sense of coldness. Ningguan looked at the 2 short swords at his waist and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was indeed my senior brother who fought off the 3 villains from Broken Cloud Peak. Unjust species. The cold voice rose slightly. Ningguan raised her eyebrows and said solemnly, They desperately protected the people, but they just abandoned them. Isn't this injustice? Sith senior brother, Yan En nodded slowly. Yes, an unjust species. Perhaps because they reached the same point of view, the 2 of them instantly became much closer. But Ningguan's look was still strange. Why weird? Of course. She had been staring at the other person for such a long time. But as soon as she looked away, she could no longer restore this face in her mind. Even this person. Sith senior brother, did you just return to the sect? Did you come to save me? Ningguan hesitated and asked the most likely question, but she intuitively knew that it was not the case. Really? The latter shook his head, his tone still cold. No, I've been in seclusion at the Invincible Peak. Just came out recently. Today, I came out of the sect with you on purpose. I heard the senior brother say that you needed protection, so I came here. Ningguan.
No.
You've clearly always been in the sect. How could you be forgotten so completely? Ningguan found it outrageous. But I can't tell how outrageous it is. But the senior brothers didn't you say I was in the sect? Sith senior brother chuckled. His cold voice seemed to reveal a hint of gentleness and helplessness. They must have forgotten. Well, it's all because of my skills that it's extremely easy for people to ignore me. If we hadn't met face to face, I'm afraid no one would remember me. As for this matter, you will probably know after junior sister returns to the sect, Ningguan.
No.
Maybe she was wrong. Those 3 from Suiyin Peak are not innocent. Her Sith senior brother is the one, right? Pure and innocent Laolu. Still an innocent old man. Sith senior brother, this technique is really amazing. Walking all the way, Ningguan felt that this Sith senior brother and she got along very well. He is considered one of the few people with normal thinking in their invincible peak. Except for the bug of the technique. As soon as you arrive at the sect, Yen and automatically jumped off the red feather kite. Junior sister, you have already arrived at the sect. I heard that you still want to go to the Dharma Hall to attend classes, so I won't follow you. Ningguan nodded. Then wait until I finish listening before going to find senior brother, Yen, and immediately revealed a complicated impression. Junior sister, the premise is that you can remember me. Ningguan didn't think she would forget it. As a woman who memorized all the rules of the sect on her first day, she was darn confident in her memory. This journey, even though I still can't remember Sith's senior brother's face, but the impression is really quite deep. There's no reason to forget. She will go to see Sith's senior brother after she finishes the class. She can't forget that, right? After watching Yen and go away, Ningguan went straight to the General Law Hall. Ningguan wanted to go to Yuzhu Peak. The Pufa Hall occupies 3 peaks, except Yuzhu Peak. There are also Yuqing Peak and Yuyu Peak. The 3 peaks are where the inner sect and direct disciples of the Qitian sect attend classes. As for the outer disciples, they are in the other 3 peaks. Although the Qitian sect only has 7 peak masters, there are actually far more than 7 peaks. For Impel, Fian Peak is under the jurisdiction of Lingwu Pavilion. It is not one of the 7 peaks. Riding the red feather kite, Ningguan quickly arrived at the public law hall on Yuzhu Peak. Walking all the way, although the matter about the photo mirror and the Li family is still being hotly discussed. But as one of the parties involved, the abandoned daughter of the Li family was taught by Wudafeng himself. Instead, no one recognized him. At most, he would cast his eyes on the white dress and red belt that she had not yet changed. Sword cultivation, taught personally. Just based on these 2 identities, it is hard not to notice. It is probably because a big shot from the light department is here to give a lecture today. So the time has not yet come. But the classroom in the Department of Optics was so full that there was no room even in the corners. Even outside the hall, it was crowded with students who wanted to take the class for free. If I had known there would be so many people today, I should have come earlier. I regret it now. It's no use regretting it. Elder Yu Yuan from Broken Cloud Peak is giving a class today, and several of his disciples are here to listen. Isn't Elder Yu Yuan in seclusion? He has already come out of retreat. I heard that it is because Master Lu of Broken Cloud Peak is also about to come out of retreat. So what? Aren't all the people at Broken Cloud Peak sword cultivators? Why is there a light elder? Oh, yes, junior sister, you have just entered the intersect, so you don't know yet. Elder Yu Yuan was actually the elder of the main peak, Tianshu Peak. But later, she took the initiative to come to Broken Cloud Peak. As for the reason, we also heard that Elder Yu wanted to be close to Master Lu of Broken Cloud Peak and become a Taoist partner. That's right. I get angry when I mention this. Although Elder Yu is a light spiritualist, his talent and appearance are both top-notch. Who doesn't like Elder Yu? But she just likes that cold and icy Master Lu. Speaking of Master Lu Feng, I think whether he is cold or not depends on the person. He is definitely cold to us. But towards his little disciple, Senior Sister Li, his heat was beyond ordinary. I have even seen Master Lu Feng smile at Senior Sister Li with my own eyes. Ningguan didn't expect that she would get to eat Li Yu's melon just by attending a class. It seems that it's still a big melon. With this plot, it was really hard for her not to think of the novels she read on Blue Star. Aloof Master, the group's favorite disciple. Oh, and there's also a vicious female supporting character who's infatuated with the master. This sense of déjà vu is simply too strong. Shaked his head. Ningguan went straight in. That's when it happened. The disciples who were discussing 2 or 3 things Master Lu Feng and Elder Yu had to say, only then noticed Ningguan's presence. Wait, red clothes and white belt, another direct disciple. It's true that she is a direct disciple, but she is carrying a sword case, so she must be a sword practitioner, right? Shouldn't the sword cultivators go to the top of the mountain to attend classes? Why is she here? Maybe looking for someone. This is the only reasonable explanation. It can't be that a sword cultivator came to listen to the lessons of their light-type disciples. It's not worth it to take classes for free like this.
But soon.
The people who were still outside the hall saw that the sword cultivator's disciple took out SI mid-grade spirit stones as soon as he entered. A clear voice sounded from the last row. See spirit stones. Is anyone willing to change positions? Not just the last row. Almost all the disciples at the back, who had already sat down obediently and were waiting to attend the class, all looked back in unison. Duck, SI mid-grade spirit stones? To a change for this? Am I crazy or is she crazy? It doesn't matter who is crazy. We inner disciples only receive 4 mid-grade spirit stones a month, but she gave us SI at once. Anyone who doesn't want free spirit stones is a fool. Senior sister, please help me. I can change. I can change. This is Elder Yu's class, which only happens once a month. But you may not get to pick up money for free once a year, so. Senior sister, please take my place. My place is better. You are so shameless. Senior sister, come and take my place. Sister, change mine, change mine. Change to mine.
Ningruan. No.
She really just wanted to attend a class and ask some questions. I didn't intend to be so high profile. It's just SI mid-grade spirit stones. Why is it so high profile? Now, even the disciples in the front row cast doubtful looks at her. A sword cultivator is also here to attend the light class. Not only is he a sword cultivator, but he is also a direct disciple. Which peak is this extraordinary person from? Wait, it seems like there is a real possibility that there is someone like that. Have you forgotten the mirror? What a joke. How could I forget this? The mirror is still hanging there, and I don't know how long it will stay there. It's hard to believe that someone from the Li family, one of the 4 major families, would do such a thing. They are my own blood. How could they do that to me? That's right. Senior Sister Li's father is really too cruel. This has nothing to do with Senior Sister Li. She's a very nice person. In this matter, regardless of whether the mirror is real or fake, I think Senior Sister Li has suffered the most harm. Is it true or false? A senior brother has already identified it. The photo mirror is definitely real. If it is fake, it can be hidden from senior brothers and sisters, but it can't be hidden from the elders. That's right. Don't say that Senior Sister Li is innocent. She was raised in the palm of the Li family's hand since she was a child, and the scapegoat puppet was also made for her. The Li family has never done anything wrong to her, right? Now that something has happened to the Li family, does she not have to bear any responsibility? Wait, that's not what I want to say. I want to say, have you forgotten what those who have seen Senior Sister Ning said? She seems to be a light spirit master, but she always carries a sword case on her back. As soon as these words came out, Ning Wan could feel that the eyes focused on her became strange. Have sympathy. There is exploration. There was shock. We have everything. Ning Wan. But fortunately, without waiting for the group of disciples to come forward and ask anything, a fluttering figure in white was already flying in front. The rumored Elder Yu Yuan has arrived. Everyone's attention finally began to shift. Ning Wan also raised her eyes and looked over. What I'm teaching today is the group healing technique. Yu Yuan's voice was soft, yet revealed a hint of distance. But coupled with her really pretty face and ethereal temperament, it becomes more attractive. It lasted nearly an hour and a half. Yu Yuan finally finished and looked at the disciples below calmly. I will stop here today regarding group healing. If you have any questions, you can ask me here, located at the front. A disciple who is also wearing a red robe and a white belt stood up first, saluted towards Yu Yuan, and then asked loudly, Elder Yu, I have recently increased the speed of my single target healing technique. If the speed can be increased, can it replace group healing? After all, the latter wastes more spiritual energy. Yu Yuan rarely showed a smile. If you are in a battle and there are many enemies, will anyone give you the opportunity to use single target healing on your companions one by one? Even if you are fast. Both group healing and single target healing are irreplaceable in their own way. Of course, you each have areas where you are better at, but that doesn't mean you can completely give up the other. Both healing techniques are indispensable. The disciple who asked the question thought for a moment, then bowed respectfully to Yu Yuan again. Thank you, Elder Yu, for your guidance. I understand now. It was not only the disciple who asked the question who understood. Ning Wan was also thoughtful. After 7 or 8 more disciples asked questions, Ningguan also stood up. Elder Yu, is it possible to reverse the healing process with light healing techniques? Reverse treatment. Yu Yuan was obviously stunned. The disciples below also showed puzzled expressions. Ningguan suttenni panikket. Could it be that everyone has never experienced reverse healing? When I used the healing technique, the wounded's injuries became worse. Ningguan's voice fell. There were several puff sounds coming from the heart. Apparently, he couldn't hold it in any longer and was laughing at her. Even Yu Yuan, who was as cold and aloof as a fairy from the sky, was stunned for a moment, and the corners of her lips twitched slightly, as if she was controlling something. Ahem. I've never seen a situation like what you're talking about. The light spiritualists I know have probably never seen one. If it's a healing technique, how could it possibly make the injury worse? If this is true, then we, the light spiritual masters, would not be called the cultivators with the lowest attack power by our peers. Of course, if the healing skill cannot save people but hurts them instead, what kind of nurse would she be? Ningguan knew this truth very well. But the problem is, she really always does the opposite. The disciples who were listening to the class in the hall were concerned about the presence of the elders and did not dare to offend them too much. And the people who were attending the class outside the classroom heard Ningguan's question. I can't even bear it. All laughed out loud. I can't take it anymore.
This is killing me.
This is reverse healing. Ha ha ha. She is so bold. If that is true, who will dare to let us treat our light spiritualists when we go out in the future? Do you need treatment? A minor injury before treatment, a serious injury after treatment. If this is true, then we must treat the enemies. A lot of them will die if we treat them. So, why would a sword cultivator come to our light department to attend classes? What sword cultivator? I just heard someone inside say that she is most likely the disciple of Wying Peak, the one who hangs mirrors everywhere. Being laughed at takes 10% damage. No one else will reverse the healing. Only she will heal her teammates to death, with 1,000,000% damage.
Ningguan.
Elder Yu, if this situation really happens, what is the cause? Although being laughed at. But when I think about my dream of becoming the #1 wet nurse, Ningguan could only pretend to be calm and ask again. This time, Yu Yuan was really stunned for a long while. Then his eyes fell on the black sword bow behind her, and his brows furrowed slightly. Are you a sword cultivator? Which peak are you from? Ningguan shook her head decisively. Invincible peak, light spiritual master. Invincible. Yu Yuan reacted belatedly. Could this be the abandoned girl of the Li family, the little disciple of Lu Yun, who caused the entire Qitian sect to talk about her with the photo mirror today? It turns out to be you. Yu Yuan quickly returned to normal. No matter what, as long as he is not a sword cultivator, it does not count as him deliberately looking for trouble. Even if it was because of that person that Suiyun Peak lost face as a teaching elder, she could not target him face to face. She couldn't do such a thing. I can't answer your question. No matter what the reason, healing is healing, and healing cannot hurt people. If there is a problem with the technique, then you should be the one who suffers first. What if during treatment, you don't hurt yourself, but only hurt others? Ningguan asked again.
Yu Yuan.
She now really suspected that the other party was here to cause trouble on purpose. This situation cannot iced. If it doesn't hurt yourself, it means that the technique is fine. If the technique is fine, how can the healing technique be wrong? Ningguan seemed to want to ask more questions. Yu Yuan decisively looked at another disciple who wanted to ask a question. What do you wonder about, Ningguan? As soon as the class is over. In order to avoid being entangled, Ningguan was the first to run away. Taking the Qiyu Yuan, we went to the library on the main peak. I gained a lot from today's lecture. But she still had no idea what problem she really wanted to solve. My mood became even heavier. The elders and disciples of Suiyun Peak felt even more depressed, still with a strong sense of anger. 4 direct disciples went out of the sect. But when they came back, 2 were disabled and 1 was injured. Liu is fine. But he had a mental breakdown and said nothing. As soon as he came back, he locked himself in the room and refused to come out no matter who called him. The bigger problem is the 3 injured disciples. The Li family's light spiritualist took action, and the injured person survived, so it's not a big problem. But if the other two dantians are ruptured, it will be a big problem. Yu Yuan had just finished teaching when she received an emergency summons from Suiyun Peak. Even several light spiritualists came from other peaks. All of them are above level 7. After some treatment, Yu Yuan shook his head grimly. No, their dantian is too badly damaged. We can only barely repair it for them, but this is not enough. We need to use natural treasures and repair pills. Even so, they are basically useless. The best result is to restore to the previous level of cultivation, but to stop there for life. If you force a breakthrough, your dantian will be damaged again. Elder Yu is right. We have tried our best. It's really because the sword energy of the person who hurt them was too vicious. In my opinion, the sword energy has not disappeared after damaging their dantian. If it had been discovered earlier, it might have been saved. But it's too late now. Who hurt them? They were so cruel, and they dared to do it even though they were wearing the uniforms of my Chitian sect's direct disciples. Is this a provocation to our Chitian sect? Listening to the questions from several light spiritualists, Elder Chen, who has the highest cultivation level besides the Peak Master at Broken Cloud Peak, shook his head angrily. We don't know who did it yet, but it has something to do with that little disciple Lu Yun from Wyang Peak. What? Yu Yuan, who had just seen Ning Ruan, was extremely surprised. No way? She is just a light spiritualist, although people always ask unrealistic questions like what is reverse treatment. But the light system is the light system. She couldn't really take out the sword from the sword bow and destroy the sword master from Suiyun Peak, right? Of course she didn't do it herself, but she is also involved. Elder Chen's face was filled with anger. He soon explained clearly what had happened in Shengjing City. Just as Elder Chen was shocked when he first heard about this. After hearing this, the elders' faces became very excited. Yu Yuan opened his mouth with difficulty. Elder Chen is saying that she, a light spiritualist who has only reached the 3rd level of cultivation, has brought the entire Li family into a state of extreme embarrassment just by relying on that mysterious black ball. Even the defensive formation was blown up. Another light spiritualist from another peak was also stunned for a long time. How many photo mirrors does she have? She has placed 10 in our sect. So, how can she place so many in Shengjing? Isn't she the abandoned daughter of the Li family? Why does it look richer than the Li family? Tianshu Peak. Library. Before coming, Ning Wan changed into the blue shirt she usually wore. He went straight to the 7th floor through the teleportation array with familiarity. Perhaps because of the appearance of the photo mirror, there are far fewer disciples in the library today than the last time they came. And he only has one direct disciple. When Ning Wan came, he was holding the newly engraved martial arts technique and leaving happily. It's still that corner. That old man. The same flavor of grilled Sundarban rabbit legs. Ning Wan felt a little hungry after watching so much. Little girl, what are you doing here again? Didn't I tell you last time? You only need to find a healing technique that matches the Tongsu heart method. You don't need an old guy like me to recommend it to you. The old man glanced at Ning Wan lazily, holding a rabbit leg in one hand and the magical fruit, wine she had given him in the other. Ning Wan said righteously, Senior, you misunderstood. I just came here to give you some wine. Speaking of. She took out 5 jars of wine on the spot without any regret and placed them in front of the old man with a smile. Old man. No, did your head get caught in the door, girl? I'm really just a doorman, so it's useless for you to give me anything. I am not like those peak masters and elders who have real power and are capable. Ning Wan really wanted to reply, You may not have real power, but you are the boss of the library. It's never wrong to give wine to the boss. Most importantly, Senior, I have a lot of this kind of wine. Too much will take up space in the storage space, old man. Ning Wan really was here to deliver wine. After delivering the wine, he went to get the healing technique that came with the Su in Fa. The old man engraved it on the jade slip with a complicated impression. After taking the jade slip, Ning Wan casually mentioned, Senior, have you ever seen reverse treatment? It's probably the kind that makes the injured person's injuries worse. When using healing magic, the old man raised his eyelids impatiently. No, get lost. Ning Wan curled the corner of her mouth and ran away quickly. After she left completely, the old man put away the magical fruit wine in front of him. That darned stinky girl is much more likable than that captive Lu Yun. Speaking of, he lazily changed his posture and then sent a message directly to Sect Master Shin. The Li family is not going to investigate the matter of Xingjing, so let's not get involved. As for the two guys with crippled Dantian from Suiyin Peak, they were the ones who attacked Ning Girl first, so they can be punished, but both sides are guilty of the same crime.
Soon.
Sect Master Shen's helpless voice came over. Master Uncle, I saw it all. The girl surnamed Ning brought you wine again, didn't she? The old man took a bite of the rabbit leg and cursed incoherently. You little captive Shen, you have nothing to do all day long, just spying on me, an old gatekeeper, right? Sect leader Shin was even more helpless. Master Uncle, you misunderstood. How dare I spy on you? I just think that girl is a little too careless, having just caused such a big fuss in Xingjing. As a result, when he came back, instead of reporting to his senior brother Luoyu, he went to the law school to attend classes with a clear conscience. The old man snorted coldly. Why shouldn't I feel at ease? Those people from Broken Cloud Peak are out to take my life. Sect Master Shin. Uncle Master, even if that girl is guilty of the same crime as the people from Broken Cloud Peak, is there another person hiding in the dark? It is said that this person is the one who actually hurt people. No matter what, my disciples of the Chitian sect were injured by others while wearing the sect's uniforms. This is a provocation. That girl and a few people from Suiyin Peak could be considered to be fighting among their fellow disciples in private. But those who hurt others are not allowed. As disciples of the Chitian sect, as long as we are wearing the sect's uniforms, no one can touch us. If you move, you will have to pay the price. These extremely overbearing words did not cause the old man to refute. He just took a sip of wine and then clicked his tongue twice with interest. Then you punish me. There is no need to send anyone to find the murderer. The one who hurt people was also a little fellow from our clan, Sect Master Shin. The old man said, speaking of which, that little fellow is quite interesting, but he was too harsh on his fellow disciples, so he deserves to be punished. But the ones at Suiyin Peak have become dumber than the other, as if they had lost their minds, ever since the little girl from the Li family joined them. They did whatever the girl from the Li family said. Just because of a word from the girl from the Li family, they wanted to kill their fellow disciples. How did Lu Yuanyuan teach his disciples? Master Shin. Ning Wan returned to Invincible Peak. The first thing was to find Luoyu. She originally wanted to tell him what happened in Xingjing, but before she could open her mouth, Luoyu nodded with a complicated expression. I already know about Xingjing's affairs. Not only me, I'm afraid that now all the Peak Masters and Elders know about it. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Junior Sister said before that this matter is easy to solve, so this is how it is solved. Just rely on the attacks of magic weapons and spiritual tools. Except for Junior Sister, no one else could do such a thing. Ning Ruan and Luo, you were still talking. A paper crane with a message came from the main peak and flew over. Tell the Wyang Peak's eldest disciple Luoyu, the 6th disciple Yenin, and the 8th disciple Ning Ruan to quickly go to the Tianshu Peak's main hall. The paper crane's message had just fallen. Ning Ruan just stood there in a daze. No wonder she always felt like she had forgotten something since she came out of the legal education hall. But I can't remember what eekly it was. Until now, Ning Ruan finally realized that she just forgot something. I have completely forgotten about my Sith brother. I didn't even think about going to look for him after class. If the paper crane hadn't mentioned Sith's senior brother, I'm afraid. Ning Ruan didn't dare to think about it. Not only him, Luo Yu was also stunned for a moment, then patted his forehead. Oh, I remember now. It was my Sith junior brother who came back and told me what happened to you in Xingjing, but after saying that, I remember everything clearly. The person who was talking about that has no memory at all. I don't even subconsciously think about this person. Junior Sister, just as I expected, she went to Broken Cloud Peak to file a complaint. Oh, little Junior Sister, aren't you worried? Why worry? I'm not wrong. Ning Ruan looked up in confusion. Anyway, if the Chitian sect takes sides, the worst that can happen to her is that she will just run away. It's not a big deal. She is the only treasure of the entire Chongqing village. How could she come out without any backup plan? Well, don't worry. Naturally, no one from our Invincible Peak has ever suffered any injustice in vain. Let's go. Luo Yu chuckled and called out the red feather kite, who flew up first. Ning Wan followed closely behind, and the two of them and the kite quickly disappeared. Until halfway. Ning Wan just remembered something and frowned slightly. Big brother, have we forgotten something again? Luo Yu fell into deep thought. Really? I seem to have the same feeling, but what did I forget? Tianshu Peak. Main hall. The atmosphere was tense at the moment, and the air seemed to be filled with anger and solemnity. Li Yu's eyes were red, and she bit her lips lightly. Her face was clearly full of grievance, but she stood there stubbornly. One of Suiyun Peak's disciples was injured and 2 were disabled, except for the eldest disciple and the 8th disciple who were still in seclusion, and the 7th disciple who was out for training. The 2nd disciple Shi Enyang and the 3rd disciple Shi Hai both came. The 2 of them kept their eyes on Li Yu the whole time. Looking at her pale and stubborn little face, I felt so heartbroken. On the other side stood Elder Chen, the temporary leader of Suiyun Peak. In addition, 3 peak masters and several elders sat on both sides of the main hall. Sect Master, there is no need to ask any more questions about this matter. It is that the 8th disciple of Wyang Peak, Ning Ruan, colluded with others to injure my disciples of Suiyun Peak. If this man is not punished, I will not accept it. Elder Chen's voice was as loud as a bell, and the anger miet in his words could not be concealed at all. At the head of the main hall, Sect leader Shin nodded with an expressionless face. Yet he did not make a clear statement. Elder Chen wanted to say something else. Outside the main hall, Ning Ruan and Luo Yu finally arrived. As soon as he saw the 2 of them, the anger on Elder Chen's face reappeared. Okay, I've destroyed my disciple from Suiyun Peak, and you guys really dare to come. This was Ning Ruan's first time visiting the main hall of Tianshu Peak. It looks grand and majestic, much better than the main hall of their Wyang Peak. Even though she was being stared at by countless powerful men, Ning Ruan remained calm. I did nothing wrong. Why don't you dare to come? Elder Chen glared at her angrily. You still want to quibble? Weren't you the one who went to Xingjing City today and destroyed the Li family's defensive formation? It was you who was taught by Sui Yanfeng himself that made someone hurt me. Ning Ruan raised her eyebrows and said calmly, I was the one who blew up the defensive formation, but the Li family's ancestors didn't mind. So, do you? As for the person who caused the destruction of Yunfeng disciples, it was not me. I didn't give in. And even if it was really me who got hurt, isn't that reasonable? You, the direct disciple of Broken Cloud Peak, are acting like dogs and want to kill me for no apparent reason. I am a light-type spiritualist, and I can't defeat you, but you don't allow others to help me? Speaking of this, Ning Ruan was stunned for a moment. Who helped her? After a moment, she finally realized that she seemed to have forgotten it again. Wasn't it Sith's senior brother who helped her? But Sith brother. Luo Yu also thought of something, and the 2 of them looked at each other subconsciously. Too bad. I forgot to inform Lao Lu. Originally, Elder Chen was only angry about the fact that the disciple of Suiyun Peak was abandoned. But now, with Ning Ruan's words, the disciples of Suiyun Peak are like dogs. There is one more new grudge and one more old hatred. But Ning Ruan doesn't care. She was still talking seriously to a group of bigwigs in the hall. Even if Broken Cloud Peak doesn't look for me, I will look for them. Li Su of the Li family treated my mother so well, so it is reasonable for me to seek revenge on him, right? But they spread rumors and slandered me everywhere. Isn't it reasonable for me to go to the Li family to seek justice? But Sui Yanfeng's direct disciples suddenly wanted to kill me. They wanted to kill me, but they were not strong enough, so it was reasonable that they were crippled. Now, I want to ask, what right do they have to attack me? Just because I'm a light spiritualist, I'm easy to bully? Master Shin. You are not easy to bully, you keep talking nonsense. Don't you see that Elder Chen is shaking with anger, but you still can't get a word in? Ahem, Elder Chen. Sect Master Shin still had no oppression on his face and asked, so why did the disciple from Broken Cloud Peak take the initiative? Elder Chen had an unpleasant impression on his face. He had no idea what was going on with those disciples. But at this moment, he naturally couldn't say such words. I can only grit my teeth and argue. It's because of our friendship as fellow disciples. This person has humiliated the Li family so much, so I, the disciple of Suiyun Peak, naturally have to protect my fellow disciples. But even so, you shouldn't be so cruel and destroy his Dantian directly. Sect Master Shen raised his eyes and said, but the person who attacked was not Ning Ruan, and it was Suiyun Peak who attacked first. Metropolitan. Elder Chen could understand what the sect master meant, and he also knew that in this matter, it was his Suiyun Peak that was in the wrong. But that is a useless Dantian after all. How can I swallow this? Master, even if the person who attacked was not her, he must be someone she knows. This person hurt my Qitian sect's direct disciple, so he should be killed. Elder Chen's indignant voice fell. Among the 3 peak masters and elders who had been silent, someone finally spoke up. The disciples of the Qitian sect fought each other in private, and they should be punished by our Qitian sect. But outsiders intervened and directly abolished my Qitian sect's direct disciple. This matter cannot be tolerated.
Yes.
No matter what, the disciples of Broken Cloud Peak are still wearing their personal clothing, and if they dare to attack us, where will they put our Qitian sect? They would not comment on the quarrel between disciples from Suiyun Peak and Wyang Peak. It's up to the clan leader to decide. But if outsiders dare to hurt their disciples of the Qitian sect, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Wait until the 3 peak masters also express their opinions. Sect Master Shen realized it belatedly and said, I almost forgot again. The person who hurt the disciples of Broken Cloud Peak was not an outsider. It was Yen En, the Sith disciple of Wyang Peak.
But
didn't our sect also notify him to come as well? The last sentence was obviously directed at Ning Ruan and Luo Yu. Just one look at the extremely complicated oppressions of the 2 people. How could Sect Master Shen not understand? He could only send another paper crane to Wyang Peak on the spot to convey his message. Elder Chen was stunned. The 3 peak masters and elders who were watching.
Soon.
Yen En, dressed in black with 2 short swords on his waist and a cool temperament arrived. As soon as she saw him, all the memories in Ning Ruan's mind came back instantly. Luo Yu's oppression also softened, still a little embarrassed. Well, I left in a hurry, so I forgot to inform Sith Junior Brother. Don't feel guilty, Senior Brother. I'm used to it. Yen En responded casually and strode forward. Luo Yu. If you put it that way, the guilt that was originally only 1 point has directly risen to 9 points. The top place. Sect Master Shen asked with a cold face. It was you who injured the disciples of Broken Cloud Peak. Yen En nodded solemnly. Master, yes. Before the sect master could continue to ask, Elder Chen at the side could not help but speak out angrily. How dare you harm your fellow disciples? Yen En raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice as cold as ever. There was no harm. It was just that the situation was critical. If I hadn't taken action, Junior Sister would have died at the hands of the 3 of them. It is naturally difficult to control when you act in a hurry. Ning Ruan also chuckled and agreed. No one would think that all the disciples of Broken Cloud Peak are useless. My Sith Senior Brother can still restrain himself when fighting 1 against 3, right? Master Shen. You better shut up. If nothing else, just rely on this mouth. He seemed to be able to imagine why the 3 disciples of Suiyun Peak suddenly drew their swords. You, how dare you insult my Suiyun Peak like this? Elder Chen was obviously really angry. I have been insulted, can I take it back? Ning Ruan calmly met the hateful gazes of the people from Suiyun Peak. Sect Master Shen finally coughed lightly and spoke again. All right. Our sect has a general understanding of today's events. The disciples from Wyang Peak and Suiyun Peak all fought for the sake of friendship among their fellow disciples. Master, no matter what the reason is, all of my disciples from Broken Cloud Peak have had their Dantian destroyed, Elder Chen said angrily, probably having guessed the sect leader's decision. Sect Master Shen had a calm impression. The disciples of Broken Cloud Peak took the initiative and should bear more than half of the blame. But the disciples of Wang Peak were ruthless and should bear more than half of the blame. Therefore, the SI disciples from the two peaks who were involved in the incident were sentenced to be kept in the Blazing Cliff for 2 months. In addition, the two disciples from Suiyun Peak whose dantian were damaged can draw resources from the sect to repair their dantian and then go to receive punishment when they are healthy again. Do you have any comments on this? Elder Chin and the people from Suiyun Peak naturally had opinions. But the other 3 peak masters have already nodded. I quite agree with the sect leader's decision. The other elders also said, the sect master is right. This is how it should be. These kids have really bad tempers now. They get into fights over nothing. They should have gone to Blazing Cliff to calm down a long time ago. Things that have been decided by the sect leader are naturally unchangeable. But seeing the horrified expression on Li Yu's face, second senior brother Shi Enyang and third senior brother Shi Hai's hearts were almost broken with pain. Just as Master Shin was about to leave, Shi Enyang finally couldn't help but plead, Metropolitan, my junior sister is innocent. She didn't do anything from beginning to end. Instead, it was Ning Ruan who almost injured her. In addition, junior sister has been deeply hurt these past few days because of the matters of her 3 junior brothers, and she simply cannot endure the suffering of Blazing Cliff. As soon as Shi Enyang finished speaking, even Elder Chin was stunned and winked at him quickly. Sect Master, Enyang was just concerned about junior sister. He was too heinous. I will punish him when I return. I hope you will forgive me. Elder Chin really didn't understand. During this period of time, these talented people who he once had high hopes for seemed to have lost their minds one by one. He didn't even dare to question the sect master's decision on the spot. How could a direct disciple have such courage? Sect Master Shin narrowed his eyes and looked at Shi Enyang with an unclear expression. Why? Do you think there is something wrong with our sect's decision? Disciple, I dare not. Shi Enyang's heart trembled, but after seeing the red eyes of the little junior sister, he still gritted his teeth and said, it's just that junior sister is innocent in the Li family's affairs. She had not done anything about today's incident. If the sect master must punish me, I can take the punishment on behalf of my junior sister, second brother. Li Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and his stubborn little face was full of emotion. Sect leader Shen had a cold face and an indifferent tone. In that case, you will be punished with her, he said coldly. Before Shi Enyang could say anything, Sect Master Shin had disappeared from the spot. Metropolitan, how dare you? Shi Enyang, shut up, Elder Chin shouted hurriedly. The other side, the leader of Sanfoam, who was already full of melons, stood up slowly. TSK, the disciple from Broken Cloud Peak is really brave. That's right. He even dared to question the decision of the sect leader. He said he was innocent. Who is as innocent as that girl from Wang Peak? He is quite courageous, but his strength is not as strong as his courage. As all of them are direct disciples, 3 of them joined forces, but he was still seriously injured by one of them. Elder Chin, in my opinion, the disciples of Broken Cloud Peak may have to calm down. What about the Li family and the Zhang family? It is not worth delaying your cultivation for outsiders. The words of the 3 peak masters reached Li Yu's ears without any concealment. She held back her tears and opened her mouth. It was a pity that the 3 peak masters had already waved their sleeves and walked away, with no intention of listening to her at all. Elder Chin and you girl, don't say anything more. This matter ends here. Elder Chin shook his head dejectedly. He finally figured it out. The sect leader had been on the side of Wang Peak from the very beginning, favoring the abandoned daughter of the Li family. What's the use of saying more? It would be better to wait for the peak master to come out, and he would naturally seek justice for them. On the red, feathered kite at Wang Peak, Ning Ruan and the other 2, who escaped safely, looked quietly in the direction of the main hall. A long time. Luo Yuefeng slowly said, Little junior sister, do you know the sect master? Ning Ruan was stunned for a moment. She wanted to say that she didn't know him, but the scene in the thunder illusion suddenly popped up in her mind. It's not really an acquaintance, is it? We just met once. Well, plus I rejected the other party's request to be my disciple. Luo Yu fell into deep thought. If I don't know you, Why do I feel that the sect master is favoring you, Ningruan? To be partial and still punish her means it's not partial enough. Big brother, this must be an illusion. So, what is that blazing cliff? Those people at Broken Cloud Peak seemed quite scared. The eldest brother slapped his forehead. I almost forgot to tell you. Below the blazing cliff is actually a natural sea of fire. Anyway, the sea of fire already existed before the Chitian sect was established. It is said that there are several kinds of strange fire hidden in the sea of fire. But no one has found it in all these years. In short, although the blazing cliff is not dangerous, it is also quite difficult to endure, so it has always been one of the tasks with the highest contribution value in our Chitian sect's task rankings. Of course, junior sister went there to be punished, so she has no contribution value. Ningruan. Yen, and who is used to being ignored. I kind of understand. As long as there's no danger, it's fine. Ningruan nodded. She is not worried about the hardship. Anyway, she has everything in her space, so she can't treat herself badly no matter how hard it is. Seeing Ningruan's nonchalant look, Luo Yu had to remind her. The sea of fire under the blazing cliff is not stable and there is a risk of abnormal movement. So, junior sister, you still have to be vigilant. Ningruan. Didn't senior brother just say there was no danger? Luo Yu shook his head. It's true that there's no danger. But it's not completely without danger. The sea of fire under the Chien cliff has not seen any unusual movement in 100 years, and there are even elders who come here to refine medicine and weapons. It's just that, even though it didn't change before, no one can guarantee that it won't change in the future.
Ningruan.
It would be impolite to say that. It's impossible for a sea of fire to remain intact for 100 years. Why did it start to change just during the 2 months she was guarding it? Second brother, I'm sorry. I have caused you trouble. It's all my fault. I caused Sith senior brother to be seriously injured, and 4th and 5th senior brothers Dantian to be destroyed. It's all my fault. As soon as we returned to Broken Cloud Peak, Li Yu locked himself in the room again. Shi Enyang and Shi Hai were waiting outside with amious looks on their faces. But he didn't dare to break in. Junior sister, no one will blame you. How could they blame you? We all know you are innocent. This is all Ningruan's fault. Third junior brother is right. Junior sister, don't worry. I will avenge you sooner or later. No matter how arrogant Ningruan is, he is just a light spiritualist. I don't believe that she will have endless black orb in her hand. Sooner or later, I will kill her with my own hands. When it comes to hatred towards Ningruan and Yui Yangfeng, Shi Enyang has just as much hatred as Li Yu. The tightly closed door finally opened. Li Yu cried and threw herself into Shi Enyang's arms. Second brother, what should I do? My father and mother really did those things because of me. What's in the mirror is real. Even the ancestor stood on Ningruan's side. They forced my father to apologize and wouldn't let me take revenge. Now the entire Chitian sect knows what happened back then, and the mirror is still hanging there. I don't even dare to go out. I really don't know what to do.
Li Yugoslavia cria sadly.
Shi Hai and Shi Enyang felt heartbroken when they heard this. Don't worry, junior sister. I will take down the captive's mirror right away. Shi Enyang stroked Li Yu's head with a look of heartache. In fact, it would be a good idea for us to go to Blazing Cliff in the next 2 months. After 2 months, the Li family's affairs will surely have faded. We are all sword practitioners, so there won't be any big problems if we really go to the Blazing Cliff. But that captive is just a light spiritualist. I wonder how she will survive that. Shi Enyang even felt that it would be even better if some accident could happen at Chien Cliff. After comforting the little junior sister, the first thing Shi Enyang did was to take action on a certain photo mirror.
Then,
he had just swung his sword when he was sucked into the formation. Shi Enyang. The disciples who were still eating melons outside the mirror. That was senior brother Shi from Broken Cloud Peak, right? Yes, that's right. Didn't Epec the formation around this mirror to be so powerful that even senior brother Shi couldn't resist it. It's really scary. Today, many disciples wanted to attack the recalling mirror, but they were all sucked into the formation and haven't come out yet. By the way, when was this formation set up? I don't know, but this is too bad. They actually set up the formation near the photo mirror. Ningruan. Ning Wan was still saying goodbye to several senior brothers, except for the seventh senior brother, who wanted to practice every moment, and the second senior brother, who had not been seen for many years. This time, everything was neat and tidy. Even the fourth senior brother, Jingyu, who was lying dead, was pulled out. Looking at her with great sorrow. Junior sister, if you had told me earlier that this was your solution, you would have let me handle it and saved me the mirror and so many spirit stones. Ning Ruan, wouldn't it be easier to solve the problem with spirit stones? Why do we need to consider other methods? Jingyu, okay, you rich woman, you are right. Junior sister, after arriving at Blazing Cliff, you'll be alone. Luo Yu's gentle words suddenly stopped. He silently glanced at Yenin, who was standing nearby but still hard to notice, and silently changed his words. Well, you and Sith Junior brother, be careful. Even if there is no movement on Blazing Cliff, Fire Orb will fly up from time to time. You must be prepared for defense. If you don't have a defensive spiritual weapon. The words haven't finished yet. The taciturn third brother immediately took off his green coat and handed it to Ning Ruan. This is the Flowing Frost Vest. It can warm up, prevent fire, and protect against cold. It should be useful to my junior sister. Unexpectedly, the third brother is such a nice person. Ning Ruan smiled and thanked him, but did not take the robe. Don't worry, third brother, I have a defensive spiritual weapon. Oh. Third brother Chi Mo nodded, happily took back the robes and put them on himself. The Sith senior brother, who was completely ignored. When Ning Ruan and Yen and went to report to Chien Cliff. The disciple in charge of guarding was already waiting outside, looking at Ning Ruan with tears in his eyes. Senior sister, please take care. We are leaving now. Ning Ruan. Watching the three guarding disciples run away, as if they were escaping, Ning Ruan suddenly felt that the Chien Cliff might be even more dangerous than her senior brother had said. Fortunately, she has a lot of backup plans. Otherwise, I definitely won't come. Junior sister. A sudden voice sounded behind me. Ning Ruanji was so frightened that her hands trembled and she almost drew her sword. Ahem, Sith brother, why are you? Oh, right, we were punished together. Yen and I was wondering, the two from Broken Cloud Peak haven't arrived yet. Should we go in first? On the Chien Cliff, there are many caves carved out of the mountain wall. The conditions are poor. There was only a stone bed and a futon. Everything else is brought by yourself. However, there is usually a large sealed hole in the corner of the cave. As long as the seal is broken, underground fire will burst out of the big hole. It can be used to refine weapons and also to refine pills. The most important thing is that it is free to use. This is the only advantage of Blazing Cliff. Outside the cave, about 10 miles away, is the real fiery cliff. Under the cliff, the sea of fire was boiling. It is said that the entire base of the mountain was a sea of fire. Junior sister, we only need to take turns to go to the Blazing Cliff every 2 hours to take a look, and we can practice in the cave at other times. Yenin seemed to be extremely adaptable to the conditions of Fiery Cliff. In fact, as soon as she came in, Ning Ruan could already feel the heat coming towards her, even though the blue shirt she was wearing was also fireproof and waterproof. I understand. Ning Ruan nodded. Think about it. She quickly took out a bunch of milky white fruits from the storage space and handed them all to Yenin. Sith senior brother, this is the ice spirit fruit, which is naturally endowed with ice properties. Eating one will not be a problem for 2 or 3 days. Yenin. No. Why does his junior sister have everything? Yen and wanted to refuse. The junior sister was so generous that he felt a little at a loss as to what to do. But when he thought about the difficult 2 months ahead, he silently took the ice spirit fruit. Well, at worst I can help my junior sister more in the future. Ning Ruan didn't care about Yen En's thoughts. After sending the ice spirit fruit away, she suddenly remembered something and said quickly, Sith brother, if you are hungry, come find me. I have food. Yen En wanted to say that he was not a person who cared about food. But when the words came out of his mouth, they turned into a nod. Thank you very much, junior sister. Having said that. But Yenin felt that now that he had the ice spirit fruit, he would probably not leave the cave except when patrolling. The two people's caves were on the left and right sides, quite close to each other. After a few more words, the two of them returned to their caves.
At the same time,
the situation at Broken Cloud Peak is not good. Normally, punishments like this ordered by the sect leader himself should be accepted by the disciples on their own initiative. But when Enyang was supposed to receive the punishment, he was gone. Without sure Enyang, Liu didn't dare to go alone. Finally, because the two of them were late, the disciples from the law enforcement hall came. A dozen frighteningly indifferent disciples took Liu down without any courtesy. At the same time, the leading disciple bowed slightly to Elder Chen. "Elder, please hand over the other disciple who was punished." Elder Chen's face looked extremely grim. How could he have known that at this time such a thing could happen to their disciple from Suiyun Peak? Liu seemed to be frightened. He felt ashamed and terrified. He could only stiffen his neck and hold back his tears. But at that time, finally, a disciple came to report. "Elder, it still doesn't work." Elder Wang and Elder Li said that the formation that trapped senior brother Shi was quite strange. They were not good at formations and had never seen this kind of formation before, so they could not solve it. "If we destroy it by force, I am afraid that the trapped disciples inside will be hurt." Elder Chen was so aneous that he wanted to curse. "Then go find someone who can break the formation." On this side, the leading disciple of the law enforcement hall interrupted in a deep voice. "Elder Chen, I'm afraid it's no longer possible to find someone to break the formation now. Elder Tianyuan, who is the most proficient in formation in our sect, has been in seclusion for a long time. As for the others, it will take time to break the formation." However, the two disciples of Suiyun Peak had already delayed their punishment. If they did not report to Chien Cliff, the disciples would have a hard time explaining if anything happened there. For now, it would be best to find someone who can set up the formation. How could Elder Chen not understand the truth? But he could guess but that the person who set up the formation was definitely related to the people from Wyang Peak. The relationship just broke up. He's going to ask for help now. Then where can he put his old face? "Elder Chen, we are running out of time. Please find a way to rescue senior brother Shi. We will send senior sister Li to Blazing Cliff first." The disciple's emotionless voice slowly sounded again. Liu finally couldn't hold back her tears and cried out in a sobbing voice. "Elder Chen, please rescue second brother. I beg you." Elder Chen. He wants to save. But he also wants face. Liu was escorted all the way to Chien Cliff by the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Along the way, she, who had already become a celebrity in the Chitian sect, naturally could not avoid being pointed at and criticized. Finally made it to the Blazing Cliff. Before Li Yudu could even feel thankful, he was suddenly struck by the scorching heat and frowned. "Senior Sister Li, we won't send you in." The leading disciple's tone was not very good. Although he is only an inner disciple, but he is also a member of the law enforcement hall. And what the law enforcement hall hates most is disciples who try to delay the punishment time. Even before leaving, several disciples from the law enforcement hall deliberately raised their voices and said, "What a hassle. I have to go to Blazing Cliff later. It's going to be too hot even if I don't go in. Yes, we don't have any defensive vestments. My skin is burning red. Wyang Peak is very self-aware. We don't even need to do anything. They just come and report on their own. Brother, don't say that. This is Blazing Cliff. Who wouldn't be afraid? It's understandable that you're stalling for time, but there's no point in delaying. It's going to happen sooner or later." Liu felt embarrassed and angry. If it were in the past, she would definitely not be able to bear this. The dignified little princess of the Li family, the direct disciple of Suiyun Peak, everyone who sees her will flatter and coa her. This was the first time she was ridiculed like this.
But now,
with one blow after another, Liu no longer dares to be as reckless as before. He tightened his defensive vestments. Liu endured the discomfort of the hot breath touching his skin and gritted his teeth as he moved forward. She didn't stop until she saw a cave vaguely carved into the mountain wall. Staring at the cave in front of the right in disbelief. The strong aroma of barbecue almost hits you in the face, and the fragrance is everywhere. Just at this moment, the barrier of the cave was opened. "Follow closely." Li Yu then saw the person who had kept her in nightmares for days, walking out lazily. She was still wearing a blue shirt, carrying a black sword case. In his hand was half a roasted, greasy rabbit sprinkled with a lot of chili peppers. Li Yu is a person who cares deeply about food and drink. Her favorite is the rabbit meat roasted by her master. When I think of my master, Li Yu's eyes immediately turned red, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt.
Ningruan.
Her craftsmanship is indeed excellent. It makes people cry with greed. But she still doesn't like Li Yu. She won't give it to her. I watched Ningruan walk past me without even looking away. It was as if he didn't see her and just ignored her. Li Yu clenched his hands tightly, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ningruan, don't be so proud." Ningruan took out a thunder bomb with his backhand and looked over with a chuckle. "What?" Li Yu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Ningruan smiled brightly. "That's right, be good. If you talk too much, I'll blast you, Li Yu." Frightened, dazed, aggrieved, and even a little trembling. This is Blazing Cliff. If you use that, it might cause the Sea of Fire to move. I don't believe you dare. Threaten? Ningruan raised her eyes, and the thunder bomb in her hand instantly flew towards Li Yu's head. The latter was so frightened that he was stunned. Didn't even try to hide. Just as the thunder bomb was about to fall, a spiritual energy shield suddenly dropped from the sky. It just wrapped around the thunder bomb that was only half an inch away from Li Yu. "Darn girl, are you crazy? Do you know where this is? This is the Blazing Cliff. If this thing of yours explodes and really causes a sea of fire, you will be the first to die." A familiar and old voice neighed with anger came. Ningruan immediately heard it. "Isn't this the uncle who guards the library?" "Oh no, the big boss? It's you, senior. Have you finished drinking the magical fruit wine? I have some more here. Do you want some?" Ningruan tilted her head and asked seriously. "Old man. Knock, how can I scold you when you are like this? Don't change the subject, little girl. I'm telling you one last time, you must not blow this thing up at Blazing Cliff. Otherwise, you can't bear the responsibility. If I hadn't happened to be here today, do you know how much trouble you would have gotten into?" Ningruan was helpless, but in front of Li Yu, she didn't want to say that she was actually very confident that she could blow someone up without causing any unusual movement.
She didn't want to complain.
It would be better to make Li Yu think she is a little crazy so that he will be afraid of her, right? "Senior, she always threatens me. Once she threatens me, I can't control myself." Ningruan looked innocent. He even secretly took a bite of the rabbit leg. The old man's voice sounded angry and helpless. Finally, he shouted at Li Yu in a deep voice, "If you continue to cause trouble, the period of punishment at Blazing Cliff will be extended to 3 months. Then, he said to Ningruan fiercely, "If you dare to explode again, I will throw you into the Sea of Fire and let you explode to your heart's content."
Ningruan.
The old guy has no martial ethics. The sound finally stopped. Ningruan watched helplessly as her black ball was wrapped in the spiritual energy shield and floated towards the cave on the highest level of the mountain wall. Li Yu naturally saw it as well. It was for this reason that she believed that the person who had just spoken might really have the ability to attend her punishment. But even without this sentence, she didn't dare to provoke anymore. Ningruan is so scary. She had never seen such a person before. He could blow up without any reason.
He was simply a madman.
Pursing his lips stubbornly, Li Yu turned around and left without saying a word. He chose a cave far away from Ningruan and lived there. "It's finally quiet now," Ningruan sighed softly. She couldn't help but glance at the old man's cave. Was her thunder bomb stolen? Sure, Anyang was sent here early the next morning. The former proud child of heaven was escorted all the way here by the law enforcement hall. Even though he was given the face and respect of being one of the top 10 geniuses, he still felt extremely embarrassed. "I have lost all my face in this life in these few days." Especially when he thought about how Elder Chin, in order to save him, had gone to the Wyang Peak and flattered and said all kinds of nice things to the people he had always looked down upon. It even cost a lot. That's why the third disciple of Wyang Peak, who looked ordinary and never attracted attention, took action. Let him out. He was really angry and embarrassed. Second brother, you finally came out? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to let you get the mirror. It's all my fault. I hurt you. As soon as Shi Enyang reached the mountain wall, Liu threw himself into his arms. Add to that the fear of almost being bombed yesterday. Liu cried very sadly. Shi Enyang's anger was instantly extinguished by the tears of the person in his arms. He stroked Liu's head distressfully. Don't cry, little junior sister. Senior brother is here. Don't be sad. It's not your fault. I went to get the mirror on my own. I just didn't expect the people of Wang Peak to be so treacherous that they would actually set up an array near the photo mirror. He only found out after he came out. It turns out that there are formations near the 10 mirrors hanging in the Chitian sect. Near every mirror, there are disciples who have disappeared inexplicably. Brother, I'm glad you're okay. I am really worried about you. If anything happens to you, I will never be able to atone for my sin even if I die. Liu is still crying. The little face, burned by the blazing breath of the blazing cliff, turned slightly red. Shi Enyang felt very distressed when he saw this. He took out a jade bottle on the spot and applied the ointment on Liu's face with his own hands. This ointment is made from Biyuan grass. It will heal quickly after applying it. Thank you, senior brother. At this moment, Liu is really touched. On the first day at Blazing Cliff, her skin felt a little uncomfortable. Not fatal, but painful and uncomfortable. What frightened her even more was that her face turned red from being burned by the hot breath. Shi Enyang was very satisfied with the look of intimacy from his junior sister. Why are you being so polite to me, brother? It's all my fault that I didn't give you the ointment earlier, which is why you have to suffer so much. Speaking of, Shi Enyang suddenly thought of something. His face turned gloomy. We are sword cultivators, and we still feel the heat is too strong. That captive Ning Ruan is just a light spiritualist. I guess he must be in a very bad state now, right? Read novels to 44xw.
SOM Liu's Epression froze instantly.
Seeing this, Shi Enyang's hand, which was applying the ointment, suddenly stopped. Did she also bring Biyuan ointment? It's not easy to get the Biyuan grass. This kind of spiritual herb must be guarded by a companion monster. If he was not a sword cultivator, I'm afraid he might not be able to get the Biyuan grass. Liu's oppression became even uglier and more complicated. Second brothered she bullied you again? Shi Enyang was furious and was about to rush out with a sword in hand. For a moment, Liu didn't want to stop it. But when she thought of what the old man said yesterday and the crazy Ning Ruan's explosive personality, she quickly reached out and grabbed Shi Enyang. Second brother, forget it. There is a senior who happens to be at Blazing Cliff, and he said, if we cause trouble again, the punishment will be attended by 3 months. Be patient, brother. Ning Ruan will not have a good ending. Shi Enyang felt that he had no place to vent his anger. When would he ever need to endure it? But seeing the little sister about to cry, he finally softened his heart. Okay, we'll endure it. He is not afraid of having his punishment attended. But my junior sister has never suffered such hardship since she was a child, and I can't let her get hurt. 2 months. I don't believe Ning Ruan can hold on. Listening to Shi Enyang's words, Liu suddenly wanted to cry again. Will Ning Ruan really not be able to hold on? Why does she feel that she will be the one who can't hold on? Ning Ruan comes back from patrol. As soon as I reached the cliff, I saw 2 people hugging each other.
Ning Ruan. This is really hard to comment on. Bless them anyway.
He walked towards his own cave, as if no one was around. However, the 2 people who were hugging each other affectionately still saw Ning Ruan. Liu is fine. Shi Enyang almost subconsciously shouted in surprise. Your face, how come you're okay? It's not just the face that's fine. Even the epost hands were white and clean, looking very tender. Impossible, did you sneak out? Even if you are a light spirit master, without using healing magic, your face cannot remain unscathed. Ning Ruan tightened the sword case behind her and raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you care about me? Shi Enyang strode forward, his face gloomy. It is a serious crime for a punished disciple to go out without permission. If you didn't go out without permission, how could you not be burned at all? You talk so much. Just let it upload.
Ningruan pauset.
He glanced at the two of them with a dim gaze. The memory of yesterday instantly came back to her. Liyu's delicate body trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm so scared, but I'm so scared. I'm so scared." That senior said yesterday. If you upload again, then want to threaten me again?" Ningruan smiled and raised her eyes.
Li Yugoslavia.
How could you hear that as a threat? This is clearly a reminder. Madman. Ningruan, don't be so arrogant. Sure Anyang stood in front of Liu, his eyes filled with hatred. You are the one who went out without permission during the punishment period. As long as you were caught too hastily, so your brain is still in your Suiyin peak and you forgot to bring it out. Ningguan looked at him with an impression of idiot. She said there was a senior here. How could I go out without permission? You don't think that the senior is protecting me, do you? How pitiful, senior. You are sitting in the cave, and the pot falls from the sky. The old man who is seriously refining the allure suddenly felt his hands tremble, and he almost failed to control the fire. Take a deep breath. The old man roared outside. For all three of you, your punishment will be attended to 3 months. The smile on Ningruan's face gradually disappeared. Knock. 3 months. Just let it upload. Ningguan was originally very unhappy. But after seeing the two people on the opposite side who were even more unhappy, she suddenly felt happy again. Even outside his own cave, he casually took out a big iron pot. In front of Li Yu and the others, he set up the pot and put the ingredients in. Then he turned around and entered the cave. He quickly took a piece of wood burning on the ground fire, put it under the pot, and started cooking. Li Yu was stunned. Sure Anyang stared at the milky white fruit that Ningguan suddenly took out of his hand. As a man who is well versed in natural treasures, he immediately recognized the identity of the fruit. Ice spirit fruit. You actually have ice spirit fruit? Impossible. There are only 5 people in the entire Qingyun province who can produce ice spirit fruit. How could you possibly have it? The ice spirit fruit, which naturally contains ice properties, can only be produced in the frost state, and it is very rare. Those who can actually get this thing are all strong people from various states, or the major families in frost state. How could Ningguan have that? But the net moment. Ningguan immediately let the two people with different impressions see with their own eyes that she had more than just the ice spirit fruit. She has many ice spirit fruits, 1 in each hand, 1 bite at each side. There were 2 more in the pot. Anyang felt heartbroken whenever he watched it. He pointed at Ningguan and couldn't utter a word for a long time. TSK, it really quenches my thirst. 3 months passed quickly. The Blazing Cliff is also a good place. It's quiet, has unique scenery, and is convenient for cooking. Ningguan. Sure Anyang's eyes were about to burst out, as if he was about to attack at the net moment. Liu was startled and quickly grabbed the person. Second brother, don't be angry. She is just trying to make you angry. As long as you make a move, you will fall into her trap. By then, the seniors will definitely delay the time for us to be punished. The word, punished, instantly brought back Sure Anyang's sanity. He is not afraid of punishment. But I can't let my junior sister get involved anymore. Let's go. He uttered these 3 words with gritted teeth. Sure Anyang then took Liu's little hand and walked away quickly. Ningguan was eating the ice spirit fruit, watching the 2 people leaving in a hurry with interest, and a voice was heard in a neither loud nor soft voice. The Blazing Cliff is so nice. I really want to stay here for a few more months. Sure Anyang.
Li Yugoslavia.
You little witch, just shut up. It's already infuriating enough. If you provoke him again, I won't care if he really draws his sword. Inside the cave, the old man who was concentrating on refining the allure could no longer resist being distracted again, and shouted to Ningguan through voice transmission. Ningguan didn't even raise her head. She just whispered, "Senior, he was the one who provoked me first. If he draws his sword, I will blow him up, old man. There are explosions all day long. Are you a spirit of explosives? If you blow him up, I'll throw you into the sea of fire." Ningguan. It was rare that Ningguan didn't talk back. The old man still slowed down his tone. You little witch, I don't care how you fight outside, but you better keep a low profile in this blazing cliff, Ningguan. Isn't she humble enough? Then it's okay for me to cook something to eat, right? As she spoke, Ningguan lifted the lid of the iron pot. The fragrant chicken soup made with various fungi has a very strong aroma. Old man.
Take a deep breath.
Resisting the urge to throw someone into the sea of fire, the old man sent a message again and cursed out loud. Sure enough, he's the disciple of that captive Lu Yun, and he's also a little captive. I don't know who raised this spendthrift thing like you. With so many alchemy materials, you just cooked them directly?
And
do you know what kind of wood you're using for your fire? Ningguan stirred the pot, covered it again, and continued to simmer. Without raising his head, he said, It's Wangguang wood. You actually knew that. The old man's voice became noticeably higher. You still dare to use it to make fire? Didn't anyone tell you that if you add some of this into the refining process, it can improve the quality of the quenching? Ningguan tilted her head in confusion. But I don't know how to refine weapons. But it is really convenient for cooking. Especially when it comes to igniting the underground fire in the cave. Nothing else can withstand it except this one. Ningguan really thinks that this thing is born to be used for cooking. She has had fever so many times, but there is still no change. The old man was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. If this wasteful thing belonged to him, he would have beaten it to death. The Wangguang wood is originally used for refining equipment. Isn't it normal that it can withstand the earth fire? Speaking of this, the old man's attention suddenly turned to the big iron pot. Yes, this is underground fire. Ordinary wood and iron pots would be burned to ashes in an instant when they came into contact with it. But this big iron pot actually held up? Stinky girl, your pot is also a spiritual weapon? Ningguan nodded, without any intention of hiding anything. Yes, things cooked with spiritual weapons taste better. Old man. How can it not be delicious? But the question is, who would use such good materials to make a spiritual weapon into a pot? The old man has shut himself in. Suddenly, I didn't want to talk anymore. But the little girl below was still chattering. Senior, please don't send me any messages. I am only at the 3rd level of cultivation and cannot transmit sound. You are making me talk to myself, which makes me look a little stupid. Old man. You little captive, just throw him into the sea of fire. Ningguan ate and drank well at Chien Cliff and lived a leisurely and comfortable life. Apart from patrolling and practicing, all he does is eat. We also specialize in making food that has a fragrance that can spread from far away. The entire Chien Cliff seemed to have become a spiritual food garden. But happiness belongs only to one person. Old man. Sure Anyang.
Li Yugoslavia.
Someone who is completely ignored. And, at the same time, Shurhai, the 3rd disciple of Suiyun Peak, felt extremely uncomfortable. Ever since junior sister and 2nd senior brother were punished to go to the blazing cliff, he has been living a nightmare these days. First, the 3rd disciple of Wang Peak issued him a letter of challenge. Then he lost. As soon as he recovered from his injuries, the challenge letter from the 5 disciples of Wang Peak has arrived again. He lost again. Heal the injury again. The challenge letter from the 7 disciples of Wang Peak has come again.
He still lost.
3 losses in a row. Yui Yangfeng's personal disciple instantly became famous. And he is the stepping stone for others to become geniuses. But that's not all. Early this morning, he received another letter of challenge from the 3rd disciple of Wang Peak. Shurhai is really going crazy. Why did this group of people catch him and beat him? Especially the 3rd disciple of Wang Peak. He is so infuriating that he is almost dying of anger. He won, and that's it. Why would he say anything innocently? Did I win? I'm just a 1st level summoner, and I thought I would lose. Thank you for letting me. I won't give in. I won't give in. He wished that all the people in Wang Peak would die. After venting, Shurhai had no choice but to pretend to be sick. He will never be a stepping stone for others again. Invincible Peak. After receiving the news that Shurhai refused to accept the challenge, the 3rd disciple Chi Mo raised his lips slightly. I'm so lucky that he refused. If he really came, I might have lost this time. After all, I am just a low-level summoner of the first realm, Luoyu. Are you serious? A first-level summoner who beat a fourth-level swordsman? In fact, Chi Mo didn't even summon the spirit beast. Relying on the layer upon layer of defensive robes and the endless array of formations on his body, he was able to catch Sher Hai off guard. The people at Broken Cloud Peak knew that he could set up a formation. He even tricked Sher Anyang into it. But what they didn't know was that Chi Mo set up the formation at an incredibly fast speed. Big brother. Will it be me who issues the challenge again in a few days? Liang Iuiu scratched her head in embarrassment. Anyone who sees him will just think that he is an introverted and well-behaved child. But in fact, Liang Iuiu is not a spiritual master. He is the only physical cultivator in the entire Invincible Peak. That is, a warrior. A pair of fists that are extremely fierce. The most serious injury Sher Hai suffered came from him. Luoyu nodded, smiling gently. You go ahead. Seventh senior brother Yen Liang sneered while practicing. Sher Hai won't answer it.
He's not as stupid as Sher Anyang.
Sher Anyang had a bad temper and it was easy to provoke his anger. But Sher Hai has brains. Although not much. Luoyu has a mellow voice. It's his business whether to accept or not, and it's our business whether to leave or not. Yen Liang still looked down on people. That's true. TSK. Who doesn't have a little junior sister? But their little junior sister is a treasure. They are like flies, always pestering our little junior sister and looking for trouble. If you don't teach him a lesson, you really think there is no one in our Invincible Peak. Luoyu. Flies. Looking for trouble around junior sister. Luoyu no longer wanted to correct Yen Liang's words. Because you can never imagine what nasty words he will say next. Ningguan didn't know that her senior brothers were looking for trouble for her. At this moment, she drank the 10-ingredient tonic soup again. Aura rushes to the top. You can only practice seriously in the cave. A place like Blazing Cliff might not be of much benefit to spiritualists of other elements. But to fire spiritualists, the fire elements here are really powerful. As long as you can endure it, it's heaven. Ningguan used a formation to conceal the aura of his cultivation. But it's actually not very useful. Sher Anyang and Liu couldn't see anything. But it couldn't be hidden from the eyes of the big boss of the library. The first time I saw a large amount of fire elemental energy from the Qi and cliff heading straight for Ning Ruan's cave. The old man almost failed to control the fire again. The little captive actually awakened the fire element. With this cultivation speed, I'm afraid the elemental affinity is not low, ducked the light spiritualist. Aren't you afraid of dying of bloating after absorbing so much fire spiritual energy? You can curse as much as you want. The old man still had to distract himself and keep an eye on the situation below. The fire element of the blazing cliff is more violent than that of the outside world. If you are not careful, accidents can easily happen. 1 month later, just when Ning Ruan was setting the pot to cook soup, the old man suddenly sent a message. Stinky girl, my allure has been refined and I have to go back. If you have nothing to do, practice more. You are also lucky to have awakened the light element. The light element is gentle and can just balance the fire elemental aura of Blazing Cliff. Finished deplaning. The old man left quickly. There was no thought of showing up at all. Ning Ruan held the lightning, struck wooden bowl in her hand and opened her mouth, her voice so low that only she could hear it. But the problem is, I have awakened more than just the fire and light element. The light is indeed gentle. But the other systems are mutually reinforcing and counterproductive. If the fire element's spiritual power is abnormally strong and the others are too weak, something bad will happen. If not, how could she have only reached the third realm of cultivation now? The master of the library doesn't understand the hardships of a SI element spiritualist. Ningguan has decided that next she should practice her light healing technique. Then, the following days, Ning Lonely Nanny Soft's daily life becomes patrol, practice healing, look at Sher Anyang and Liu showing their love. When eating bingling fruit, Anyang and Liu will be in good health. Days like this. It lasted until one night. Ning Ruan's sense of smell has always been different from that of ordinary people. She was originally practicing in the cave when she suddenly smelled an extremely strong smell of blood, even though it was just a flash. But she just smelled it. But after casting out the spiritual consciousness, nothing was gained. Li just came back from patrol. Sure, Anyang went with her. He then carefully and thoughtfully escorted her out of the cave. I touched her blushing face with great distress. Junior sister, I'll go for you net time. Don't leave the cave. Liu bit her lip tightly and shook her head stubbornly. No, senior brother, this is what I should do. There is absolutely no reason for me to ask you to do it for me. Sure, Anyang felt even more distressed. You always think about others. Have you forgotten? I am a fire sword cultivator. The fire element is more abundant on Blazing Cliff, which is also good for me. Liu still shook his head, but Blazing Cliff is even more dangerous, and I don't want my brother to be in danger. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But although the ointment made from the Biyuan grass can cure the burns on your face, it still made you suffer. If we also have ice spirit fruit, every time I see Liu's little face burned red. Sure, Anyang couldn't help but think of the time when he set up a pot outside the cave to cook soup every day, and he was so arrogant, as if he wanted to kill Ningruan of the sky. He is obviously just the weakest light-type spiritualist, but because of the ice spirit fruit, he lives a more comfortable life than the two sword cultivators. He even saw it once. Ningruan's cave was fully equipped with pots, pans, beds, and stools. How can this be a punishment? It's clearly time to settle down and start a new life. Ice spirit fruit. Liu's eyes lit up slightly, but he soon lowered his eyes and clenched his fists. She won't give it to us. She hates me and must wish I were dead. Don't worry, junior sister. I will find a way. If anyone has to die, it's her who will die. Sure, Anyang's eyes were ruthless. According to the time, even if that senior is refining the allure, he should have finished it by now. As long as I am sure that the senior is gone. With Ning Ruan alone, we will have a chance. Even if it wasn't for the ice spirit fruit, he wanted to kill Ning Ruan. It's so cheap. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Liu didn't say anything else. The two of them almost acquiesced to this decision. After watching Sure Anyang leave and go to the cave next to him, Liu Tsai turned around and opened the restrictions on his cave. Then, before she could even enter, she felt her whole body being pulled over by a huge force. Who is it? Liu shouted in panic. He drew his sword subconsciously. But the next moment, the right hand holding the sword was severely restrained by a pair of cold big hands.
Shh.
Kitty, meowing is not good. A man's slightly hoarse voice came. Liu struggled in fear. The originally dark cave suddenly became bright. The man's delicate, pale, bloodless face came into Liu's eyes. Who are you? You are not our Qitian disciple. Kitty, your Qitian sect is not qualified to have me as a disciple. The man's entire body was pressed against Liu. The strong smell of blood almost filled the entire cave. Kitty, I never thought I would see you here again. Do you know me? For some reason, after meeting the man's deep eyes, Liu stopped struggling. It's these eyes. It made her feel strangely familiar. Just as Liu was waiting for the man to answer, the man's breathing became more and more disordered. Those deep eyes suddenly closed. The slender body collapsed to the ground weakly. Liu was shocked and leaned over quickly. But before she could do anything, she saw with her own eyes that the handsome man in front of her turned into a bird in a flash of light. The abdomen of the black bird was completely torn apart, and the blood almost stained most of its feathers. Liu widened his eyes. He quickly and quietly took the black bird into his arms. It's you. It's actually you. How could she forget this black bird? The purpose of their training was to save it, but it ended up attracting a powerful monster, and several of their fellow disciples were unfortunately swallowed by the monster. Later, the blackbird ran away, and she became a sinner. Many people blamed her, saying that she was the one who killed her fellow disciples. That period was the unhappiest time of her life. Of course, no matter how unhappy I am, it will never be as unhappy as it is now. After all, she had her master to protect and comfort her. Her senior brothers also protected her. Liu carefully carried the black bird to the stone bed. He also took out the healing medicine given by his senior brothers from the storage space. Treating the blackbird. When Ning Wan went out on patrol, a bit more serious than usual. As for her sense of smell, even the fathers in the village said that she looked like a baby monster. Not human at all. So the smell of blood that flashed by yesterday was definitely not misleading. Patrol completed. When Ning Wan sets the pot to cook soup, besides the usual magical chicken, the rest are all natural treasures for healing. Just smelling the fragrance makes people feel refreshed. When it is Anyang's turn to go out on patrol, Ning Wan was already holding the bowl, sipping the soup leisurely. While drinking, he talked to himself. It's really delicious. I accidentally lost half of my nail yesterday. Drinking this soup will definitely help me recover. Sure, Anyang. You are ducking sick. If you lose a nail, do you make a pot of healing soup? Sure, Anyang wanted to just walk over there. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would lose control and start to chop people. But when he saw the particularly eye-catching ice spirit fruit placed aside, he couldn't help but stop. He walked forward with a cold face. The tone is really harsh. How many ice spirit fruits do you have left? Slurp. Ning Wan drank a mouthful of soup and raised her head slowly. There are still many. But I won't give it to you. Sure, Anyang. Ning Wan, I can buy it. Sure, Anyang tried his best to control his anger and glared at him with gritted teeth.
Slurp.
Ning Wan took another sip of soup without even raising her head. I won't sell it. I don't lack spirit stones. Sure, Anyang's clenched fists were trembling slightly. Okay, Mr. Ning, you're very good. Oh? Thank you for the compliment, but I still won't sell you the ice spirit fruit. Ning Ruan's gaze finally shifted from the chicken soup in her hand. The delicate little face was slightly raised, and she smiled brightly but not ostentatiously. However, although I don't want to sell you the ice spirit fruit if you are injured, as a light spirit master, I can also give you a healing spell. Sure, Anyang finally couldn't help cursing out loud. In this blazing cliff, even if you die, I won't be hurt. Ning Wan raised an eyebrow. Then your little sister is injured. Swish. A flash of white light appeared before Ning Ruan's eyes. Sure, Anyang actually drew his sword directly. The tip of the sword, shining with a cold light, pointed directly at Ning Ruan. I warn you, if you dare to do anything bad to my junior sister, even if the seniors try to stop me, I will kill you, Ning Ruan. But it can really harm you. Threaten me? What I hate most is being threatened. She met Sure Anyang's gaze without any fear. Then, slurp. Another big sip of chicken soup. Sure Anyang resisted the urge to stab with his sword, turned around and strode away. Ning Wan held the bowl and fell into deep thought. It seems that the couple who showed off their love were not hurt. That bloody smell last night. What was that dirty thing? The next few days. Ning Wan makes tonic soup every day for healing. The rich fragrance filled almost half of the mountain wall. When he saw this, Anyang wanted to overturn her big iron pots several times. But he didn't dare. He was not sure whether the senior was really gone. This soup is really good today. After taking a sip, the whole person becomes sublime. Ning Wan talked to herself while drinking soup. The sound was still neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the two people on patrol to hear. Sure, Anyang. Sublimation. Why the heck don't you ascend to heaven? Restraining his anger, Sure Anyang sneered and raised his voice. Drink it. You won't be able to drink it when you die. Ning Wan held the bowl and tilted her head slightly. That's better than some people who can't even drink it while they're alive. Sure, Anyang.
Li Yugoslavia.
Brother, let's go. There's no need to argue with her about this. Different from Sure Anyang's anger. Liu seems like a different person these days. He is very low-key. Especially when she saw Ning Wan making healing soup every day, she felt inexplicably guilty. Watched the two of them leave. Ning Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze fixed on Liu. She seemed to already know where the dirty thing was. Patrol completed. Sure Anyang considerately sent Liu out of the cave. This time, he did not turn around and leave, but waited for Liu to open the restrictions on the cave. Second brother, is there anything else? Liu didn't move, just stood there and asked softly. Sure Anyang frowned slightly. He hadn't entered his junior sister's cave for several days, but he couldn't say such a thing openly. And Liu would never give him a chance to speak. Second brother, I have been in Blazing Cliff for a month and a half. I feel more and more uncomfortable. I can only feel better when I meditate and regulate my breathing in the cave, so, upon hearing this, Shi Enyang's dissatisfaction turned into heartache. Junior sister, next time you should not go on patrol, I will go for you. But Liu hesitated, but this time he did not refuse directly. It's okay. Second brother should have taken care of you. Shi Enyang smiled and touched Liu's head. Liu was quite moved and fell into his arms. Thank you, second senior brother. You are the best to me. After watching Shi Enyang return to his own cave, Liu just opened the restrictions of the cave. But as soon as he entered, he was pulled over by a great force. The man's warm and familiar embrace made her blush. But this time, she did not struggle, but just punched the other person's chest angrily. Yuanqi, let me go. Let you go? And then let your second brother hold you. The man's hoarse voice was full of obvious dissatisfaction. Little cat, you are so brave that you dare to let another man touch you. Believe it or not, I will kill him later. Yuanqi. Liu suddenly pushed the man away and glared at him with red eyes. How could you do this? Second senior brother is my senior brother. He treats me well. Why can't I hug him? When I say no, it means no. The man was dressed in a black robe, looking cold and domineering. Little cat, you are too naive. What's senior brother? Do you dare to say that he has no covetous heart for you? You are unreasonable. Liu's delicate body trembled slightly with anger. The man had a smile on his lips, but in his heart he had already silently decided the death date for a certain annoying man. But he didn't show it on his face and even soften his tone. Kitty isn't angry anymore. Just call him senior brother, I won't kill him. No way. All fellow disciples who get close to kittens should die. In this way, the innocent and kind little kitten will be his alone. As he spoke, he raised his hand and took Liu into his arms, stroking her smooth jade-like face. Little cat, I only have 2 ice spirit fruits left. But your fellow disciple. It seems that there are many of them. If they don't let me kill your brother, then killing her is fine, right? As far as I know, she often bullies kittens. It's just right to kill her, and all the ice spirit fruits will belong to the little kitty. Kill Ningguan? Liu's eyes suddenly lit up, but soon drooped again. If you kill her, you will be found out. And I always feel like she has discovered you. Ha. The man seemed to have heard some joke. His laughter was full of sarcasm. Do you know what you're talking about, kitty? Just because she is a 3rd-level light spiritualist, how could she discover me? Even if I am injured now and my cultivation has declined, she cannot sense it. Didn't even your second senior brother, who is a sword cultivator at the 1st stage of the 5th realm, fail to sense my presence? The words fell. The man chuckled and raised Liu's chin. Come to think of it, the kitten seems to hate her too? I don't know what she did to make even a kind person like Kitty hate her. Liu bit her lip tightly. Her eyes were red. She killed my mother, crippled my father, and brought disgrace upon my Li family. Even the punishment of entering Blazing Cliff this time was because of her. The man narrowed his cold eyes slightly, revealing his murderous intent. I see. That's darn right. Don't worry, little kitty. I will definitely avenge you once I get what I want. What do you want to take? Liu was happy that she could kill Ningguan, but the man's last words still made her alert. The man chuckled and touched her head. Don't worry, little kitty, I know you are kind, and I will try not to kill anyone. The things I want are at Blazing Cliff. Once I get them, I will leave and take the kitten with me. Outside Liu's cave, Ningguan walked by quietly. She heard nothing, but this trip made her extremely certain. There must be something dirty in Liu's cave. It's sneaky, and you can tell at first glance that it's not a good thing. As an upright and brave wet nurse, of course I have to report any problems to the organization. The first thing to do, when returning to the cave, Ningguan took out the paper crane that could transmit messages. Complain. Not long after, Ningguan heard the familiar voice of the master of the library in his mind. What on earth do you want to do, little girl? Do you know how serious this matter is when you reported unusual movements at Blazing Cliff for no reason? Is that something you can lie about? Ningguan raised her eyes, half leaned on the soft bed, and moved her lips slightly. Who said I lied? The old man couldn't help but emphasize his tone. You didn't lie? Then why didn't I sense the aura of other people, Ningguan? Because my nose is better than yours. But as for aura, Ningguan didn't sense any at all. Senior, you're nearby, right? The old man snorted unhappily. Read novels at 44W. Calm, you little witch. I'm not the only one around here. You'd better come up with some evidence otherwise. Oh, then I'm relieved. The evidence will be there soon. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Ningguan turned over and got out of bed, and picked up the black sword bow leaning against the bed with one hand. He strode out of the cave. Old man. The elders who were squatting in the dark and observing the situation at Blazing Cliff. Ningguan held the sword case. Walked directly to the outside of Li Yu's cave.
Then,
holding up the sword case in his hand, he smashed it towards the restriction in the cave. In the darkness, everyone looked stunned. The ban was broken without any surprise. Everyone. Yuan and Li Yu were hugging each other tightly.
How to say it?
The picture at this moment. Probably, inside the cave, Yuan was holding Li Yu tightly in his arms, looking at Ningguan who suddenly appeared in front of him with great surprise. Outside the cave, Ningguan held the sword bow and stared at the two curiously, as if she was watching a play. She even took out a spiritual fruit and chewed it. The elders in the dark stared in disbelief at the man in the cave whose aura was obscured. The next moment, Li Yu suddenly screamed, pushed the man away, and looked at Ningguan angrily. What are you doing? Ningguan raised her eyebrows and was about to speak. Then the man looked at her coldly, as if she were an ant, and slapped her casually. Ningguan. A sneak attack is unethical. Ningguan did not dodge, but instead held the black sword bow upright in front of him. Just blocked the man's attack. For the first time, Yuan Yi's cold eyes showed surprise. Without waiting for him to make a second move, Ningguan shouted, Senior, I have found the evidence. Why don't you take action, old man? You are not looking for evidence. You're clearly hitting the enemy directly in the face. Shock is shock. Read novels with 44W.com. The old man's moves were extremely fast. As soon as Ningguan called out, Senior, Yuan Yi's face suddenly changed. It turned into black light and flew straight towards the sea of fire. But soon, the old man's sword came rushing over. Even from a distance, Ningguan could hear the other person's painful groan. What followed was a scene of black light falling into a sea of fire. Crack! Ningguan chewed the spiritual fruit in her mouth. Looking up at the figures flying towards the sea of fire in midair, there are indeed quite a few people coming, but if the dirty stuff falls into the sea of fire, can it be fished out? Ningguan watched the show with great interest. On the side, Li Yu, whose face had already turned pale, looked at her angrily. Ningguan, were you the one who informed the sect? Ningguan turned around, glanced at her, and placed his elbow lazily on the upright sword case. It's me. The sect is my home. It all depends on you and me. Now that some dirty stuff has sneaked into the sect, it is naturally my responsibility to report it.
Oh.
Do you live with dirty things all the time like you do? Junior sister, Shi Enyang's voice suddenly came.
Soon.
He rushed into the cave with an amious look on his face and hugged Li Yu. You scare me to death. I thought something happened to you. Speaking of, when he raised his eyes, he saw Ningguan, who was looking playful. Why are you in Junior sister's cave? Ningguan clicked her tongue twice. But I'm not the only one here. There's also a dirty guy here. I should have lived with your junior sister for quite a while. How come you didn't know? Li Yu's already pale face turned even paler. She tightly grasped Shi Enyang's sleeve and said in a trembling voice, Second brother, it's not like that. The explanation is not yet finished. The entire ground and the entire mountain wall suddenly began to shake. The three of them raised their heads at the same time, looking towards the blazing cliff. Above the sea of fire, gurgling magma turned into a raging fire wave that rushed straight into the sky. Almost the entire sky above the Chitian sect was dyed red in an instant. Shi Enyang's oppression suddenly changed, and he didn't bother to investigate any further. He quickly pulled Li Yu and said urgently, "Oh no, the sea of fire is moving, let's go, Ningruan." "No way." The sea of fire that has remained unchanged for 100 years really suddenly moved? Is that dirty thing the reincarnation of Neza? It's such a big thing. Why are you still making trouble in the sea? In the blink of an eye, Shi Enyang and Li Yu had rushed out of the mountain wall. And in mid-air, countless huge fire orb fell. Shi Enyang and Li Yu were smashed down without any surprise. Ningguan hurriedly put the sword case on his back. He calmly took out the big iron pot that he usually used to cook chicken soup. Hold the pot above your head with both hands. His eyes were filled with interest on the two people in front of him who were hit by the fireball and fell into the deep pit, their lives unknown. How miserable. It's quite miserable, the moment when a clear and cold voice suddenly sounded. Ningguan turned around suddenly and looked at Yen, and who suddenly appeared behind her with a dull face. "Sith brother, it's me, junior sister, but now is not the time for us to talk." Yen had a complicated expression, especially when looking at the big iron pot. The corners of his lips, on his usually cold face, twitched uncontrollably. Ningguan reacted belatedly. The iron pot grew several times larger in an instant. "Sith brother, come in quickly. We can't escape now. The entire Chitian sect is raining fire orb, and you're dead before we even get back to the Invincible Peak." Yenan. Why was he the one who made the mistake? Shouldn't we be together? Yen's oppression was complicated. "Are you sure you can handle this pot?" Ningguan raised an eyebrow and reached out to pat the big iron pot. "This is a magical tool of mine. It's super powerful. It's no problem to withstand a little ground fire." Yenan. You are lying. Where in the world can such a magical weapon come from? Yenan resisted, but at the same time, he hid under the big iron pot. The two of them carried the pitch black iron pot together. The fireball falling from above disappeared without a trace as soon as it hit the iron pot. Yen Anji took a deep breath when he saw this. "Junior sister, can your pot absorb the earth's fire?" "I said it was a divine weapon." Yen N. The corners of his lips couldn't help but twitch again. "If I'm not mistaken, were you using this to cook something before? Don't talk about artifacts. Even if it is a spiritual weapon, if you use it to make chicken soup, that would be a waste of money. What's the point of using a pot if you don't cook anything?" Yenin. You are right, I am speechless. But the problem is, who would make a defensive spiritual weapon into the shape of a pot, and a big black pot at that? After Li Yu and Shi Enyang escaped from the deep pit, they saw the scene of two people holding the big black pot and being fearless of the fireball. "Brother, hurry up, her pot can prevent underground fire." Li Yu was in a very embarrassing state and was held in Shi Enyang's arms. The two of them stumbled towards the side. But just as he reached Ningruan, a thunder bomb hit him head-on. "What do you want to do? Are you planning to hide in here again?" Shi Enyang was seriously injured. When the fireball fell, most of the damage fell on him. After finally dodging the thunder bomb while holding Li Yu, he met the gaze of the cold man beside Ningruan. Shi Enyang could no longer be so strong and could only threaten in a subtle way. "We are all from the same sect. Do you want to watch someone die without helping?" "Yes, I just want to see you die. If you take another step forward, I will blow you to death. Anyway, the sea of fire has already moved, so it doesn't matter whether it explodes or not." Puff, Shi Enyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ningruan and Yenin both took a few steps back. No way, you're not going to touch me again, are you?" "I said I won't save you, and I won't save you even if you kneel down and call me daddy." You. Shi Enyang hugged Li Yu and wanted to say something harsh. Another big fireball fell from the sky. He could only hurriedly hug Li Yu and hide away. Ningguan watched the two people hiding here and there with interest. He even freed up one hand, took out 2 ice spirit fruits, and handed one to Yenin. "Sith brother, here you go. Watching a play without eating the melon is half the fun." Yen. His junior sister. She is so capable of making people angry to death. Ningguan had not finished eating the ice spirit fruit in her hand. Then, a second wave of fire rose above the sea of fire ahead. The fire wave has not yet taken off. It was pressed down by something. Immediately afterwards, Ningguan saw the boss of the library chasing after a black shadow. And that black shadow was naturally the dirty thing that jumped into the sea of fire. That's amazing. He didn't die even after falling into the sea of fire, Ningguan said sincerely, but what is he chasing? Yan An's expression was very stunned, and his cold voice changed a little. Strange fire. He is chasing after the strange fire. Strange fire? Ningguan remembered belatedly. It seems that the senior brother also said that. There are several kinds of strange fire hidden under the sea of fire of the blazing cliff. Sith brother. Is this strange fire? Flying towards us. Ningguan suddenly raised her eyes. No way. I'm just eating a melon and I'm going to be affected? Two people carrying iron pots. He started running as fast as he could. As for Shi Enyang and Liu, they were knocked unconscious again by the fire orb falling from the sky. The strange fire is extremely fast. Just a moment. Below the mountain wall, wherever the strange fire passed, a purple flame would ignite in an instant. The net moment. The shadow finally caught up. The huge palm that almost covered half of the sky instantly imprisoned the purple strange fire. Inhaled into the body. Ha ha ha, I finally got the purple thunder fire. Yuan, the purple thunder fire belongs to my Chitian sect, don't even think about taking it away. The voice of the library boss was filled with anger. Old man, there is nothing I cannot get if I want it. If I am not injured, even if it is your life, I will take it too. The extremely domineering words were replayed above the blazing cliff. Ningguan and Yan were still running away. It seemed that he was about to run out of the range of the fighting between the bosses. Ningguan suddenly felt a chill down her spine. The domineering voice behind me seemed to be getting closer. It's you? You ruined my business and dared to upset the little kitty. I will send you off today. Ningguan? Do you want to take a look at what you are saying? Those melodramatic boss lines? Little kitty? I'm still a bit brain. Just provoke me. Come and bite me, you idiot. The moment they felt the terrifying murderous intent behind them, Ningguan and Yan were forced to stop. They're locked. Junior sister, I'll hold you back. Why are you delaying? Sith brother, be careful. Ningguan pushed Yan away. Lift the large iron pot with one hand. Before the big palm of the black shadow behind him could cover him, she just threw the flying pot at him. Yuan never thought that an ant would dare to attack him. He sneered at the flying iron pot. He raised his hand and easily blocked it. Ants are ants, just wait for death, yet they dared to try to rebel. The word, resistance, had not yet been uttered. Yuan Yi's face changed suddenly. The purple lightning fire that had just been absorbed into his body and was still raging and had not yet been refined, it was actually sucked away by the iron pot. Yuan Yi. It only takes this moment. The boss of the library and a group of elders also caught up. Yuan Yi no longer had that calm and domineering oppression. He grabbed the iron pot with his backhand and turned to run away. Just when he was about to run out of the blazing cliff, the iron pot in his hand suddenly shrank. Fly away with a whoosh. He turned back suddenly. Then he saw a girl in a green shirt carrying a sword case in the distance who had already caught the iron pot and said 2 words to him. Stupid. Yuan Yi's anger instantly accumulated in his chest. But the group of Chitian sect elders who were chasing him closely would not give him any chance. After watching a group of people chase out, the leader of the library has returned. Little girl, let me use your iron pot that can absorb strange fire. What do you mean by absorbing strange fire? Ningguan blinked blankly. Senior, aren't you going to chase that dirty thing? The old man glared at him unhappily. Why are you chasing him? He has already been seriously injured, and now the unusual movement in the sea of fire is more troublesome than him. Then why didn't you kill him just now? What are you, a little girl? No? The sea of fire is already moving abnormally. If we really start a fight here, will the Chitian sect still be able to survive? When this was mentioned, the old man was filled with anger. Isn't that thing so arrogant just because they don't dare to start a war at Blazing Cliff? If they were really outside, he would have killed the other person with one sword. But in the end, I was looked down upon by a yellow-haired girl. You little witch, others may not have seen it, but I saw it clearly. The purple lightning fire of our Red Sky sect was sucked away by your iron pot. Ning Wan held the cauldron, looking serious. I didn't let it suck it. It sucked it on its own. As she said this, she threw the iron pot to the old man. If you can figure it out, then do it. I can't figure it out anyway. She has never spit out anything she has sucked into this pot. The old man was so angry that he waved his hand at Ning Wan and Yen and sent them directly out of the Chien cliff. Then he glanced at Shi Enyang and Li Yu, who were already unconscious below. Wave again. It's really unfair. Which family raised this little girl? Why is she so precious all over? He vented his indignation. The old man then enlarged the iron pot and threw it directly into the sky. The sea of fire moved strangely after 100 years. It didn't take long for it to stabilize. It was almost not long since Ning Wan and Yen returned to Invincible Peak. There were no more fire orb falling from the sky. Junior sister, are you saying that the person who stole the strange fire is related to Li Yu from Broken Cloud Peak? Luo Yu tried his best to suppress his weird and complicated oppression and asked in a gentle voice. Probably. Ning Wan spread his hands. Anyway, it's true that the two people hugged each other. The Chaoyang masses never lie. Luo Yu. Anyway, junior sister has made amends this time. Maybe the remaining 1.5 months of punishment can be waived. I don't care. Blazing Cliff is pretty good. There is food and drink and you can watch plays every day. She is now beginning to secretly wonder, if Li Yu is not in the same situation, who will she be with in the end? Is it the hot, tempered, and impulsive second brother? Still the domineering and dirty guy who calls everyone a kitten? Luo Yu.
Can't understand.
But show respect. 2 full days later. The impact of the unusual movement in the Sea of Fire at Fiery Cliff has been basically mitigated. Only then did Ning Wan receive the call from the main peak. Tianshu Peak. Ouyang Jian, the eldest disciple of the Qitian sect and the head of all the disciples, looked at Ning Wan with a smile and admiration in his eyes. Everyone already knows that junior sister Ning discovered Beast King Yuanyi and reported it to the sect immediately. The sect leader has ordered that junior sister Ning be exempted from all remaining punishments at Chien Cliff. Junior sister did a great job this time. If junior sister hadn't notified us in time, the fire wouldn't have been quelled so quickly. Beast King? Yuan Yi is not a human. No way. If that's the case, how can Li Yu choose dirty things? She really likes to read melodramatic and domineering stories. Ouyang Jian. Is there something wrong with junior sister Ning's focus? There is still more than a month left before the punishment is waived. Why is there no response at all? Yuan Yi is a demon beast, but we don't know equally what kind of beast it is, and very few people have seen its true form. All we know is that he suddenly appeared in Qingyan province. Although he was injured, he was still very strong, so he was called the Beast King, Ning Wan.
Good job.
He is really not a human being. So he was caught. According to the laws of novel development, this kind of character is generally hard to grasp, right? Ouyang Jian shook his head in disappointment. He ran away, but he was also seriously injured. An elder has already chased him, and he should be caught soon. Ning Wan. Really? The flag has been raised, so it is obvious that he cannot be caught. Oh, I hope I catch him. After a pause, Ning Wan couldn't help but ask, where's Li Yu from Broken Cloud Peak? He shouldn't have been killed by the fireball, right? Li Yu. Ouyang Jian pondered and said, she should still be recovering. Junior sister Li and junior brother Shi were seriously injured this time. Besides, junior sister Li seems to have something to do with this matter. When she wakes up, I should go and reply to her. It's more than just a relationship. The relationship is probably quite deep. Ningruan noted. Just when Ouyang Jian thought she was about to leave, the girl's clear voice sounded again. What about my pot? When will you return it to me? Pot. Ouyang Jian was a little unresponsive. What pot? Ning Wan. Tianshu Peak. Main hall. After watching Ning Wan leave, Ouyang Jianfeng came back to report. Master, junior sister Ning has already left, but before she left she asked about her. The word pot has not yet been apported. He saw the sect leader holding a palm-sized iron pot and studying it carefully. Net to the sect leader was his master, the master of Tianshu Peak. And the great elder of Tianshu Peak, who is in charge of the law enforcement hall there, is also the great grandmaster uncle in the library who likes to keep a low profile. The four big guys were all staring at the small black pot. Ouyang Jian. Could this be the pot that junior sister Ning mentioned? What did that little girl ask you for? The old man in the library asked without even raising his head. Ouyang Jian nodded quickly. I asked, junior sister Ning asked, when can I return the pot to her? What the heck? The old man yelled angrily. I don't believe she doesn't know that this pot can absorb strange fire. The little girl is quite petty. But the person who hates this girl the most must be that captive Yuan. After much difficulty infiltrating, he entered the sea of fire and obtained this strange fire. As a result, the strange fire was snatched away by a pot. If he were Yuan, he would be so angry that he would die on the spot. Given this little girl's vindictive nature, I'm afraid it's really as uncle, Master said. She knew about it, so she did this on purpose to disgust Yuan. The master of Tianshu Peak showed a complicated and strange oppression. Yuan is disgusting, but what about the strange fire? The old man stared, looking too lazy to care about it. Anyway, I can't get it out. The great elder looked stern. Let's not talk about the material of this pot. The refining method is extraordinary. No one in Qingyan province has such ability. If you don't know the situation of this pot, you naturally can't take out the strange fire. Master Shen also felt a headache. That little girl has too many treasures on her body. But no matter how we investigate, it seems that she has no other purpose in joining the Qitian sect. The place I go to most is Lingxiyuan. Ouyang Jian. He seemed to have heard a lot of remarkable news. Strange fire. Was it junior sister Ning's fault? The head of Tianshu Peak stared at the iron pot and sighed. So, what should we do now? We can't get the purple lightning fire out, and that disciple named Ning Ruan is asking for her pot back. What else can we do? I don't want that little girl to say that we are a bunch of old fools who are shameless enough to steal her things. The old man rolled his eyes and laughed in anger. But the purple thunder fire. The great elder of Tianshu Peak frowned slightly. Can you take out the purple thunder fire? The old man asked back. Tianshu Peak great elder. If he had the ability to take it out, he wouldn't have spent 2 days studying it without any results. The old man said, since you can't get it out, what's the point of saying that? Just return the pot to her. It would be a good thing if she has the ability to get it out. If she can't get it out, at least the strange fire hasn't leaked out and is in the hands of our Qitian sect's direct disciples. Sect Master Shen held his forehead helplessly and said, Uncle Master, you have already made up your mind to give this strange fire to that girl, right? I even accompanied them for 2 days pretending to study. The old man stared. I am going to give it to her. Is there a problem, Master Shen? No problem. Anyway, it was taught by me personally. It doesn't matter who you give it to. Ouyang Jian, the first disciple. It's better not to let him know about things like this. Ning Wan didn't expect that her pot would be returned so quickly. I knew I could just ask for it and come back. She should have asked for it yesterday. This pot shouldn't be taken away again, right? Ning Wan held her beloved little black pot and couldn't help but ask Ouyang Jian. Read the article to 44W.
No.
This is the order from my great grandmaster, who said to return the pot to you. It's more than just the pot that needs to be returned. And there is also the strange fire of their Qitian sect. Ouyang Jian felt inexplicably sad. Master Uncle, he is the person who borrowed junior sister Ning's iron pot.
Oh.
So, he is the boss of the library? He is actually my great-uncle? It turns out that the law that big guys come out of the library in novels is true. After delivering the pot, Ouyang Jian left in a hurry. Ning Wan rode the Chiyu kite to the Fian Peak Challenge platform. Today is the day when her senior brother Wang Qi challenges Shihai, the third disciple of Suiyun Peak. Challenge stage. Shihai's face was dark, and the anger in his eyes was surging wildly. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Yan Liang, you guys from Wying Peak are going too far. Invincible Peak, not Wying Peak. Yan Liang still had that arrogant oppression, and you are too weak, Shihai. Since we already know he is weak, why do we take turns challenging him? Can't we find someone else to do the harm? Don't be so arrogant. With a roar, Even the third disciple of Suiyun Peak, who is known to be the most gentle as jade, could not help but swing his sword at this moment. Anyway, I have lost all my face. Even if you can't win, it's good to inflict some damage on the opponent. Ning Wan mingled in the audience. All I could hear were the disciples' discussions. How long do you think Senior Brother Shi can last this time? If it was Senior Brother Yan who took action, it should take about an incense stick of time, right? Almost the same. Among the Invincible Peak, Senior Brother Yan took the longest time to fight Senior Brother Shi. It's too tragic. Senior Brother Shi is almost becoming the standard for measuring the strength of the senior brothers at Invincible Peak. If I were Brother Shi, I would definitely not accept the challenge this time. I can't just not fight for my whole life. I heard that Senior Brother Yan only started 4 years ago, much later than Senior Brother Shi. In terms of cultivation, the difference is not too big. It is easy to reject other people's challenge letters, but it is unacceptable to reject Senior Brother Yan again and again. Oh, I never expected that before. Woody Peak never showed up, but now that they have shown up, they have beaten the disciple of Shattered Cloud Peak so badly that he has no chance to fight back. That's not the case. The eldest disciple of Broken Cloud Peak is still in seclusion. If he comes out, I'm afraid the disciples of Invincible Peak will also suffer. That's not necessarily true. Hasn't the senior disciple of Woody Peak made a move yet? Listening to the discussions around, Ning Wan was actually surprised. That is to say, since when did all the disciples start calling it Invincible Peak? After a stick of incense, Shi Hai was indeed knocked to the ground, seriously injured, and unable to get up. Yan Liang glanced at him with contempt and said, "Not even a single blow can withstand such a blow." Puff! Shi Hai was so angry that he spit out a large mouthful of blood and then fell into coma. Senior Brother Yan won 1 stick of incense. It really is 1 stick of incense. Winning is certain, okay? This isn't the first time I've beaten Senior Brother Shi. After the competition, Ning Wan turned around and ran away. It's okay to watch a play. But she didn't want to be alone with her 7th senior brother. Otherwise, she was afraid that the next person to faint from anger might be herself. But luck is just that bad. As soon as he sat on Qiyu Yuan's body, Yan Liang flew up under the gaze of everyone. "Junior sister, why are you running? Are you sad because you saw me win and remembered that you are just a light spiritualist?" Ning Wan. Why does he have a mouth? Just let it explode. I don't. You say one thing and mean another. Yan Liang raised his head proudly, clasping his hands in front of his chest. It's normal for you to be sad. After all, you have such an excellent senior brother like me. But don't worry, I won't despise you for being weak. Little junior sister, no matter how weak you are, you should practice hard just like senior brother. As long as you can't die from practicing, you should practice until you die. Ning Wan. 7th senior brother. You were injured in the competition just now, right? Do you need me to treat you? Yan Liang was stunned and stopped repeatedly. No, there is no need. Shi Hai is not qualified to hurt me, but there's blood on your arm. What blood? As a cultivator, how can I care about such a minor injury? Oh, right, I have to go back to practice. Junior sister, please take your time to come back, Ning Wan. Is it necessary to run so fast? Her healing skills don't always do the opposite. After returning to the Invincible Peak, Ning Wan casually handed the iron pot to Luo Yu. The latter's hands trembled and he almost lost his grip. Junior sister, what are you doing? Ning Wan turned back in confusion. Big brother, aren't you curious about whether it can absorb strange fire? Luo Yu. He is curious. But is it really okay to just throw such a treasure to him for research? Not to mention the value of the iron pot itself. There is also strange fire here. Junior sister, Daida, you should take it back. Otherwise, he was really worried that he would have some bad thoughts. But Ning Wan had an impression of nonchalance. No, I'm not going to make soup for the time being. When I want to make soup, you can return it to me, senior brother. As for the strange fire, she didn't think that the senior brother could produce it. Luo Yu. Make soup? Do you want to look at what you are talking about? Take a deep breath. Luo Yu is still prepared to return the iron pot. Junior sister, the matter of the strange fire is of great importance. Except for a few people in the sect, everyone still believes that the purple lightning fire is in Yuani's body. If people outside knew that your pot had absorbed the purple lightning fire, you would become the target of public criticism. Luo Yu became more and more helpless as he spoke. Actually, you shouldn't have told us about this in the first place. Who would have thought that junior sister was so generous? She even dared to tell them that the strange fire was absorbed by her iron pot. Oh, it doesn't matter. The pot is what she uses to cook. Whoever steals it will be killed. There is no room for compromise on matters of principle. Luo Yu. Seeing that Ning Ruan was about to run away, he quickly called out to her. Oh, junior sister, I have something to tell you. I just received news that the entrance test for your new disciples may be about to begin. You need to prepare. Ning Ruan stopped in confusion and asked, what is the entrance trial? Why isn't it written in the sect rules? Luo Yu couldn't help but laugh. The entry trial is also a rule that was added later. In essence, it is another reasonable rule to reward the contribution points of new disciples. As long as the team can get into the top 30, there will be rewards, etc. Team, junior sister, you really don't know? Oh, yes, we are not many people in Woody Peak, and there are no other disciples to discuss this matter. Luo Yu reacted belatedly. It's all about ensuring fairness as much as possible. After all, a light-type spiritualist has no natural offensive power, and if he were to face off against a sword cultivator, he would have no chance of winning at all. Therefore, the entry trial is usually conducted in teams of 4, with light spiritualists responsible for healing, warriors responsible for main attacks, and other elemental spiritualists responsible for long-range attacks. Of course, how to form a team is up to you, and the sect will not interfere. Ning Ruan. It's strange that he knows how to have fun. Then is it okay for me not to participate? Then you won't get any contribution points. Ning Ruan, but I don't lack spiritual stones. Contribution points are also used to buy things within the sect. Will she be unable to afford anything?
Obviously impossible.
But she is kind and soft. Luo Yu sighed. Junior sister, this is a must. Without waiting for Ning Ruan to ask again, he added directly. This team must also be formed, Ning Ruan. Whoever made the rules, destroy them. Luo Yu was still talking leisurely. In fact, the entrance test in previous years usually took place 4 months after the new disciples entered the sect. But this time, perhaps because of the unusual movement in the Sea of Fire at Blazing Cliff, the trial was suddenly brought forward. I just don't know which secret realm the sect will choose for the trial this time.
Ning Ruan.
I don't want to go to any of them. Li Yu didn't want to go either. She would rather participate in the upcoming sect trial than go to Blazing Cliff to be punished. She really didn't want to go to that darn place again. Senior sisterly, your injury has healed greatly, so you have to go even if you delay a little longer. Not only you, senior brother Sure, but also the 3 senior brothers from Broken Cloud Peak who were injured and did not report to Blazing Cliff must go together. The disciples of the law enforcement hall looked impatient. In addition, Senior Sister Li will be fined for an additional year for concealing the truth and deducting all her contribution points. I didn't hide anything. Liu bit her lip tightly, as if she had endured a great humiliation. I was also threatened by Yuan Yi. I was worried that the Sea of Fire would move because of him, so I didn't dare to act rashly. I could only look for the right opportunity. The leading female disciple of the law enforcement hall could not help but frown, and her tone was not very good. Yuan Yi has been here for so long, and you haven't found the right opportunity yet? Who would believe that? Or maybe you are just too afraid of death to report it. Or, the female disciple sneered, you know Yuan Yi, and you deliberately help him. Liu seemed to have his secrets uphost, and was at a loss. You are talking nonsense. How could I know Yuan Yi? You're just afraid of death. What's more, this is the punishment given to you by the elders. What's the point of you telling me? The female disciple felt that junior sister Shuyanfeng was simply sick. At first she tried to persuade him in a nice way, but the other person just cried. As soon as she started crying, the disciples of Suiyin Peak around her tried their best to comfort her. The task that could have been completed quickly has been delayed until now. That's enough. Sher Unyang looked at his junior sister with great distress, then stared coldly at the disciples of the law enforcement hall. You are just inner disciples. Even if you are from the law enforcement hall, you are not qualified to treat the direct disciples in this way. No matter what my junior sister is like, you cannot slander her. Female disciple. Why didn't she realize before that the brothers and sisters from Suiyun Peak had their heads stuck in the door? Who wants this attitude? Senior brother sure is right. So can you brothers go to Blazing Cliff with senior sister Li? It was 3 days later that Ning Wan found out that Li Yu had entered Chien Cliff for the second time. It is said that the incident was quite serious. Shi Enyang got angry for his junior sister and seriously injured a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Later, it was 2 direct disciples who worked in the law enforcement hall who took action and successfully sent several people from Suiyun Peak to Chien Cliff. Of course, Shi Enyang was punished further for the crime of harming his fellow disciples and refusing to accept the punishment. This trend. He looks just like the loyal male second. It seems like he has little chance of winning. After knowing this, Ning Wan murmured to herself while eating the rabbit roasted by her 4th senior brother. What loyal dog? What chance of winning? Didn't Shi Enyang enter the Blazing Cliff? Can he still challenge the betters? Pei Jingyu, who was grilling attentively, couldn't help but look up and asked another question. Ning Wan looked up at the sky, bewildered. 4th senior brother, you don't understand. She is trying to please CP. This immersive feeling of watching a TV series is something that cannot be described to others. 4th senior brother. He shouldn't have opened his mouth. Junior sister, I heard that the date of your trial has been basically set. It will be in 7 days, probably. I didn't want to go anyway. Have you found your teammates yet? I didn't find it. I didn't want to go anyway. Pei Jingyu. He wasn't so passive back then, was he? Junior sister, you should be ready. If your teammates are not good enough, they will be held back. Ning Wan. I should have known earlier that joining a sect would be so troublesome. She shouldn't have come. After eating the rabbit legs, Ning Wan happily paid Pei Jingyu for the barbecue. Within 2 days, even Luo Yu came to the door to discuss forming a team. Serious advice. Junior sister, the trial time is almost up, you have to form a team. After a pause, he continued, I've already analyzed it for you. Among this batch of beginners, you are the one with the highest cultivation, a 3rd-level spiritual master of the light system. There is also Zhou Ai, a disciple of Tongming Peak and a 3rd-level ice swordsman. Lu Chuan, a disciple of Lingshou Peak, is a 3rd-level water summoner. Except for you, the other 2 have already formed a team, but they have reserved a place for you. Ning Wan. Save a seat for me? Luo Yu laughed. Although the light spiritualist has no combat power, every team wants to recruit him just by virtue of his healing skills. Especially since my junior sister is a 3rd-level spiritual master. Ning Wan. I can be a wet nurse openly now, but I can't be happy at all. I even felt like crying. Zhou Ai and Lu Chuan are both the most popular candidates for the first place in this trial. Which one do you want to join, little junior sister? Ning Wan. If I join, can I still get first place? She is a poisonous milk. Luo Yu was stunned. Obviously. It was only at this time that he remembered his junior sister's extremely advanced, reverse healing technique.
Pause.
He tried to say, in fact, there are several other good teams, and their leaders are all disciples who have been directly taught by me this time. There are a few who are not directly taught by me, but their abilities are also very good, so they can be considered as junior sisters. Many teams are interested in recruiting junior sisters. Ning Wan. Can I form my own team? Form your own group? Now, Luo Yu's oppression froze, but as the trial approaches, anyone with the ability has already formed their own team or been recruited into other teams. For someone like me who has cultivation but has not yet joined the team, I am afraid you are the only one left. In fact, throughout history, entry trials have rarely been led by light spiritualists. The light system only assists teammates. So everyone is willing to compete to recruit. But when it comes to accepting the light system as the leader, I guess no one would be willing. Unless the realm gap is really too big. Then recruit those who have no strength. I don't mind. Ning Wan said it with confidence. Luo Yu.
Soon.
News came from the Invincible Peak. As the only 3rd realm light realm disciple who had not formed a team, she was ready to lead the team herself. There are only 2 requirements for joining the team. Can cook.
Talk less.
Strength doesn't matter. The elemental attributes of awakening don't matter. No way, senior sister Ning is joking, right? Or does she not want to take first place at all? Who knows? But it's good that senior sister Ning doesn't join other teams. At least no one in our team has this third level light spiritualist. I don't know what senior sister Ning is thinking. I heard that senior brother Lu and senior sister Zhou both reserved a place for her. I didn't expect that senior sister Ning would choose to form her own team. Senior sister Ning is only a light spiritualist. Will anyone join her team? Why not? Senior sister Ning didn't ask for any strength, and there are many who were not able to join the team because of their lack of strength. That's true. Ning Ruan's choice to lead the team soon became the most controversial topic before the trial. But the next day after the message was sent, 2 people came from Woody Peak. Zhou Ai is a 3rd level ice swordsman, and the Legend of Lu, who is a 3rd level water summoner. Zhou Ai looks young, about 15 or 16 years old. He has a cold face and an aloof temperament. Ning Ruan, join my team. I will lead you to win first place. Ning Ruan was gnawing on a rabbit leg at that time and blinked blankly. She really didn't expect that these 2 people would come to her in person to recruit her. But, can you cook? Ning Ruan asked solemnly. Zhou Ai's cold little face froze. Immediately, he frowned and stared at the spicy, looking rabbit leg covered with red oil in Ning Ruan's hand. We cultivators should not be obsessed with food and drink. As long as it is beneficial to cultivation, does it matter what we eat? Ning Ruan. It's quite important. It's so unpalatable. How can I eat it? The other side. The slightly older Lu Chuan, who looked calm and gentle, also spoke slowly. Junior sister Ning, my team will stay for you for 1 more day. If you still don't come after that day, I might recruit someone else. Ning Ruan said, oh, and said very seriously, then recruit them. I have decided to lead the team myself. With a light spirit master leading the team, do you really not want to take first place? Zhou, I looked at her coldly. Ning Ruan nodded. Yes, I don't want to take it. Zhou Ai. Lu Chuan. Knowing that Zhou Ai and Lu Chuan had both returned empty-handed, the teams finally gave up on the unyielding Ning Ruan. Except for a few teams that might still want to fight for this 3rd level light spiritualist. Most have already started scrambling to recruit others. According to the rules, as long as the name has not been reported, even if you form a team, you can separate again. As for Ning Ruan, the day before the trial was about to begin. Finally, she waited for her future teammates who wanted to join her team. My name is Tang Shan.
I'm an outer sect disciple.
I just became a 1st level fire summoner a few days ago. My elemental affinity is 60. I passed the 200th step of the 1,000-layer ladder. The shy and pretty girl lowered her head slightly and spoke in a low voice about her situation. Generally speaking, as long as it is fire-related, no matter it is a psychic or a summoner, they are all sought after by various teams. But Tang Shan is clearly an exception. She had just broken through to become a 1st level spiritual master. As for elemental affinity, the entry requirement is above sighty. The entry requirements for the 1,000-layer ladder are 150 steps for the light system and 200 for the other systems. This is all just scratching the surface. Can you cook? The girl obviously fits the description of being quiet. Ning Ruan is more concerned about the issue of food. Tang Shan nodded quickly. Yes, I used to cook a lot at home. After joining the sect, he was also assigned to the Lingshire garden. As long as senior sister likes it, I can be responsible for cooking. That being said, but there are quite a few disciples who want to join the team today, even though they are all outer disciples. But people like her are at the bottom among the outer disciples. There is still not much hope of being selected today. Oh, then this is an outer disciple who works in Lingshire garden. What a treasure. The moment when a clear voice sounded above my head. Tang Shan looked up in disbelief, eyes wide open. Senior sister, are you saying I can join the team? Ning Ruan asked back. Don't you know how to cook? Tang Shan. She can cook. But this is a trial. Is it true that it's not the actual ability that counts, but the cooking skills? Ning Ruan raised her eyes and continued to ask the 20 or so disciples standing in front of her. Is there anyone else working in Lingshire Garden? Or is there anyone else who can cook delicious meals? In the end, Ningguan still selected her 3 good teammates. Except for Tang Shan, who has just broken through to the first level as a beginner fire summoner. There are 2 more teenagers. Han Zhe, a person in the first realm of physical cultivation. Yu Mu, a mid-level water spiritualist of the first realm, with an elemental affinity of Saidi, 9 and 200 in Saidi, 1 steps above the 1,000-step ladder. Compared with Tang Shan, he is much stronger. But what surprised Ningguan the most? It's still the one called Han Zhe. He is just a physical cultivator. That is, a warrior. Warriors cannot absorb elemental energy. It can only absorb the basic spiritual energy in the air, without any elements. And these spiritual energies are not stored in the dantian like those of spiritual masters and sword summoners. Instead, he used spiritual energy to strengthen his body and open up the meridians in his body that were naturally blocked. Then widen it so that the spiritual energy can flow smoothly throughout the body. Han Zhe's cultivation level is not high, just 1 state. But he had climbed 480 steps of the 1,000-step ladder. According to the rules of the Qitian sect, 500 floors directly enter the inner door. It is conceivable that even among the outer sect, Han Zhe should be a genius. But no one wanted to team up with him. Junior sister, I have finally found out that Han Zhe is quite famous in the outer sect. After spending 5 medium-grade spirit stones, 4th senior brother Jingyu quickly brought the answer. Han Zhe is not an ordinary person. He is from the Han family. Junior sister Han knows this, right, Ningguan? Why should I know? If she hadn't been so keen after reading online articles for many years, she wouldn't have cared about Han Zhe's situation. Jingyu covered his face, feeling helpless. Han, Li, Jiang, and Yang are the 4 major families of the Dian dynasty, and Han is a descendant of the Han family. But for some reason, he did not grow up in the Han family in Shengjing, but lived in Pingzhou, the Han family's hometown, for 17 years and was only brought back a few days ago. In fact, judging from the fact that he was able to pass more than 400 steps of the 1,000-layer ladder, his talent is quite good. Maybe it's because he didn't practice since he was young, so his current cultivation level is only the 1st level. When he was in the outer sect, he seemed to be suppressed quite a lot, and no one wanted him in this team. Ningguan. Isn't this another template for the protagonist of a cool novel? Quite interesting. Since leaving the village, Ningguan discovered for the first time that there are such interesting things in this world. The people who suppressed him are also from the Han family, right? How do you know? Jingyu was surprised. Ningguan. Guessed. No way. Is there any need to guess? Isn't this the pattern used in all novels? The next morning, the new disciples gathered at a large vacant square halfway up Tianshu Peak. Mid-air. It is a gate of light filled with spiritual energy.
And below,
standing there were the leader of the Qitian sect and a dozen elders who often appeared. The person who was speaking at this moment was the great elder of Tianshu Peak, a middle-aged man who also served as the head of the law enforcement hall. His face was serious and his tone was cold. The location for this trial is Songyun's secret realm. What you need to do is to collect the natural treasures in the secret realm and exchange them for contribution points to the sect. The team with the highest contribution value will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points, which can be distributed among you. In addition, each person will also receive a high-quality yellow-grade spiritual weapon. The team with the second highest contribution value will be rewarded with a contribution value of 3,000, 1 high-grade yellow spiritual weapon and 3 mid-grade spiritual weapons. You can distribute them among yourselves. The team with the third highest contribution value in the team, after explaining the rewards for the top 30, the Great Elder added in a cold voice. Finally, for all teams after the 30th place, you can distribute 10% of your contribution points as you wish. Last word. All the disciples could not hide their excitement. Even the 3 quiet teammates behind Ningguan showed surprise. Finished talking. Then the leader of the Qitian sect, who had a cold face at the front, waved his long sleeves. Countless orb of light fell. Ningguan blinked, and a jade talisman was quietly placed in her palm. Sect Master Shen looked down expressionlessly and said, This is a protective jade talisman, specially made for trials. With the jade talisman, when you come under a life-threatening attack, you will be automatically ejected from the secret realm. If you lose the jade talisman, sect leader Shin did not say anything else. But everyone understood. If the jade talisman is lost, you might even lose your life. After Sect Master Shin, the head of Tianshu Peak spoke kindly. Alright, each team better hold on to their teammates, otherwise if they get separated after teleporting in, they'll just be out of luck. Ning Ruan. How come the teleportation is so bad that even intelligent people can't do it? The complaints haven't come out yet. Ning Ruan's sleeves were tightly grasped by 3 hands. Follow closely. All the disciples felt a darkness before their eyes. Ning Ruan's first reaction after opening his eyes was to curse. On top of the foggy mountain, the place to stand is only 2 meters in radius.
The sleeve was still tightly grasped.
Ning Ruan pulled it back with all her strength. You can wake up now, we have arrived. Ah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, senior sister Ning. The introverted and timid Tang Shan was the first to react. Han Zhe and Yumu also opened their eyes. But the next moment, Tang Shan's terrified scream was heard. How did we get teleported to a place like this? Ning Ruan smoothed her wrinkled sleeves, slowly stood up, stood on the top of the mountain, lowered her head, and looked down. Who knows? Maybe the teleporting elder is blind. Problem. It's definitely targeted. Yumu's face turned pale, and he looked down tremblingly. Ning. Senior sister Ning, this mountain is so high that I can't even see down. It's more than just high. There is less than 2 meters of space to stand. Yumu felt that if he lay down, his toes might be epossed outside the cliff. Han's face was tense. As a physical cultivator, the cold wind on the top of the mountain had little effect on him. But here's the thing. Senior sister Ning, do you have a way to get down? I can't stay here forever. Then they might become the biggest laughingstock of this trial.
Ning Ruan.
Read novels 44xw. I'm just a wet nurse. What can I do? Just let it upload. Destroy it. Little girl Tang Shan was about to cry but couldn't. She could only look depressed and at a loss. Even for sword cultivators, one must reach the 3rd realm before being able to fly with a sword. Ordinary spiritual masters can only fly after reaching the 4th realm. There's no way we can get down there. At the same time, Tianshu Peak. The leader of Tianshu Peak, who had just sent all the disciples into the secret realm, couldn't help but smile meaningfully. But soon, his own clan leader's cold voice echoed in his mind. What did you do to that girl? Ahem. The head of Tianshu Peak, who had done something bad and was caught on the spot, pretended to be calm and sent a message. Don't worry, Sect Master, I know my limits. Didn't that girl refuse to admit that she was a swordsman even if she was beaten to death? I deliberately sent her to the top of Chantian Peak. With her cultivation level of the 3rd realm, she definitely couldn't fly down. Unless she is willing to epos the fact that she is a sword cultivator. If you still don't want to epos this, then stay on the top of the mountain and enjoy the breeze. Sect Master Shun's lips twitched slightly, and he silently transmitted, Aren't you afraid that she is really just a light spiritualist? Impossible. My uncle, Master, will not really give our purple lightning fire to a light spiritual master. If Ning Ruan is not a sword cultivator, I will let her take the position of Peak Master. The tone of the Tianshu Peak Master was particularly firm. Master Shin. Let's not talk about whether he is a sword cultivator or not. He knows that girl. Can you force her to reveal her identity as a swordsman with just this little trick? That's bullshit. When will the observation mirror be able to connect to the images in the secret realm? Sect leader Shin stopped transmitting his message and instead asked in a deep voice to the great elder of Tianshu Peak, who had a serious expression on his face. The latter immediately responded, It will be soon. Half a quarter of an hour at most. Sect leader Shin. Well, let's play the footage from the top of Chantian Peak first. The great elder? The top of Chantian Peak? How could a disciple be so unlucky as to be teleported to that place? But soon. Wait for the moment when the image appears in the observation mirror. The great elder was stunned. Even the other elders nearby had strange expressions on their faces. There is someone at Cantillon Peak. The luck of these 4 disciples is 2.
2.
Outrageous. Wait. Why does the one in the middle carrying the sword case look like the girl from Woody Peak? Around the square, the former disciples who came to eat melons even laughed out loud. No way, senior sister Ning's luck is incredible, that's right. Originally, some people were betting on how high her team would rank, but I'm afraid they'll be at the bottom. Not only are they at the bottom, but if they can't get down from Cantillon Peak, they won't even get a single contribution point. But it's really hilarious that they were teleported to the top of Songtian Peak. Senior Sister Ning is a 3rd-level light spiritualist, and she is dragging 3 disciples who are at the bottom of the strength. They can't even go down the mountain. Wait, Senior Sister Ning seems to have taken out something. Ha ha ha, it's a bed. Senior Sister Ning actually took out a bed. Did she really give up and plan to take a nap on Cantillon Peak? Weird and complicated expressions appeared on the faces of all the disciples. Even at the top of Cantillon Peak, Tang Shan and the other 2 were no exception. Senior Sister Ning that you are. Tang Shan really wanted to cry. Is Senior Sister Lian Ning ready to give up? Ning Wan jumped onto the bed with a gloomy face and an indifferent expression. You guys aren't coming up yet? Han Zhe and Yu Mu. Tang Shan blushed. Senior Sister Ning, no need, I can just squat. It's not necessary to sleep on this bed. Ning Wan continued with a cold expression. If you don't come up, how can we get down? The 3 confused people. Knock. It's so embarrassing. If she didn't have 3 burdens around her, she would never take out this darn flying spiritual weapon. Apart from her 5th father, what decent person would make a flying spiritual weapon into a bed? Ning Wan was so embarrassed that she wanted to deduct the 3-bedroom and 1-living room apartment. It was the 3 people who were a burden. I quickly accepted this flying bed. He even lay on the edge of the bed, looking down curiously. Tang Shan, Senior Sister Ning, the speed of this bed is even faster than Qiyu Yuan. Yu Mu, not only is it fast, it's also very stable. It is really good news for someone like him who is naturally afraid of heights. That's awesome. Yu Mu could not hide his excitement. If I have enough materials in the future, I will definitely find a weapon refiner to make a bed for me. With it, you don't have to be afraid of heights anymore. This feels so safe.
Ningruan.
Where did these crouching dragon and Feeny come from? Why would a good boy have such thoughts? Won't he be embarrassed? The only normal one is Han Zhe. He is worthy of being a character whose life appearance is comparable to that of the protagonist of an online novel. Even at this moment, he was still very calm. I finally made it to the ground. Ning Wan quickly made up the bed. She also threw out the big iron pot that Luo Yu had returned to her before she left from the storage space. You guys cook, I'm hungry. Actually, I'm not hungry, but I have to calm down. Tang Shan opened her mouth in shock. Senior Sister Ning, do you even prepared the pot? Trial with pot? Han Zhe was also stunned for a moment. Then he started to put the pot on the stove. All 3 of them know how to cook. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been the only 3 chosen. What would you like to eat, Senior Sister Ning? I can go look for it nearby. After setting up the pot, Han Zhe asked in a deep voice. Looking for it? No need then. Ning Wan happily took out another cleaned spiritual chicken, with various side dishes. Just eat this, can you do it? She wouldn't anyway. It's okay to make a soup. It's impossible to make any tricks.
Hansha. Pause.
He still nodded. No problem, just cooking. As a descendant of the Han family, he used to cook for himself, to support his mother and himself. Tang Shan also reacted belatedly. Summon your own spirit beast on the spot. Hanging head in shame. Senior Sister Ning, I am a fire summoner. The one I signed a contract with is the Fire Cloud Beast, which can control fire. Yu Mu also came to his senses soon after, unwilling to be left behind. Senior Sister Ning, I am a water spiritualist. If you need water, I can provide it. Looking into the observation mirror. The picture was not very clear, but it would not affect the viewing appearance. Sect leader Shin was silent for a long time. Then he glared at the dazed master of Tianshu Peak and sent a cold voice. Aren't you sure you can force her to fly the sword? The head of Tianshu Peak wanted to cry but had no tears, and he did not dare to let the elders beside him see anything. I could only send a message back silently. Sect Master.
This.
Who would have thought that this girl actually has a flying spiritual weapon? Sect Leader Shin. Hasn't she brought out enough goodies? The head of Tianshu Peak. Sorry. He underestimated the wealth of his disciples. On the square, the former disciples who were watching the show were still immersed in the shock brought by a certain bed. Now all the attention is attracted to a certain pot. Haha, I can't take it anymore. I am dying of laughter. Is senior sister Ning going there for the trial or for fun? Not only did she bring a bed, she even brought a pot. Bringing a pot is nothing, she even brought the ingredients and seasonings. My impression right now is similar to that of the 3 disciples who cooked, but senior sister Ning, has she really given up on the trial? Yes, a light-type spiritualist with 3 outer disciples of the first realm has no chance of winning at all. But even if there's no chance of winning, you shouldn't be so bad, right? But the braised chicken cooked by the outer disciple in black clothes looks really delicious. In a corner of the square, the young man with a sinister face stared coldly at Hanze in the picture and sneered disdainfully. Trash is trash. Looking for a light spirit master to team up with is a sign of self-degradation. Behind the young man, someone whispered in agreement. Mr. Han is right, but apart from Yui Yongfeng, the light element disciple, I guess no one would team up with a loser like Hanze. The young man seemed to be in a very good mood and sneered. So, what if we form a team? With my Sith brother here, I won't let him have an easy time in the secret realm. Hanzi, it would be best if he died in the secret realm, otherwise, sooner or later I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. You are just a piece of trash, and you still dare to fight me? Ning Ruan, who was unaware that she was watching the live broadcast outside, was gnawing on the chicken leg with great joy. Fragrant. So fragrant. Compared to this, her cooking skills are so sloppy. At Ning Ruan's request, Tang Shan and the other 2 also ate together. The 3 people were still feeling lost because they did not go looking for the treasures. After taking the first bite of chicken, his eyes widened instantly. Yu Mu acclaimed in disbelief. Such pure spiritual power, it only needs simple refining to be completely absorbed. What kind of spiritual chicken could have such rich and pure spiritual energy? Hanze, the chef, was also quite surprised. While cooking, he already felt the extraordinary nature of the ingredients.
No.
Not just ingredients. This pot is also extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary he was, he never expected that eating a bite of chicken would have such a great effect. After just one bite, the 3 of them looked at each other and put down their chopsticks at the same time. An impression that looks like wanting to eat but not daring to eat.
Ning Ruan.
Are Crouching Dragon and Feeny acting crazy again? You don't want to eat. Tang Shan swallowed and shook her head with difficulty. Senior Sister Ning, I'm sorry. We didn't know the spiritual energy of this dish would be so pure. If they knew, they would never dare to eat it. Ning Wan pointed at the chicken and mushrooms in the pot. What is this? Tang Shan replied blankly. It's spiritual chicken, Ning Ruan. Isn't chicken meant for people to eat? Do you want me to feed you? 3 people. Final. The 4 of them finished off the whole pot of chicken. If Ning Wan hadn't collected it quickly, she even felt that the little girl Tang Shan might want to lick her pot. Finished the meal. Except for Ning Wan, who was doing nothing but eating fruit after dinner. The other 3 were refining the spiritual power they had just absorbed into their bodies. A long time. Hanze stood up first. He bowed to Ning Ruan with gratitude. Thank you, Senior Sister Ning. Ning Ruan. What are you thanking me for? Han was filled with gratitude. I know that Senior Sister Ning wanted to help us, so she gave us such precious things to eat. Senior Sister, Hanze will never forget your kindness.
Ning Ruan.
Why does he have so many dramas? Just let it upload. The trial lasted 7 days and SI nights. This means that you have to stay in the secret realm for a long time. Ning Ruan and the other 3 did not intend to stay where they were, although she is not interested in contribution value. But what if you come across something delicious while walking around? Then we met another team. At this time, they had been in the secret realm for more than 4 hours.
Before meeting another team,
the protective jade talisman on Ning Ruan's waist was flashing brightly. Not long after that, the two teams met.
Ningruan.
She should have thought of it earlier. The sect had no good intentions in distributing the protective jade talismans. He said it was to protect his disciples. But in fact, or is it to allow each team to sense each other? Then they would fight to grab each other's treasures. Senior Sister Ning, please take the initiative to hand over all your gains so that we don't have to take action. Really? The moment I saw Ning Ruan and the other three, the other team, which was originally in a bit of a mess, suddenly became excited. Ning Ruan stood in front and spread his hands. Gain? No gain. The boy who was obviously the captain of the other team looked unconvinced. How could there be no gain? We have been in the secret realm for so long, we should have gained something at least. Ning Ruan, we can't be unlucky. If we say there is no gain, then there is no gain. If you say that again, I'll upload. The young man looked at the storage bag hanging around Ning Ruan's waist. This was also prepared by the sect, specifically for storing the harvest from the secret realm. Senior Sister Ning, since you are unwilling to hand it over, don't blame us for being rude. As soon as the boy finished threatening, two black orbs came towards us. Boom. An explosion followed.
And ahead.
Suddenly, a huge deep pit appeared. Ning Ruan slowly walked forward, stood at the edge of the pit, and carefully looked at the four people who were seriously injured at the bottom of the pit. Yumu, go down and get the natural treasures they collected. Yumu had a dazed look on his face. Ning Ruan asked someone else to instruct. Hanze, go down and get it. The boy, who was usually calm and taciturn, reacted quickly. He jumped into the deep pit and took the storage bag from the captain's waist and gave it to Ning Ruan. Mr. Han, how dare you steal our things? From the deep pit came the angry voice of a young man.
Ningruan.
Threaten her teammates? I stole the things, so I stole them. Why are you talking so much? Ning Ruan said this expressionlessly. Another thunderbomb hit him with his backhand. Boom! As the explosion sounded again. This time, of the 4 injured people in the pit, 3 were blown away on the spot. It was ejected just like that? Interesting. Ning Ruan stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The only captain left was trembling with fear and could no longer be arrogant. Nink. Senior Sister Ning, you can just take those things. I don't want them anymore. Can you please let me go? I won't. Another thunderbomb fell. Silver Light Heavenly Lotus. Yinfenghua. Golden Black Bee Honey. Peiyuan Grass. I really didn't expect that in just a few hours they have already harvested such a rich harvest. Yumu was helping to count the harvest. Order and marvel at the same time. The team just now only had 2 inner disciples and 2 outer disciples, but they were able to get so many good things? Hanze said in a deep voice. They were all robbed. There are traces of fighting with fellow disciples on their bodies. Obviously, the fellow student was defeated. I just don't know if the protective jade talisman was activated and was directly ejected. But this is only the first day. Are they going to start snatching right away? Tang Shan's face was pale, as if she had not yet recovered from the incident of almost being robbed. It's because the strength of each team is uneven. It's always easier to rob someone from the same sect than to steal something from the monster's territory. Yumu understood this matter very well. If it weren't for Senior Sister Ning having the black ball, I'm afraid their team would also be a fat sheep. The kind that will be robbed sooner or later. Hanze. Ning Ruan suddenly called out, I want to eat barbecue with honey sauce. Hanze? This honey juice shouldn't be what he thought it was, right? But soon, Ning Ruan took out a large piece of meat, but he didn't know what type of meat it was. The spiritual energy is rich and compelling. The next moment, she pointed to the storage bag in Yumu's hand and said, use this golden bee honey. Hanze was stunned. His calm oppression cracked a little. Senior Sister Ning. Golden mysterious bee honey can be exchanged for sect contribution points. Ning Ruan tilted her head. Is it forbidden to eat according to the rules? Hanze shook his head. No, Ning Ruan. Then eat it, Hanze. Although there is no rule that you can't eat it. But how can the effect of eating natural treasures directly be easier to absorb than taking Alirs? In comparison, isn't contribution value more attractive? After a pause, he asked from the heart. So, Senior Sister, do you want to add chili? Ning Ruan nodded heavily. Add. both chili and honey, Tianshu Peak. On the square. When the observation mirror had already scanned the secret realm, it returned to Ningruan. What you see is a scene of 4 people looking very happy, each holding a piece of barbecue and eating it with great relish. The barbecue is grilled until golden and oily. The surface is also sprinkled with chili powder. You can tell at first glance that the taste is excellent. Sect Master Shin. The elders present. The head of Tianshu Peak snorted coldly. I finally understand. This little girl didn't even want to compete for a rank. No wonder she wanted to form her own team. He had originally hoped that someone would reveal his identity as a swordsman during the trial. It was a blockbuster success. But what is the result? Every time she appears in the screen, she is eating all kinds of food. I'm afraid we haven't gained anything yet. The observation scene quickly turned away. Sect Master Shin looked at a female elder. When will those disciples who were eliminated and are still unconscious wake up? The female elder responded. With Ziyu and the others helping, they should wake up soon. Sect leader Shin said, and stopped talking. Ningguan felt that she was probably really unlucky. Finished eating the honey barbecue. We haven't gone far yet. Then we met another team. And this team. What's very coincidental is that it was an old acquaintance of Hanze. Hanze, what a coincidence. Why are you pretending not to know me? The young man in the lead looked like an old hermaphrodite. Seeing Han, there was no response. He became more and more proud and glanced at Ningguan. Senior sister Ning, staying with this loser for so long must be difficult for you, right? Ningguan ignored him. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and looked at Hanze. Your enemy, Hanze's face was as gloomy as water, and he nodded. I'm sorry, senior sister. I'll take care of it. Ningguan. Oh. 3 thunder bombs were thrown out very abruptly.
Boom, a familiar explosión. A familiar pit.
And the screams and wails of pain coming from the bottom of the pit. Han's eyes widened in shock. Tang Shan and Yumu also stood there in a daze. Ningguan walked to the edge of the pit and took out another thunderbomb with his backhand. The young man who was so arrogant just now is now in a state of disgrace and misery. Sister Ning, wait a minute. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't think it's a misunderstanding.
You want to starve me to death.
You deserve to be killed. Hanze is the best cook among them. Bullying Hanze might affect his mood. This results in her not being able to control the heat when cooking, so how can she eat? The young man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and cried without tears. Senior Sister Ning, what do you mean by starving you to death? Where did you get that from? He doesn't think much of light spiritualists. But if the other party is a direct disciple, he would never be stupid enough to make an enemy. Throw your storage bag up. Ningguan was too lazy to complain. Pointing at the storage bag on the young man's waist, he spoke in a serious voice. Senior Sister Ning, do you want to rob it directly? The young man's face became increasingly ugly. Ningguan said confidently, yes, it was delivered to her door, so why not grab it? Senior Sister Ning, if you let us go this time, I won't cause any trouble for Hanze, and will stay away from you. You don't want to give me the storage bag. So much nonsense, I just don't want to give it to her. Youth. Their team had worked so hard to get this. Who would want to give it up? Senior Sister Ning, you may not know that my eldest brother is a disciple of Tianshu Peak. What does it have to do with me? Ningguan just felt that the other party was too nagging. The thunderbomb in his hand smashed down in the face. Boom. The 2 disciples in the pit were swept away by the ball of light and disappeared instantly. Only the young man and another seriously injured disciple were left staring at Ningguan with great reluctance. Huh? Still quite durable. Ningguan touched his chin with interest and suddenly said to Hanze beside him, You, go down and beat him. Hanze looked up suddenly. Ningguan, you don't dare? No. Hanze suddenly clenched his fists. Thank you, senior sister, for giving me this opportunity. The words fell. He jumped into the pit without hesitation. The young man was not given any chance to circulate his spiritual power. He raised his hand and punched him right in the face. Hanze, you dare to hit me, just wait, I won't let you go. The young man's threats were soon interrupted by cries of pain. Hanze did not use his spiritual power. It's purely a fist, to flesh fighting style. It won't endanger your life for the time being. Read the article on 44W. Even wanting to leave the secret realm has become a lure. Even if you kill me after we get out, I won't lose anything. Hanze kicked the young man's lower body hard. Revenge? If he doesn't hit anyone today, will the other party let him go? If not, why not give him a good beating? After that kick, the young man's eyes were about to burst out, his whole body was bent, and he covered his lower body and cried out in pain. Aside, the young man's injured companion was stunned. The look he gave Hanze was full of fear. Senior Sister Ning, please blow me up. Please. Blow me up now. As if he thought of something. His companions hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging Ning Ruan frantically.
Ning Ruan.
If you tell me to blow up, I will. Do you still want to save your nanny's face?
Below.
Hanze seemed to have finally vented enough. Looking at the young man under his feet who was covered in blood but not fatally injured, he could only wailing. He raised his foot and stepped on the other person. Han Jian, I said, sooner or later, I will take revenge. The young man raised his eyelids with difficulty, his eyes full of resentment. I will kill you, I'll kill you. Okay, I'll wait for you to kill me. Hanze sneered and stepped on the young man's lower body again. Ruthless force, Ning Ruan.
Good job.
What a huge grudge this is. That thing, I'm afraid it will be trampled into a puddle of mud, and it won't be reparable, right? A ball of light finally appeared on the young man's body. The whole person disappeared on the spot. Only an ownerless storage bag was left on the ground. Hanze bent down to pick it up, then looked at his young companion who was shivering beside him. The latter kowtowed madly. Hanze, I only targeted you because of Master Han's orders. I was wrong. I beg you to give me a quick death. Hanze slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, a punch was thrown. This punch, which was filled with spiritual power, was an immediate fatal blow. The young man's companion felt relieved and took the punch without any resistance, then disappeared on the spot. Only then did Hanze jump into the deep pit. He silently put his bloody fist behind his back, his head lowered slightly. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Ning. He didn't want to cause trouble for anyone.
But today
is his best chance for revenge. He really couldn't help it. Without waiting for Ning Ruan to speak, he then said to himself, the man just now is called Han Jian. He is my second uncle. He is also the sixth son of the head of the Han family. 3 years ago, he and his 2 brothers brought people to Pingzhou to train. Han subconsciously tensed his body, his eyes full of hatred. That beast, along with his 3rd brother, bullied my mother's maid. Cui Jie clearly already has someone she loves, and they're going to get married in 3 days. But because of Han Jian and the others, Sister Cui committed suicide, and my good brother who grew up with me was beaten to death in order to avenge Sister Cui. I came so close to avenging them. But in the end, Han Jian's elder brother came. I was defeated by his sword, and my cultivation was completely wasted. Ning Ruan. It's really a vivid protagonist script. Tian Shu Peak. On the square. Among the group of light spiritualists who were responsible for healing the disciples, someone suddenly acclaimed. What's going on? Why are you yelling? Disciple Ziyu frowned and stepped forward to scold in a low voice. Senior Sister Ziyu. This junior brother. He, white clothes and blue belt. Inner sect disciple. Ziyu took 2 steps forward, his face slightly gloomy. He's covered in blood. So badly injured? It looks like he encountered a physical cultivator. No, Senior Sister, he did his. The female disciple was somewhat unable to speak and could only point at the other person's lower body. Here. His injury is the most serious. Even healing magic cannot repair it. Ziyu quickly raised her hand. A healing spell was cast on the compound's wound. But only a moment later, her face suddenly changed and she stopped. This is not a serious injury. It's just that there is no such thing at all. It cannot be said that there is none at all. She could feel it. There is still some minced meat on it. Senior Sister, I'm afraid this disciple has encountered some enemy, right? It's hard to say that there is no personal vendetta involved in the fight. Anyway, she didn't believe it. Ziyu said solemnly. You should treat his wound first. Just stop the bleeding. You're already injured like this. It's a dream to Ipect to recover. The female disciple nodded with sympathy. Okay, senior sister. Ning Ruan, who had already anticipated Han Jian's miserable end, was in a good mood. I really didn't expect that there are so many delicious foods in the secret realm. Most of the things collected by Han Jian and his 3 companions can be used for cooking. As for not being able to cook, Ning Ruan gave everything to Yumu for safekeeping. Senior Sister Ning, we will definitely not be at the bottom of this trial. After counting the storage bags for the 50th time, Yumu could hardly hide his excitement. Ning Ruan. Oh. After a pause, she tilted her head and slowly opened her lips. Read the article 44XW. I suddenly realized that being robbed is pretty good. Yumu? Dangshan? Only Hanze reacted after a moment of stunned silence. Senior sister, are you trying to lure someone to rob us, and then we can rob them back? Ning Ruan. He is indeed the man who got the template of the protagonist. When it comes to things like this, you have to be smarter than those 2 naive little white rabbits. As for why not just rob it? Ning Ruan. The light of righteousness will never do robbery. Nightfall. Ning Ruan and the other 3 rested temporarily by a lake. As for the reason, it is also very simple. Ning Ruan looked at the big silver, white fish that occasionally swam through the lake and swallowed. Hanze, I want to eat fish. As soon as the words fell. Hanze has not responded yet. Yumu stepped forward actively and patted his chest to assure. Don't worry, Senior Sister Ning. I have no problem catching fish. Finally, there's a place where he, a water spiritualist, can be used. After a moment, Han set up the barbecue grill skillfully. Yumu was responsible for cleaning the few silver fish that had just been caught. Tang Shan was responsible for lighting the fire. The 3 of them worked together harmoniously. It's like a professional team of chefs. Ning Ruan took out various seasonings and waited for the food to be served. Wait until the fragrance has spread all around. Ning Ruan got the first grilled fish. It tastes really delicious, spicy and tender, without any fishy smell. This cooking skill is simply irreplaceable. Hanze twitched his lips helplessly, suddenly not knowing what to say. He was a useless guy who had completely wasted his cultivation and had finally cultivated to the initial stage of the first realm. But one day, he would be praised for his delicious cooking. Hanze, I never expected that you've changed so much after not seeing you for so many years. I almost don't recognize you anymore. The girl's complicated voice came from behind the 4 people. Hanze's hand, which was sprinkling the seasoning, trembled subconsciously. Then he was met with Ning Ruan's sharp and regretful gaze. Hanze came back to his senses instantly and said, Senior Sister Ning, I'm sorry, I'll bake you another one. We only spent more than a day together. But he has fully understood Senior Sister Ning's obsession with food. Don't eat anything that doesn't taste good. Don't eat if it doesn't satisfy you. You must eat whatever you want to eat. Otherwise, your temper will be very bad. Grill. Ning Ruan took a big bite of the fish in his hand and blurted out a word expressionlessly. Han felt relieved. Yumu on the other side quickly handed over a freshly cleaned silverfish. Hanze, Deyunaud, where are you still as arrogant as you were before? My sister was right to break off the engagement with you. In order to please your disciple, you are so humble as to do this. The girl looked at the scene in disbelief. She really couldn't imagine how the confident and proud genius in Pingzhou could have become like this.
Ning Ruan.
He even got a script about breaking off an engagement? But even so, why should her chef be scolded by others? He grills fish. What's your business? Did he take your fish, Tang Shan?
Umu. Hanshe.
The 4 girls. The girl who was choked and didn't react for a long time was so angry that her face turned red. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ning Ruan. In the secret realm, everyone is equal. Even if you are a direct disciple, you should not order your fellow disciples to do this for you. Speaking of, the girl felt she was right. Even more confidently. Senior Sister Ning, I will report today's incident to the sect.
Ning Ruan.
Where did this living lay foam come from? So much to say? Jiang Ying, I volunteered to grill fish for Senior Sister Ning. Hanze raised his eyes coldly and responded in a deep voice.
Tang Shan and Yumu also followed suit. Yes. Yes.
We are all here voluntarily. And it has nothing to do with you. That's right. Senior Sister Ning recruited us to join the team just to cook, and we're happy to do this. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? This is my first day with Senior Sister Ning. Because they ate too many rare treasures, their cultivation level increased dramatically. In comparison, what is cooking a meal? You are so self-degrading. Trash like you are only fit to enter the outer sect. Seeking the protection of a light spiritual master, you are lucky to be able to do it. Aren't you afraid that if it gets out, my Chi-Tian sect will become a laughingstock? Beside Jiang Yingying, the tall man, dressed in the attire of a direct disciple, sneered disdainfully. After mocking Hanze and the other two, he looked coldly at Ning Ruan. Junior Sister Ning rejected my invitation just to team up with these three losers. Ning Ruan, you know I'm protecting them. How dare you scold them?
Who are you looking down on?
Ning Ruan was very angry. The consequence of being angry is 4 Thunderbolt 2.0 bombs the moment the explosion sounded. Everyone is confused. Hanze and the other two were shocked by the power of this thunder bomb, which seemed to be several times greater than the previous ones. Jiang Yingying and the other three couldn't believe that Ning Ruan would actually start fighting right away. Hey, where are they? Tang Shan looked at the empty pit in front of her with a dazed look in her eyes. Yumu also came forward and stammered after a long while. Could it be? Could it have been directly transmitted by the protective jade talisman? Obviously, this is the only reason that can explain such a terrible thing. But the problem is, the protective jade talisman will only be activated if you suffer a fatal injury. Ning Ruan took a bite of the grilled fish in her hand with a calm expression. Then he jumped down the deep pit and picked up the uploaded equipment, the storage bag. After coming up, he casually threw it into Yumu's hands. You count them, and those that can be used for cooking directly are stored separately. Okay, Senior Sister Ning. Senior Sister Ning. Horrible. Senior Sister Ning is so scary. This temper, even more explosive than sword cultivators. Hanze was still grilling fish. Even though he was terribly shocked, he didn't dare to move his hands. If this fish is ruined again, it's possible that the net thunder bomb will fall on him.
Quiet.
The entire Tianshu Peak Square. Deathly silence. A long time. Only then did the elder look at Jiang Yingying and the other three being ejected in the center of the square and spoke with difficulty. This, why don't we intervene and stop it? The middle-aged man who is the chief elder of Tianshu Peak and the head of the law enforcement hall has a serious and cold depression. She didn't break any of the trial rules and shouldn't interfere. The elder still had a complicated expression on his face, although it is not a violation. This is too much of a bully. This is not a competition between fellow disciples at all. It was a complete crushing defeat. The great elder of Tianshu Peak still had a stern face. You can bring your own spiritual tools and gadgets made by various spiritual methods to the trial, the elders. Yes, you can. But everyone knows that Yui Yongfeng has more than just 1 or 2 black orb. So far, I don't know how many bombs she has uploaded. Ning Ruan had no idea that the scene of him bombing someone was recorded by the observation mirror. The decision has been made to conduct a fishing expedition. How could it be easier to find rare treasures than to find fellow disciples? In addition, she has Hanze on her side, who attracts hatred. There is no need to worry that fellow students won't take the bait. As soon as daybreak, Ning Ruan once again took out the bed that made her feel quite ashamed. You guys come up, this way we can find people faster. Senior Sister Ning, are we really going to rob others? After getting on the bed and sitting down, little girl Tang Shan asked weakly. As far as her conscience was concerned, she was not willing to do such a thing. Senior Sister Ning shook her head seriously. What do you mean by robbery? Don't talk nonsense, we are just stinging to enforce the law. Sting operation? Tang Shan looked confused. Han lowered his head, looked down, and slowly opened his lips. If we go looking for natural treasures and are caught by fellow disciples, will they rob us? Tang Shan was simple, but not stupid. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Yes, the sect deliberately gave them tampered storage bags. Even if you are eliminated from the secret realm, the storage bag will be left behind. Isn't this just to make it easier for disciples to fight for it? Hanze, since they will rob us no matter what, what's the point of avoiding them? Tangshan. That makes sense. There is simply no way to refute it. Ning Ruan. This is a sting operation, not robbery. The three people who didn't understand what sting operation was finally encountered a team when their protective jade talisman was shining wildly. I seem to understand it vaguely. Ning Ruan returned to bed early. For people stood below. Not long after, the team emerged from a forest. He ran into Ning Ruan and the other three. Junior sister Ning? You haven't been eliminated yet. The person who spoke was wearing a red shirt and a white belt. He was obviously another disciple leading the team. It's just that the surprised depression on his face is particularly eye-catching.
Ning Ruan.
How can you talk like that? Who are you looking down on? What's up? After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yumu and Tangshan intentionally or unintentionally. The two of them understood instantly. In fact, there is no need to pretend, and depressions of worry, fear, and anxiety are easily revealed. Yumu even held the storage bag around his waist tightly. The disciple who was speaking was originally only paying attention to Ning Ruan.
But now.
Darn, he's not blind. TSK, I didn't expect that. It looks like Junior Sister Ning's team also got some good stuff hearing this. Yumu retreated to the back even more nervously. Ning Ruan raised her eyes, and even though it was a trap for law enforcement, she still maintained an arrogant attitude. What does it have to do with you? The disciple and the three members of his team looked at each other. All laughed out loud. It was none of our business, but now it is. The disciple's smile gradually disappeared, and a huge fireball suddenly condensed in his hand. He turned his gaze to Yumu, who was standing at the back. This junior brother threw the storage bag over here. From now on, the things inside belong to us. Ning Ruan. You are quite domineering. You want to rob? No, Junior Sister Ning is wrong. As long as you deliver the things obediently, how can it be considered robbery, Ning Ruan? It's even more shameless than my sting operation. What if I don't give it to you? The fireball in the disciple's hand grew bigger and bigger. Don't give it to me. Then don't blame me for being rude to you. Hand it over obediently, and I will only take the things in the storage bag and will not eliminate you. That's not all. I can also return your storage bags and let you go. How about that? Ning Ruan. Not much. Let us go, and if we meet again later, will you rob us again? Bah, shame on you. Indeed, he is even more shameless than her. The four people opposite didn't show any embarrassment at all because their little tricks were seen through. Instead, he looked contented. Junior sister is really smart, she even guessed this. But it's useless. After all, whoever has the strength should be obeyed. Whoever lets me is only a light element. The words haven't finished yet. 2 Thunderbolt 2.0 bombs fell head-on, then there is the familiar pit. And the storage bag lying alone at the bottom of the pit. Tangshan.
Umu. Hamsha.
As expected, when Senior Sister Ning took action, there was no warning and no logic to be found. You never know when she will implode. Yumu jumped into the pit, picked up the storage bag, and started counting. Hanze pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Senior Sister Ning, so this is called sting enforcement? It's really very appropriate. Ning Ruan. You are very sensible, little brother. The first fishing enforcement was carried out. Naturally, there will be countless times. Finished the meal. The four of them got on the flying bed again and continued to look for their net target.
Then,
on the square of Tianshu Peak. On this day, teams were ejected from the secret realm one after another. I knock, shameless, so shameless. The disciple of Wyang Peak is not a human being at all. You are also eliminated by the guy from Wyang Peak. You too? We all are. That madwoman. She attacks as soon as she says she will, without any warning at all. She was just talking to someone peacefully and suddenly she imploded. Who said it wasn't? It's so shameless. How could she do this? I'm unwilling to accept this. I had a chance to make it into the top 30, but Ning Ruan is a stumbling block. Let's meet on the challenge stage. She is a light spiritualist. According to the rules, we have no chance of defeating her in a personal contest. The disciples who were cursing in the center of the square then thought of something extremely important.
Yes.
Ning Wan, that crazy witch, she is a light spiritualist. And a group of sword cultivators, body cultivators, and fire spiritual masters with strong attack power were actually eliminated by a light spiritual master? The movement here naturally did not hide from the group of big men standing at the top. Sect Master Shen's cold face froze slightly, and he immediately looked at the great elder of Tianshu Peak. Turn the observation mirror screen to Ning Ruan's side. What on earth did that little witch do to enrage God and the people? I just didn't look at her for a moment, and it caused such a big fuss. In fact, even without Sect Master Shen saying anything, the chief elder who is in charge of controlling the observation mirror was also planning to do so.
Soon.
Inside the observation mirror. Then Ningruan's extremely impressive bed appeared. The bed is flying in the sky, and the 4 people on the bed were picking and choosing from a pile of storage bags. When the eliminated disciples in the center of the square saw this scene, their injuries, which had almost healed, became worse for no reason. What's worse, some people even vomit blood. You are not a human being. The 5-colored fruit in her hand was something our team had managed to snatch from a monster, but she just ate it like that. Ate it. I'm so angry. I'm really angry. And even more angry. Naturally, it was Han Jian, whose body part was trampled into a puddle of mud by Han Zhe. Looking at the 4 people who had a great harvest on the flying bed, he was so angry that he fainted. Ning Wan didn't know that she was being locked by the observation mirror at this moment. Even if she knew, she would not give up her great cause of fishing and law enforcement. It's just a fishing expedition anyway. As long as the other party doesn't try to snatch her away, she let him leave. But as long as the other party shows the slightest intention to snatch it, terribly sorry. The main point is to upload first to be stronger.
Soon.
In the observation mirror screen. Then a scene that was familiar and painful to countless disciples in the center of the square was played out. Follow closely. Then another team was ejected. This. The leader of Tianshu Peak was stunned by this action and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Another elder couldn't help but ask, should we really not intervene? Follow this trend. I'm afraid this entrance trial will be the one with the most disciples eliminated in history, right? The great elder of Tianshu Peak still had a serious face. She didn't break any rules, so we shouldn't interfere, elder. Senior Sister Ning, this team actually has 16 storage bags. Yu Mu, who was the main person in charge of the inventory, suddenly acclaimed. Ning Ruan looked calm. Is it strange? Yu Mu. Isn't that weird enough? 16 storage bags. This guy is clearly an experienced robber. But he failed at the hands of Senior Sister Ning, a light spiritualist. Tang Shan stared with eyes full of joy and worry, her voice trembling slightly. Senior Sister Ning, it's only the 2nd day, and we seem to have eliminated a lot of people. Is this really okay? Ning Wan didn't even raise her head. Did I violate the rules? With the rules of the sect in hand, the world is mine. The big boss who broke the rules of the sect was not afraid at all. Tang Shan shook her head blankly. It's not against the rules, but Ning Wan said seriously. Since there is no violation, let's continue the fishing enforcement. Tang Shan.
Umu. Hansha.
For several days. Ning Wan is either bombing someone or on his way to bomb someone. Because it's unaffected. Her law enforcement fishing plan has never failed so far. Until the 6th day in the secret realm, Ningguan has decided to terminate the fishing enforcement plan. Rays of light suddenly tore through the night. Fireball, ice spikes, water arrow, and various summoned beasts, sword energy. The sound was so loud that it almost shook the ground. Follow closely. It was the aeneous shouts of fellow disciples. No. We can't break through the defense of this monster. We have to break it even if we can't. This monster has swallowed so many disciples, and all the storage bags are in its stomach. Stop talking, come on. I'd rather be squeezed out of the secret realm by its pincers than be swallowed by it, and then bounced out of the secret realm. It's too disgusting. Darn it. If it hadn't attacked Senior Sister Zhou and caused her to be seriously injured, how could we have been chased and beaten by it? Stop talking nonsense, everyone cooperate with each other.
Darn it.
Senior brother Lu's summoned spirit beast is of the water element, and it happened to be restrained by that darned prawn. Senior sister Zhou? Senior brother Lu? Big shrimp?
Ningruan.
Nink. Senior sister Ning, is there a monster chasing us? How powerful must a monster be to be able to survive even when besieged by so many people?
Tang Shan Shiver.
Yumu tried to remain calm. Don't panic. We are in a secret realm, and we have a jade talisman to protect us. The worst that can happen is that we will be ejected from the secret realm, but we won't die. Hanze's body was tense, and he looked very nervous, but he was not as scared as Tangshan and Yumu. Senior sister Ning, should we leave or go over there? It seems like we no longer have the choice. Ning Wan smiled and clasped her hands lazily across her chest. The net moment. The four of them saw at least 20 or 30 disciples suddenly emerge from the valley ahead. Most are interior doors. A few are taught directly. Everyone was fighting and retreating. The disadvantages are extremely obvious. Huh? The trial is almost over, and there are still outer disciples who dare to run around outside. Aren't they afraid of being eliminated? Really? Wait, isn't the person net to those 3 outer disciples senior sister Ning, who is directly taught by Wang Peak? I saw her in the test square before. Senior sister Ning? She hasn't been eliminated yet. The acclamations of several disciples at the outermost edge unsurprisingly attracted the attention of those direct disciples who were struggling with the monsters. Lu Chuan, who was the favorite to win the trial, spat out a mouthful of blood the moment his summoned beast was knocked away again. Then he suddenly looked towards Ning Ruan, his face lit up with joy. Junior sister Ning, please use your healing magic to help us deal with this monster. Then we can divide the things in the storage bag equally. Storage bag. Ning Ruan actually doesn't care much anymore. But she still rushed forward with surprise in her eyes. But he hasn't gotten close to the monster yet. He was stopped by someone. Senior sister Ning, you're a light spiritualist, stay away. The claws of the fire lobster are very powerful and it is easy to hurt you by mistake.
Ningruan.
What a joke. How could she be hurt by a spiced crayfish? On the other side, sword cultivator Zhou I was being treated by several light-type spiritual masters. When he saw Ning Ruan coming over, his usually arrogant oppression subconsciously softened a lot. Ning Ruan, please help me heal my wounds. Lu Chuan, who was still trying his best to fight the enemy, also raised his voice. Junior sister Ning, save junior sister Zhou first. She is a 3rd-level ice swordsman. Only she can break the defense of this monster. Ning Ruan. I don't know how to heal. I'm afraid I'll kill you. The pale face of the genius girl Zhou I was dull for a moment, and then she returned to her cold oppression. Ning Ruan, what are you saying in anger? Ning Ruan. I've already said it won't happen. Why don't you believe it? What nonsense are you talking about? As a 3rd-level light spiritualist, you don't know how to heal. Zhou, I really felt that the girl in front of him was really sick. At the beginning, she swallowed her pride and went to Wang Peak in person to recruit the other party. I was choked by Ning Ruan's words that she didn't want to get first place and was so angry that I spent the whole day. Now causing trouble again? It felt like the two were about to argue. Lu Chuan, who was obviously the leader among the disciples, had to slow down his tone. While facing the enemy, he interrupted, Junior sister Zhou, Junior sister Ning, our top priority right now is to deal with this monster. Junior sister Ning, this monster has swallowed many of our fellow disciples before. There are at least 40 storage bags hidden in its body. Do you really not want to obtain the rare treasures and return to the sect to exchange them for contribution points? As long as Junior Sister uses her healing skills to save us, I promise that Junior Sister will be able to return to the sect safely tomorrow with all the treasures. Ning Ruan, that if I use the healing technique, you will probably have to return to the sect today. Why don't you all listen? To tell you the truth, there might be something wrong with my healing technique. It may not heal your injuries, but may worsen them. Zhou I said indifferently. If you insist on not using the healing technique, then you will all be eliminated by the monsters. With her words, the disciples who were blocking Ning Ruan held him even tighter. Seeing that the situation was not good, Han Zhe and the other two rushed forward. Senior sister Ning, what's going on? Ningguan raised her hand to stop Hanze from asking questions, her eyes dim. Okay, I'll treat it. You asked me to treat it. Ningguan is not afraid of threats. But using healing magic as a threat, it just hits the soft spot. You three, get out of the way. Don't let me get to you. Ningguan glanced at her 3 private chefs. Dangshan.
Umu. Hansha.
Although I don't understand. But the 3 of them still stepped aside obediently. Ningguan was eager to try and circulate his spiritual power. He directly used a group healing spell, covering all the disciples present. Feel the moment when the warm beam of light enters your body. Zhou Ai, who was the most seriously injured, clearly felt that his injuries were recovering rapidly. As affected, he is a 3rd-level light spiritualist. She slowly raised her eyes and said in a cold voice, Ningguan, I will not break my promise. You will definitely have a share of the treasures of heaven and earth. Huh. Ningguan blinked in disbelief. Is she finally making it? Was the cure successful? The excitement lasted only a moment. The next moment. She looked at Zhou Ai with a dazed face as he suddenly vomited blood. He was able to talk and curse before, but now he fell into a coma. Senior Sister Zhou. Senior Sister Zhou fainted, following the acclamations of 2 light spirit masters. The disciples who were fighting against the crayfish suddenly felt their spiritual power stagnate. But the blink of an eye was enough to distract me. This gave the fire lobster on the opposite side an opportunity to take advantage. As the lobster claws swung, several disciples were knocked away from the spot. It opened its mouth and swallowed several more disciples in one gulp. You won't die, but your stomach won't escape a day trip.
Ningguan.
Darn it. Crayfishy people? Ningguan, who had already received the healing spell, looked at the dozen or so disciples in front of him who were being beaten and running around. She spread her hands helplessly. Everyone says I don't know how to heal. Junior Sister Ning. Give you. Lu Chuan's summoned spirit beast was broken up. At this moment, his face was pale, and he looked seriously injured. But at this moment, even if he died, he would never dare to mention asking Ningguan to treat his injuries. I never thought that after all the hard work, the flame lobster would get the advantage. Lu Chuan's voice of exclamation had just fallen. Then, the poisonous-looking junior sister Ning suddenly pulled an outer sect disciple and walked behind the flame lobster. Then he took out a big pot and stuffed it into the hands of the outer disciple. The girl's clear and calm voice sounded confidently. Hanze, you go ahead. I want to eat spicy crayfish, Hanze. Hanze still went up. I could still clearly hear the voice of Senior Sister Ning behind me. Hanze, smash it with the pot, smash it to death. Junior Sister Ning, you are too ridiculous. That junior brother is only a 1st-level physical cultivator. How could he possibly defeat a 4th-level fire lobster? Lu Chuan held on, looking at these 2 eccentric people in disbelief. A really brave one. One who really dares to come up.
Wait.
Junior Sister Ning, what are you going to do now? Ningguan stood below and nodded as a matter of course. Use the healing spell, Lu Chuan. Don't you have any idea what your healing skills are like? You dare to use it? Junior Sister Ning, that junior brother can't stand your healing skills. Ningguan thought it was very noisy. Who said I was performing it for Hanze? Lu Chuan. If he doesn't give it to junior brother Han, could he give it to the fire lobster? As soon as the outrageous thought came up, read novels to 44W. Calm and outrageous scene followed immediately. All the fleeing disciples below turned around. Then he saw the physical cultivator in front of him, who was only at the 1st level, carrying a pot. It actually cracked a hole in the fire dragon's cheek that was so hard that it was a headache. Then, Senior Sister Ning, who had almost killed them, once again performed her healing magic on the fire lobster. Yumu stood at the edge, did not run away, stared ahead with his eyes wide open, and cursed for the first time. Oh my god, is Hanze so fierce? Tangshan opened her mouth blankly. Senior brother Han was a 3rd-level physical cultivator before, so he is naturally more powerful than an ordinary 1st-level physical cultivator. And this pot seems to be extraordinary as well, listening to the 2 people's whispered conversation. Lu Chuan's eyes, which had originally lost hope, suddenly brightened. He quickly looked at the dozen or so disciples who were running around and shouted, "Everyone stop and lend a helping hand to junior sister Ning and junior brother Han. What are you still hesitating about? The fire lobster is already injured. That junior brother Han can hurt it. Combined with senior sister Ning's healing technique, this monster might actually be killed." Lu Chuan's words still have great prestige for all the disciples. After hesitating for a moment, all the disciples who still had the strength to fight gritted their teeth and rushed towards the fire lobster again. Han Ze has become the main attacker. Others are responsible for containment, plus Ning Ruan's mysterious healing skills. The condition of the fire lobster was getting worse and worse, with more and more cracks on its body. "Hurry, it's almost gone. Don't hold back. Oh no, it wants to escape," following the disciples' Aeneas shouts. Han rushed forward. With one leap, he dropped the iron pot on the wounded fire lobster. The latter was crushed by the iron pot, which had grown several times larger. After struggling desperately in vain, the twitching gradually stopped. "Oh my god. We actually killed a 4th level monster? Luckily we killed it. It chased us all the way. If it weren't for the protective jade talisman, I don't know how many disciples would have died at its hands. That outer sect disciple is too powerful. Why do I feel like I, a physical cultivator who has just entered the 2nd level of the inner sect, can't defeat him? I also think that he is too scary. He is simply fighting with his life at stake. If it were them, they would just hold that iron pot. Even if you know you won't die, the worst that can happen is you'll be eliminated from the secret realm. But the hurt and pain are real. Who would dare to rush under the fire lobster and fight it without caring about their life?" Han Ze raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his hand was already bloody, and the more he wiped, the more blood appeared on his face. His chest, back, and arms all had bloody holes caused by the fire lobster's claws. He stumbled towards Ning Ruan like a bloody man and suddenly grinned. "Sister Ning, thank you. After 3 years, I am alive again for the first time. Ning Ruan." "What are you thanking me for? It has nothing to do with me." She casually threw out 2 Qingguan fruits and said without even turning her head, "Recover quickly. I'm going to eat shrimp later. Don't think that just saying thank you means you don't have to cook." Han Ze. On the other side, Lu Chuan stared at the 2 fruits in Han Ze's hand. After a long while, he opened his mouth in disbelief. "Qingguan fruit? Junior sister Ning, is this the Qingguan fruit, a holy medicine for healing?" Ning Ruan stood still and glanced at him in confusion. "Yeah, is there a problem, Lu Chuan?" "No. We can go out as soon as the sun rises. Then there will be a light spiritualist from the sect to heal us. There is no need to take this holy medicine." He didn't think there was anything wrong with Ning Ruan not taking it out before. "Qingguan fruit, this is something that even contribution points may not be able to buy. Who would take out such a treasure for a trial?" Ning Ruan looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. He's injured like this. What if his hand tremors affect his cooking? Even if it doesn't affect. Her chef was bleeding while cooking, and she couldn't eat.
Lu Chuan.
"Do you want to listen to what you were saying?" Ning Ruan ate the enlarged spicy lobster with satisfaction. All meat. Fresh, spicy, and with a 5 spice flavor. Especially the heat, it's just right. When you take a bite, the tender shrimp meat mied with the spicy juice is very fragrant. Even the disciples who didn't pay much attention to their appetites couldn't help but feel that junior brother Han was not only fierce in fighting. It seems that his cooking skills are quite good. Zhou Ai, who had fallen into a coma after being treated by Ning Ruan, has woken up. The little girl still looked cold and icy, but his injuries were too severe and there was no trace of blood on his face. After eating several bites of lobster meat and letting the spiritual energy in the meat enter his body, he regained a little bit of energy. She couldn't help but look up at Ning Ruan, gritted her teeth, and asked, "Did you intend to deal with the fire lobster this way from the beginning?" Ning Ruan was still happily eating lobster meat. She raised her eyelids and said, "Yes." "Then why didn't you say so earlier, Ning Ruan?" "Swallow the lobster meat in your mouth." The corners of her lips twitched slightly. "I told you that there was something wrong with my healing skills, but You didn't believe me. If it weren't for the fear that the thunder bombs would affect the taste of the crayfish. She had already imploded. Zhou, I was extremely angry, but he knew that the other party was right. After a long while, he deliberately snorted coldly. Don't give me those storage bags. I am the only one left in our team, and I didn't participate in dealing with the fire lobster. Ning Ruan, did I didn't tell you? Zhou I. So angry. Wait until you have successfully eaten your fill. Ning Ruan put away the remaining shrimp meat. The disciples then looked at the piles of storage bags nearby. Junior sister Ning, you and junior brother Han have made the greatest efforts in dealing with the fire lobster, so you can share the responsibility, Lu Chuan said. Although the other disciples felt a little regretful, they didn't say anything. Ning Ruan was even more casual. Count first, then I'll choose. If we divide it, it definitely doesn't mean dividing it into storage bags. But they divide the natural resources and treasures inside. Of course, she had to check it out first, and then collect all the delicious food. Miss Tangshan, who knew what Senior Sister Ning was planning, hesitated and reminded her. Senior Sister Ning, we are leaving tomorrow. Logically speaking, we cannot keep all the gains in the secret realm for ourselves. So, your desire to stock up on things is simply impossible.
Ning Ruan.
Finally, there were more than 40 storage bags filled with rare treasures. Ning Ruan took 70%. The remaining 30% is divided equally among others. Junior Sister Ning, your team should be able to enter the top 10 in this trial. The sky gradually brightened. As everyone was waiting to be teleported out, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. Zhou, I still had a cold face. If she forms a team with me, she will definitely win the first place in this trial. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly. That's true. Even if I don't team up with you, I will still be first. Ning Ruan, who was eating the spiritual fruit he had just obtained last night, interrupted unaffectedly. Zhou, I sneered. With what you got last night, it might be possible to get into the top 10, but first, are you dreaming? Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Junior Sister Ning, although there were indeed a lot of things in those 40-plus storage bags last night, it would be difficult to get first place just based on these. Don't talk about him. Even what Junior Sister Zhou carried was no less than what Junior Sister Ning had. As for him, there is even more. Ning Ruan, who said we only have what we shared last night, Lu Chuan. Zhou I. Before the two of them could ask, more than 20 beams of light descended simultaneously, covering everyone. Wait until you open your eyes again. The square of Tianshu Peak is in front of us. The cold and serious voice of the great elder resounded through the sky. This trial is over. All disciples should come forward to settle the gains from the secret realm, as the great elder finished speaking. Then, dozens of elders from the Lianbao Pavilion came forward, responsible for clearing the value of natural treasures. Huh? Why isn't anyone going up? Lu Chuan and his 3 teammates were naturally the first to step forward, waiting for the elders to settle accounts. The 4 of them looked at the disciples who were standing in the center of the square without moving, all in bewilderment.
Wait.
Aren't they all eliminated? No way? There are so many teams eliminated this time. No wonder we felt there were not enough people when we were fighting the fire lobster last night. Did they all get eliminated? Listening to the disbelieving discussions of the 3 teammates, Lu Chuan's gaze suddenly shifted to the far right. The girl was dressed in a green shirt and carrying a sword case on her back. She was waiting calmly for the elder in front of her to settle the matter. And behind the girl, they were the gazes from the group of eliminated disciples in the center of the square. Angry, unwilling, frustrated, and fear. What happened to make him show so many emotions? A total of 7,800 contribution points can be exchanged. According to the previous regulations, 10% of them belong to your team, which is 780 points. The final ranking will be announced after everything is cleared. You can wait or leave. If you make it into the top 30, you can come to the treasure pavilion to claim your reward. Liquidation completed. The elder looked at Lu Chuan and the other 3 with a complicated expression and expressed indescribable regret in his tone. What a pity. If it weren't for that evildoer who didn't play by the rules, these 4 would undoubtedly be the first place winners.
But now,
Lu Chuan seemed to understand something. He retreated to the back with his 3 assided teammates without saying a word. 7,800 points, ha 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 ha. This is more than the first place in the last entrance trial. Brother Liu, we can definitely take first place. That's right. Senior sister Ning said she was the first. What a joke. Even if we add up all the treasures from last night, it wouldn't add up to 5,000 contribution points. The first one. I'm afraid we can't get it. Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Without waiting for the 3 teammates to react, Zhou Aibing's cold voice came from behind. I didn't expect that even you couldn't beat her. Lu Chuan looked back helplessly. I don't know how she eliminated so many disciples. Even if Hanze was asked to carry the pot and fight, it would take a long time to eliminate a whole team, right? And we are not fools. Even if you can't win, you won't run away. Brother Liu, what are you talking about? Who eliminated so many people? That's right. How come we can't get first place? Lu Chuan sighed again. Stop talking, we definitely won't be first. He also wants to take first place. The reward is 5,000 contribution points, and each person can also get a high-quality yellow-grade spiritual weapon. Who wouldn't be tempted? Brother Liu, our contribution value has reached 7,800. If we can't get first place, that would be too ridiculous, right? Yes, Senior Brother Liu. Is there any other team whose contribution value can age ours? Lu Chuan didn't want to talk much and felt a little uncomfortable. Zhou I snorted coldly and left. Just at this moment, there was a sudden burst of sighs from the people in the queue on the far right who were waiting to settle accounts. 1,100 contribution points. Oh my god, it's over 10,000. It's Senior Sister Ning and the 3 outer disciples. How is it possible that their contribution points are so high? Not all the disciples in the queue were the ones who had fought side by side last night. Among them was the team that Ning Ruan had let go during the sting operation. There are also teams that I have never encountered before. For these people, a light spiritualist with 3 outer disciples at the bottom of the list actually got more contribution points than them. This is outrageous. Ning Ruan doesn't care about that. After the liquidation, we will prepare to withdraw. Tang Shan and Yumu were still dizzy until this moment. 1,100 contribution points. Am I dreaming? Then I might be dreaming. I dreamed that we might get first place in the trial. As soon as Lu Chuan and his companions caught up with them, they were stabbed in the heart by the word dream from these 2 people. Junior Sister Ning, congratulations. I never thought you would actually be the first. Ning Ruan looked over in confusion. Didn't I tell you before in the secret realm that our team is first? Lu Chuan. You said it, but who would believe it? Do you believe that you eliminated nearly half of the disciples? Read novels at Junior Sister Ning. What on earth are you to wait? Are you guys leaving? Lu Chuan also wanted to ask how so many teams were eliminated. As a result, when I looked up, I saw Ning Ruan and the other 3 looking like they were about to leave. Junior Sister Ning, aren't you going to wait for the rankings to be announced? Ning Ruan glanced at him in great confusion. Is there anyone who can rank higher than us? How is this possible? Lu Chuan shook his head without hesitation. Ning Ruan, then why am I waiting? Lu Chuan. What you say makes a lot of sense, and I can't refute it. Ning Ruan wanted to go back to Invincible Peak. But Lu Chuan hasn't gotten rid of it yet. The group of wrong disciples who were blasted out of the secret realm by her gathered around her. Probably because they thought there was strength in numbers. Confidence also arises naturally. Senior Sister Ning, you are really going too far. That's right. We haven't even made a move yet, but you used that black ball to sneak attack us. If we were to fight head-on, how could we be eliminated? Senior Sister Ning, even if you are my direct disciple, you should give us an explanation. Explanation? Ning Ruan walked around Lu Chuan and the other 3 and walked straight forward. He took out 2 thunder bombs with a smile. A clear voice followed. You robbed me first, and I robbed you later. Is there a problem with that? That's so much to ask for in a fight. He also has to fight head-on with me, a light spiritualist. Why don't you ask the sword cultivators to heal the wounds, the spiritualists to use their fists, and the summoners to use their swords? This way you will be able to win more easily. The eliminated disciples. Lu Chuan. Anyone who wants to a plane, come here. But if I slip, I'm sorry. Oh, yes. You don't have the protective jade talisman now. Ning Wan played with the thunder bomb in his hand. He walked out of the square, as if no one was around. The angry and furious disciples were frightened and retreated step by step. No one dared to stop them. Lu Chuan and the other four. The leaders of the Qitian sect, who were watching this scene from afar, said. The Grand Elder of Tianshu Peak, who was also the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, raised his eyelids and glanced at the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall in front of him with a cold gaze. Wuching said, "Follow me. If our fellow disciples start fighting, we will capture them immediately." Law Enforcement Hall disciple. How can you eat a melon and still come for a mission? Amid countless angry and fearful gazes, Ning Wan led his men and swaggered out of the Tianshu Peak Square. Lu Chuan glanced at the disciples who were chasing after him from a distance, but didn't dare to approach him, and couldn't help but patted his chest. Junior sister Ning is smart. She knows how to use this thing to scare people and get away. Ning Wan raised her head and glanced at him. Scared, Lu Chuan? What else? Is it really going to explode? He just didn't believe that junior sister Ning didn't see the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall Miet in the crowd. Ning Wan laughed twice and didn't explain. Put the thunder bomb back into the storage space. Looking at Han Zhe and the other two, he said in a serious voice, "After you go back, if anyone is looking for trouble, you can come to Woody Peak to find me." Tang Shan was still as introverted and quiet as ever and subconsciously raised her head. Will they still find the outer door? Yumu shook his head. It's fine for today, but if they continue to seek revenge for personal gain because of the secret realm, we can report it to the Law Enforcement Hall. Tang Shan felt relieved. But Yumu soon became worried again. It's just that the Han family may not be reconciled. The other disciples were at most injured and eliminated. After being healed by a light spiritualist and taking some medicinal pills and recuperating for a few days, he will be fine. But it would be strange if Han Jian, who had his thing crushed by Han Zhe, didn't take revenge. Han Zhe had a cold face, showing no fear at all. If he comes, then he comes. After thinking about it, Ning Wan took out 2 thunder bombs and handed them directly to Han Zhe in the envious eyes of Lu Chuan and others. Do you dare to blow it up? Han Zhe held the thunder bomb with a complicated expression and nodded heavily. Dare, Ning Wan patted his shoulder and said, then blow it up. We will eventually defeat it, Lu Chuan and the other 4. Tang Shan and Yumu. After leaving Tianshu Peak, Ning Wan returned to Invincible Peak. But as the first-place winner, she returned with glory, but there was not even anyone to greet her. Ning Wan had a cold and indifferent face. Wait until evening. The trial rankings were finally announced to all trial disciples through paper cranes. The next morning, Ning Wan went to Lianbao Pavilion. Han Zhe and the other 2 had been waiting here for quite a while. Seeing Ning Wan arrive, the 3 of them walked forward excitedly. There was uncontrollable excitement between his brows. Huh? Are you injured? Ning Ruan's gaze suddenly fell on Han Zhe. Your breath is so unstable. Did someone really cause trouble for you yesterday? The excitement on Tang Shan and Yumu's faces disappeared instantly. The 2 looked at Han Zhe nervously. Brother Han, did that group of people really come to find you? Why didn't you tell us? Shameless. We will go to the Law Enforcement Hall now, and will not let them off easily. No need, Han Zhe chuckled. The Law Enforcement Hall has already been here. I will go to Blazing Cliff to be punished for half a month. After a pause, he added. As for Han Jian and the others, they will be punished for 1.5 months. Tang Shan and Yumu were stunned. Ning Wan raised her eyes. Did you blow them up? Han Zhe nodded, and a hint of excitement appeared on his usually calm and reserved face. It exploded. Sister Ning, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to take revenge. Ning Wan rolled her eyes. It has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, you will get it sooner or later. After all, he is the one who got the template of the protagonist. Treasure Pavilion. Because it's number 1. As soon as Ning Wan and the other 3 came in, they were led to a single room. And they were personally entertained by the elders of Lianbao Pavilion. You 4 have offended too many people, so you don't need to go outside. Our treasure collection pavilion can't withstand your bombing, Ning Wan. Who are you targeting? Your team will get 10% of the 10,100 contribution points, which is 1,010 points. The first place team will be rewarded with 5,000 points for a total of 6,010 contribution points. You can tell me how you want to divide it. In addition, take out your Identity Jade token and I can help you allocate your contribution points directly. The four of them took out their Jade identity cards. Ningguang said casually, "Let's split it equally." The elder nodded. Before he made a move, Hanze said in a deep voice, "No, we didn't contribute much at all. We shouldn't share it equally." Tang Shan and Yumu also nodded. Senior sister Ning, senior brother Han is right. We can't divide it equally. Yes, junior sister Tang and I contributed the least. If we split it equally, it would be unfair. According to the amount of effort, senior sister Ning should get the greater part, Han should get the lesser part, and junior sister Tang, and I will split the rest equally. Ningguang rubbed his brows and said, "If we say we will split it equally, then we will split it equally. I don't lack spirit stones, so contribution points are useless to me." Elder. Arrogant, excessive, and hateful. The elder raised his hand and quickly divided the contribution points equally, then glared at the four people with an unfriendly look. The contribution points have been divided. Net are 4 high-level yellow, grade spiritual weapons. The words fell. A dozen spiritual weapons of various shapes suddenly appeared in front of Ningguang. Elder, there are 12 spiritual weapons here. All of them are high, grade yellow. Each of you has one. Go forward and choose. Ningguang didn't really want to choose. A spiritual weapon of this quality is really of no use to her. Elder, this is useless to me, so can you exchange it for contribution points for me? Ningguang spoke seriously, pointing to a pile of spiritual weapons in the air. Elder. It's amazing to be able to squander money, and it's amazing to have so many spiritual weapons. After coming out of the treasure collection pavilion, Hanze and the other two left. Ningguang spent 3,000 contribution points on the spot, bought a bunch of edible treasures, and happily prepared to go home. You are Ningguang, the new 8th disciple of Wying Peak. As soon as he left the treasure pavilion, behind Ningguang, a man's cold and questioning voice came. She was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned around and faced the two gazes that were staring at her coldly without any fear. "It's me, what's up?" It looks like he has bad intentions. The man who spoke looked to be in his 20s, with a cold expression. "I am Yue Jin, the eldest disciple of Broken Cloud Peak." Beside the man, the young man who looked full of rebelliousness also sneered and said, "The 8th disciple of Broken Cloud Peak, Lu Hanyan, and the other one is also the 4th prince of Dian Dynasty." Ningguang said, "Oh," and looked at someone who was mentally retarded. "Who are you? What does it have to do with me? Could it be that he's here for Liu again? People have been locked up in Blazing Cliff. How can they still cause trouble?" Junior sister Ning. "I really don't know if you are really stupid or just pretending." Lu Hanyan smiled wickedly. "Our little junior sister, whom we cherished and protected so much, was sent to Blazing Cliff by you to suffer. You don't think this matter will be let go so easily, do you?" Ningguang. Mad is mentally retarded. "If you can't get through, then you guys go in and keep her company. Why are you looking for me?" Ningguang turned and left. Lu Hanyan was stunned. It took him a long while to react, and the wicked smile on his face disappeared. He took a few steps forward and stopped Ningguang again. "Very good, you are really brave." Ningguang. "Where did this domineering statement come from?" "I am very courageous. If you don't agree, hit me." "So arrogant." Behind him, Yue Jin's cold voice slowly sounded. "Ningguang, take away the mirror, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences." Read novels44w.com. Ningguang. "If you tell me to withdraw, I will." How embarrassing would that be? She has eaten all kinds of fruit. Are you still afraid of the consequences? Junior sister Ning, I hope you can always be so arrogant. Lu Hanyan folded her hands and smiled softly. "Senior brother, since she won't listen to good words, let's just wait and see." The two arrived suddenly. Leaving suddenly too. It seemed like he came here just to say some harsh words, and when his goal was achieved, he left. Ningguang, darn, you're so retarded. Ningguan didn't take those two talented people seriously. But being threatened for no reason makes me feel very unhappy. Once back to Invincible Peak, she went straight to Pei Jingyu's residence. Hey, junior sister, didn't you go to the trial? Is it over? When she saw Ningguan, Pei Jingyu showed no sign of concealing her surprise on her pretty and delicate face. Ningguan. The trial ended yesterday, and our team came in first. The sect also took out an observation mirror for this trial. Didn't you go and see it, you fake senior brother? It's over. Pei Jingyu's yawning stopped for a moment. Your team can actually take first place? Pause. As if he felt that it was not a good idea to say this, he quickly smiled and made amends. Ahem. Well, what I mean is, you are worthy of being from the Invincible Peak. You are easily the first. But why did you come to see me? Junior sister, our Invincible Peak is not like other peaks. There is no reward for getting first place. It's your right to get first place, but if you don't, it doesn't matter. There is no reward anyway. Ningguan resisted the urge to draw her sword, and took out 8 medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to Pei Jingyu. Help me check something. This is a deposit for 4th senior brother. Once the matter is checked, I will double it. How about it? Pei Jingyu immediately showed a brilliant smile. What's our relationship? Junior sister should come to me for this matter. Tell me, what are you checking, Ningguan? I want a detailed account of how Liu and her fellow brothers and masters met and got to know each other. The more detailed, the better. Pei Jingyu? Were they too inconsiderate to her, so she began to envy those idiots at Broken Cloud Peak? 3 days later, Ningguan finally met the senior brother, who had just come out of seclusion. Junior sister, I'm sorry. I was studying the art of spiritual inspiration and made some progress, so I forgot the day when the trial ended. Luo, you felt very guilty. Especially when he heard 4th junior brother say that junior sister seemed to be quite envious of junior sister Li from Suiyun Peak. His guilt level increased sharply. Junior sister, I'm really sorry, Ningguan. What's wrong with her senior brother so early in the morning? Big brother, what do you want to talk to me about? It's okay. Luo, you had a loving smile on his face. I just want to tell my junior sister that she is the only junior sister in our woody peak. Ningguan's hand, which was chewing a spiritual fruit, froze. Master is going to accept a new junior sister? This sounds like a parent who is preparing to have a second child with their child on his back, and is using this to comfort the other child. Cough, cough. Luo, you almost choked. Little junior sister is such a joker. Since Master left last time, I don't know when he will be back. Where did the new junior sister come from? Ningguan. Why do you come here so early in the morning and say such weird things? Oh, junior sister. Luo Yu tapped his fingers lightly and quickly took out a strange square object from his storage bag. It was nearly half the height of an adult, but had hands and feet. This is a new spiritual item I have researched these days. It can be used to clean the courtyard. Junior sister, take it and play with it. The art of spiritual inspiration is similar to the art of refining equipment. Yet they are two completely different sections. What the former produces is garbage and useless things that people despise. What the latter made was a spiritual weapon, something that all cultivators would fight to the death for. Thank you, senior brother. Ningguan took the things with interest. Luo Yu was quite surprised. Junior sister also likes spiritual things. Ningguan. I like it. She likes anything interesting. Luo Yu suddenly felt like he had found a soulmate. Just when I wanted to talk more deeply, Pei Jingyu came on the red feather kite. Junior sister, senior brother is here too. Didn't you just go out? Luo Yu looked at him. Pei Jingyu jumped off the Chiyu kite, his delicate eyebrows slightly raised. I'm here to report that the head of Broken Cloud Peak, Liu, came out of retreat this morning. Besides, junior sister, I had almost finished checking the things you asked me to check yesterday. I was thinking of investigating further, but now that Liu Yuanyuan has come out of confinement, it is not convenient for me to do anything under his nose. Ningguan had full confidence in 4th senior brother's ability to get information. He would feel inconvenient. I guess there's really nothing else to find. Luo Yu looked over in surprise. Liu Yuanyuan has come out of seclusion. Pei Jingyu spread his hands. That's right. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he went to Tianshu Peak to see the sect leader. According to my guess, he probably wanted to get Liu out. Ningguan. Could this be what those two young men meant by wait and see? Junior sister, the things you asked me to investigate are quite interesting. Jingyu looked meaningfully in the direction of Broken Cloud Peak. No wonder Lu Yuanyuan loves his little disciple so much. It turns out that the two of them knew each other several years ago. That year, Lu Yuanyuan went to Yunluo Mountains and met Li Yu, and played the role of a hero saving a damsel in distress. It was precisely because of this that, even though the time for the enrollment test had not yet arrived, Li Yu was accepted as Lu Yuanyuan's disciple as an exception. As for their daily interactions, it is even more interesting. I heard that Li Yu spent several nights in Lu Yuanyuan's room. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Fourth junior brother, if there is no solid evidence, you can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. The entire Qitian sect knows who Lu Yuanyuan is. How could such a pure and innocent girl tolerate a female disciple staying overnight in her room? This kind of thing is too outrageous. Jingyu raised his eyes and twitched the corners of his lips. I'm not talking nonsense. There are still Li Yu's clothes in Lu Yuanyuan's room. Ningruan. Luo Yu. You also find it incredible, right? What's even more interesting is Lu Hanyan, the 8th disciple of Broken Cloud Peak. Do you know who his fiancé is? Seeing the two of them looking confused, Jingyu's smile was even more meaningful. It's Zhou Ai, the 3rd level ice swordsman who is participating in the entry trial this time. Zhou Ai was born into the queen's maternal family and had been gifted since childhood, so the Emperor of Dian arranged a marriage between her and the 4th Prince Lu Hanyan. But just before Li Yu joined the sect, the two of them ran to Zhou's house together to cancel the marriage. Lu Hanyan even said something like, I will never marry a woman that sister Yu doesn't like in my lifetime. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Luo Yu.
Ningruan.
This is more than absurd. With Zhou Ai's temper, Ningruan found it hard to imagine how Li Yu had survived. He didn't even kill her with his sword? Jingyu chattered on and on for a long time. The more Ningruan listened, the more she felt that Li Yu's life was simply a group pet novel with a slightly distorted character design. But this coincides with her idea. Wait until Jingyu finishes speaking. Ningruan readily took out Saiti medium, grade spirit stones and handed them over. Junior sister, what's the point of you asking for this information? Jingyu took the spirit stone and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Before he knew about these ridiculous things, he might have thought that his junior sister might be envious of Li Yu.
But now, haha.
Ningruan curled her lips and said seriously, Of course I'm writing a storybook. Don't you think this is wonderful? He keeps causing trouble for her, really treating her like a wet nurse. Luo Yu. Jingyu. Ningruan is never someone who suffers injustice for nothing. Even if a dog bites her, she will chase it and bite it back. The people at Suiyin Peak disgusted her time and again. She must also feel sick and go back. I never expected that the novel I resisted writing on Blue Star would end up being written in another world. Ningruan started writing as soon as he said so. Even the title of the book has been thought of. The Beast King dominates love. The little junior sister, who is beloved by the group, cries again yes. Compared to the aloof master Lu Yuanyuan, Ningruan is more attracted to the Beast King Yuanyi. Yuli was stunned for a moment as she stared at the man who had descended from the sky like a god and saved her. It turns out there are such beautiful people in the world. I don't want to go home. Can you please not send me home yet? She pulled his pure white sleeves, tenderly begging. The day Yuli joined the sect, he made her favorite food himself, brought it to her, smiled and stroked her head. Are you hungry? Yuli smiled, nodded obediently, and hugged the man's waist casually. Master is the best to Li heir. I like Master the most. Looking at the man who suddenly fell in front of her and turned back into a monster, Yuli carried him to the bed without any hesitation. She didn't know why she saved him. You are still being punished, aren't you? But she just couldn't help it. Seeing him hurt, she felt very sad. Ningruan stayed up for 2 nights. I finally got to the part where Li Yu saved Yuan Yi at the Qian Cliff. I was originally planning to write more. The result was the next morning. She had just come out of the Invincible Peak. Then he heard that his 10 photo mirrors were all knocked down by Master Lu of Suiyin Peak. Good fellow, you want to swallow my mirror? Without hesitation, Ning Wan went directly to the law enforcement hall to file a complaint. According to the sect's 12,541st rule, no one in the sect may seize other people's property. Anyone who violates this rule will be fined and have to pay double the value of the property as compensation. But now, Lord Liu of Broken Cloud Peak has robbed me of 10 photo mirrors. Will the law enforcement hall take care of this matter? Law enforcement hall disciple. Nink. Senior Sister Ning, are you sure that it is Master Lu Feng you want to sue? The oppressions of the disciples who were in charge of the questioning were extremely interesting. It really opened my eyes. The disciple reported to the Peak Master that this kind of thing would be extremely shocking no matter where it happened. Ning Wan nodded seriously, and then asked suspiciously, "You won't refuse to answer it, Law Enforcement Hall disciple. How do I answer this? Go and capture the Master of a Peak? That would have resulted in him being slapped to death." Senior Sister Ning, have you ever gone to Broken Cloud Peak to look for Master Lu? Maybe if you ask, he will return the mirror to you. If he returns it, how can she complain? I'm just a light spiritualist. What if Master Lu Feng doesn't want to return my mirror and wants to silence me? Ning Wan said it with confidence. Several disciples from the law enforcement hall simply couldn't find any words to refute. Shut up, a very serious rebuke suddenly came. Ning Wan turned around. A middle-aged man stared at her oppressionlessly. No matter who it is, anyone who violates the rules will be punished. Ning Wan. So tough. Elder Mu. When the disciples of the law enforcement hall saw the newcomer, they all bowed their heads and saluted. Ning Wan had heard a long time ago that the current chief elder of Tianshu Peak, Mu Fan, was also in charge of the law enforcement hall. Now it seems that this is most likely the person. He looked at Ning Wan and said with a straight face, "Come with me to Broken Cloud Peak." After saying, without even waiting for Ning Wan to agree, he waved his hand and rolled her onto the flying sword.
Soon,
the two of them arrived outside the main hall of Broken Cloud Peak. Elder Mu, Lu Hanyan, the 8th disciple of Suiyun Peak, had just come out of the main hall when he saw two people falling on flying swords. The next moment, he shifted his gaze towards Ning Wan, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Junior Sister Ning is here too, Elder Mu. He threatened me." Ning Wan took a step back and hid behind the boss.
Elder Mu.
Lu Hanyan glared at him angrily. "Elder Mu." He glared at me.
Elder Mu.
Take a deep breath.
Elder Mu looked at Lu Hanyan expressionlessly. "Is Master Lu here?" Lu Hanyan suppressed her anger. Just about to reply, a cold and indifferent voice came from behind. "Great Elder, do you want to talk to me about something?" "Master." Lu Hanyan called respectfully. He retreated behind her and continued to stare at Ning Wan. Elder Mu still had no emotion and spoke word by word. "Ning Wan, the 8th disciple of Wyang Peak, accused you of occupying her spiritual weapon, the image mirror. If this is true, according to the sect rules, Master Lu Feng should return the 10 photo mirrors and compensate for an equivalent item of double value. Of course, it can also be converted into spirit stones or contribution points." Lu Yuanyuan's dark eyes, which were devoid of any emotion, sank slightly. "This thing has been hanging for a long time, and it has caused a great impact on my Broken Cloud Peak. As the master of the peak, what does it matter if I take it down? As for the owner of this thing," he raised his eyes slightly and looked at Ning Wan. The murderous intent in his eyes was particularly obvious. "Lu Yun was behind this, wasn't she, Ning Wan? Go back and tell Lu Yun. Hasn't she been trying to deliberately provoke me? She succeeded. But she should never have involved you or I will personally ask for an explanation from you at Wyang Peak, Ning Wan. They are just a bunch of idiots, right? Elder Mu, you see he is talking so much. He definitely doesn't want to return the mirror to me." According to Article 25,621 of the sect's rules, any disciple, elder, or peak master of the Red Sky sect who refuses to accept punishment may be expelled from the sect if the circumstances are serious. Elder Mu. Did you swallow the Chitian sect's rules? Who is the person from the law enforcement hall? For the first time, Lu Yuanyuan's face, which rarely showed any emotion, showed a feeling called anger. "Very good. I never thought that one day a mere disciple would want to epple me from the sect. Lu Yuanyuan was smiling, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold. Even Elder Mu felt a little regretful at this moment. If he had known that this girl was so infuriating and arrogant, he would have been crazy to bring her here. Lu Feng. Elder Mu just opened his mouth. Then he saw the man opposite him, wearing white clothes and a tall hat, looking cold and elegant, slowly raising his hand. The overwhelming pressure was approaching Ning Ruan. The latter blinked and hid behind Elder Mu, still stirring up trouble. Look, Elder Mu, he is Aeneas. He wants to silence us, Elder Mu. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Master Lu, even if Ning Ruan did something wrong, it should be our law enforcement hall and Wang Peak that should punish her. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate for you to take action. Elder Mu frowned and blocked Lu Yuanyuan's pressure without hesitation. Ning Ruan, that's right, if Suiyin Peak wants to take my mirror, just tell them directly. I have a lot of it anyway, so at most I can give it to you guys. But it's wrong for you to take it without asking. Aren't you just looking at me, a light spiritualist, as someone who is easy to bully? Elder Mu. No. Does this darn girl really think she can beat Lu Yuanyuan? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death here? The other side. Lu Hanyan's eyes were filled with rage, and she immediately drew out her sword. And the action is faster. Or Lu Yuanyuan with murderous intent in his eyes. Ning Ruan smiled as she looked at the sword energy coming towards her. The fingertips of his left hand moved slightly, and he casually cut the palm of his right hand.
It was at this time.
A fire dragon descended from the sky. The sword energy was knocked sideways. Darn Lu Yuanyuan, you took advantage of my absence to bully my apprentice, right? Lu Yun, Elder Mu, who was about to take action, paused and stared at the extremely arrogant woman in red in the air with a grim oppression. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes darkened. Very good. Since you are here, I will find you. Look for me if you want. Have I ever been afraid of you? Lu Yun held the vermilion wine jug at her hand and took a big sip. Lu Yuanyuan had a cold face. At the moment he summoned his natal spirit sword from his body. The sky, which was clear a moment ago, suddenly flashed with thunder and lightning. Thunder sword. Elder Mu's face was grim. Lu Yuanyuan, Lu Yun, if you dare to take action. The words haven't finished yet. The fire dragon in the air and the sword energy met with thunder and lightning collided violently. Lu Yuanyuan took several steps back. Lu Yun groaned, raised his head slightly, and took a big gulp of wine. Come on, Mr. Lu. If I don't beat you up today, I won't be named Lu. I'm just injured, not dead. Do you guys really think I can't beat you anymore? Injured? Ning Ruan, who was watching the battle excitedly, raised her eyebrows. Elder Mu, my master is injured. You do not know, Ning Ruan. How could she know? Not familiar with it. It's outrageous. She has been an apprentice for several months, but has only met her master twice. Elder Mu looked solemn. Your master's injuries are very serious. She has been able to suppress them all these years only with the spiritual wine in her hand. If she really fights with Lu Yuanyuan today, she will definitely not live for more than 3 months. Speaking of, he suddenly looked at Ning Ruan and said in a deep voice, this matter started because of you. You must stop your master. Ning Ruan looked helplessly at the two people fighting in mid-air again. Elder Mu, how can you let me stop you? And I always feel that. My master seems to have wanted to beat Master Lu Feng for a long time. Boss Mu frowned as he watched more and more figures in the distance gather here. He gritted his teeth and said, I will protect you. Don't let them fight. Ning Ruan blinked, and just when Elder Mu was about to say something else, she nodded solemnly. Then I'll listen to Elder Mu. That's strange. Elder Mu carried Ning Ruan, and after they flew into the air, he casually threw Ning Ruan towards Lu Yun. Then he said with a cold face, Master Lu, you should know the consequences of this battle. Ning Ruan was caught by Lu Yun, who had a look of disgust on her face. What are you doing here? I'm just helping you vent your anger. If you dare to persuade me, I'll beat you to death first. Ning Ruan looked at Elder Mu, who was communicating with Lu Yuanyuan over there, and whispered, Elder Mu said you were injured? I'm here to bring you medicine. Lu Yun? Master, if you had told me earlier, Maybe you would have recovered from your injuries long ago. Ningguan clicked her tongue twice. Just tell me what injuries you have and what medicine you need, Luyuan. Ningguan, my injury is not something you can heal. I know you have a lot of treasures, but I have searched all over Qingyan province over the years, and even went to other provinces but found nothing. Someone has injected the cold marrow into my body, which just happens to restrain my fire element. This cannot be solved by ordinary means. Luyuan drank a sip of wine with a headache. Don't listen to that captive Mu fan, I won't die that easily. At most I will feel uncomfortable for a while, but as long as I can beat up the guy named Lu, I will feel good. Ningguan didn't say anything. Just when Luyuan was about to throw the person down. Then the little girl in front of him took out 5 bottles and jars from her storage belt. Yuanjiang pill, red mysterious marrow, flame spirit bamboo liquid. There is another one that I always use for grilling. It doesn't have a name, but I call it the devil pepper. This thing does not need to be refined after eating. It is guaranteed to take effect immediately and can suppress the cold marrow completely. There are only 2 drawbacks. One is that I'm afraid it won't be possible to completely eliminate the cold marrow in a short period of time, but if you take it a few more times, I guarantee it will work. Another disadvantage is that the taste may not be very good. After all, I use it as a barbecue seasoning and I only add a little bit each time. Ningguan had just finished speaking. The devil pepper jade bottle in his hand was snatched away by Luyuan. It works quickly, and it's enough without refining. Look up. Pour all the chili powder, like substance in the bottle, directly into your mouth.
Ningguan.
The master is really awesome. Immediately afterwards, Luyuan's face, which should have been extremely charming, suddenly turned red. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. She could only stare at Ningguan with her beautiful eyes. Raise your head. Another gulp of liquor went down his throat.
Ningguan.
Ningguan hasn't said anything yet. Luyuan sent him away very roughly. The moment when the terrifying fire dragon appeared again. The sword energy from Lu Yuanyuan also came quickly. Elder Mu, who was forced to flee. The 2 people who were fighting were really serious this time. Fighting and flying out at the same time.
He soon left the Qitian sect.
Ningguan, what did you say to your master? Elder Mu was furious. You seem to have given her something else. I didn't, I'm innocent. Ningguan spread his hands. It seems that the master is really good at it. He actually did something during their conversation. Otherwise, with Elder Mu's cultivation level, he would definitely be able to hear it at such a close distance.
Elder Mu.
If you really don't have it, I'll upload on the spot. It was clear that the madman surnamed Lu was holding back just now. But after being persuaded by this little girl, he just went all out without any worries.
Take a deep breath.
Elder Mu suppressed his anger, glanced at the bloodstain on Ningguan's palm, and couldn't help but speak more strongly. What's wrong with your wound?
Don't think I didn't see it.
You cut it yourself just now. He really wanted to ask at that time. When Lu Yuanyuan's sword energy came over, she didn't even try to dodge. How could she be hurting herself there? Even if I want to commit suicide first. It's time to cut his throat. Ningguan touched the scar on her palm with a smile. I was scared, and when I was scared, I wanted to cut my hand. Does this violate the sect rules? Elder Mu. Are you worried that you have some serious illness? Elder Mu looked at how about I go back first? My photo mirror is depending on you. Ningguan said this very seriously. Elder Mu suddenly felt angry. It was just a small matter. How did it become like this? Roll. When the master of Tianshu Peak and several elders arrived. What I saw was the scene where the usually taciturn and serious elder pointed at a little girl and almost cursed her. After leaving Broken Cloud Peak, Ningguan decisively returned to Invincible Peak. Unaffectedly, her group of not so normal senior brothers actually gathered together today. Junior sister, master, Luo Yu spoke first, with a hint of worry in his gentle eyes. Ningguan looked calm. Don't worry, master will be fine. Pause. He added, how about we prepare some ice water first, the kind that can relieve the spiciness? 7 senior brothers. Big brother, master has a grudge against Lu Yuanyuan. Judging from the situation where they are like fire and water, I'm afraid the hatred is quite big. Luo Yu nodded, looking a little strange. It can be said that there is a grudge. If Master had not been injured, he would have fought with Lu Yuanyuan a long time ago. What happened to you today has become the fuse. But even without you, it would have been only a matter of time before they started fighting. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his junior sister coming to Sui and Peak to ask for the mirror. The disciples of the Invincible Peak, have never been the kind of people who would endure humiliation. If you have a grudge, you must take revenge. If you are unhappy, say it. Pei Jingyu couldn't help laughing out loud. Little junior sister, do you want to ask them what grudge they have? You won't believe it even if I tell you. About 200 years ago, Lu Yuanyuan had always believed that our master liked him, and he repeatedly warned the master to stay away from him. The master has not been injured yet, so Lu Yuanyuan is no match for him. The master beat him up in public, and he has been holding a grudge against me ever since. Ningruan.
This.
Is it so ridiculous? What about master's injury? They were so powerful 200 years ago. How could they suffer such a huge loss? Luo Yu shook his head. We don't really know the cause of master's injury. I only know that this matter may be related to Zhongzhou. About 150 years ago, Master was injured in Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou? Ever since joining the Qitian sect. Ning Wan knew the specific situation of this world. Kyushu continent. The 8 states ice side by side and can communicate with each other. But the 8 states are too far apart, either separated by several seas or several mountain ranges. Want to go through these to other states? Only the strong and those big forces can do it. As for Zhongzhou, it is even more mysterious. There is not even a road. There is only a teleportation array. It is said that within the territory of Dian Dynasty under the jurisdiction of Qitian sect, there is a teleportation array leading to Zhongzhou. But the teleportation array is rarely opened. It's basically just a decoration. When mentioning Zhongzhou, the faces of several senior brothers were not very good. Pei Jingyu asked with a half-smile. Junior sister, tell me the truth, are you from Zhongzhou? You are so generous. Who can afford it except those big forces in Zhongzhou? Ningwan was almost choked. My family lives in an ordinary small village. I only knew about Zhongzhou after I entered the Qitian sect. Pei Jingyu rolled his eyes and said, if you said it was a hidden family, maybe I would believe it, but if you said it was a small village. Hee, as long as you're happy, Ningwan. By the way, junior sister, the wound on your hand, was it caused by those people from Broken Cloud Peak? Luo Yu coughed lightly and changed the subject. Ningwan raised her hand. He touched the bloodstain on his palm and shook his head as if it was a matter of course. No, I just want to cut my hand when I'm nervous and scared. She must cut her hand to launch her strongest attack. Summon Dad. It's a pity that the master came before Dad could be summoned. Her summons can only be interrupted midway. Several senior brothers. Ning Wan seemed to have thought of something. He immediately took out the book, Beast King's Love. The group's beloved little sister cried again, which he had written after working all night. Passed it to several senior brothers. Pei Jingyu took it first and looked at the bold title on the manuscript. He looked strange. Junior sister, this is the name of your storybook? He hasn't read many storybooks. But I can guarantee that this outrageous book title is absolutely unique in the world. And it's so embarrassing. Domination of Love. Several brothers were silent. Half an hour later, after quickly reading the novel manuscript, the few people fell silent again. A long time. Third senior brother Chi Mafong hesitated and said, Junior sister, this isn't a storybook, right? He still knows the storyline. But whether it is the plot or the wording, they are definitely not the kind of things written by junior sister that are both shameful and straightforward. And make people easily fall into them. Ning Wan. Or you can call it a novel. How about it? Can this book be released and sold widely? Luo Yu didn't quite understand these. Third senior brother, on the other hand, seemed to know a lot about it. It's possible to sell it. Manhwa Trading Company can do it. This trading company is very powerful, and it is said that its businesses are spread across Kyushu. Of course, this is just a rumor, and most people don't believe that Manhwa Trading Company can expand its business to a place like Zhongzhou. But even if it is the 8 states, it is also very powerful. At least in our Qingyun province, the 7 major sects and 7 major dynasties will give Mingyue Trading Company a face. Ning Ruan's eyes lit up. But Mo quickly added, there is no problem with Mingyue Commercial Bank, and there is a high probability that they will really sell Junior Sister's novel. But the content of this book is too specific. Maybe you can't react to it at first, but if you really read it, you will definitely realize who the character in the book refers to. By then, the sect may also take action, even if they can't do anything to Mingyue Commercial Bank. They will definitely cause trouble for Junior Sister, Ning Ruan. Kingo is Kingo. Be so rigorous in everything you do.
It was at this time.
Behind them, a cold voice sounded silently. Actually, I can send the manuscript to Mingyue Trading Company. Ning Ruan and the others were shocked. Turned back suddenly. Luo Yu opened his mouth and said, Sith Junior Brother is here? Sith Senior Brother, Yenin looked gloomy. I have always been here. Several people. Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. If Sith Junior Brother goes, then there will definitely be no problem. No one remembers him anyway. As for those big guys who can remember him, it is impossible for them to care about these little things and say too much. Yen En.
Ning Ruan.
Lu Yun's battle lasted for 2 days and 1 night. The 2 people who were really angry could not be dissuaded by the elders of the Qitian sect at all. Only a few elders can protect the Dharma from a distance. This was to prevent the 2 injured people from being killed by passing monks. Final. Lu Yuanyuan still lost. The once pure and innocent flower on the mountaintop now has disheveled hair, with traces of fire on the ends of her hair and her clothes. Extremely embarrassed. Lu Yun's body was also covered with sword wounds and blood. She stood on a mountaintop that was burned bare by her fire dragon, raised her head and took a big gulp of strong liquor. The red marks on her face from the burning sensation had not yet faded. But looking at the man lying on the ground and could only glare at her with hatred, she felt extremely refreshed. Lu Yuanyuan, remember this. Don't think that only your disciple is a disciple. My disciple is grass. You can bully him. To be honest, I really don't like your little apprentice Li Yu. He is not worthy of carrying shoes for my little Wanwan. Your vision is as blind as ever. Lu Yun's voice echoed all around. Even the monks watching nearby could hear it clearly. Lu Yuanyuan looked at Lu Yun with great resentment and said with difficulty, Your disciple, is not worthy of being compared with your. His Yuer was so kind and lovely, just a smile could warm him for a long time. How can others compare with your? Bullshit. Lu Yun raised his hand and a fire dragon spurted out. The elders who were guarding the Dharma nearby finally could not sit still any longer. He hurried out to block it for Lu Yuanyuan. Master Lu Feng, we can't fight anymore. Since the winner has been decided, can you 2 go back and heal your wounds first? Lu Yun drank his wine and looked down disdainfully. Your disciple is trash, a sword cultivator who has never even drawn a sword. She just keeps whining all day long. Only the people of Broken Cloud Peak treat her like a treasure. Lu Yuanyuan gnashed his teeth. Yuer is innocent and cute. Ning Ruan is insidious and vicious. Lu Yun raised her eyebrows. Bah, my little Wanwan is so straightforward. Much better than your useless disciple who only asks senior brother for help whenever there is something wrong. TSK, your little apprentice has caused a lot of trouble over the years, right? When did she ever stand up? Either you have to settle the matter for her, or her senior brothers have taken the blame for her. She is a swordsman, but she doesn't have the slightest sense of responsibility. Not only is he irresponsible, he also loves to stir up trouble, and when he stirs up trouble, he pretends to be innocent. If he were my disciple, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Lu Yuanyuan. You. Lu Yun. What do you mean by you? I'm warning you. If within 3 days, Broken Cloud Peak doesn't pay back what you owe my disciple, I will cause trouble for you. The elders who watched the 2 peak masters quarreling over their disciple said, Invincible Peak. The red light suddenly fell. When Ning Ruan and others arrived, then he saw his master suddenly spit out blood. Then he frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Lumbago Lu Yuanyuan, if I hadn't made no progress in my cultivation over the past 100 years, would I have been hurt by him? Luo Yu took a few steps forward, looking worried. Master's injury. You won't die. Lu Yun waved her hand impatiently and said to Ning Ruan, little captive, give me something to relieve the spiciness. Ning Ruan nodded repeatedly. He took out the ice spirit fruit and said, this is pretty good for relieving the spiciness. It can withstand the scorching heat from the fiery cliff. It can also relieve spiciness. You even have this. Lu Yun stared, still unable to resist the spiciness that had tortured her for 2 whole days. Take a bite. The cool air mied with a sweet spiritual juice went down the throat. The spiciness that could not be described in words finally eased. After eating a whole pill, Ning Ruan took out 2 more.
I ate 3 of them.
Lu Yunkai finally didn't feel the spiciness anymore. How many of these do you have left? Sell me some, Ning Ruan. Is her master addicted to eating? Read the article 44W. There's still a little bit left. It's fine to give it to master, but if it's aimed at the cold marrow, using a few other things can completely cure it.
So,
Master prefers eating ghost peppers? Lu Yun. Several senior brothers. The Invincible peak suddenly became lively. After knowing that Lu Yun came back, the sect leader, the Tianshu peak leader, and the great elder Mu Fan all came. But at this time, Lu Yun had already taken the medicine given by Ning Ruan. I went into seclusion to clear my cold marrow. Is your master really okay? Luo Yu nodded and responded in a gentle voice. Don't worry, Elder Mu.
Master has found the antidote this time.
After he comes out of seclusion, the cold marrow will surely be cleared. Elder Mu still frowned. This matter is of great importance. Please do not help her deceive us. Luo Yu is helpless. Disciple dare not. Since she has found the antidote, that's great. Sect Master Shun looked meaningfully at Ning Ruan, who was standing silently behind Luo Yu. The 3 did not stay long. After asking some questions, he left quickly. A few days later, the news that Wayang Peak Master Lu Yun's old illness was cured and the Suiyun Peak Master was seriously injured spread throughout the entire Chitian sect. Almost all the disciples were discussing the extremely horrific battle that took place a few days ago. You don't know, the news spread all over Xingjing City. It is said that at that time, Master Lu and Master Lu destroyed a mountain. My goodness, this is so fierce. The most powerful one is still Master Lu Feng, right? I heard that she was injured in the past, and her injury has never healed, so her cultivation has not improved at all in these years. But even so, she still seriously injured Master Lu Feng. Now that she has recovered from her injuries, won't she be even more powerful in the future? You can't say that Peak Master Lu was seriously injured, right? I heard that both Peak Masters were seriously injured, but Peak Master Lu's was more seriously injured. So what? It's still Master Lu Feng who wins. I can't believe it. I heard before that Wayang Peak was too weak and the sect was considering disbanding. But now it seems that Wayang Peak is not weak at all. It is clearly low-key. That's because you entered the sect late and didn't study the sect's scripture seriously, right? The deeds of Wayang Peak are clearly recorded in ancient books. You won't believe it if I tell you, but hundreds of years ago, or even earlier, Wayang Peak was the #1 peak in our Chitian sect. Although he only accepts disciples directly from his family, any one of them is a monster that can crush their peers, be invincible in the same realm, and can even fight across realms. Oh my god, of fighting across borders? Are there really people like that? Some of them. For example, in the book Beast King Bashang AI, it says that there are always some people who are blessed by heaven and can fight across borders. Anyway, they are very powerful. What are you talking about? Just when Wayang Peak once again appeared in everyone's mouth in a high-profile manner. Yui Jin, the eldest disciple of Broken Cloud Peak, came to Invincible Peak accompanied by 2 disciples of Law Enforcement Hall. Here are your 10 photo mirrors as well as the compensation from Suiyun Peak. Count them yourself. Yui Jin, with a gloomy face, casually threw an ordinary storage bag to Ning Ruan. That's what I said. But when I saw Ning Ruan was really counting them carefully, Yui Jin's face turned even darker. Ning Ruan's spiritual sense passed through the storage bag. After taking a look, he said with a click of the tongue, "There are quite a lot of things to compensate you. It's really hard for you to find so many things that are useless to me." Yui Jin's face was grim, and his voice was cold. If you don't like it, you don't have to accept it. Ningguan raised an eyebrow. I got this for free with my own ability. Why shouldn't I accept it? Oh, you deliberately gave me some useless things to light spirit masters just to make me not accept them? You are overthinking it. Even if I don't need it, I can give it away. I don't lack it anyway. The words fell. She raised her lips and looked at the two disciples of the law enforcement hall who accompanied her with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, my two junior brothers. You should have seen the contents of this storage bag. Is there anything you like? Each of you can pick one. The two law enforcement hall disciples looked in disbelief at the storage bag that was forced into their hands. Senior Sister Ning, are you really going to send us off? Ningguan nodded solemnly. Of course. Thank you, Senior Sister Ning. The two of them responded in unison and began to choose decisively. Anyway, as a member of the law enforcement hall, I am not afraid of offending others. Senior Sister Ning said it has been given to them, so they are crazy if they don't want it. Yui Jin's eyes were grim. After enduring for a long time, he turned away and left. Ningguan was in a very good mood and said to the two disciples, both junior brothers can pick a few more pieces each, the two disciples who were selecting. Pie in the sky really does fall? Tongming Peak. Zhou, I just came back from the legal education hall. Prepared to retreat for a few days. Then he heard the group of inner disciples who usually practiced very diligently, gathering in groups of 3 or 4. They were still discussing something excitedly. Who do you think Yuli likes? I think she likes the second senior brother, because he treats her so well. Which senior brother treats her badly? The 4th and 5th senior brothers even had their dantians destroyed for her. So, she doesn't like the senior brothers at all. The one she likes is the Lord Beast King. Otherwise, the title of the book could be called Love of the Lord Beast King. But I think Master seems to like Yuli very much too. He treats Yuli differently from others. No way, Master and disciple. This is incestuous. What's impossible? In my opinion, Yuli might want them all in the end, just like the rumored Madame Yanlu, who has many good-looking male cultivators. It's not impossible. I have always felt that Yuli had some issues with her thinking. She always pretended to be very innocent, but she was too intimate with anyone and aged the limits. I don't believe she can't see that the brother's concern for her is a bit abnormal. That's right, I also read some storybooks before joining the sect, but the Taoist companions described in the books are all upright cultivators with pure thoughts, unlike this Yuli. By the way, she also helped her 8th senior brother to go to the Li family to cancel the engagement. This is really disgusting. That's right. I was so angry when I saw this. Who would cancel an engagement and bring a woman with him? Isn't this deliberately disgusting? That Zhou Ai has never had any interest in anything other than cultivation. She has a cold personality and would also care about what other disciples are doing. I should have just walked past it. But the moment I heard break off the engagement and take the woman with you, Zhou Ai stopped. What are you talking about? A cold voice sounded. The 3 female disciples who were discussing excitedly suddenly stood up. His face changed slightly. Sister Zhou. Senior Sister Zhou, what were you discussing just now? Zhou Ai asked again in a deep voice with a blank expression. The 3 disciples looked at each other guiltily. Finally, a little girl with a baby face mustered up the courage to stand up. Sister Zhou, we're talking about a popular storybook in Dian Shengjing recently. No, it's not a storybook either, the bookseller said. It's called a novel. The book is sold at Linglong Pavilion of Manhwa Trading Company. Novel? Zhou Ai frowned. Where is the book? Linglong Pavilion is a place that specializes in selling martial arts secret manuals. Although there are also a few introductions to the 8 provinces or some popular stories about Qingyan province. But a book that is similar to a storybook could actually be accepted by Linglong Pavilion? The baby-faced disciple quickly took out a book with a gold, stamped cover that looked particularly high profile and reluctantly handed it to Zhou Ai. Senior Sister Zhou, this is it. Zhou Ai frowned and took it. The first thing I saw was the words written in large letters on the cover. Beast King's Love, the group's favorite little sister, is crying again. Zhou Ai. This name. The annual sect competition is only 3 months away. Instead of practicing, you're wasting your time on this thing? Or are you not going to participate this year at all? The 3 disciples were about to cry. They all responded, Senior Sister Zhou, we were wrong. Zhou, I responded oppressionlessly, then turned and left with the book. Only the 3 baby-faced ones were left with no tears. Doesn't Senior Sister Zhou never take care of these things? Who knows, maybe she's in a bad mood. My novel. I got it with great difficulty, don't worry. I just have to go out tomorrow. I should be able to buy more than Zhou. I walked into the residence with the book.
Sit down.
He turned to the first page with a stern face. When I saw the extremely straightforward and tempting words above, Zhou eyes already slightly furrowed, brows furrowed even tighter. Useless. A waste of time. Zhou, I watched and cursed under his breath. Before I knew it, a night had passed. When she put down the book, she was surprised to find that it was already daybreak. The cold little face suddenly became complicated.
Yugoslavia Li Yugoslavia.
Is this book really just a fictional story? Zhou, I didn't quite believe it. If it was just a fabrication, then why are some of the plots in it almost equally the same as her appearances? Could it be a coincidence that my fiancé brought another woman to break off the engagement? An extremely rare and disgusting thing? More importantly, the character Yu Li in the book is equally likely you. Zhou, I frowned slowly and looked silently at the place where the author's signature was. There are only 2 words. Anonymous? Invincible peak. Little junior sister, don't you want to know what the current situation of your book is? Ningguan had just returned from the spiritual food garden when she was stopped by Jingyu. The sales are good. Ningguan responded calmly. Jingyu was surprised. You know, Ningguan, is it possible that the book I wrote myself cannot be sold? Jingyu. Although, junior sister, is it really okay for you to be so confident? Xinjiang City has already snapped up all your books, and it is said that Linglong Pavilion is speeding up the printing. Moreover, there are many people in our Qitian sect who read your books. Of course, except for those discussing the book, almost everyone is scolding you. A book with a great plot but a lot of disgusting characters. It doesn't even have an ending yet. It's hard not to be scolded. Ningguan raised her eyes nonchalantly. They were scolding Anonymous, not me. Jingyu. While the 2 were talking, a paper crane carrying a message flew in. It was grasped in Jingyu's hand. The voice from the paper crane slowly sounded. In Xinjiang City, the spirit stones of the image mirror have been used up and have fallen. It has now been taken back by the Li family. On the orders of the elders of the Li family, I am here to inform you that if Senior Sister Ning is free, please go and retrieve the mirror. Jingyu crumpled the disposable paper crane into a ball with a distressed look on his face. Junior sister, you spent so many mid-grade spirit stones like this. I don't lack spirit stones. Jingyu. My heart aches. It feels so uncomfortable. Ningguan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Where is the eldest brother? I have to go out of the sect. She has many mirrors for taking photos. But none of them wanted to stay in the Li family. Jingyu curled his lips and said, I guess he is studying the art of spiritual inspiration. This is the only hobby our senior brother has. But there's no need for you to go there in person, right? It's the same if you ask the Li family to send it to you, Ningguan said seriously. I came back in a hurry last time, so I haven't visited Xinjiang yet. I heard from Tangshan that there are many delicious foods in Xinjiang. Jingyu. So taking the mirror is the accuse, right? Head to Xinjiang again. The mood is completely different. This time, she did not wear the attire of a direct disciple. He blended into the crowd very naturally and entered the city. Outside the Li family's gate, as soon as Ningguan arrived, she was led into the main hall by the trembling guards who had been waiting for a long time. I didn't expect you to come so soon. The head of the Li family sat at the top. Without the anger and ferocity of last time, now dressed in a scholar's robe, he actually has a kind of elegant temperament. Ningguan took off the sword case and sat down without any hesitation. If I come late, what if someone tampered with it? You, the eldest son of the Li family who is standing below, couldn't help but get angry. How could my great Li family do such a thing? Qingjiang, there is no need to argue. Just return the mirror to her. The head of the Li family couldn't help but sigh. Young master, Li was still indignant. But he still suppressed his dissatisfaction and returned all the 10 or so mirrors. Now we are even. We will never see each other again. Bye. Put away the photo mirror. Ningguang stood up, put the sword case on his back, turned around, and was about to leave. Wait. The head of the Li family suddenly spoke and looked at her with a complicated expression. The ancestor wants to see you. I don't want to. Ningguang refused without hesitation. Stride out the door. The voice of the head of the Li family came again. No matter what, you are also the blood of my Li family. Ningguang had already walked out of the door but stopped. The girl touched the sword case behind her. Finally, he put his hand down. The Li family has nothing to do with me. A clear voice floats in the air. The head of the Li family looked at the figure in a green shirt from afar without turning his head. For the first time, I fell into silence. Did they really do something wrong back then? Suddenly, a slightly old sigh came from my ear. Forget it. Things have come to this point. Let it be. Patriarchally was shocked. Grandfather, we had no other choice back then. If we leave her behind, how will you cope with it? Yor has always been a sword cultivator, and only sword cultivators can revitalize the Li family. The old ancestor could only sigh. If you still think so, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Patriarch Li. Regret. Will you really regret it? After leaving the Li family, Ningguang went to the Xeniafang that Jingyu strongly recommended. It is said that this place is also one of the properties of Manhwa Trading Company, with branches in various places in the 8 states. As soon as I stepped into the store, then a pretty maid stepped forward and said respectfully, "Are you a swordsman?" Ningguang raised her eyes. How many more dishes can a sword cultivator eat? If that's the case, then she is a sword cultivator. Maid. The guest has misunderstood. Treasure House has a rule that first-level spiritual masters, physical cultivators, and summoners can only dine on the first floor. But even if a sword cultivator is at the first level, he can enter the second floor. The second-level sword cultivators can enter the third floor. If you are not a sword cultivator, you can only enter the corresponding floor. But the dishes are all the same, and this rule is just to reduce trouble. Of course, if the guest has a companion with a higher level of cultivation, they can also enter the higher floors. Since the dishes are all the same, it doesn't matter to Ningguang which level he enters. I am a third-level light spiritualist. The maid was stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect that a person with a sword case on his back would be a light type. But she quickly put on her professional smile and remained respectful. Guests can choose any of the 3 floors. Then let's go to the 3rd floor. Please follow me, guest. The maid led the way and said as she walked, "By the way, after the guests have finished their meal, if they need to refine the spiritual energy in the food, they can practice in the room for an hour. If you want to increase the duration, that's fine, 50 low-grade spirit stones per hour. Ningguang, if I can't finish it, can I pack it up?" Maid. The maid, who almost didn't react, nodded quickly. "Of course you can." As soon as the words fell, at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, an angry voice suddenly came. "Hanze, I advise you to think carefully and don't be ungrateful. I have thought it through clearly. I need the Qingguang thorn now, so I won't sell it to anyone." Ningguang was about to walk towards the corridor on the left, but stopped when she heard the word, "Hanze. Turn around and walk over." He called out, "Junior brother Han." What a coincidence. Hanze's sharp and cold eyes suddenly retracted, and he turned back in disbelief, looking at the little girl with a sword case on her back beside the maid. "Senior Sister Ning? Why are you here?" Ningguang tilted her head and replied seriously, "Of course we come to a restaurant to eat." The maid's lips twitched. "Restaurant?" Opposite Hanze, the girl who already looked unhappy suddenly stared at Ningguang and said, "Sister, it was her. She was the one who attacked us in the secret realm and eliminated us with the black ball." The girl sighed. There was also a man and a woman standing there. Both of them were wearing the uniforms of Chitian sect's direct disciples. The woman looked about the same age as a teenage girl. The man was a little older, around 20 years old. At this moment, he looked at Ningguang coldly and said sarcastically, "As expected, People are associated with the same kind of people. I have really learned something new today. Hanze, you are only fit to be with people who come to Xeniafang to eat and take away their food. Ningguan? What happened to packing? Where did this idiot come from? Ningguan didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Ying, if you lose, you lose. There's no need to make excuses for yourself. The woman called sister scolded the girl and then raised her eyes. His eyes moved between Ningguan and Hanze. After a moment, Fong slowly said, "Since I have broken off the engagement, I will not care who you associate with. But Hanze, you really disappoint me. As for the green light thorn, if you insist on not selling it to my sister, forget it. I won't force you. But I hope you won't fall into depravity any further. Practicing well is your only way. It is not a good thing to only seek protection from disciples." Hanze's face was extremely gloomy, just when he could no longer bear it. Suddenly, Senior Sister Ning's clear and corrupt voice came to my ears. "Miss, can I go up to the 4th floor?" The maid was stunned. The young man opposite Hanze laughed out loud. Some people really have wild ideas. If you don't have enough cultivation, you should just stay down there. Do you really think there are loopholes everywhere for you to exploit? The maid had already realized that the people in front of her might be difficult to deal with. They all came from the Chitian sect. She didn't want to be involved in it, so she could only look embarrassed. Ningguan raised her eyes and said, "Even if I pay more money, it won't work." The maid shook her head. "No, guest, there's no such rule. Then I will add dozens of Qingguan fruits and Bingling fruits." The maid paused. I'm sorry, sir. We really don't have this rule. Ningguan. Then I'll add magical fruit wine, lightning-struck wood, traceless silk, and pure yangdu? The maid was completely stunned. "Sir, this. We really don't have this." The words haven't finished yet. The maid heard a hurried voice. "Yes, there is such a rule. Tell her, we have such a rule. Let her go, maid." "No, when did they have this rule?" In the mocking eyes of Jiang Yingying and the other two, the maid suddenly nodded. "Sir, I just remembered that if you can really take out those things, you can go to the 4th floor." The young man with a mocking smile still on his face. Sister Jiang Yingying looked incredulous.
Hansha?
Ningguan tilted her head and said calmly, "What if we want to go to the 9th floor?" The maid opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Ningguan finally got to the 9th floor as she wished. Before coming, glancing at the 3 young men, she asked the maid faintly, "Can we pack up the 9th floor?" The maid almost couldn't hold back her professional fake smile. "Of course you can, sir. Anyone who can reach the 9th floor with the help of treasures, even if he takes the food away or only orders 1 dish, no one will dare to laugh at him for being shabby." Hanze laughed out loud on the spot. Looking at the gloomy faces of the 3 people opposite, he felt very comfortable. Senior Sister Ning is Senior Sister Ning. The ability to irritate people has always been the best. "Hanze, let us go to the 9th floor to take advantage of the loophole." Ahem. Hanze suppressed his laughter and shook his head. "Senior Sister Ning, I don't need it." "Don't need it? Didn't someone say that you are under my protection? You CA and even have a meal on the 9th floor. What kind of protection is this?" Ningguan said confidently. When it comes to stabbing someone in the back, she has never lost. "Really?" The woman, wearing the attire of a disciple, looked arrogant and angry.
"Can't attack Ningguan."
See Iowan 44W. COM, she could only look at Hanze coldly. "I really misjudged you." Hanze restrained his smile and met her gaze calmly. "Me too, you." The woman wanted to say something. Ningguan suddenly smiled at the maid and said, "Miss, someone is interrupting my meal. Should Xeniafang intervene?" The maid understood immediately and said to the 3 people opposite in a gentle voice, "3 guests, now that you have finished your meal, please leave." The maid's attitude is the attitude of the cuisine house. Even with this attitude, it's actually not too bad. The always proud woman felt ashamed to stay any longer. "Ying, let's go." The woman's voice was cold. After saying that, he turned and left. The young man glared at Ningguan fiercely and hurriedly chased after him. Jiang Yingying stomped her feet unwillingly. He looked at Hanze with resentment. "People like you are not worthy of my sister. I don't want your green light thorn anymore. I don't want it even if you give it to me. Puff. Ningguang twitched the corners of her lips and said, "You are a dreamer. The green light thorn is the reward for junior brother Han for being the first in the secret realm this time. Why should I give it to you? Is it because you are shameless? Or is it because you are good at bullying others? Ying, why don't you leave?" The woman in front had obviously been broken by Ningguang's words. There was uncontrollable anger in his tone. Jiang Yingying's eyes were red. In the end, I gritted my teeth and chased after him. 9th floor. Ningguang and Han Ze just stepped into the room. Then he felt the spiritual energy coming towards him. "Is this a spiritual gathering array?" Ningguang's voice fell. The maid nodded respectfully. "Yes, sir. Except for the lobby on the first floor, there are spirit gathering arrays in the rooms on each floor. However, the concentration of spiritual energy on each floor is different, with the 9th floor having the highest concentration." Ningguang nodded. After she sits down, the maid quickly handed over a menu of dishes. "Please order, sir." Ningguang glanced casually and pointed at a few dishes on the list. This, and these." "Okay, sir." The maid took the list and was about to leave. Ningguang suddenly added, "Except for the ones we ordered, give me one portion of all the other dishes." "Maid?" Han Ze. He probably will never be able to learn the heroic spirit of senior sister Ning in his lifetime.
Soon.
Han Ze witnessed the privileges of the 9th floor. Said the dishes are the same. But it's actually quite different. The year of the ingredients used, the plates on which the dishes are served, the time of serving, and even the chopsticks used are all different. It was countless times better than what he had seen on the 4th floor with Jiang Yingying and the other two. Han Ze held the chopsticks, but didn't dare to pick up any food. This is the 9th floor, where only the strongest people from Qingyun province can come. You eat with your mind? Ningguang had just swallowed a piece of tender and sour fish. When he turned around, he saw Han Ze holding his chopsticks in a daze. "Senior Sister Ning, I just find it hard to believe that we actually made it to the 9th floor. The rule of the cuisine house is that those with insufficient cultivation are not allowed to go upstairs." Ningguang rolled her eyes at him and said, "Rules cannot be broken, so your ability must be insufficient." Han Ze fell into deep thought. Ningguang enjoyed the meal very much. The remaining large number of dishes were stored in special food boats by Jingyu Pavilion. Within a certain period of time, the heat and taste of the dishes can be guaranteed to the greatest extent possible. Wait until it's time to pay the bill. What Ningguang saw was no longer the gentle maid. Instead, he was a middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure and a smile like Maitreya Buddha. "Miss, your meal fee is a total of 422 medium-grade spirit stones." Han Ze was still refining the spiritual energy in the dishes. Hearing this, the spiritual energy circulating in the body almost caused a stitch in the side. "More than 400 mid-grade spirit stones?" The sect only distributes 80 spirit stones to outer disciples every month, and they are low-grade spirit stones at that. 100 low-grade spirit stones are only equivalent to 1 medium-grade one. The other side. After packing up the dishes, Ningguang casually took out 400 medium-grade spirit stones and paid for the meal. Seeing her so happy, the fat middle-aged man smiled even more. "Guest net is the fee for you to go to the 9th floor." "Oh," Ningguang nodded. Still no regret or hesitation. He happily took out a bunch of goodies that left the middle-aged man dumbfounded. The most common of them is the wood struck by lightning. Even though I already knew that the girl in front of me would use these things to pay. But after seeing it with my own eyes, it's still hard to describe the impact.
Take a deep breath.
The middle-aged man put his things away. He looked at Ningguang again and became more polite. "Please accept this golden jade talisman. With this talisman, no matter where you go, as long as you consume at the properties of my Manhwa Commercial Bank, you'll get priority and a 20% discount." Han Ze no longer had time to even refine his spiritual energy. He looked at the dazzling golden jade talisman in Ningguang's hand in disbelief and was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. Until the two of them left Jingyu Tower. Han Zetas still felt like he was dreaming. That golden jade talisman is so powerful? Do you know this? Ning Wan is not a fool. How could I not see that Hanzei was different? Nink. Senior sister Ning. Have you never heard of the golden jade talisman? No, Jingyu didn't tell her that he would give her a talisman when he came to dinner. Hanzei swallowed his saliva, calmed down with difficulty, looked at the passers-by around him, and said in a low voice, Senior sister Ning, as for the one in your hand, there are no more than 10 people in the entire Qingyun province who have it. And now, you are one of them. Ning Wan was surprised. So rare? Hanzei nodded. Of course, Mingyue Commercial Bank's business covers a wide range. Xenia Fang is just one of them. In the future, if senior sister Ning goes to other industries to buy things, she may like the same item as someone else. Then no matter how high or low the price is, the owner of the gold jade talisman will have priority to buy this item. Ning Wan said, Oh, but was not excited. Even if I don't have the gold jade talisman, I can still buy what I want. Hanzei swallowed the words before he could even finish his words. Judging from the way senior sister Ning spent her fortune, there really is nothing she can't get. Delicacy shop. Outside a room in the corner of the 9th floor. The door is closed. The chubby middle-aged man who had received the Ning Wan spirit stone was now standing with his head bowed respectfully. He said respectfully to the door, Mr. Tang, I have accepted the things in the woman's hand according to your instructions. In addition, the gold and jade talisman was also given away. A faint hoarse voice came from the room. Yeah, the middle-aged man Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, but there is only one golden jade talisman in Dian. Is it inappropriate to give it to a third-level light spiritualist? After a pause, he added, Moreover, this girl is the abandoned girl of the Li family who caused a big disturbance in the Li family before. An abandoned girl can easily take out dozens of photo mirrors, lightning, struck wood, and many natural treasures that Qingyun province does not even have. Do you really think she is just an abandoned girl of the Li family? A slightly hoarse voice slowly sounded in the room. Zhang Feng shook his head with a bitter face. Don't mention the Li family, those things are not even found in the Qidian sect. Mr. Tang, do you need us to send someone to investigate her identity? Go to other states to check and... The hoarse voice paused. I will also send a message to Zhongzhou. Zhang Feng was stunned. Mr. Tang means... That girl may be from Zhongzhou, maybe. The hoarse voice was not certain. In fact, he also found it hard to believe that the other party came from Zhongzhou. But if it wasn't Zhongzhou, which family could tolerate her spending so much money? Even in Zhongzhou, there are few families that can pamper their descendants so much. Outside Shengjing City, on the Akabane kite, Hanzei was a little embarrassed. Senior sister Ning, you don't have to accompany me back. There are still many places to visit in Shengjing City. Ning Wan held the sword bow and sat on the red, feathered kite, saying calmly, There's no rush. I found something more interesting. Hanzei, why did you come out today? Ning Wan suddenly asked. The outer door manager asked me to go to the treasure house to buy some things. Then I met Jingyu and the others, although I feel that senior sister Ning's thinking is a bit unconventional. Hanzei still replied without hiding anything. They want to buy your green light thorn. Hanzei's eyes gradually became sharp. Jingyu is from the Jiang family among the 4 major families. She used to be my fiancée. But later, she broke off the engagement. In fact, I don't blame her for breaking off the engagement. After all, my cultivation was abolished, and it was right for her to break off the engagement.
But I didn't expect
that she would use Yang Yuan's power to force me to sell the green light thorn to her sister. Yang Yuan was the person traveling with her. He was a direct descendant of the Yang family, one of the 4 major families in Dian. Like Jingyu, he was a direct disciple of Yenue Peak. I originally thought it was just a coincidence, but now it seems that my mission today is also related to them. Han lowered his head slightly. There was a matour of bitterness and sharpness in his eyes. He even hated himself a little. It's all my fault for being too weak. Therefore, those disciples of the Han family who were admitted into the inner sect and were taught directly by the emperor could act as they pleased and find ways to make trouble for him. Even Jingyu could ask the outer sect manager to send him out with just a few words. Is there a possibility that they can't buy your green light thorn, so they want to kill you and rob you directly? Hanzei is still immersed in sorrow. Suddenly, a soft voice came to my ears. He was suddenly stunned, with a look of astonishment on his face. That shouldn't be the case. Oh, if it's not them. Ningguang bent his fingers and tapped the sword case in his arms from time to time. If it's not them. Then, who would have followed us from the moment we left the delicacy shop until now? Hanzei. Several people who were silently following Akabe and Yuan. Ningguang touched his chin and added very seriously, there is more than one person following us. As soon as the words fell, she turned around and threw a Thunderbomb 2.0 to the right. Hanzei was stern and took out the green spear without hesitation. But the expected explosion did not come. Instead, a very rough laugh was heard. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise I would have been tricked by a light-type girl today.
Right side.
Two figures suddenly appeared. They all stand in the air. One of them had a fireball in his hand, and his face looked a little grim. The other man had a rough build, and when his spiritual energy was circulating, he did not have any elemental aura, so he was obviously an individual cultivator. But in the hands of this physical cultivator, he was holding a very black and strange cloth bag. Little girl, what is this black ball of yours? It actually made me feel a little dangerous. Fortunately, I always have a Qianquan bag ready. The big man holding the black cloth bag smiled grimly and looked at Ningguang with eager eyes. I really didn't expect that I would have an unexpected gain today. Little girl, since you bumped into me, let's go together. When you die, your black ball will belong to me. Listen to the big man's threats. Ningguang's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she stared at the black cloth bag in the big man's hand. Her clear voice rang out slowly. I also like this bag in your hand. It's mine, big man. Hanzei. The man holding the fireball with a gloomy face said, Go-san, stop talking nonsense. Pay attention to her black ball. Attack together. The man with a gloomy face glanced at the big man with extreme impatience. The big man immediately laughed sinisterly. Little girl, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since my brother doesn't agree, then you can die now. As soon as the words fell, the big man flew straight towards the red feather kite. Ningguang stood up holding the sword case and moved his fingers slightly. The big man over there laughed out loud. Little girl, if you want to throw the black ball, just throw it quickly. My Qianquan bag can hold as many as you throw. Ha 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 ha. The man with a gloomy face was flying diagonally above the Akabe kite. The cold eyes were like poisonous tongues, fixed firmly on Ningguang and the other person. Fire prison technique, following the man's loud shout. Ningguang saw streaks of fire intertwining and entwining in the sky, falling towards them. Senior Sister Ning, please use the bed in the secret realm to leave. I will hold them back. Hanzei's face was gloomy, and he looked at Ningguang with gritted teeth. Anyone who can fly without relying on spiritual tools must be at least above the fourth realm. Even when he still had his skills, he might not be able to win. Ningguang held the sword case tightly, not moving. No, I won't. It would be so embarrassing for me to escape while sitting on the bed. Hanzei choked directly. People are about to be killed. Is it time to care about face? Senior Sister Ning, you cover your face and run away? I beg you, Ningguang. Why are you running away? I want to fight back, Hanzei. Senior Sister Ning, you are just light. Before Hanzei finished speaking, a girl in a green shirt suddenly slapped the black sword bow in her hand. Iohong, let's go and kill them. Hanzei looked at the scene in disbelief. Senior Sister Ning, who was clearly a light spiritualist, actually flew out of the air with a scarlet long sword in hand. The next moment, an iron pot suddenly fell from the sky. It just happened to fall on the Akabe kite. Senior Sister Ning, use the pot to block it yourself. The girl's clear voice came. Hanzei raised the iron pot without hesitation and held it above his head. He was currently only a physical cultivator of the first level and could not fly at all. Even controlling the red feather kite that his direct disciple used at will was a bit difficult for him. Not to mention fighting against a cultivator in the fourth realm. All he could do now was not to hold Senior Sister Ning back. Sword cultivator? You are actually a sword cultivator? In mid-air, the big man who was rushing over suddenly stopped and looked at Ningguang in great panic. The gloomy man saw this scene and cursed coldly. Idiot, he gritted his teeth and said. So, what if she's a sword cultivator? As long as she is not in the fourth realm, she can't be a match for the two of us. Hearing this, the big man Go-sen finally felt a little relieved. Yes, the girl in front of me is only at the third level of light, even though she is still a swordsman. At this age, it is impossible for him to reach the fourth realm. If she was really a fourth-level swordsman, why would she join the Chitian sect only this year? Seeing the big man rushing towards him again, Ningguang twitched the corners of her lips slightly, but turned and flew towards the gloomy man who was controlling the fire prison technique. The red long sword swung. Thick water vapor filled the air. The prison of red flames seemed to be extinguished by water, becoming increasingly unstable. Water-type sword cultivator? For the first time, a look of fear appeared on the cold man's face. Yes, what a coincidence. It just happens to be your nemesis. The girl's clear voice echoed around. She is extremely fast. It was so fast that the physical training man couldn't catch up at all. But it only took the blink of an eye. She had already passed through the prison of fire with a sword in hand. He approached the gloomy man. Swing the sword. Slash down in the air. The gloomy man's eyes were bloodshot, and he turned around and tried to escape. The thing that elemental spiritual masters like them fear most is getting close to sword cultivators and body cultivators. If you get close, you will die. You can't run away. The scarlet sword was wrapped in a chilling vapor. The sword blade chopped down vertically from the center of the man's forehead. The gloomy man stared. Blood spurted out of his slightly open mouth. By the time the big man caught up with him, he had already fallen straight to the ground. Die with eyes open. The big man's face changed suddenly. He turned around and flew backwards. Escape. Must escape. The big man fled very quickly. But Ningguang was faster. I didn't expect you to be a sword cultivator. I never thought that you could find me. Ningguang held the sword. Looking forward, he saw a middle-aged man who was also holding a sword and walking slowly. He tilted his head calmly. You are different from them. You are coming for me. The tone was extremely firm. The middle-aged man looked at her in surprise and slowly raised the sword in his hand. You are very smart, but unfortunately, you will still die under my sword today. The words fell. The pressure from the fifth realm directly attacked Ningguang and the other person. Hanze could feel the horror of that pressure. Even though he was carrying the iron pot, Hanze was forced to his knees in an instant. He raised his head with difficulty. The red eyes stared straight at him. Fifth level. Sword cultivator. Ningguang also felt the pressure. It feels a bit uncomfortable. But she remained calm and said, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lock. Hanzegong noticed Ningguang's strange behavior. Suddenly, I felt my body lighten. The pressure that was pressing on him disappeared. And 2 meters away, the middle-aged man's oppression changed from disdain to uneasiness and finally, formation? You actually set up a formation here? It goes without saying that a formation that could even block his imposing manner must be an extremely powerful trap. Ningguang smiled and walked forward, standing 2 meters away from the man. Hasn't anyone told you that when you can join a group, you must join the group? Otherwise, if you join the group one by one, you will only be killed?
Hansha.
Middle-aged man. Although I don't understand. But he could still feel that he was being mocked, and he swung his sword angrily. However, the sword energy is clearly filled with murderous intent and awe-inspiring momentum. As soon as it was 1 meter away from Ningguang, it disappeared instantly. How could this happen? The middle-aged man looked horrified. He swung the long sword in his hand desperately. But still no use. It was as if there was a transparent water curtain in front of him. As the sword energy approached, it was swallowed by the water curtain. Even if he thrust the sword directly, it would be useless. It is impossible to penetrate the water curtain. Ningguang curled her lips. The girl, who looked delicate, smiled like a devil. You say and hurt me. This was the masterpiece of her senior brother Go Wangsan. Do you think this formation can trap me forever? The middle aged man chopped at the water curtain and threatened coldly. When I get out, the whole Chitian sect will know the secret that you are a swordsman. It doesn't matter. Ning Wan took the sword bow from the side and put the red sword away. Carry it on your back. And Ning Wan looked at him with a smile. Who said you can get out? I want to trap you here for the rest of your life, until you die. Hanze? The middle-aged man found Ning Ruan's naive threats amusing. But when he saw the little girl in front of him, seriously took out a bunch of formation flags. Even when they were placed on the ground and selected one by one, his smile froze on his face. Hanze, come and help me set up the formation. Put down these dozen sets of formations first. Ning Wan didn't even raise his head. He picked out a small pile of battle flags and put them into Hanze's arms. Hanze, whose arms were filled with battle flags, said. The middle-aged man trapped in the formation. Senior Sister Ning, do you really want to deploy the entire formation?
Hanze swallowed.
So many formations. Does Senior Sister Ning really not feel any heartache? While he was asking questions, Ning Wan picked out several more battle flags and threw them over. Of course we have to put them all up, otherwise what if he runs away? Middle-aged man. So, why did you say this to his face? Wait, as long as you don't continue to set up the formation, I can make a deal with you.
Hanset looked at Ning Ruan.
Seeing that she didn't react at all. I know your name is Ning Ruan, and you are a disciple of Wayang Peak. Don't you want to know who ordered me to take your life? Ning Wan didn't even raise her head. Not interested. There are only a few people who want to kill her. As for who it is, we will know it sooner or later. You can't trap me. I am a 5th-level swordsman. You are dreaming if you want to trap me for life with formations. Ning Ruan, oh. If you can't trap them, it must be because you don't have enough formations. Half an hour later, Ning Wan finally finished setting up all the formations. There are 60 SI floors in total. It's all a trap. If I were not good at formations, I would never be able to get out in my lifetime, relying only on the 5th level of cultivation. Not only can't get out, there is no way to contact the outside world. It cannot be sensed by the outside world. Hanze could no longer see the swordsman who might be trapped for life, and everything returned to normal. Senior Sister Ning, he will really die of old age in there? Ning Ruan, it's possible that they starve to death.
Hanze.
It would be better to die of old age. He didn't dare to think about the sword cultivator starving to death. Ning Wan jumped onto the Chiyuan and said to Hanze, come on up, let's go back to Xingjing. Hanze was stunned. Senior Sister Ning, shouldn't we go back to the sect? What are you going back for? Are you not going to seek revenge? Ning Wan lost his patience and directly controlled the red feather kite. When he got close to Hanze, he grabbed him. The body cultivator, who is chasing you, he should know me, right?
Han nodded dully.
Since they don't know me, but they prepared a black ball to restrain my thunderbomb, how do you think they knew I had this thing?
Hanze.
Have you figured it out? Even if the Hanchi you mentioned is not in Xingjing, there must be someone who knows me there. I guess at this moment, he is waiting for those 2 fools to go back and report the news. Do you think it would be fun if we appeared in front of him at this time? On the Akabane kite, Ning Wan looked towards Xingjing with great interest. The sword energy tore through the sky and headed straight for the big man's head. The big man dodged with difficulty. But I still hurt my back. Just a moment of stumbling. Ning Wan held the sword and blocked the big man. I told you, the black cloth bag on your waist is mine. You took my stuff and ran away, did you ask me? The big man was angry and said, a disciple from a great sect is so shameless? I'll give you this and you let me go. No, it's more fun to rob it. Big man. Are you sick? In that case, I'll fight you. It's not certain who will die in the end. The big man's eyes were full of ferociousness. Gritting his teeth, he rushed towards Ning Ruan, splitting mountain palm. Looking at the big man as palm attacking through the air, Ning Ruan dodged it lightly. Her figure was as fast as the wind, so fast that an afterimage almost appeared. Just a quarter of an hour later, the big man fell into the air with his eyes open, just like the gloomy man. Ning Ruan held the sword and flew to the red feather kite. Hanze opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. The red feathered kite flew to the ground. Ning Ruan and the other person jumped down. Go straight to the two bodies. After touching the corpse, Ning Ruan put away the black cloth bag with satisfaction. She then threw 2 storage bags into Han Ze's hands. This is for you. Han Ze finally came back to his senses, his hands holding the 2 storage bags stiffly. Senior Sister Ning, I was the one who got you involved in this matter, but I couldn't help it all. I can't have the storage bag. Ning Ruan said, oh, if you don't want it, just throw it away. What I need this garbage for? Keep it to take up space? Han Ze. Looking at the extremely obvious disdain in the girl's eyes, Han Ze suddenly understood. Senior Sister Ning probably really has no interest in these 2 storage bags. Do you know these 2 people? Ning Ruan pointed at the corpses on the ground with the long sword in her hand. Han Ze lowered his head, his eyes grim. I have seen them, although only once, but I will not remember it wrongly. They had dinner with Han Jian's eldest brother Han Qi. The Han family wants to kill you? Ning Ruan raised her eyes. Han Ze shook his head and laughed at himself. It shouldn't be. It's probably Han Qi's idea. Ning Ruan nodded, but her eyes suddenly looked in a certain direction. After staring for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, You have been hiding for so long. Why don't you come out? Han Ze.
Shenying City.
Red sleeves waving outside. Han Ze's expression was complicated, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Here it is. Ning Ruan tightened the sword case on her body, looked at Han Ze's outer sect uniform, and said meaningfully, So, what kind of school uniform should you wear when you do something bad? School uniform? Han Ze was confused for a moment, then he roughly understood what Ning Ruan meant. Isn't it? If it weren't for the fact that Han Yu, the 3rd young master of the Han family, was wearing a very eye-catching intersect uniform, they probably wouldn't have been able to find out his whereabouts. Senior Sister Ning. Wait a moment. Han Ze immediately walked to an empty corner of a busy street. Wait until you turn around again. He was already wearing an ordinary black robe. The hood of the robe was very large, and when it was put on, the brim almost covered most of the face.
Ning Ruan.
Not wearing school uniform. It's not necessary to wear clothes that make you look like a villain. Senior Sister Ning, you should change too. Ning Ruan. I don't. Han firmly believed that Senior Sister Ning might be rebellious. He could only soften his tone a little. Senior Sister Ning, if you really don't want to change, you can just cover your face. Ning Ruan. No, I'm not afraid of being discovered. Han Ze sighed. But Han Yu is a disciple of the Qitian sect. If he kills his fellow disciples, if the circumstances are serious, he may be expelled from the sect directly.
Ning Ruan.
Untu hasn't even had enough. Why should he leave the sect? Take a deep breath. Ning Ruan finally compromised. But it only took the blink of an eye. The green shirt she was wearing suddenly turned into white. There was even a hat on the white coat that was very similar to Han Ze's.
Hansha.
It has to be Senior Sister Ning. Unaffectedly, even the ordinary blue shirt that we wear every day. Surprisingly, all of them are robes that can automatically change color and style. Ning Ruan put on his hat and was about to walk towards Hong Yizheo. Han Ze suddenly came back to his senses, took a few steps to catch up, and lowered his voice. Senior Sister Ning, aren't you going to put the sword bow into the storage space? Ning Ruan glanced at him expressionlessly. They don't want to.
Hansha.
Them? Never mind. It should be fine if they don't accept it. After all, this is the capital of the Dian dynasty, under the sword of the Qitian sect. Even the rare and precious sword cultivators are not unheard of here. If a sword cultivator does not reach the 7th realm, he cannot refine his own sword. You can't even store the sword inside your body to nourish it. So when you look up, you will see sword practitioners carrying swords or sword cases on the streets. Red sleeves waving. Ning Ruan and the other person entered smoothly. Is this your first time here? The maid who was in charge of entertaining the 2 men was pretty. Even when he saw that Ning Ruan was a female guest, he was not surprised at all. Hongyiazho is not just a place for men to have fun. Women can also find fun here. But what made her curious was what the 2 people were wearing. I can't see his face clearly. He looks very mysterious. This kind of person is most likely a cultivator, so no matter how curious she is, she won't show it at all. Hanze nodded uncomfortably and deliberately lowered his voice. You go down. We will go shopping by ourselves. The lobby on the first floor is divided into quite a few areas. There were women playing the piano and dancing. There were also men playing chess and drinking tea. Wait until the maid leaves. Hanze whispered. Hanyu must be on the 5th floor in the Han family's exclusive bow. There are many ways to have fun with Han Gyizho. As far as he knows, there is a life, gambling activity on the underground floor. 2 monks fighting. For a bunch of people to place bets. But Hanyu was not interested in these. Han Yu and Han Jian have always liked women. Then let's go. Ningruan nodded. The two quickly headed straight to the 5th floor. But just as he reached the stairs, he was stopped by 2 men. Stop, you need a jade token to enter the 5th floor. Under the deep brim. Hanze's expression changed slightly. He took it for granted. The 5th floor is basically filled with private rooms that can only be entered by the young men and women from various forces in Xinjiang. How could they let people in so easily? But at that time, suddenly, 2 muffled groans were heard in Hanze's ears. He looked up suddenly. Then they saw that the 2 first-level physical cultivators who were blocking them had been knocked unconscious by Senior Sister Ning's punches.
Hansha.
When did the sword cultivator's fist become so powerful? Hanze quickly found several rooms engraved with the Han family emblem. He was still thinking about how to find Hanyu. Ningguan had already pulled out the familiar red sword at some point. He chopped at the restriction in the door. Senior Sister Ning, if you break the ban by force, you'll be punished. I found that the word found was not finished yet. The tightly closed door was pushed open by Ningguan. She even turned her head to look at him. What did you just say?
Hansha.
Senior Sister Ning, can your sword break the restriction? Breaking the ban is fine, but there is no movement at all? Ningguan glanced at him calmly. This is my divine sword. Why can't it break the restriction?
Hansha.
The sword is a good sword. But when you talk about a caliber, that's too far-fetched. Ningguan ignored him. He raised his eyes, glanced into the room, and then walked out. No one. Net. Ningguan split open the 2nd room. Still no one. Until the 3rd one. When I saw SI people making love. Hanze suppressed his disgust and pointed at a thin man on the bed. He is Hanyu.
Ningruan. Good job.
What a great guy. Shocking though it is. With previous appearance. This time, the 2 men attacked almost at the same time. Soon the 4 women on the bed fell asleep. The 2 men were stunned at first. Only after seeing Ningguan and the other man taking action did he become angry. He casually pulled the robe beside him to cover his body and stared at the newcomer with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you break into my room without permission? While talking, Hanyu raised his hand and quickly sent out 2 water arrows. Ningguan and the other person avoided them and took off his hat. The moment when the 2 faces were fully revealed. Hanyu and another man who was trying to put on his pants widened their eyes in shock. Hanze sneered and took out the green light thorn. Are you surprised to see us? Hanyu's pupils suddenly shrank. I don't understand what you mean. Ningguan turned her back. Close the door slowly. Then he took out a black cloth bag with a smile on his face. You may know this thing? How could you get Go-san's Chinquan bag? When Hanyu was still in shock, another man beside him acclaimed. Shut up. Hanyu's face suddenly changed, and after scolding the man fiercely, his slightly sinister eyes glared at Ningguan and the others. Go-san is a casual cultivator, and I do know him, but if he wants to do anything, it has nothing to do with me. Ningguan put the black cloth bag back into place. He nodded and looked at Hanze. They say he won't tell the truth, so just kill him. Ningguan has always been a person who prefers action and is too lazy to think. Talk about killing. I won't hesitate for a second. The red long sword was swung casually. The man net to Hanyu covered his neck, widened his eyes, and fell down. Immediately following, another sword was struck. The sword energy swept across Hanyu's legs. The scream had not yet been uttered. Hanze's fists fell down densely. He didn't stop until the other party was dying. Grasping Han Yu's neck tightly, he lifted him up. The high and mighty third young master of the Han family, have you ever thought that you would end up like this? You certainly haven't thought about it. Do you hate me? What qualifications do you have to hate me? If it weren't for you, my mother might not have passed away a year ago. To be honest, the hatred between us is more than just Sister Cui and the others. Snap, between Han Yu's legs, liquid flowed down and fell to the ground.
Hamsha,
Don't kill me. I beg you. I beg you to let me go. I don't want to die. Big brother asked me to do it.
I really don't want to die.
Can you let me go? Don't want to die? Ningguang walked forward slowly, her voice clear. Then I will kill you. The words fell. Hanzei only saw a flash of sword light. Han Yu's chest was pierced by the sword energy. He died with his eyes open. His eyes were filled with fear and pleading. Ningguang casually threw the red sword back into the sword case on his back. The corners of his lips twitched slightly. Kill your enemy. It's best if he begs you to do so. Killing him at this time would make him most desperate. If you don't kill him, he will throw up his hands and scold you in a moment. Han threw the body away in disgust. Zheng nodded. I understand, senior sister Ning. After Hong Yuzheo left in a swagger. Hanzei thought that Ningguang should return to the clan. But she didn't. The two people, who had returned to their normal clothes, stood outside Linglong Pavilion. Han was puzzled. Senior sister Ning, aren't we leaving yet? Killing Han you would certainly feel great. But the consequences of killing are also serious. Ningguang, don't worry, Qiu Yuan's speed is not bad, and you can catch up with the task. Hanzei. Is this what he is worried about? Ningguang went straight into Linglong Pavilion. Hanzei had no choice but to follow. As soon as they entered, they were surprised by the long queues in front of them. What kind of powerful skills has Linglong Pavilion brought out? Small a plane go to 44W. Hanzei murmured subconsciously. But as soon as he said this, he felt that it was not the case. If this was truly a powerful technique, why would so many people be lining up to buy it? Moreover, the gap in cultivation level is huge. The lowest level of talent. He was tall. He couldn't tell, but his aura made people dare not look directly at him. My two guests, are you going to buy novels as well? Probably because she saw that the two of them were looking in the same direction, the maid who came forward to greet them said very politely, We just printed a batch today, so if you two want to buy some, you are lucky to be able to buy them at the right time.
Hansha?
Novels? We don't. We want to buy them. Ningguang slammed the golden jade talisman he had just obtained with a loud bang and even a calm oppression. When the maid saw the talisman, her oppression suddenly changed. My lord, please wait in the private room. After waiting to the so-called private room, only then did Ningguang realize how useful this thing that Xenia Fang gave her was. Didn't wait long. The maid followed behind a beautiful woman with a slim and graceful figure. The two of them came over. The beautiful woman smiled and asked, Does the guest have a golden jade talisman in his hand? Ningguang nodded and handed it to the woman. The latter emined it for a moment. His oppression became more polite. The golden jade talisman is real.
Speaking of.
She waved her hand slightly. Then the maid came forward respectfully holding two books with gold, embossed covers. It's rare to have a guest with a golden jade talisman come to visit us. These two novels are gifts from Linglong Pavilion to you two, the beautiful woman said with a smile. Ningguang took the book. The corners of his eyes unconsciously raised. Why don't you charge me? Beautiful woman. Maid.
Hansha.
Very good. This is very Sister Ning.
Guest.
I may not have heard clearly. What did you say just now? The beautiful woman maintained her professional smile. Ningguang stretched out her voice. How can you not charge for such a good novel? You must charge for it. As she spoke, she took out two medium-grade spirit stones and handed them to the maid.
No need to change.
I think this book is only 80 low-grade spirit stones. It's not worth its value at all. Hanzei, who could only receive 80 low-grade spirit stones every month and even thought that the benefits of a large sect were really good. Maid. Beautiful woman. Since the guest says so. Then we will accept it. After watching Ning Ruan and the other person leave Linglong Pavilion, the beautiful woman immediately called a man over and said, "Go and find out for me if the company has any new gold and jade talismans sent out recently."
She must check.
Who on earth gave the golden jade talisman to such a mentally retarded person? This is simply insane. I obey your command, the man replied respectfully. The other side. Ning Ruan and the other person boarded the Chiyu kite again. Hanze looked at senior sister Ning, who was reading a book with great interest beside him. He lowered his eyes and looked at the incomparably conspicuous words on the gold-plated cover in his hand. Beast King's Domination of Love. The little junior sister, who is beloved by the group, cried again. He knew without thinking that this couldn't be a secret book. After hesitating for a long time, Hanze prepared himself mentally and opened the book. When he frowned, he just saw his junior sister and senior brother counting stars on the top of the mountain. Chiyu Yuan suddenly stopped. Junior brother Han really likes reading novels. The clear and familiar voice suddenly woke Hanze up. Look up. He saw senior sister Ning folding her hands and looking at him with a smile. Awkward. Hanze touched his nose and asked, "Have we arrived at the sect yet?" Ning Ruan patted his shoulder. "The novel is so interesting. When you finish reading it, you can consider giving it to other people to read. After all, learning to share is the key to building good relationships with fellow disciples, right?"
Hansha.
That's right. But senior sister Ning, you are not the kind of person who maintains a good relationship with your fellow disciples. Senior sister Ning is right.
Wudafeng.
When Ning Ruan came back, the entire peak was quiet again. It's so quiet that you can hear a fart. Fortunately, she has gotten used to it. The next morning, then 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall came to the door. They were the same 2 who had sent Yui Jin here last time and left the shadow mirror behind, and later got a bunch of spiritual tools for free. Senior sister Ning, I came to you today mainly to ask you something. Did you go to Xingjing yesterday? Ning Ruan munched on the spiritual fruit and nodded in agreement. I've been there. Is there any problem? The disciple who was asking the question tried his best not to look at the crunchy spiritual fruit the other person was chewing. Yesterday, an inner sect disciple from Wuhan Peak died in Xingjing. Someone reported that this incident was related to senior sister Ning. Ning Ruan. Yes, I did it. How could this be?
How could it be related to me?
Ning Ruan's oppression was very surprised. The other disciple who had not asked any questions seemed to want to speak, but hesitated several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister Ning, I'll tell you the truth. The inner disciple who died was the 3rd son of the Han family's patriarch. This morning, the eldest son of the Han family, Han Qi, the direct disciple of the Wuhan Peak. He reported to the law enforcement hall, saying that his 3rd brother's death was likely related to you and a man named Hanze from the outer sect. Ning Ruan said seriously, He framed me. The disciple who spoke nodded repeatedly. Yes, the inner disciple who died was clearly killed by the sword energy. How could it be senior sister Ning's doing? Ning Ruan. Maybe it's jealousy. 2 law enforcement hall disciples. Ahem. The disciple who first asked the question straightened his tone. Actually, the law enforcement hall also believes senior sister Ning in this matter.
So, we were sent here to ask a question.
According to what we have learned, senior sister Ning and that outer disciple had clearly left the city. Why did you go back later? Ning Ruan pulled out a book with a gold, embossed cover and pointed at it. I went back because I forgot to buy it. This book is so good. If you don't watch it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Have you 2 junior brothers seen it? If not, I will give you this book. 2 law enforcement hall disciples who were suddenly given a book said. Did senior sister Ning see any people or corpses on her way back?
Yes.
Ning Ruan continued to chew the spiritual fruit. 2 corpses, with traces of fire burns nearby. Both of them died from sword wounds. And they were all killed in one blow. It can be seen that the murderer must be a swordsman with excellent swordsmanship. The talent must be great too. He is a rare talent. 2 law enforcement hall disciples.
No.
They didn't want to ask the murderer whether he was a genius or not. Sister Ning, when you saw the body, didn't you think of going down to check it out? Ning Ruan showed a puzzled look. Why should I check? I didn't kill him, it has nothing to do with me. 2 law enforcement hall disciples. Ning Ruan. By the way, I want to report it too. The disciple in charge of questioning had a complicated expression on his face. Who do you want to report? Senior Sister Ning? Ning Ruan swallowed the last bite of the spiritual fruit. Report Han Chi. I suspect he sent those 2 corpses to kill me. 2 law enforcement hall disciples. Senior Sister Ning, please don't be so ridiculous. You didn't even see the person who killed you, but you saw 2 corpses? After leaving Invincible Peak, the 2 of them returned to the law enforcement hall to report. The person who asked Hanze on the other side got a similar answer. However, Han Chi was certain that this matter was related to Ning Ruan and the other 2. But there is no evidence. This matter can only be temporarily left as an unsolved case. Certainly, disciples of the Chitian sect cannot die in vain on their own territory. Therefore, tracking down the murderers soon became a bounty mission and was posted on the mission hall. The reward contribution value is as high as 1,000. Half a month later, Pei chef Jingyu was cooking spicy lobster seriously, with a sad look on his face. Junior sister, my cooking skills can now compare to that guy named Han, right? I have been learning from him for several days. Ning Ruan ate the shrimp and answered slowly. It's okay. Pei Jingyu. Is this still acceptable? Junior sister, you. The words have not been finished yet. Then Ning Ruan's expression froze. The spiritual energy around her suddenly attacked her. After a moment, Ning Ruanfang let out a breath slowly. Pei Jingyu looked at her in disbelief, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Do you want to tell me you have a breakthrough? Yes, I have. Ning Ruan, who suddenly broke through from the middle level of the 3rd realm to the high level of the 3rd realm, fell into deep thought. Are you kidding me? You just broke through while eating? Even he, who has been called a genius since childhood. If you want to break through a small realm, don't you have to retreat for more than 10 days? This is too outrageous. Ning Ruan looked at him. It's not strange to have a breakthrough while eating, but it's very wrong to have a breakthrough at this time. Her body has been different from that of ordinary people since she was a child, and she is very aware of this. Just like when we were in the secret place. Hanze and the others all felt sorry for her for eating so many rare treasures, but not refining them. But they don't actually know. She doesn't need to refine it at all. After eating it, it can be directly converted into spiritual power and stored in the Dantian. But even so, her Dantian was like a bottomless pit. With the help of natural resources and practice, he had barely reached the 3rd realm after so many years. This is all thanks to the careful feeding she received from her fathers. Otherwise, if I just rely on cultivation, I am afraid I will still be stuck in the 1st realm. 4th brother, I think something is wrong with me. Logically speaking, at my current speed, it will take at least 3 months to break through. Pei Jingyu. Junior sister, shut up and behave yourself. Ning Ruan. There's something really wrong with her. Why did the breakthrough happen? Ning Ruan thought about it for a long time. I couldn't figure out the reason for the breakthrough. Unable to figure it out, she simply ignored it. This day, she went to Ling Shiyuan for breakfast early in the morning. Most of the people in the Lingshi garden are outer disciples, with a few inner disciples. Ning Ruan is a rare, direct disciple. But she didn't wear the clothes passed down by her family, so she was able to blend in quietly. Good senior sister, please lend me the novel. What happened to Yuli later? Did she meet Master Yuanzhang again? Of course she did. Yuli even became Master Yuanzhang's disciple and became his youngest disciple. How could they be master and disciple? Shouldn't they be Taoist couples? Ning Ruan didn't expect that she could hear people discussing her works while having a meal. I was in such a good mood that even the porridge in my hand tasted more fragrant. Among the 4 female disciples in discussion, the one who hadn't spoken curled his lips in disdain and spat. Bah, what Taoist companion. Yuli doesn't like Master Yuan Jiangfeng at all. Another disciple who had read the novel retorted, how could she not like it? If she didn't like it, why would Yuli sleep on the same bed with her master? She slept on the same bed with more than just her master. Didn't the Beast King also sleep on the same bed with her? And didn't her senior brothers sleep on the same bed with her? The only female disciple who had not read the novel among the 4 people present stared with a pair of big round eyes and opened her mouth in disbelief. Senior sisters, what are you talking about?
Yugoslavia Li.
She actually slept on the same bed with so many people. Such promiscuous women are extremely despicable, no matter they are ordinary people without awakened elements or monks like them. How could such a person become the protagonist of a book? Ning Wan finished drinking the spiritual porridge, left in a good mood. Now it seems that her novel is probably going to be a huge hit.
Broken Cloud Peak.
Several inner disciples were preparing to go to the Pufa Hall to attend classes, talking as they walked. Brother Yang, you didn't stay up all night reading novels, did you? Ahem.
I didn't expect that.
I didn't watch it for long, but it was suddenly dawn. Brother Yang, Brother Zhang, the novel you are talking about, is it not Beast King Overlord Love? Oh, junior brother, have you read it too? I read it a long time ago. I just didn't expect that now even the 2 of you are reading it. Brother, I just happened to be out of the sect a few days ago and bought it at Linglong Pavilion. I heard that the book is now sold out and Linglong Pavilion is speeding up the printing. The main thing is that the writing of this book is really quite interesting. I have never seen a storybook written like this, but I don't like the Beast King very much. Even the Beast King is just a monster. How can you, Li, a disciple of a great sect, become a Taoist partner with a monster? This is too disgusting. I think it's okay for her to be with the Beast King after all. He can transform into a human body, but if she gets entangled with her master, it would be a bit rebellious. That's the master. You Iowan used 44W. Co-M. In fact, the best is to be with the senior brother. I am very optimistic about the second senior brother. He is very talented and has always protected her. He even accompanies her when she is punished. By the way, do you feel Yuli in Beast King Bashong AI really looks like senior sisterly. When no one opposes some things, most people actually don't think about them in those scary directions. But when someone really puts a possibility in the open, it's really hard not to think about that. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is the case. Ning Wan came back a few days later. Finally found out. The momentum is now moving in the direction she expected. There are more and more opinions that Li Yu and Yu Li are very likely the same person. So much, so that even her group of perverted senior brothers who never leave the house have learned about it. Luo, you looked helpless. Junior sister, your novel seems to be getting bigger and bigger. That's right, it's getting bigger. It's not big, so what's the big deal? Is Aunt Li Yu the group's favorite little sister? She just wanted to see what was going on when everything was laid out in the open. Can Li Yu's smooth career as the group's favorite continue? The more I think about it, Ning Wan found it more and more amusing. If the noise is too loud, the sect might intervene. Luo, you had to remind her. Ning Ruan's smile did not diminish. It's too late to intervene. I know everything I need to know. Even if I don't read novels anymore. In my heart, I still equate Li Yu and Yu Li. The first person to discover a certain wind direction in the Qitian sect was the 8th disciple, Liu Hanyan. On the way to the public law hall to attend class, he heard many people talking about a book called Beast King Overlord Love. But he didn't take it to heart. Cultivation is boring. Even disciples from large sects always need to find some fun to relieve boredom. But when I was at Broken Cloud Peak, I also heard the words Lord Beast King, Peak Master Yuan Jiang, Yu Li, Master Disciple Love, Human Beast Love, etc. He finally realized something was wrong. This book seems to be incredibly popular. Follow closely. He heard the conversation between the 2 inner sect female disciples of Suiyun Peak. I didn't expect that. I always thought that the brothers who taught me were really good to Sister Li. But at that time, even though I often saw senior Sister Li hugging several of her direct disciples, I didn't think much about it. Now it seems tut. If senior Sister Li is really Yu Li, then the 8th disciple who brought a woman to break off the engagement in the book should be senior brother Liu, right? You said, was it senior brother Liu who took senior Sister Li to cancel someone else's engagement back then? Of course it was, and senior brother Liu is a prince. If they wanted to cover it up, they naturally had plenty of ways to do it. However, the book seems to say that senior brother Liu's fiancé is extremely talented and has also joined the sect. You said, is that Miss I also in our sect right now? Of course she is, but I don't know who she is, I Jiao. I can't guess her identity just by her name. What are you talking about? A gloomy voice that even revealed a hint of murderous intent suddenly sounded behind the two female disciples. Both of them were shocked. The moment he turned around and saw the person coming, his face turned pale.
Lu.
Senior brother Lu, what were you talking about just now? Lu Hanyan said in a low voice, with sharp eyes fixed on the two people. Senior brother Lu, we were just discussing a novel. In other words, the plot in the storybook. Yes, yes. Senior brother Lu, we really didn't say anything. Swish. The long sword came through the air. The sword energy directly shattered the huge rock behind the two people. Speak. The cold voice uttered a word. The two dared not hide anything anymore. Each of them tremblingly took out a book with a gold, stamped cover from their storage bag. Lu Hanyan picked up a book with a serious face. At first sight, naturally, it was those extremely eye-catching big words. Beast King dominates love, and the group's beloved little sister is crying again. Combined with what the two of them discussed before,
Lu Hanyan had actually thought of something.
He looked at the two disciples coldly and said, I must see you two at the sect competition in 2 months. The two disciples turned pale instantly and responded in a low voice, yes. After watching Lu Hanyan leave, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. But he still said with a pale face, what should we do? We are not prepared at all. If we lose, I am worse off than you. I have lost twice in a row. I originally planned not to participate this time. I wanted to improve my cultivation, but now, if I lose this time, won't I be challenged by the outer disciples? If you were defeated by the outer disciples, she couldn't even keep her status as an inner sect member. Senior brother Lu is just like the 8 disciples in the book. He can do anything for their little sister. But this is too much. The sect's rule is that we must participate in the sect competition once every 3 years. I participated last year. How can senior brother Lu do this? Lu Hanyan didn't know that the 2 inner disciples had already held a grudge against her. He was in his room, reading a book with a sullen face. The more I looked, the more frightened I became. He finally understood why the 2 female disciples said that Li was the junior sister. As a person involved, he knows it better than anyone else. This is no longer a likeness.
Yugoslavia Li
is the junior sister. I finished reading the whole book overnight. Lu Hanyan was so angry that she was shaking. Not only was he angry, someone wrote a book about his junior sister and circulated it everywhere. More angry about the contents of the book. If the content of this book is all documentary, doesn't that mean that even Master is thinking about junior sister? Sleeping on the same bed.
Boom.
Lu Hanyan smashed the door with one sword, a book in one hand and a sword in the other. He kicked open the door of senior brother Yui Jin's room. Yui Jin, tell me, half a year ago when we were in seclusion, did you take your junior sister to the top of the mountain to watch the stars, and then take her to sleep in your room? Yui Jin is consolidating his cultivation. Except for his junior sister, no one dared to enter his room without permission. So, he didn't set any restrictions at all. Lu Hanyan suddenly broke in. Yui Jin got a stitch in the side, and his spiritual energy almost went backwards. It was difficult to stabilize again. Then he heard Lu Hanyan's blunt questioning. Get out. Yui Jin's eyes were cold, and he stared expressionlessly at the young man in front of him who was holding a sword and pointing it at him. Yui Jin, tell me, is this true? Lu Hanyan did not retreat a single step. Yui Jin stood up. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. So what if it is? So what if it is not? What does it have to do with you? Then it is. The veins on Lu Hanyan's hand holding the long sword were epoxed. I don't care where you heard the news from. This is not a reason to barge in. Yui Jin looked at him coldly. I do like my junior sister, and my junior sister also has me in her heart. You are just her senior brother, and you are not qualified to control me. Lu Hanyan gritted her teeth. I have you in my heart? Okay. Yui Jin, what kind of senior brother are you? You actually have such thoughts about your... Ning Wan didn't pecked it. Her books haven't been popular for long. Then he heard the news that Yui Jin, the eldest disciple of Suiyun Peak, and Lu Hanyan, the 8th disciple, were fighting. While sipping the spiritual tea brewed by Ning Ruan, Pei Jingyu said with great interest, "Hey, junior sister, you didn't see how fierce the fight between Yue Jin and the others was." After the disciples from the law enforcement hall arrived, they were still fighting. Of course, it was mainly Yue Jin who beat Lu Hanyan and almost killed her. If Lu Yuanyuan hadn't been alarmed and tried to stop it, Lu Hanyan might have really been dead. Ning Ruan raised her head. And then, "Junior sister, aren't you shocked? The disciples of Broken Cloud Peak have always been on the same page and have always had a very good relationship, but now they are fighting." Pei Jingyu felt that this was the first time he had seen such an interesting thing after being in the sect for so long. Ning Ruan said, "Oh," with a calm expression, "why are you shocked? Is it weird that they fight?" After Li Yu's senior brothers and masters, and even the Beast King Yuan had all read her works. That's what we call escalating. Has Yue Jin also been punished to go to Blazing Cliff now? Pei Jingyu nodded. That's right, he was originally punished to face the wall in a dark room for half a year, but he took the initiative to go to Blazing Cliff. After all, he is a Sith-level swordsman. If he is willing to go to the Blazing Cliff, the law enforcement hall will be happy for him too. Ever since the last unusual movement in the Sea of Fire, there have been a lot more disciples guarding it. In addition to those who were punished, there were many disciples who were forced to accept the mission. Now that more people can be punished, others can feel more relevant. Ning Ruan really didn't expect it to be so smooth. Originally, she was planning to go to Blazing Cliff with the book herself. As a result, Yue Jin sent himself in first. She was sure of it. Soon those people in Chien Cliff could also see the books. It's really escalating just thinking about it. And just when Ning Ruan was expecting Li Yu to fail, Lu Yun has come out of confinement. That day, thunder rumbled. The calamity clouds are gathering. Lu Yun broke through the air, standing in the air above the Invincible Peak. The entire Qitian sect was shaken by this. Sect leader Shen and several elders arrived. Everyone looked up. He looked at the woman in red in the air with disbelief, who was still drinking. Thunderbolt? Isn't she healing? How could there be a thunderbolt? The head of Tianshu Peak almost popped his eyes out. What happened to the healing that was promised? Suddenly there was a breakthrough? Sect Master Shen's eyes deepened slightly. No matter what, let's protect her first. Sect Master is right. If junior sister Lu can successfully break through, our Qitian sect will have another 11th realm, which is a good thing, right now. Even the elder who usually liked to go against Lu Yun the most now had only one thought. We must ensure that Lu Yun's breakthrough is successful. Ning Ruan stood outside the main hall of Invincible Peak. He looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with great curiosity. Big brother, do you know what level of cultivation Master has reached now? Among the senior brothers standing behind him, Luo Yu took a deep breath and said slowly, I didn't know before, but now I may know. Master, she should be in the 10th realm now. After she successfully breaks through, she will be in the 11th realm. Ning Ruan tilted her head. How did you know? Senior brother Yan Liang, who rarely shows up, rolled his eyes, because big brother has brains. Junior sister, you don't even know this, do you? There are no thunder tribulations before the 10th realm. Only when you reach the 11th realm will you encounter a thunder tribulation. Isn't this something that even a fool knows? The senior brother who knew about this. Ning Ruan, who really didn't know about this. But isn't the highest realm the 9th realm? Even the Jingyu Tower only has 9 floors. That's according to one's cultivation level. If there are still the 10th realm and the 11th realm, then these people see and eat on the roof, right? Junior sister, are you serious? Pei Jingyu couldn't help but interrupt. Who told you that Jingyu Tower only has 9 floors? You just can't see the 10th floor. It's a different space like a secret realm. Only the strong ones in the 10th and 11th realms can enter. Ning Ruan. Don't believe it. I'll have to smash it in with treasures some other time. What realm is Sect Master Shen in? Ning Ruan's voice fell. Luo Yu replied in a low voice. To the outside world, he has reached the 10th realm, but no one actually believes it. They all think he has already reached the 11th realm. In fact, if Master had not been injured that year, she would have reached the 11th realm long ago. After all, She joined the sect in the same year as Sect Master Shin. But at that time, Master was the one with the highest cultivation and the strongest combat power. The more Ning Ruan listened, the more questions she had. So, the 11th realm is the highest realm? Luo Yu shook his head. I don't know. Maybe we will know only when we reach that level. But I have never heard of the 12 realms, the 13th realm, or anything like that. Junior sister, did anyone from the family that adopted you tell you this? Jingyu really thought it was outrageous. How could a family that could raise a prodigal daughter like his junior sister not be aware of the division of realms?
Ning Ruan.
No, I don't have any family. I've already said that my family lives in a small village with not many people. They are the only family in the village. There are 13 people in the family. It's so deserted. Jingyu. If you don't have a family, then what are we? Poor little beggar? Luo Yu coughed lightly and said in a gentle voice, Junior sister, as elders must be the strongest in Jiuzhou. They probably have their considerations for not telling junior sister. Perhaps he was afraid that junior sister would be distracted. After all, knowing too much is sometimes not a good thing.
Ning Ruan.
I don't know whether they are extremely powerful or not, but no one has ever survived the Thunder Tribulation. I don't know if I haven't reached the 11th level yet. He had already reached the 11th realm a long time ago. Just as several people were talking, Lu Yun's first thunderbolt has arrived. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. He stared at the thunder without blinking. A part of it hit the defensive spiritual weapon above his head. The other part fell on Lu Yun. After the first one, the second, the third one followed. Big brother, does this thunder have to strike me in order to break through? I watched Lu Yun withstand SI thunders. When everyone was about to collapse, Ning Ruan couldn't help but ask, "Can't you use my pot to carry it?" Luo Yu knew very well how serious the blame for junior sister's crime was. But overcoming the tribulation, he couldn't help but sigh. It's possible, but Master will definitely not do that. If one relies solely on eternal objects to resist the thunder, even if one succeeds in breaking through, it will only be the weakest 11th realm. The rule of our Invincible Peak is that we must be the strongest in the same realm, Ning Ruan. Then won't she also be struck by lightning in the future? Lu Yun's breakthrough lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It took 81 thunderstrikes to end. Mid-air. Several elders laughed decidedly. Great, congratulations to Master Lu Feng for successfully breaking through the realm. Our Qitian sect finally has another 11th realm master. Master, according to the rules, a grand ceremony must be held for anyone who reaches the 11th realm. Do you think we should also start arranging it? What Elderly said is true. No one in our Qitian sect has reached the 11th realm for 100 years. I'm afraid this grand ceremony must be held. When junior sister Lu broke through, the Thunder Tribulation made quite a noise, and it happened right inside our Qitian sect, so we couldn't hide it even if we wanted to. In fact, their Qitian sect has not officially held a ceremony for the 11th realm for 200 years. Although everyone thought that the sect leader must be at the 11th realm without a doubt. But Sect Master Shen did not achieve a breakthrough within the sect. So no one can be sure that the person who broke the mirror 100 years ago was him. There is no grand ceremony. Lu Yun survived the disaster. Invincible Peak finally got some temporary peace. But 3 days later, Lu Yun came out of seclusion. The Invincible Peak became lively again. Get lost, I have to entertain you. It's just a breakthrough. What's the big deal? This is also worthy of you all coming to see me one by one. If you don't know, you might think that I failed to survive the tribulation, and you are here to pay tribute to me. Everyone. Final. Only Sect Master Shin remained. He looked at her oppressionlessly and slowly said, "The sect is planning to hold your grand ceremony. When do you think it would be convenient?" Lu Yun. I don't think it's convenient at any time. It's so troublesome. Sect Master Shin nodded and said, "Okay, let's arrange it before the sect competition. It just so happens that once your ceremony is over, we can let the disciples compete." Lu Yun. I said it's inconvenient. Sect leader Shin. Since you have no objection, then it is settled. Lu Yun. The main hall of Woody Peak. Lu Yun stood with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would raise the wine jug and take a sip. He glanced at the 7 people sitting on the small wooden stools struck by lightning. The sect competition is coming soon, you know? Luo Yu nodded first. There are less than 2 months left. Lu Yun said calmly, I want all of you to participate and win for me. Is that okay?
Pause.
He looked at Ning Ruan, who was hesitant to speak. You too? Puffed. Jingyu laughed. Master, you're not kidding. Are you letting my junior sister participate in the sect competition? With her reverse healing technique, what if she kills someone in the individual competition? Lu Yun had heard of his little disciple's reverse healing technique. She couldn't help but glance at Ning Ruan with a complicated expression. So, what's the matter with your healing technique? Aren't you a light spiritualist? What did the light elders at the Fa Pu Hall say? Ning Ruan sighed silently. I don't know. Maybe I'm poisonous. The problem with her healing technique. After the battle with the crayfish in the secret realm, it attracted the attention of the light elders in the sect.
But
it makes no difference. Even if so many people help with the research, it's useless. What should be reversed should be reversed. She was kind of losing hope now. Lu Yun. I am the poisonous one. I just took in a random disciple and got into this kind of trouble. The entire Invincible peak. Apart from her, there is no one normal. Since we can't participate in the individual competition, let's do the team competition. There are equally 7 of us, 2 teams. Very good, that S decided. The 7 people below. A team of 4, 7 people. How can that be considered just right? Before leaving, Lu Yun added viciously, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you embarrass me in the sect competition, you'll be finished. After saying, he tilted his head back and took a sip of wine. He said in a good mood, by the way, I think it is necessary to maintain the few remaining relationships between you brothers and sisters. So from now on, as long as we are not in seclusion or going out, we must get together once a month. Is that okay?
Ning Ruan.
Read novels 44W. Calm 3rd senior brother Chiemo, who didn't want to go out, said. The extremely socially aeneas 5th brother Liang Iu. The 7th senior brother Yen Liang, who was obsessed with cultivation. 4th senior brother Pei Jingyu, who didn't want to move in vain, asked, will we give out spiritual stones at the gathering, master? Lu Yun sneered. Haha, what do you think? Different from the joy of Invincible Peak. The atmosphere at Qian Cliff at this moment is particularly cold. Yui Jin and Shi Enyang had several verbal arguments. Finally, I couldn't help it and took action. Because fighting is prohibited on Qian Cliff. Neither of them used their spiritual power. He just used his fists to attack the other party. Big brother, second brother, I beg you, please stop fighting. It's all my fault, it's my fault. Li Yu's eyes were red.
Tears fell.
The other side. Shi Enyang and Yui Jin had already been hit several times by each other. Even on his face, purple marks can be clearly seen. I just like Yuer and Yuer likes me too, Yui Jin, you should stay away from Yuer. Shut up, you CA, and call her Yuer. Yui Jin shouted coldly. A punch came towards him, hitting Shi Enyang directly in the face. The 2 men fought again. Big brother, second brother, please stop fighting, please. I beg you. Li Yu cried sadly. If it were in the past. Don't cry like that. Even if she frowned, all the senior brothers would comfort her with sympathy.
But now,
it seems like everything has changed. Because of the appearance of that book, all the senior brothers have become strangers. Unable to dissuade the 2, Li Yu could only look at the several disciples guarding around him and pleaded in a tearful voice, brothers and sisters, please help me. We can't let the eldest and second brothers fight any longer. Sisterly, someone has already notified the law enforcement hall. As for us, how can we stop them? That's right. Sisterly didn't even dare to rush up to stop the fight. If we go up, I'm afraid that Brother Yui and Brother Shi will hit us first, right? This is openly rejected. Some people even discussed it privately with great interest. So, Yuli is senior sisterly, right? Even their personalities are similar. Senior sister Yu in the book is often like this. It's obvious that she can do it herself and should do it, but she begs others to do it. It's true. If I hadn't read the book Ba Shang Ai, I might have rushed up stupidly to stop the fight. Now that I think about it, Only an idiot would insert such a thing. I suddenly feel that even the title of the book is very descriptive. The group's favorite little sister is crying again. Ever since I accepted the mission to guard Blazing Cliff, it seems like every time I see Sister Li, she is crying. Listening to the words around me, which were clearly spoken in low voices but sounded terribly clear to my ears. Liu was both angry and furious. She was about to retort that the book had nothing to do with her. The two people fighting in front stopped at some point. Both of them walked up to her injured. Tell him that the person you like is me, and you only like me. This was an extremely domineering voice from Shi Anyang. Yui Jin just looked at her with deep eyes, which were full of suppressed love. Little junior sister, don't be afraid. With senior brother here, no one can threaten you. Just tell the truth. Liu bit her lip tightly. She could even feel that the looks from her fellow students around her were becoming more strange. She has been held in the palm of everyone's hand since she was young. When had he ever suffered such an injustice? Big brother, second brother. Why are you forcing me? Did you also believe in that book? You have changed, all of you have changed. After repeated accusations, Liu finally couldn't stand the gazes from all around him anymore. His body suddenly went limp and he fell directly towards Yui Jin. Follow closely. Just when everyone thought the show was over. Then I saw the two direct disciples fighting again for the chance to hug senior sister Li. Everyone. Ning Wan, who got the first-hand information about Blazing Cliff from Pei Jingyu, once again picked up his pen to continue writing the novel. Because of the enthusiastic Chaoyang masses, a novel written by an anonymous cultivator suddenly appeared. Yuli felt that everything was developing in an uncontrollable direction. The moment when the eldest and second brothers forced her to choose. Her mind went blank. She really doesn't understand. Why do you have to choose one? They used to be able to treat her well, pamper her, and protect her. Why can't it be possible now? Fortunately, there are not too many texts that need to be updated. Last time I wrote about the things that Liu and the Beast King Yuan had to say at the fiery cliff. This time, the story starts from Yuan's escape from the Qitian sect. I have just finished writing about the scene a few days ago at Qian Cliff, where two men were fighting for one woman. Pei Jingyu got the manuscript, and the first thing he said after reading it was, "Junior sister, if you send out this part of the plot, it will be considered as a confirmation that Liu is Yu Li. If it's the previous one, I can still make excuses. Now for this part. As long as the group of disciples guarding the Blazing Cliff see it. Naturally, it can be seen that even some of the lines in the book are 100% restored." Ning Wan looked calm. So what? The book was written by an anonymous person. What does it have to do with her? Ning Wan? Pei Jingyu nodded. Okay, since you said so, I'll make a trip and deliver it to Linglong Pavilion for you.
Wait.
Who delivered this thing last time? Ning Wan was also stunned. Last time, wasn't it you? Pei Jingyu? It definitely wasn't me. You didn't give me any spirit stones last time. How could I have made such a wasted trip for you, Ning Wan?
Who sent that?
Ning Wan had no impression at all. In the end, the manuscript was placed in a pavilion that almost everyone on Woody Peak often passed by. Pei Jingyu. Junior sister. You don't expect it to go to Linglong Pavilion by itself, do you, Ning Wan? Of course not. I just let it sit and wait for its destined person. Pei Jingyu. Are you mentally ill? However, Pei Jingyu once thought that his junior sister might be seriously ill. The moment I received the new book from Linglong Pavilion 3 days later, the whole person was confused. No. Is there a reincarnated living Buddha in our Woody Peak? They do this kind of thing for you. And you do and even leave your name? Maybe it's because my book is too good. Ningwan took the new book and flipped through it. It is indeed well written. The new book is very thin. But the content above is brilliant. Ningwan casually took out 2 spirit stones and gave them to Pei Jingyu, then turned around and went back to her own yard. Pei Jingyu. A certain living Buddha who does good deeds without leaving his name. Ningwan thought that her new book would probably become more popular than her previous one. But she didn't expect that new books would flow into Blazing Cliff in just a few days. What was even more unexpected was that the person who brought the book in was Lu Hanyan, who had been seriously injured by Yui Jin not long ago.
Pei Jingyu was talking about this.
I couldn't stop smiling. Junior sister, this is really wonderful. Didn't you see how bruised and battered those 3 guys were? It was hilarious. And then what? Ning Wan asked. If it was just a fight, she probably wouldn't have made her lazy 4th brother make this trip. Pei Jingyu smiled even more. Liu suspected that the book was written by Zhou Ai, so after leaving Qi and Cliff, Lu Hanyan went directly to Tongming Peak to confront Zhou Ai. And guess what? Zhou Ai actually called a bunch of disciples from Tongming Peak and publicly admitted that she was the Ai Ao Jiao whose engagement was broken off in the book, and Lu Hanyan was her fiancé.
Ningruan.
This kind of thing is something that a cold and arrogant girl could do. Pei Jingyu became more and more interested as he spoke. Lu Hanyan's face turned black at that time. She was so angry that she wanted to take action. But who knew that he had bad luck and happened to meet Yan Nan, the eldest disciple of Tongming Peak and one of the top 10 geniuses, coming out of seclusion. Yan Nan had been suppressed by Yui Jin for many years. This time, when he saw the people from Suiyin Peak being so arrogant, he beat Lu Hanyan severely. Later, people from the law enforcement hall came and also determined that Yan Nan had done nothing wrong and only fined him some spirit stones. Ning Wan suddenly grasped the key point. You can beat people up just by finding them spirit stones. Pei Jingyu knew what she was thinking at a glance. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes revealed a speechless look. Junior sister, please give up those unrealistic thoughts. The law enforcement hall is not stupid. Right and wrong are the same thing. The injuries were another matter. Yan Nan beat them hard, but his men were still very measured. If you were to kill 2 of the 3 disciples of Broken Cloud Peak and seriously injure one of them just like you did last time, can you try to see if the Spirit Stone can solve the problem?
Ningruan.
By the way, Pei Jingyu continued, Liu is no longer in Qi and Cliff. You won't believe it if I tell you it was her master, Lu Yuanyuan, who personally applied for it. She is now locked up alone in a dark room. So fast. Ningwan clicked her tongue twice, somewhat surprised. This was much earlier than she expected. One book can have such a great impact. It can only fully prove that the liking that the people in Suiyin Peak have for Liu is, at best, just a favorable impression.
And now?
Their affection had not yet been nurtured and deepened into love, but it was epossed in her 2 books. At the same time, in the dark room of Qitian sect, Liu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. The dark room is different from the blazing cliff, although there was no torment from the hot breath in the air. But here it is all dark. People who are locked in a dark room cannot even project their consciousness out of their body.
Yue.
Are you okay? Lu Hanyan's voice suddenly rang out from outside the dark room. 8th senior brother? Is that you? 8th senior brother? Liu groped his way closer to the source of the sound. But there was only a bone, chillingly cold wall. She suddenly retracted her hand, tears falling uncontrollably. Brother Hanyan, I don't want to be here anymore. Please go find Master and let me out. I'm scared to be alone. I want to be with my senior brothers.
Yue.
Lu Hanyan, who was originally full of heartache, couldn't help but look gloomy after hearing the last sentence. At this moment, his mind was filled with the descriptions in the 2nd book. Especially when he thought of Yuer's ambiguous attitude towards other people, he was angry and unbelievable. Yuer, you may have to suffer here for a few more days. The impact of that book was so great that the sect and the law enforcement hall were very unhappy, so they locked you up in a dark room alone. In just over a month, there will be a ceremony to celebrate Lu Yun's breakthrough to the 11th realm. All the sects in Qingyan Prefecture will send people to the event. At this time, the sect will not let you return to Blazing Cliff. Brother Hanyan, can't you find Master? Master loves me the most. He will definitely save me. Liu, who did not notice the change in Lu Hanyan's tone, bit her lip tightly, full of resentment and anger. It was the person who wrote the book who wanted to harm me. Why am I the one being punished? Brother Hanyan, have you gone to find Zhou Ai? She wrote the book, right? Can you ask her to clarify it? The book that Lu Hanyan tried hard not to think about was brought up again. He could only struggle to control the crazy possessiveness in his heart, as well as the slight dissatisfaction that he didn't even want to admit.
The tone was a little stiff. The book was not written by Zhou Ai.
Master can't save you now. He was seriously injured by Lu Yun before, and he hasn't recovered yet. Plus, Elder Mu from the Law Enforcement Hall has been keeping an eye on him. Moreover, my master and I both feel that it is actually better for you to be in the dark room now. When the ceremony is over, we will find a way to have you punished somewhere else. You should stop thinking about Yui Jin and the others. Liu stared with his eyes wide open and didn't react for a long while. Brother Han Yen, you and Master have changed. You've both changed. I hate you. Go away. Go away. I don't want to see you. Ningguan knew what happened in the dark room the next day. But what interested her more now was not the story of Li Yu and her licking dog senior brother. Fourth senior brother. Tell me the truth, how did you get the news? You even know what happened in the dark room? Regarding this issue, Ningguan actually wanted to ask this question a long time ago. In the past, the ones who went out the least in Woody Peak were her third senior brother, the socially horrified fifth senior brother, and then there was fourth senior brother Jingyu, who was so lazy that he didn't even want to breathe. But now the fourth brother. How come he acts like a blue star paparazzi and can find out everything? Jingyu, who was unaware of Ning Ruan's inner complaints, blinked his extremely charming peach blossom eyes with great pride. Of course it's because of my face, little junior sister. You can't imagine how convenient it is to get information with my looks. Ning Ruan said, expressionlessly. I have never experienced it. I only know that it is convenient to hit people with spirit stones. Jingyu. Is it a big deal to be a spendthrift? A few more days passed. Under the threat of Lu Yun, the Invincible Peak finally welcomed its first gathering. It was still the main hall that was so empty that only a few small wooden stools struck by lightning were left. The 8 people sat down one by one. Lu Yun raised her head and took a sip of the liquor. He glanced at the 7 disciples who looked very displeased with him and said, "This is our first gathering. You don't have to be restrained. Rella and speak freely. You can say whatever you want." The 7 people sitting below. Awkward, complicated, and confusing. For a long while, the 3rd disciple Chi Mafong slowly opened his mouth and said, "Master, does this gathering really have to iced?" Lu Yun took a sip of wine and glanced at him. "What do you think?"
Sima.
"Can I say no? What happened to the agreement that I could speak freely?" Jingyu, if you continue to sleep, the spiritual stones distributed by the sect this month will definitely not reach you. Do you believe it? The obvious threat made someone open his eyes suddenly. "Master, I was sleeping just now. I just felt that this gathering was so meaningful that it made me think. Such a gathering should have been arranged long ago, and it is a pity that it has only happened now." Ningguan. Could it be that her 4th senior brother has been possessed by another spirit? Lu Yun didn't care about the oppressions of the evil disciples below. After taking another sip of wine, he slowly took out 2 books that were very familiar to everyone. Gilded cover. A striking title. Tell me who wrote this. 7 people. Don't know? Then let me ask it another way. Who is the anonymous monk of Chaoyang Mass mentioned in the book? And what is Chaoyang Mass? 7. It's okay if you don't tell me. Lu Yun suddenly changed the subject and threw the 2 books into Ning Ruan's hands. Since it's a storybook, why did you make that captive Lu Yuanyuan look so good? A flower from the high mountains? Untainted by the mundane world? Is this Lu Yuanyuan? Also, why didn't I write about how I pinned Lu Yuanyuan to the ground and beat him? Is it because of this? Ning Ruan held 2 books, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. "Master, I guess that anonymous monk must have felt that Lu Yuanyuan was the main character of this book, so he focused on portraying him. In the net book, I want to see the scene where Lu Yuanyuan was beaten by me last time. Is that a problem?" Lu Yun snorted coldly, staring at her meaningfully with her beautiful eyes.
Ningguan.
"Master, you have to talk to Anonymous. And the sect has already issued an order prohibiting all disciples from buying books. Probably because the grand ceremony was approaching, many sects in Qingyun province were already on their way. So her works are being cracked down on recently. The outside can't help it. It was banned inside the Qitian sect." Lu Yun raised her eyes. Don't worry, it can't be stopped. Manhwa Commercial Bank will not give face to Chitian sect. They have already distributed it to Jeoju.
Ningruan.
Kyushu? This sentence contains a lot of information, right? She originally thought it was just the 8 provinces, but has it been sent to Zhongzhou as well? Lu Yun stood up lazily. After taking another sip of strong liquor, she raised her lips and nodded solemnly towards Ningruan. My good disciple, Master Anonymous will not let me down, right?
Ningruan.
After watching Lu Yun fly away, Ningruan looked at Pei Jingyu. The latter stared with an expression of disbelief. Junior sister, you don't think I leaked it to Master, do you? I swear to God, even if it was senior brother who leaked it, it wouldn't be me. Luo Yu. Ningruan. The other 4. The net month. Ningruan often heard news that a certain disciple had come out of seclusion, or that a certain disciple had returned from training. Even the Invincible peak. There were also many more people visiting me for unknown reasons. Then they were all rejected. It lasted until 3 days before the ceremony, when it began to calm down. At this time, the Chitian sect finally welcomed the first wave of guests to attend the celebration, the Wanfeng sect, one of the 7 major sects in Qingyun province. This sect is located within the territory of the Dashing dynasty. It is adjacent to Dian and has always been on good terms with it, so it was also the first one to arrive. Different from other sects, the Wanfeng sect is made up of only women. No matter it is a sword cultivator, summoner, or spiritual master, they all focus on water and ice. Of course, this sect also has the most light-type spiritualists. In order to accommodate the guests for this grand ceremony, the Chitian sect vacated 3 mountains. Even the spirit food garden was requisitioned. Sister, it seems that the Chitian sect is much larger than our Wanfeng sect. Of the 7 major sects in Qingyun province, the Chitian sect has never fallen out of the top 3. Hundreds of years ago, it was the first. It is normal that it is larger than our Wanfeng sect. That's true, but isn't it rumored that the peak Master Lu who broke through to the 11th realm this time was once infected with some kind of cold marrow, and her cultivation has been stagnant? How come she's suddenly reached the 11th realm? Maybe she has recovered from her injuries? I heard that this peak Master Lu was invincible in the same realm in the entire Qingyun province back then. Prince Lu is so powerful? Sister, what about peak Master Lu? Peak Master Lu should be very powerful too, right? I heard from several sisters in the sect that the peak Master Yuan Jiang in the book by Beast King Ba Shang AI seems to be peak Master Lu, after a female disciple curiously asked the question in many people's minds. Without waiting for the senior sister to reply, the leading female elder snorted coldly and said in a serious tone, "Shut up. On the way here, I said that anyone who mentions that book again will be severely punished. Have you forgotten everything I said?" Disciple knows his fault. The female disciple who asked the question lowered her head hurriedly, not daring to say anything more. The elder of the Chitian sect who was in charge of guiding the Wanfeng sect's group. Actually, Elder Yun, there is no need to be too harsh. It's just a storybook. Children, after all, love to read these fictional stories. The main thing is that when you scold me like this, I always feel like I'm trying to cover up something. It's obviously even more embarrassing. Elder Yun. Following the Wanfeng sect, the Wanshou sect, Shifang sect, Wuding sect, Qingshuang sect, and Guthyuan sect, which are also among the 7 major sects, also arrived one after another. Besides, there are also many medium-sized forces under the 7 sects who deliberately lag behind the SI major sects and arrive here. As for small forces, they are not qualified to participate in such a grand event. Certainly, even though the person could not come, gifts of congratulation had already been sent 2 days in advance. In short, the Chitian sect is extremely lively nowadays. The day of the grand ceremony, Ning Wan was forced to get up early. Along with several senior brothers, they all wore the clothing passed down by the Chitian sect. Once out of the Invincible peak. Then, Ouyang Jian, the chief disciple of the Red Sky sect, looked at the 7 people aimlessly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, let me say, you have not forgotten that today is the day of your master's 11th realm ceremony, have you? As the eldest senior brother, Luo Yu had to step forward and nod. Brother Ouyang, we didn't forget, but we had something else to do, so we left a little late. What else can compare to the ceremony of Master Lu Feng? As Ouyang Jian spoke, he took out an extremely huge red, feathered kite. After everyone went up, Feng said earnestly, "It would be fine at other times, but today it concerns the reputation of our Qitian sect, so you must not cause trouble." Luo Yue and the other SI. Brother Ouyang, we are all taught by your family, so why is your red feather kites bigger than ours? Ouyang Jian, who had just finished explaining a bunch of precautions, hadn't even caught his breath when he heard the clear, puzzled voice of a young girl. He turned back suddenly. Then he saw a little girl carrying a sword case on her back, touching his red, feathered kite with her hand. While touching it, she looked up and asked him in a very envious tone. Ouyang Jian's lips twitched, and he took a deep breath. "Junior sister Ning, now is not the time to study the red feather kite." Ning Wan retracted her hand, stood up, and nodded. "Oh, then why is yours bigger?" Ouyang Jian. Ning Wan, can I buy a bigger red feather kite than this one? Ouyang Jian. Ning Wan. Did senior brother Ouyang also buy his? How many spirit stones did he need? Ouyang Jian. Under Ouyang Jian's patience, we finally arrived at Tianshu Peak. Net to the meeting hall, there is an exceptionally majestic and magnificent hall. From the palace gate to the foot of the peak, there is a road formed by clouds and mist. Countless disciples dressed in the intersect uniforms of the Qitian sect were all lined up above the clouds, responsible for guiding people from various sects. As soon as Qiyuan flew outside the hall, Ouyang Jian flew down as if escaping. "Okay, fellow apprentices. And junior sister Ning, you should all remember your positions, right? I won't take you in." Luo Yu nodded and responded in a gentle voice. "Thank you, Brother Ouyang, for your advice." "You're welcome. It's my duty." Ouyang Jian patted Luo Yu on the shoulder, feeling quite touched. "It's so miserable. What a great senior brother it is to have such a group of junior brothers and sisters. No wonder he has such a good temper. Anyone with a bad temper would probably be so angry that they would go crazy, right?" When Ning Wan and 7 others entered the hall, countless eyes from both sides converged. "It's a bit embarrassing, but don't panic." 7 people strode into the hall. Go straight to the position closest to the top on the right side. They are not qualified to take a seat at today's ceremony. Although there were hundreds of white jade tables and cushions placed on both sides of the hall, none of them belonged to them. The 7 people just stood still. A meaningful question came from the other side. Are these 7 the proud disciples of Master Lu Feng? This is the first time I have seen them. The Qitian sect has hidden its people too well. Even if they are geniuses, they have to be brought out to show their faces. Elder Lu, your Wansho sect is the farthest from our Qitian sect, so it is not surprising that we rarely see them. Of course, my fellow disciples are so devoted to their cultivation that they rarely show up in public. It's not that our Qitian sect intends to hide people, it's just that they don't want to come out. Not to mention Elder Lu. Even the disciples of my Qitian sect rarely see them. As soon as the voice from the other side fell, the master of Tianshu Peak, who was sitting above Ning Wan and others, responded with a smile. Elder Lu of the 10,000 Beasts sect narrowed his slightly cloudy eyes and was about to speak again. The bell outside the hall rang suddenly. The white cranes cried together. Everyone raised their eyes and looked outside the hall. It is Guiyuan sect, one of the 7 major sects, and the one that is currently slightly superior to Qitian sect. Ning Wan stood behind several senior brothers. While watching the show, she would occasionally pop into her mouth a piece of candied fruit made by her grandfather. "I ate for a long time. Wait until the tables in the hall are almost full." Ning Wan finally noticed that her 5th senior brother Liang Iuiu, who was socially aeneas and introverted, had a tense body and a slightly drooping head. After thinking about it, she stepped forward and poked the other person's arm. "Liang Iuiu, eat something to relieve the tension?" Ning Wan stuffed a handful of candied fruit into his hand without hesitation. "5th senior brother, just think of them as unto, then you won't be nervous." Liang, the king of social phobia, or Iuiu. The rabbit is so cute. How can he be the one? There's no way to deceive yourself. But it might be nice to have a snack. Think of this. Liang Ayu also quietly stepped back. He stuffed a few into his mouth. Just swallowed it. Rich spiritual energy instantly filled the body. There was even a small part that was still nourishing his meridians. The pupils dilated instantly. Liang Ayu looked at the handful of candied fruit in her palm that was casually handed to her by her junior sister in disbelief. This is not an ordinary candied fruit, Ningruan. Yes, this is the candied fruit in Wang Wei's poem, Liang Ayu. When the hall was full, the bell outside rang again. 9 times in a row. The bell sound suddenly stopped, followed by the chirping of countless white cranes. That was when it happened. Lu Yun is here. She was still wearing a red dress, bright and dazzling. Of course, the premise is to ignore the vermilion wine jug in her hand. She walked straight to the top seat and sat down in a very lazy manner. Just when I tilted my head back and took a sip of the liquor, the head of Tianshu Peak stood up, nodded towards Lu Yun, and said with a smile, "Today, I will congratulate the head of the sect on successfully breaking through the realm and reaching the 11th realm." The words fell. 3 disciples then came forward, each holding a jade bow, and presented it respectfully. Lu Yun waved casually. The 3 jade bows disappeared at the same time. Tianshu Peak Master. According to the rules, the gift from the Qitian sect should be sung and shouted. The 3 precious gifts highlight the importance our sect places on the powerful people in the 11th realm.
But now,
that's all. It was already not easy to get Lu Yun to attend the ceremony. Wait until the Qitian sect finishes congratulating. The elder of Guyuan sect also stood up slowly. A middle-aged man in a black robe with a cold face bowed and saluted. Guyuan sect Qiao Yudai's sect Master Lu Feng successfully broke through to the 11th realm, as his voice fell. 2 disciples of Guyuan sect brought the gift forward, and Lu Yun waved his hand again. The gift disappeared again. Following Guyuan sect, Elder Lu of the 10,000 Beast sect, whose strength has always been among the top 3 of the 7 major sects, also stood up and faced Lu Yun, his eyes full of strange colors. Lu Jun of the 10,000 Beast sect congratulates Master Lu Feng on his successful breakthrough to the 11th realm. On the other side, Ning Ruan, who was eating candied fruit, blinked. He said to Liang Ayu, who was also eating candied fruit beside him, "Does this person have a grudge against Master?" Liang Ayu was stunned. Look around. When he was sure that everyone's attention was on the SI major sects who had stood up to congratulate him, he lowered his voice and said, when Master was out looking for medicine, he killed a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. He was Elder Lu's direct disciple. Pause. He added, "It seems that the disciple who was killed by the Master also had the surname Lu, Ning Ruan. This makes sense. Who knows which relative of the person it is? No wonder people seem to have some ill will towards the 7 of them." The most important part of the ceremony, congratulations, finally came to an end when Ning Ruan was almost starving from waiting. Countless disciples dressed in inner sect uniforms filed in. Everyone was holding a white jade plate in their hands. The dishes may contain delicacies or magical fruits and teas. All of them are of great benefit to cultivation. Ning Ruan, who can only watch but not eat. If I had known this would happen, the dog wouldn't have come. After a moment, Ning Ruan silently took out an 800-year-old unknown spiritual fruit and took a bite. The rich fruity aroma bursts in your mouth instantly. The flesh is crisp, but once you swallow it, it all turns into sweet juice and flows down your throat. Ning Ruan's eyes narrowed slightly as she ate. The nearest Tianshu Peak Master. The spiritual fruit that he had been eating with gusto had to be put back on the plate. His eyes occasionally glanced at Ning Ruan, but one of the girls was so absorbed in eating that she didn't notice his oppression at all. Of course, it's possible that she noticed it but was too lazy to pay attention. The leader of Tianshu Peak felt that this was something that the darn girl would do. Finish the meal. The ceremony came to an end. Lu Yun could no longer sit still and was ready to run away. But just at this moment, Elder Lu of the 10,000 Beast sect spoke up. "Master Lu, taking advantage of today's event, Why don't we let these juniors have some changes and discussions? Lu Yun said indifferently. No big deal. Elder Lu. Ahem. The head of Tianshu Peak slowly stood up and looked at the two people who were obviously in a bad mood. Elder Lu's suggestion is very good, but after the ceremony is over, it will be the annual sect competition of my Chitian sect. Now is not the right time to compete with the best of the sects. Elder Lu nodded nonchalantly. In that case, it is indeed not appropriate to let them fight now. However, I do have a suggestion. When your sect holds the grand competition, let the disciples of each sect participate. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Tianshu Peak Master. Old thing, you are only using public power to take personal revenge. What a joke. But when I think of the instructions given by my own sect leader, he still tried his best to smile and looked at the other major clans. Do you all think so too? Except for Elder Yun of Wanfeng sect, who has always been on good terms with Chitian sect, the others have remained silent. The elders from the other 5 major sects spoke one after another. Gudyuan's sect Elder Qiaoyu still had that extremely cold oppression. What Elder Lu said is equally what I wanted to say. The elder of Shifeng sect, who had always been on the same page with Gudyuan sect, smiled and agreed. It's good to let the disciples of each sect spar with each other more. After all, it can increase their practical appearance. Qingshuang sect elder. We Qingshuang sect disciples are very happy to compete with disciples from other sects. The elder of Wuting sect said, I, a disciple of Wuting sect, am also looking forward to it. Lu Yun drank the wine. TSK. The head of Tianshu Peak narrowed his eyes slightly and said, In this case, as you all wish, all disciples of each sect can participate in the sect competition in 3 days. The ceremony ended successfully. The news that after the ceremony, disciples from all sects would participate in the sect competition instantly swept across the entire Chitian sect. What follows? The disciples of Chitian sect spoke out in solidarity. They don't take us seriously. It's just a competition. Who is afraid of whom? That's right. In the Kenglin conference 50 years ago, our Chitian sect did lose to Gudyuan sect, but that doesn't mean we are really afraid of them. To be honest, the one who won the most championships in the Kenglin conference is still our Chitian sect. But this time, Gudyuan sect even sent their second disciple Fengqiu from the main peak. It's obvious that they had planned to fight with us. Let's fight. If senior brother Ouyang goes out, he will lose. But senior brother Ouyang is our chief senior brother. If he wins, people will say it's what he deserves. If he loses, Gudyuan sect is really despicable. They must have done it on purpose. Just when the disciples of Chitian sect were cursing Gudyuan sect indignantly. Invincible Peak. Lu Yun looked at the disciple below who was holding a barbecued rabbit leg and felt annoyed no matter how he looked at him. If you meet someone from the 10,000 Beast sect, you know what to do, right? Luo Yu showed a warm smile and nodded gently. Master, don't worry, we have a plan. Lu Yun narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Who needs you to know? If you meet them, beat them to death, especially the one with the surname Lu. Beat them hard. If you are soft-hearted and get crippled by others, don't come back and blame me for not warning you. The old fellow surnamed Lu is my mortal enemy, and he is also very mean. If he can't beat me, he will definitely beat you. 7 people holding rabbit legs. People sit at home, and hatred comes from the sky. 3 days later, Ning Wan was once again forced to wear the attire of a direct disciple of the Chitian sect. That eye-catching white dress and red belt are the most eye-catching along the way.
Soon,
the 7 people arrived at Fian Peak. The sect competition is held on the challenge stage. Fian Peak is extremely lively at this moment. The half-piece of pancake in Ning Wan's hand was almost squeezed off. Big brother, do we have to get up so early for the sect competition? She hasn't even finished her breakfast yet. Luo Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Today is the day for the individual competition draw. If I'm lucky, I might play tomorrow. We can go back after the draw. Oh. Ning Wan took a bite of the biscuit and swallowed it, but Master said, I don't have to participate in the individual competition, Luo Yu.
Oops.
He seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Junior sister, are you just here to watch the fun, Ning Wan? It's quite lively. My big piece of cake was almost squeezed out. Luo Yu. How to say it? It's Quite embarrassing. Fortunately, not long after, it was the turn of the SI people from Invincible Peak to draw lots. Ningguan walked aside and ate the cake seriously. The cake is not finished yet. Then I saw someone walking by with his head down in front of me. Even from a distance, one could sense the cold aura emanating from the other person.
Hansha.
What a coincidence. Ning. Senior Sister Ning. The young man who was passing by with his head down suddenly stopped and looked at Ningguan, who was eating a pancake. My originally gloomy mood suddenly became more cheerful. Senior Sister Ning is Senior Sister Ning. He had never seen anyone so free-spirited. He was actually leisurely eating a pancake on the first day of the sect competition. Ningguan tilted her head slightly and looked at the golden mark on the back of his hand. You came to draw lots? As early as yesterday, Luo Yu gave her a temporary science popularization. When Qitian sect draws lots, you won't actually be asked to pick any lot. Instead, a number is engraved on the back of your hand using a special method. Only you can see this number. In the eyes of others, it was just a golden trace. Hanze's face darkened slightly and finally turned into a bitter smile. I drew it. The manager has already signed me up. I have no other choice. Ningguan. The useless protagonist is indeed full of misfortunes. Always being bullied. So, why don't you report it? Hanze didn't react for a moment. What? Ningguan swallowed the last bite of the pancake and said seriously, the 9521st rule of the Qitian sect states that if any elder or manager abuses his power for personal gain and harms a disciple without reason, he shall be severely punished. You can report him to the law enforcement hall. Hanze suddenly didn't know what to say. Senior Sister Ning, even if there is such a rule, no one will really report it. Even if they do, it will be difficult to succeed. Of course the rules of the sect are well defined. But the sect is not stupid. Who would really punish the elders and managers just to protect an outer disciple? Ningguan looked at him in confusion. I reported Lu Yuanyuan, and if you didn't report him, wouldn't the other party be targeting you as well, Hanze? It seems that there is some truth to it. The skill of speaking. The SI people who drew lots from Woody Peak finally showed up. Except Jingyu. Everyone else was pretty happy.
Ningguan.
It seems that all the sadness has been transferred to one person. Junior sister, I am so miserable. I am the only one who has to participate in the competition today. UCA and bet on the sect competition to win money. What's the point of a competition that can't win money? It's better to admit defeat and go back to sleep more. Without the spiritual stones to drive him, the fourth senior brother is just like a loser. The seventh senior brother Yen Liang, who is the king of scrolls, sneered. If you don't use your precious time to practice and improve your realm, what's the point of sleeping? You are not a 10,000-year-old turtle. Jingyu. You are the captive. Luo Yu's gaze shifted to Hanze, and after seeing the golden marks on the back of his hand, he smiled gently. Junior brother Han, are you also competing today? Hanze shook his head. No, it's tomorrow. Luo Yu nodded, not wanting to ask any more questions, and turned to look at Ningguan. Junior sister, since you are here, why don't you stay and take a look? It just so happens that fourth junior brother will also be on stage later. Ningguan. I'm here now, I'm a child. It's Chinese New Year. Even this fatal word was used. What else could she do? But I haven't finished my breakfast yet. The spiritual food garden is nearby, so it should be okay for me to go and have a meal, right? Eating is very important. Luo Yu. You have eaten 2 large pancakes, 2 spiritual fruits, and a bowl of spiritual porridge. Haven't finished eating yet? Then go ahead. UCA and really let people starve to death.
Oh. Ningguan nodded.
Soon he got on the Akabane kite and left. Hanze looked at Luo Yu and bowed. Brother Luo, I will leave first. Luo Yu nodded and waited until Hanze walked away before he slowly opened his mouth. This man is extraordinary. No wonder junior sister looks at him differently. Jingyu. Senior brother, I think junior sister treats Li Yu from Suiyun Peak differently. Sometimes the way she looks at Li Yu is quite similar to the way she looks at Hanze. Luo Yu. I've finished my meal. Ningguan walked towards Fian Peak at a leisurely pace. When she finally arrived riding the red feather kite, On the high platform at the top of Fian Peak, sect leader Shin had just finished his speech. Ningguan looked at the huge crowd of disciples below. Finally, he looked up into the air. All the disciples were standing in mid-air. Some were flying on swords, while others were standing in mid-air. Only the SI people from the Invincible Peak were sitting on the red feather kites, which were unique to the disciples. Extremely conspicuous. Ningguan hurried over. Am I late? No, you came at the right time. Luoyu looked at her with a smile.
Ningguan.
On the high platform, following Sect Master Shin, the head of Tianshu Peak also stood up and said, before the competition officially begins, the sect has formulated a few new rules. Elder Lu of the 10,000 Beasts sect, who was sitting at the side, narrowed his cloudy eyes slightly. What does your sect mean by this? Could it be that because all the sects are participating this year, you added new rules overnight? The head of Tianshu Peak laughed. Elder Lu, you are overthinking. These rules have nothing to do with the various sects. Adding rules will protect you, idiots. It doesn't matter if there is a connection. In the face of absolute strength, all tricks are useless. Guiyuan sect's Elder Qiao Yu obviously had the same idea as Elder Lu. They both felt that this was a trick used by the Qitian sect to target disciples from various sects who participated in the competition. All the elders present in the Qitian sect looked at their noses and their hearts. Despicable tricks may be useless. But someone's endless supply of spiritual weapons, as well as that thing called Thunder Bomb, must be useful. The elder of Guiyuan's sect has spoken. However, no sect refuted it. The head of Tianshu Peak curled his lips and said slowly, since you all have no objection, then I will say it. The first new rule for this year's competition is, you are not allowed to use disposable talismans, even if they are in other forms. Rule 2. You are not allowed to use any spiritual tools that are obviously much higher than your own realm and have no negative effects, including defensive robes and flying spiritual tools. Rule 3. You may not bribe your opponent into surrendering with any promises, spirit stones, or items. If you violate these 3 rules, you'll be deemed to have surrendered. Do you understand everything? As soon as the words fell, Elder Lu of the Myriad Beast sect could not help but sneer. Master Wang Feng, these 3 rules of the Red Sky sect. Are you kidding? Everyone knows that the greater the gap between a spiritual weapon and one's own cultivation level, the more difficult it is to drive. Maybe before he could hurt the enemy, his spiritual power would be exhausted first. A spiritual weapon that is far higher than your own cultivation level and has no negative effects. Can it be used casually? Let alone the disciples. Even we probably haven't seen it, right? He now truly believed that these 3 outrageous rules were not aimed at the disciples of each sect. Which disciple could have the ability to violate these 3 rules? Anyway, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect can't do it. The head of Tianshu Peak showed a meaningful smile. Just because Elder Lu has never seen it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Anyway, our Qitian sect has no intention of targeting other sects, nor is there any need to do so. Representatives of various sects, the previous sentence is fine. What does the last half sentence mean? The other side. Just when Sect Master Shun announced the start of the sect competition with an expressionless face, Ning Wan, who was chewing a spiritual fruit, fell into deep thought. Why do I feel that these 3 newly added rules are targeting me? Junior sister, you are right, they are targeting you. Jingyu rarely opened his sleepy eyes and yawned.
Ningguan.
Why are you targeting me? Jingyu. Why are they targeting you? Don't you know what's going on? As my junior sister, it's normal for people to target you. You should get used to it. 7th senior brother, Yan Liang suddenly interrupted. He still had that nose in the air, looking so proud, as if he was the best in the world. Holding the sword in both hands, he snorted at Ning Ruan. Even if you can't use the black ball, you can hide behind us in the team competition. It's just a sect competition. We do need a light spiritualist, and there is no possibility of injury. Ning Ruan. Who are you looking down on? Why are you hiding behind me?
No.
Just stand in front. The disciples were standing in the air around the 7 red, feathered kites. After enduring for a while, he finally looked over here. Someone was about to say something but stopped himself. Junior brother from Wying Peak, Please don't be so arrogant when you speak. I'm just telling the truth. When am I arrogant? Yan Liang raised his chin slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s, and he was staring at the people from Woody Peak. I know that you Wying Peak have been in the limelight recently, but if you are so arrogant that you think no one can hurt you, isn't that too much? Yan Liang. No. Isn't this the truth? How is this too much? Luo Yu. No, he must have developed something that could make people shut up. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Just when the atmosphere in the air was awkward, the competition below has already begun. The entire Eastern Challenge stage area is filled with inner disciples competing. To the west are the outer disciples. The largest life and death platform in the center belongs to his direct disciples. 3 areas that do not interfere with each other. Ning Wan took out a piece of watermelon silently like a magician, and while eating it, he looked down. Everyone in the air. Wait until 2 groups of people have already changed in the fight below. Luo Yu woke up Pei Jingyu, who had fallen asleep. 4th junior brother, it's your turn. So soon? Pei Jingyu stretched and lazily got up from the red feather kite. The taciturn 3rd senior brother Chi Mo rarely spoke. Not that fast. Junior sister has already eaten pieces of melon. Oh, now she's on to the 7th piece.
Ningru rum, bystander.
I just closed my eyes. It's really boring. Let's finish it quickly and go back to sleep. Pei Jingyu yawned. Jump directly to the life and death stage in the center. Are you a disciple of Wying Peak? I remember you. The disciples of the Wansho sect, who had been waiting impatiently on the stage, saw Pei Jingyu's face, which was so stunning that it was hard to forget. There was cruelty in his eyes that could not be concealed. Pei Jingyu raised his eyes lazily and slowly opened his lips. You wrong. Impossible. I saw you at the 11th realm ceremony. I'm a disciple of the Invincible Peak. Pei Jingyu corrected him word by word. Wansho Peak disciples. When did the Chitian sect have an Invincible Peak? But it doesn't matter. There has been no reputation among the disciples for so many years. Do one take it seriously at all? After a sneer, the man quickly made handprints. A huge and deep summoning vortex soon appeared in the air beside him. However, Pei Jingyu is faster than him. Before he succeeded in summoning, the deafening roar of beasts could be heard from the stage of life and death. The man's pupils suddenly contracted. The net moment. He was slapped away by the white giant beast that pounced towards him in front of him. Puff! How could it be? How could you summon it so quickly, after spitting out a mouthful of blood? The man struggled to suppress the surge of blood and energy in his body and the chaos of spiritual energy. There was disbelief on his pale face. Pei Jingyu yawned. Because I'm a genius. At a signal, the white beast on the stage swung its claws again and blew the man away. Silence. At this moment, there was deathly silence in the air. And on the stage of life and death, Pei Jingyu, who had resolved the battle in less than half an hour, still looked drowsy. The elder in charge of judging finally came to his senses and announced the result of this ridiculous competition. The Red Sky sect is invincible. The disciple from Wying Peak wins. Elder, it's the Invincible Peak. After carefully correcting a sentence, Pei Jingyu flew into the air lazily. The disciple from Wansho Peak who had fallen into coma on the stage was carried away. Above, Elder Liu of Wansho Peak had a dark expression on his face, and he almost gnashed his teeth as he looked at the 7 people from Woody Peak who were extremely conspicuous in the air. Haha, I really didn't expect that there is such a summoning genius among the disciples of Master Liu. The Chitian sect must have hidden him too well and didn't reveal any information at all. The head of Tianshu Peak was in a good mood and replied with a smile. How could it be hidden? This disciple actually fought many games on the challenge stage not long ago. His strength is probably known to all my disciples. Why didn't Elder Liu ask about it in the past 2 days? When this matter was mentioned, Elder Liu's face darkened again. Didn't they ask? The disciples of the Chitian sect are extremely xenophobic towards other sects that are participating in this sect competition. To say that it was hostile was no exaggeration. It's rare that there are a few people who do leak out some information. But they're all about some direct disciples who became famous before and have just come out. No one mentioned invincibility at all. Bah. Wayang Peak. Another elder of the Chitian sect couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of which, the fact that Pei was able to win so quickly was all thanks to your sect's disciples not making any moves. If he had started summoning as soon as he got on stage, perhaps we would have seen two spirit beasts fighting each other now, instead of a one-sided one. The rest of the words were not finished. But the more this happens, the more infuriating it becomes. Elder Lu glared fiercely at the disciples behind him who had not yet joined the battle. Although he did not say a word, the warning in his eyes was extremely obvious. Disciples. The elders of various sects in the stands. Watch the group from Woody Peak flee. The direct disciple in mid-air was silent for a long time before someone spoke with difficulty. His cultivation must be at least at the 5th realm, right? A 5th realm summoner can't possibly summon a spirit beast so quickly. Master once said that he won the battle with Shi Anyang in less than a quarter of an hour. Although Shi Anyang underestimated his opponent, being able to do so at least shows that his cultivation is definitely higher than Shi Anyang's, but Shi Anyang has just entered the 5th realm. Is he at the peak of the 5th realm? Or the 6th realm? That's not clear, but at least one thing is certain. The people at Wayang Peak are all strong. And Pei Jingyu even defeated Shi Anyang, one of the top 10 geniuses. As for the others, except for Luoyu, who entered the sect the earliest and has yet to make a move, all of them have defeated Shihai, the 3rd disciple of Broken Cloud Peak. And Shihai is a well-known 4th realm middle level. Following the conversations among several disciples in the air, the more he knew about the people from Wayang Peak, the more frightened he became. Do you think the other people from Wayang Peak are as strong as junior brother Pei? Shouldn't they be? If this is true and each of them can fight against the top 10 geniuses, it would be too terrifying. If it were anyone else, it might not be possible, but don't forget, they are disciples of Wayang Peak. The disciples of Wayang Peak are supposed to be the strongest among their peers. So, what if they are disciples of Wayang Peak? We haven't even fought yet, so why make such a hasty conclusion? Invincible Peak. Not knowing that he had aroused the desire to win among his disciples, several people were eating the watermelon handed to them by Ning Ruan.
Ning Ruan.
The melon has been cut. It would be weird if I didn't finish it. After the individual competition is over, I will rest for 3 days, and then it will be the team competition. Who do you want to be on the same team with, little sister? Luo Yu, who was eating melon, suddenly asked. Ning Ruan didn't even raise her head. I don't know, whatever. We are all senior brothers, so it doesn't matter who we team up with. Oh. Except for senior brother 7. Then I'll just make arrangements when the time comes. Luo Yu nodded. Ning Ruan uttered a Continued to concentrate on eating melons. To the 7 of them, it seemed that the melon competition was much more important than the sect competition. The next morning, after having breakfast, the 7 of them rode their red feather kites and slowly arrived at Fian Peak. The disciple on the challenge stage is still fighting. Yes, the individual competition will last for 4 days and 4 nights. The competition will not end until the top 100 from both the inner and outer gates are determined. Ning Ruan took out a bunch of snacks bought from Ling Xiyuan. Eat while watching the competition below. As soon as I lowered my head, then you will see the life and death stage in the center. A disciple from an unknown peak of the Chitian sect was kicked away fiercely. The person hasn't landed yet. He was kicked dozens of times at close range. The already fragile water spiritualist was now unconscious on the ground. The white robe and red belt that belonged only to the direct disciples could no longer be seen clearly. The white shirt was stained with blood. It was a bit tragic. The competition is over, and the disciple of Gudyuan sect has won. On the stage of life and death. The elder in charge of judging finally raised his voice and made the announcement. But his oppression was somewhat unhappy. Gutyuan sect Liao Sheng, the second match will be tomorrow. I look forward to the advice of fellow Chitian sect members. He watched the Chitian sect disciples being carried away. The Gudyuan sect disciple who had been in the upper hand just now stared at the group of disciples in the air without any hesitation. Arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. The Gudyuan sect is going too far. They are targeting us on purpose. When they meet disciples from other sects, they just spar normally, but they take ruthless action when they meet the Chitian sect. Just wait and see. They just haven't met Brother Yannan and his group yet. There are also 4 of the top 10 geniuses participating in the competition this time. I don't believe that no one can deal with them. But except Brother Yannan, the other 3 had already been on the field yesterday. If we want to teach them a lesson, we'll have to wait until the second round starts tomorrow. The direct disciples are actually okay. At least there are winners. But the inner sect, the tragedy of the inner gate. They couldn't bear to look at it any longer. Anyone who faces off against Gudyuan sect's inner disciples will never win. It was a complete failure. A total of 100 disciples from Gudyuan sect came this time. 20 disciples were personally taught. There are 80 people in the inner sect. Even if there are other sects meeting in, there were still 20 to 30 inner disciples who faced off against the inner disciples of the Red Sky sect. Sure enough, competitions are the easiest to get melons to eat. Ningguan couldn't help but sigh while eating snacks. If there wasn't some big news, she wouldn't believe that Gudyuan sect would dare to provoke Chitian sect so blatantly. Luoyu, who happened to hear his junior sister mumbling to herself, stared at the snacks in Ningguan's hand. Hesitant to speak. Never mind. The melon that junior sister said she ate must be the melon. At this moment, the atmosphere in the stands was a little cold. Wait until the disciple who defeated the Chitian sect's direct disciple and stood on the stage of life and death and challenged him comes back. Elder Liu of the Myriad Beasts sect smiled meaningfully. Liao Sheng. This is the first time I've heard of this name. I originally thought that only the Red Sky sect had hidden a lot of little guys, but now it seems that the Gudyuan sect has hidden even more. Liao Sheng stood in front of the disciples of Gudyuan sect and said nothing. Elder Qiaoyu still had a cold and indifferent impression. If they really wanted to hide, they wouldn't have taken action today. The words fell. He raised his eyes to look at the several red, feathered kites that stood out in the air. I just don't know if they have the chance to fight against the Wayang Peak disciples who were once known to be invincible among their peers. The head of Tianshu Peak laughed twice. There will be a chance. Gudyuan sect Elder Qiaoyu. Really? I'm looking forward to it. At that time, the life and death stage used by disciples to compete with each other. 2 more rounds of competition passed. These 2 games were no longer bloody. One battle is between the direct disciple of the Wanfeng sect, one of the 7 major sects, and the direct disciple of a medium-sized sect. The Wanfeng sect disciples won easily. The other one is between the direct disciples of Wuding and Wansho sect. Because the difference in their strength levels was not too great, the fight was evenly matched and hard to determine. It also takes quite a long time. In the end, the Wuding clan was defeated. And the third game. Just when Ningguan was about to take out some spiritual fruit to eat, her side, 7th senior brother Yan Liang suddenly stopped practicing and stood up holding his sword, jumped directly onto the stage of life and death. As soon as he stood still, a man's rough voice came from the other side. Shifeng sect, Yao Hui, please teach me. Your qualifications are not good enough for me to teach you. Read novels 44W. Yan Liang raised his chin slightly and looked down at the gloomy-faced disciple of the Shifeng sect opposite him with his nose turned upward. Outside the stage of life and death, all the disciples who were paying attention to the 2 people's movements.
Ningguan.
Nothing wrong with that, this is very 7th brother. The disciples in the air were stunned for a moment. The unpleasant impression on his face finally eased. Yesterday I thought that this junior brother from Wayang Peak was too arrogant, but today I see him being so arrogant. How come I feel so good? It's a pity that he is from the Shifeng sect. It would be better if he could directly fight against the Gudyuan sect. It's the same. The Shifeng sect and the Gudyuan sect are in the same group. Just when everyone was still whispering about it, Yan Liang took action. Coincidentally, the other party is also a sword cultivator. After hearing those insulting words that hit home, the Shifeng sect disciple raised his sword in anger. The rainbow, like sword energy, wrapped in a dignified wind blade, shot straight towards Yan Liang. Wind-type sword cultivator, nothing more than that. The latter remained calm and still looked arrogant. He slowly pulled out the long sword from his arms. Leap up. On the stage of life and death. Soon, a murderous golden sword light burst out, brilliant and dazzling. The two sword energies met. One was directly split into pieces. The other golden sword beam slashed towards the stunned Shifang sect disciple with overwhelming force. Less than half a cup of tea later, after the elder in charge of judging confirmed that the Shifang sect disciples were no longer able to fight, he excitedly shouted, "The competition is over. The disciple from the Invincible peak of the Qitian sect wins." Yan Liang remained calm, as if he had just accomplished something extremely insignificant. Holding the sword, he flew back to the red feather kite. Luo Yu and the others haven't said anything yet. Several disciples of the Qitian sect came over. "Congratulations, junior brother Yan, for your victory, compared to Jingyu ridiculous and outrageous victory yesterday. There is no doubt that today's competition has a greater impact." Gold Sword Cultivator. Among all the elements, he has always been the most suitable one to become a sword cultivator. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a natural swordsman. Yan Liang raised his chin, frowning slightly. "No need to congratulate. It's not difficult to beat him. He's too weak. If you can't even beat him, how can you still call yourself a swordsman?" He was not confident that he could defeat the people taught by the sword cultivators of the Ten Directions sect. "Sorry, we shouldn't have come to congratulate you." Yan Liang's victory was a good start. In the next few games, all the games that the Qitian sect members played ended in victory, until another physical cultivator from Gudyuan sect came on the scene. He pressed the unlucky disciple of the Qitian sect, who was a water-type spiritualist, to the ground and rubbed him. The injuries were horrific. It's horrible, because it was too bloody. Ningguan couldn't even eat the snack in her hand. "No, big brother, is there any grudge between our sect and that person for killing our father? Otherwise, why are they all so ruthless?" Luo Yu fell into deep thought. "No, Ningguan. What about the hatred of having your wife taken away from you, Luo Yu?" "No," as affected, "she is the junior sister who writes storybooks. It feels like if she keeps going on, she'll be able to come up with a new storyline." After almost half an hour of competition, finally, it was the turn of the third brother, Zimmer, to take the stage. Ningguan was actually quite curious about this senior brother, who was comparable to Go Wang. However, she hadn't even finished the 2 snacks in her hand. Qi Mo used his formation to defeat a disciple of the Qingshuang sect who had just entered the 4th realm.
Ningguan.
This is outrageous. Everyone. Outrageous +1. In the stands, the head of Tianshu Peak silently looked at the oppressionless Shinzongju, who was at the top of the list, and could not help but silently transmit a message. "For the net sect competition, let's add a new rule that we cannot use formations, right?" Sect Master Shin quickly sent back a message. "Yes," after Zimmer. Several more games passed. Ningguan quickly put down the snack. "The ruthless disciples of Gudyuan sect are here again. And the one who played this time was none other than Yan Nan, one of the 10 most trusted geniuses and a disciple of Tongming Peak. Great. I didn't expect that the Gudyuan sect's people would really run into senior brother Yan Nan. We can finally avenge our previous shame and deal with those Gudyuan sect captives. Senior brother Yan Nan will definitely win. I don't know what's going on with the Gudyuan sect. Where did they get so many powerful physical cultivators? I also think something is wrong. When the Gudyuan sect participated in the Kanglan conference last time, there were no such disciples. Where did they come from? I have never heard of these people. The battle on the stage of life and death is about to break out." Ningguan was still a little hesitant to eat snacks. He tilted his head and looked at his fellow brothers. "Yan Nan. Is he the senior disciple from Tongming Peak who helped Zhou I defeat Shi Enyang?" Luo Yu nodded. "It's him." "Oh, Ningguan. He is a good person." Yan, a good man, Nan was trying his best to avoid the approach of Gudyuan sect's physical cultivator. He has been watching the competition since yesterday. Naturally, he knew what would happen to him as a spiritual master if he was approached by this person. "Probably because I can't get close to him." The physical cultivator of Guyuan's sect gradually became irritable. The fighting style became more and more violent. The spiritual energy in the body is also being consumed rapidly. Right at this moment, Nan sneered and flew into the air. Directly use the fire-related skill that can only be learned by the direct teachings of the Chitian sect, Fire Dance Meteor. Fire dragons crisscross each other, fall from the sky, directly surround the Guyuan sect as body cultivators. After 2 cups of tea, Nan stood in front of the body of the Guyuan sect disciple, which was almost burned by the fire beyond recognition. His eyes swept towards the direction of Guyuan sect. Although he didn't say a word, his provocation was obvious. Since senior brother Yan won, I knew that the Guyuan sect's people would not be senior brother Yan's opponents. It's still too easy for them. Senior brother Yan should have used more force. That's not necessarily true. The injuries caused by the fire dance meteor are different from ordinary fire. If you want to recover completely, it can't be done by a light-type spiritualist alone. Listening to the excited discussions around me, Ningguang calmed down a little. I ate snacks again. Well, when the team competition comes, if I encounter the disciples of Guyuan sect, I will beat them up. Waited until noon. The group from Woody Peak left again amidst everyone's strange gazes. After having lunch at Lingxiuan, he slowly came here. Shortly after, several people arrived. 5th brother Liang Iuiu watched the referee on the life and death stage calling out numbers. He scratched his head shyly.
Okay.
It seems like it's my turn. Ningguang paused but finally spoke. 5th brother, don't panic, just treat him as unto. Liang Iuiu. I'll try my best. On the stage of life and death. Liang Iuiu looked at the tall and straight figure in front of him, whose one arm seemed to be as strong as his two. The already nervous and handsome face turned even paler. How can this be regarded as unto? What a pity. I actually met Tang Shi from Wooding sect. If it was the gold swordsman from Wyang Peak, maybe I could barely fight him, but I'm afraid that this time Wyang Peak will also experience the feeling of being completely defeated in half a cup of tea. It's such a pity. I've seen this junior brother compete with Shi Hai of Suiyun Peak. He's very strong, but he still has no chance of winning against Tang Shi. Actually, Tang Shi's attack is nothing, but he is too tough. Even if you use up all your spiritual power, you can't hurt him at all. When Tang Shi participated in the Kanglan Conference 50 years ago, he was already at the middle level of the Sith realm. He was considered the strongest figure of the Wooding sect. I think it's okay for this junior brother from Wyang Peak to lose. All the disciples have complicated feelings towards Wyang Peak. But this compl-emotion can naturally be ignored when compared with the hostility towards foreign sects. On the stage of life and death, Liang Iuiu is an introverted young man who is deemed doomed to fail. With a pale face, he was the first to punch Tang Shi. The latter did not take the punch seriously. He also threw a punch. The fists collided. Both of them took a few steps back. Tang Shi felt the pain in his hand and looked at the young man opposite him with disbelief. He was still pale and uneasy. You're pretty good.
I didn't expect that.
There is a person like you in the Chitian sect. As a physical cultivator, he focused on defense. In the same situation, very few people can hurt him.
But now,
someone did it with just one punch. Liang Iuiu raised her eyes and looked at him. The uneasiness on his face grew stronger. The next moment, once again, he suddenly threw a punch. Tang Shi. Half an hour later, Liang Iuiu looked at her bloody hands. He continued to rush forward and launched a fierce attack on Tang Shi. Tang Shi. Brother, you should just give up. I admit that you are very powerful. I underestimated you. You should be proud of yourself for being able to hurt me to this extent. But although I can't beat you, I'm afraid I still don't have enough to seriously injure me. Before you eliminated me, your spiritual power was already exhausted. Liang Iuiu's frown seemed able to pinch 2 flies to death. Endure it again and again. He finally couldn't help but speak. You don't say anything. It's hard to be a rabbit. And keep talking. Why do you talk so much? Dangxi. Another half hour passed. Tang Shi, who was originally confident, was blasted into the sky by a pair of bloody fists from the pretty and fair Liang Iu on the life and death stage. Without waiting for him to fall, another series of fists hit his chest. Puff, the wood insect robes that Tang Shi was wearing were smashed to pieces. Horrified. Incredible. Various expressions appeared on the faces of all the disciples, including Tang Shi. In the last moment before he fell into a coma, he couldn't understand why the opponent would become more and more fierce and powerful as the fight lasted longer. He even saw the referee rushing to block most of the opponent's last punch. The competition is over. The disciple from the Invincible Peak of the Red Sky sect wins. The fight is finally over. It's so scary. While everyone is looking at her as if she were a monster, Liang Iu quickly ran back to her red feather kite. The sense of security returned a little. Junior sister, I still think he is scary. You see and think of him as a rabbit. He doesn't look like a rabbit at all. Ning Ruan.
This is really hard to comment.
How to say it? Take a deep breath. Ning Ruan casually threw out a jade bottle. Fifth senior brother, you should treat the wound on your hand first. Thank you, junior sister. Liang Iu shyly took the bottle and applied the medicine to herself obediently.
Ning Ruan,
who rarely saw his senior brothers take action, had to admit it. Today, she has gained some appearance. I originally thought that fifth brother was outrageous enough. However, wait until Luo Yu comes on the court. Looking at the branch in his hand that he picked up from the ground, Ning Ruan fell silent unconsciously. And his opponent was a disciple of Yenue Peak of the Qitian sect. Brother Luo, I know you are a sword cultivator, and I know you may be very powerful, but you can't insult me like this. Luo Yu thought about it and threw the branch down, saying in a gentle voice, Then I don't need it. Yan Yefeng's personal disciple. Senior brother Luo, you are really too insulting. Luo Yu
sighed.
He leaned over and picked up the branch again, his tone still gentle. Isn't this okay? Yan Yifeng's personal teaching. In less than a cup of tea, Luo Yu looked at the disciples lying on the ground with marks all over their bodies from being whipped by branches and silently threw the branches down. The referee finally came to his senses and shouted again, The competition is over. The disciple from Invincible Peak wins. As the last person to participate in the competition, Luo Yu finished the competition. Several people from the Invincible Peak fled together. Everyone. Actually, I'm used to it. Maybe the disciples of Woody Peak are really busy. I didn't expect that the 8 disciples of Woody Peak, except for the one who didn't come back and junior sister Ning who didn't participate in the individual competition, all won. Sure enough, I knew it. Wang. No, the disciples of Woody Peak have never changed. If you are not the most powerful, you can't enter this peak at all. Tomorrow is the second round. According to this trend, I am afraid that the top 10 geniuses will also have to be replaced. I am really looking forward to tomorrow. It would be best if those captives from Guiyuan's sect meet junior brother Liang and beat them half to death. The second round will come soon.
No surprise.
The people from Woody Peak won again. And this is the most exciting one. The most obvious example is the battle between the 7th disciple Yan Liang and a physical cultivator from Guiyuan sect. The moment Yan Liang stood on the stage of life and death. It's not just a personal transmission in mid-air. Even the inner and outer sect disciples watching the match below couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Great. The captive from Guiyuan sect has met junior brother Yan. I remember this guy. He was the one who beat a senior from Tongming Peak so hard that his meridians were broken yesterday. If the referee hadn't intervened, I'm afraid even his dantian would have been destroyed. It would be great if junior brother Yan could destroy him, too. As for the possibility that Yan Liang would lose, no one had ever thought about it. After a cup of tea, Yan Liang held the magic sword in his hand, raised his chin slightly, and glanced at the Guiyuan sect disciple lying on the ground with blood holes all over his body with disdain. Not even a single blow can withstand it. After slowly uttering 4 words, Yan Liangfang leisurely flew onto the red feather kite under the angry gazes of Guiyuan sect's disciples.
And in the stands,
because of this face-slapping competition, The head of Tianshu Peak was in a good mood and even deliberately smiled at the elder of Guiyuan sect, Qiao Yu. I said, Elder Qiao hopes that your disciples can meet the little guys from Woody Peak. There must be a chance. Didn't they meet? It's just that the little guy from Woody Peak is too arrogant. He seems to look down on your disciples. That's not right. After the competition, we have to teach him a lesson. No matter what, he shouldn't look down on Guiyuan sect so obviously. Guiyuan sect's Qiao Yu still had a cold expression on his face. Haha, Peak Master Wang also acknowledges the title of Invincible Peak? After saying this, he looked coldly at Sect Master Shen, who was sitting high up in the table. I wonder if Sect Master Shen also agrees with the name change of Wang Peak? Sect Leader Shen slowly lowered his eyes and shifted his gaze towards the other person. After a while, Fong Donma said, if the disciples of Wang Peak can win every single match, what's wrong with earning the title of Invincible? Ning Wan and the others were unaware that Invincible Peak was about to be vindicated. After the second round of competition, he did not run away. Because it was the third round, the numbers drawn by several people were relatively early. This round, the one who met the Guiyuan sect disciple was Liang Iuiu. 2 physical cultivators. Every punch hits the flesh. The Guiyuan sect disciples were beaten so hard that they admitted defeat on the spot. Liang's socially phobic Iuiu, who won the competition, still had that uneasy and frightened look on his face and slowly put down his fist. The competition is over. Qitian sect's Wudafeng wins. As the referee finished speaking, Liang Iuiu fled away as if she had been pardoned. The judge elder of the Red Sky sect.
Guiyuan sect disciple.
The fight is finally over. It was so scary. So many people were looking at me. Why are they still looking at me? Liang Iuiu, who had already returned to the Akabane kites, looked uneasy. Even the body was shaking slightly.
Ningruan.
No, you are a person who presses others to the ground, and now you show such a panic oppression. Do you want to anger your enemy to death? Ning Wan was a little confused about the thoughts of people with severe social anxiety. I don't know, but I feel it's powerful. After the third round of competition, the name of Invincible Peak has left a deep impression on almost all the disciples present. Even Luo Yu, a sword practitioner who has never used a sword, and the summoner Zimmer, who has never summoned a spirit beast so far. By the 4th and 5th rounds, fewer and fewer disciples participated in the competition. Wait until the 6th round. In the final round that decides the outcome, the elimination system was changed from a draw to a free challenge system. Winning a game still increases contribution points by 50 points. If you lose a game, you are eliminated. On the Qitian sect side, the 4 disciples of one of the top 10 geniuses were looking at the dozen people who were about to participate in the challenge with serious oppressions. Yan Nan, the eldest disciple of Tongming Peak, spoke first. We have discussed that the 4 of us, Feng Qiu, Chen Yuan, Lu Jia from Guiyuan sect, and Li Wujian from Wanshou sect, will go up. You can choose the junior sister from Wanfeng sect, as well as the disciples from Wuding and Qingshuang sects. If the disciples of Guiyuan sect challenge you first, you can also refuse the fight. There is no need to fight for temporary gains. If you damage your foundation, you will lose the big picture. You should have noticed that something is wrong with the Guiyuan sect disciples. I don't know where this group of ruthless physical cultivators came from. Yan Nan's proposal was recognized by the vast majority of Qitian sect disciples. But this obviously does not include the disciples of Invincible Peak. Just when everyone was still discussing the order and strategy of the challenge, several people from Woody Peak have already stepped onto the challenge stage. The Qitian sect's disciples. No, when did they go up there? No one noticed when the people from the Qitian sect ran to the challenge stage. By the time everyone reacted, the people on the challenge stage had already defeated the only 3 remaining disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect. The 3 disciples of Guiyuan sect were all beaten unconscious. Miserable. But it's cool. This is the only feeling of the disciples of the Qitian sect. Disciple of Guiyuan sect. 10,000 Beast Peak disciples. Brother Luo, you did a good job. No, you did an excellent job. Now you should have a good rest, and leave the rest to us. As soon as a few people stepped down from the stage, Yan Nan walked up to them with a smile and spoke in a low voice with excitement on his face. The toughest ones were eliminated. Although there are still a few evil physical cultivators from Gudyuan sect left, they are still capable of being defeated. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 7th senior brother Yan Liang raised his chin and glanced over. You want to steal the contribution points? Yan Nan. Junior brother, you misunderstood. I was just worried that your spiritual power has not recovered yet. Yan Liang. Can they consume our spiritual energy? Yan Nan. This arrogant junior brother, could it be that he wanted to defeat all the outer sect disciples? Yan Nan soon realized that he was wrong. The junior brothers from the Invincible Peak do and want to defeat the outer sect disciples. It's obvious that he wants to overthrow the whole place. This cognition. It was only when Yan Nan was almost trapped in the formation by the 3rd disciple of the Invincible Peak who looked ordinary and could only use formations that he finally reacted. There are 5 SI of you left in the individual competition. You can continue to challenge each other until the top 5 SI are selected. The referee looked at the people on the stage with a complicated expression. Below, the disciples of various sects also looked at them. Compel.
Epect.
Excited. Various emotions appeared on each face.
Then,
everyone heard a gentle voice from above, slowly saying, No need. We give up. Luo Yu looked at the referee elder, with a warm smile on his jade-like face. The referee opened his mouth, then looked at the other people who had expressions of approval on their faces. No, these people are sick, right? Killing everyone in such a high-profile way, and then not fighting anymore? Are you sure? If you give up, we will just count the contribution points directly? Luo Yu, sure. Referee. Disciples of various sects. After the individual competition, there are 3 days to rest and recuperate. But these 3 days, the foot of the Invincible Peak was filled with people. There are disciples of the Chitian sect. There are other sects as well. However, with so many people, no one could even reach the mountainside. Until 3 days later, when the disciples of Woody Peak flew out on the red feather kite. Then several figures flew into the air together. Among them was Yan Nan, one of the 10 great geniuses and the direct disciple of Tongming Peak. Brother Luo, don't run away. I've been waiting for you for 2 whole days and 2 nights. Brother Luo, can you please listen to me first? This sect competition is different from the previous ones. Not only are there various sects participating, but there are also those captives from Gudyuan sect. The various sects will definitely unite to deal with you. I know you are strong and not afraid of being targeted, but this is a team competition. Junior Sister Ning is only a light spiritualist. She will definitely become the target of the disciples of various sects. As long as Junior Sister Ning is eliminated, even if you stay to the end, you will lose points because your teammates are eliminated. Cooperate with us. We can unite to protect the light spiritualists in the team. According to the rules of the team competition, the longer you stay on the stage, the more contribution points you will get. How about it? If you agree. Boom! Yan Nan hadn't finished speaking. A sudden explosion sounded directly in the air. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, Yan Nan had no doubt that he would have been seriously injured before the team competition. Who needs your protection? The girl's calm and clear voice slowly sounded on the red feather kite. In her hands, she was holding a handful of strange black orb. Yan Nan swallowed hard. The legend about the junior sister Ning in front of him instantly came to mind. Junior Sister Ning, you are mistaken. The word misunderstanding has not yet been fully said. Yan Nan saw several black orb falling from the sky again. The disciples who were chasing Akabane Yuan fled in panic. The moment when the explosion sounded again, everyone looked at the girl on Akabane with great shock. The girl was carrying a sword case on her back. She had a delicate appearance, but exuded a calm and indifferent air. Oh, my hand slipped. Her hand slipped and she took out a handful of black orb. It seems like anyone who comes near will be bombed. Everyone. What a psycho. Ning's psychopath Ruan soon arrived at Fian Peak. Pei Jingyu looked at the crowd behind him, who wanted to get closer but didn't dare, and couldn't help sighing. Junior sister, let me tell you, give me that thunder bomb, and I will make sure no one can get close to it. Why waste it on them? you said that your fifth father made this for you, right? He must have spent a lot of effort to make it, right, Ningruan? Not really. Just use some leftover scraps from refining equipment to refine some thunder bombs. What's the point of wasting time and effort? Jingyu wanted to say something else. Suddenly, beams of light burst out from all the challenge platforms below. Soon after, he was under the control of the master of Tianshu Peak, all connected into one. For this scene, this was the first time that everyone in the entire Invincible Peak saw it. Wait until all the disciples participating in the sect competition are present. Tianshu Peak Master Fong announced loudly. There will be 3 team matches in total. The first one is the personal disciple competition, the second one is the inner sect competition, and the third one is the outer sect competition. Except for a few new rules this year, the rest remain unchanged. There are no rules for the team match. The longer you stay, the more contribution points you get. In addition, for each teammate eliminated, 20% of the contribution points will be deducted. If 2 are eliminated, 30% will be deducted. If 3 are eliminated, half will be deducted. You can only choose teammates from the same peak in this team formation. If you don't have enough people, you can give up, or you can continue to participate. If you choose to participate, but the number of people is not enough, the contribution points will not be deducted. But if one person is eliminated, the contribution points will also be deducted by 10%. Okay, now you can go forward and receive the team tokens according to your team formation. There are equally SI of us. We can be divided into 2 groups, 3 people in each group. Luo Yu looked at his fellow junior brothers and sisters and said in a gentle voice, I, little junior sister, and 3rd junior brother will be in one group, and 4th junior brother, 5th junior brother, and 7th junior brother will be in another group. Is that all right? No problem. The other 5 answered in unison. Just when a few people were about to receive the Team Jade badges, a cold voice sounded faintly. Big brother, maybe. There are actually 7 of us? Luo Yu, and the other SI. Ahem. Luo Yu was the first to react, and used a smile to hide his embarrassment. 7 people. Yes, of course it's 7 people. I mean 6th junior brother and 4th junior brother are in the same team. Yen I no sense of distance at all, An. It is a wide venue composed of countless challenge platforms, almost like a square. All the disciples participating in the competition went up one after another. There are only 2 teams in Woody Peak, which is considered to be the team with the fewest teams in the Chitian Sect's direct team competition. It is almost the same as the direct teaching team of some medium-sized sects. It is probably because there are too many evil deeds in individual competitions. Now, SI people go up. He became the most eye-catching among all the disciples. Feng Qiu, the leading disciple of Gudyuan sect, gritted his teeth and looked at the SI people. Did you see the female disciple net to them? Chun Yuan went to find the disciples of Chitian sect to investigate. This person is called Ning Ruan. She just joined Chitian sect this year. When she joined the sect, she was in the 3rd realm of light. I'm afraid she is still in the 3rd realm now. The rest of you, come with me to hold back the people surnamed Luo. Chen Yuan Lu Jia, do you have any problems dealing with that light spiritual master? The young man named Chen Yuan sneered, his fists creaking. To deal with a little girl of the light element, even I alone am enough. Lu Jia also smiled grimly. What an interesting light-type spiritualist. He actually carries a sword bow on his back. TSK. Is he a sword cultivator? Chen Yuan. Haha, do you think it's possible? The Guiyuan sect is working together to plot a plan. The same is true for the 10,000 Beasts sect. The disciples of the Red Sky sect were willing to help, but they just came over. The disciples of the Invincible Peak, who were clearly surrounded and at a disadvantage, actually took the initiative to attack everyone. It's outrageous. Yan Liang's sword and Liang Iuiu's fist fought their way out of the group of people who surrounded them. Right at this moment, another voice shouted loudly, eliminate the light spiritual master of Invincible Peak first.
Ningruan.
No. What did she, a weak and helpless wet nurse, do to anyone? Because of that loud shout. The Wancho sect, which already has a grudge against the Woody Peak, and the Guiyuan sect, which is like a mad dog. Suddenly, he changed his target and tried every means to rush towards Ning Ruan. Third brother, take out your formation and give them a realm, falling buff. I want to kill them. The girl, with a sword case on her back, said to Zimmer with an oppression that said, I'm going to kill you today.
Zimmer, was stund?
But he quickly threw out a set of formation flags. Quickly deploy the formation. Ning Ruan stood in the center of the formation. Luo Yu, who had originally wanted to come over to help his junior sister, suddenly stopped several junior brothers. Junior sister should be confident, we just need to pay attention. He didn't believe that his junior sister was just a light spiritualist.
But what I didn't expect was that
she seemed to be ready to reveal her trump card in the team competition. What's going on? How did I fall to the fourth realm? Oh no, I fell too, directly from the fourth realm to the third realm. Brother, I fell too. We all fell. It's him, that person is setting up the formation. Eliminate him first. Ning Ruan is ready for a fight. But who would have thought that the group of people coming for her would suddenly go towards the third senior brother? You really don't treat the nanny as a human being? Ning Ruan stood below, just when many people rushed towards Zimmer. The girl's clear voice echoed everywhere. I am the only one in the world with the power of sparks that can set the field ablaze. Everyone? What the heck are you talking about? Everyone was obviously stunned for a moment. I just realized it. Then a huge flame suddenly rose up all around, sweeping towards them, and at the center of the flames was the girl in white clothes and a red belt, carrying a sword case on her back, with her head slightly tilted. She controlled the fire with her hands. He calmly looked at the stunned crowd and slowly said, I am the only one in the world. I have the ability to kill the strong. Everyone? Again? The strong man died? What the heck? The powerful elders of each sect, as well as the oppressionless sect master Shun at the top. The raging flames suddenly died down. But soon, everyone in the formation felt it clearly. The injuries I had sustained from the flames were not particularly severe. It is getting worse at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? What did she do to us? Quick, get out of here. No. Why do I feel like she's using a healing spell? Different from the panic of the outer sect disciples in the formation. The Chitian sect disciple almost laughed out loud. Especially those who had seen someone perform the reverse healing technique in the secret realm couldn't help themselves. Here it comes. Junior Sister Ning's reverse healing technique is here. I really thought it was some amazing trick, a powerful killing technique. It turns out it's just a group healing technique. However, those who had only heard about this matter from their classmates reacted after a moment of confusion. But he still had a weird expression on his face. Is this the reverse healing technique that even my master couldn't figure out? There really is a reverse healing technique. How can this be called a healing technique? This is a life-threatening technique, right? Speaking of which, isn't anyone surprised that Junior Sister Ning is not just a light spiritualist, she also set afire just now outer sect disciples who are not in the formation? I have absolutely no idea what they're saying. Healing is healing. What the heck is reverse healing? And, at this moment, the other people from Invincible Peak have already charged into the formation, facing a group of outer sect disciples who were forcibly demoted and whose injuries were getting worse over time. It was almost like a few wild wolves entering a flock of sheep. Others haven't reacted yet. All the people in the formation have been eliminated. Among them, the Wanshou sect and Gudyuan sect, which attacked the Invincible Peak most fiercely, were completely wiped out. And each of them was seriously injured. On the stands, the corners of the lips of the elders of Chitian sect could not help but rise. The head of Tianshu Peak laughed out loud. TSK, I never thought that the first two sects to be eliminated would be Gudyuan and Wanshou. I'm so sorry. I didn't recommend that the sects participate in the sect competition at first because I was afraid of this kind of situation. But who knew that these kids would be so unrestrained in their actions? After all, they are guests. How can we not give them any face? Guiyuan sect's elder Xiaoyu and a group of inner disciples who had not yet gone on stage all looked unhappy. Elder Liu of the 10,000 Beasts sect stood up on the spot with a grim face. He said coldly to Sect Master Shin. Since the disciples of the two sects have already fought each other in this sect competition, we will not participate in the inter-sect team competition afterwards. After saying that, he led a group of disciples and carried the injured disciple away in front of everyone. Elder Liu is really a man of character. The head of Tianshu Peak sighed with a chuckle. Elders of all sects, it's obvious that he was angry, okay? Everyone knows that the 10,000 Beast sect has been targeting the Invincible Peak from the beginning to the end. Now that I can't take my revenge and I've lost face, you still won't let me get away? The scene on the challenge stage became increasingly chaotic. After the disappearance of Wanshou and Guyuan, the two most threatening instances, the disciples on the field have begun to form groups based on their respective peaks. The Invincible Peak, which had the fiercest fighting force but the fewest people, was suddenly isolated.
Then,
the scene at this moment is, several people from Woody Peak stood in the center of the challenge platform. Let people fight to death all around. But all the disciples and attacks bypassed them. Ningguan even took out a few pieces of melon and shared them with several brothers. Oh, that sect full of young ladies has been eliminated. Ningguan nodded regretfully while eating. She really likes watching these young ladies fighting. He is good, looking, speaks well, and even fights with ice and water. Very graceful. The Wanfeng sect's disciples are just ordinary disciples, and it is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. Yan Liang raised his chin slightly and gave a comment. If they fight with me, they won't be able to withstand my sword.
Ningruan.
If her seventh senior brother didn't act cool, he would probably die. There are fewer and fewer teams on the challenge stage.
Fight to the end.
Except for the two teams from Invincible Peak. Only the Tongming Peak team led by Yan Nan was left, and the teams led by three other geniuses. The four teams are all at different peaks. At this moment, they are hostile to each other. Several people from Invincible Peak were still eating melons. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The four teams that were supposed to fight each other suddenly rushed towards the Invincible Peak. Ningguan hasn't even finished eating the melon yet. A sword energy suddenly attacked in front of me, straight to her neck. Ningguan, it's fine if you don't have martial ethics. Does this mean you still want her life? Just when several senior brothers moved together. Ningguan also stood up and avoided the sword energy with extremely fast movements. She looked at a sword cultivator from a certain peak who was approaching her with a sword in hand. He patted the sword case behind him and slowly said, I am the only one in the world. I can set the field ablaze with sparks. That move again? The sword cultivator sneered, and with waves of water, attributed sword energy, he chopped at Ningguan again. Oh no, Senior Sister Ning is done. Among the countless disciples watching from the audience, someone couldn't help but acclaimed. However, the scene that everyone imagined, where a third-level fire spiritualist was restrained and targeted by a fifth-level water swordsman, did not happen. They didn't even see the fire. Then, behind Senior Sister Ning, the sword bow that had never been opened suddenly opened. A scarlet long sword broke through the air. Then it was caught by the girl below with a slight smile on her lips.
Quiet.
Whether it is the challenge stage or off the stage, it's dead silent at this moment. Only the head of Tianshu Peak in the stands was so excited that he almost stood up. I said this little girl is definitely a sword cultivator.
She actually is.
Sect leader Shin narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze also fied on the girl on the stage. Ningguan ignored the shocked, surprised, and disbelieving looks around her. She raised her sword and faced the water swordsman who was rushing toward her. The sword energy mied with strong fire attribute chopped directly towards the head of the water sword cultivator. The water swordsman finally came back to his senses from his shock. With a sneer on his face, he also rushed forward with a sword. It seems that Junior Sister Ning doesn't understand the gap between the third realm and the fifth realm. It seems that you don't understand the gap between a genius and an ordinary person either. The moment when the sword energy collided, a crack was directly split on the challenge platform. Ningguan and the water sword cultivator retreated several steps. One of them smiled, touched the red sword in his hand, and rushed forward again. The other one, after a moment of disbelief, frantically tried to catch the sword energy slashed out by the opponent. In the audience, it took everyone a long while to react after being completely stunned. Am I blind? Isn't senior sister Ning a fire spiritualist? How could she be a sword cultivator? I guess I'm blind too. Sword cultivators are fine, but senior sister Ning is only at the 3rd realm. How could she not lose to senior brother Han, who is at the 5th realm? Wait, does this mean that senior sister Ning awakened the 2 elements of light and fire? While she was becoming a light spiritualist, she also became a sword cultivator and a fire spiritualist. These are 3 completely different kinds of cultivation. By the way, does anyone think that the red sword in senior sister Ning's hand is somewhat extraordinary? As a disciple in the crowd finished speaking. Challenge stage. 2 people have come close.
Direct sword impact.
Then, whether it is the people on the stage or in the audience, at the same time, everyone heard an extremely crisp click sound. Water Sword Master. Han Chi looked in disbelief at the long sword in his hand that suddenly had a crack on it. Before he could react, he was chopped away by Ning Ruan's sword. Even half of his arm was cut off by the red sword. Junior brother Han? Yu Ming, one of the geniuses who was being forced to retreat step by Luo Yu using a branch, the 2nd disciple of Wuhan Peak, suddenly shouted. Rushed to Han Chi's side. Junior sister Ning, you were too ruthless in a sparring match. There wasn't even much blood on Han Chi's broken arm. The wound was charred black. There was even a hint of sword energy with fire attributes flowing through the broken arm. Ning Ruan held the sword and said, "Oh," casually. He met Yu Ming's gaze without any fear. "I am a swordsman without any emotions." Yu Ming. Are you ducking sick? Han Chi obviously couldn't fight anymore. It is even uncertain whether the right arm can be reattached. So he was quickly carried away and challenged the stage. Then the fight broke out again. The first to be eliminated were the remaining 3 people from Wuhan Peak. There was no doubt that this was intentional by the group from Wuhan Peak. Forget it. Our team will withdraw and will not play anymore. Yan Nan, the injured senior disciple of Tongming Peak, suddenly spoke. Without waiting for the consent from Wuhan Peak, he jumped off the challenge platform on his own. This action obviously angered the 4 people from Tianshu Peak who were still standing on the stage. Senior brother D. What should we do? It's so ducking embarrassing. We agreed to go together. As the last genius in this sect competition, Di Qing clenched his fist helplessly. Go ahead, fight. Yan Nan can retreat whenever he wants. But they can't. They are disciples of Tianshu Peak, the main peak of Qitian sect, and it is okay for them to be knocked down. But if you just admit defeat, I'm afraid that once the sect competition is over, we will have to go to the dark room for 3 days to deal with the only 4 remaining disciples. It didn't take much effort at all. Ning Wan didn't even make a move, and the 4 Tianshu Peak disciples were eliminated by her 5th and 7th senior brothers. Well, what the eldest senior brother said was indeed right. These 2 are the best at fighting in the entire Invincible Peak. In the personal team competition, only 2 teams from the Invincible Peak were left. Logically, we should play again to compete for the first place. But my Master S requirement is only to be first. It didn't say who won first place. Therefore, without waiting for the referee to speak, Luo Yu took the initiative to say, "We admit defeat." The 3 of them walked straight off the stage. Wait until the referee announces the first place in the individual competition, team competition, and sect competition among his disciples. Several people from Wuhan Peak ran away first. Fortunately, we ran fast, otherwise we would be surrounded again. This is simply too scary. Once back to Invincible Peak. Liang Iu, whose face had always been pale, patted her chest, and the uneasiness between her brows gradually faded away.
Ning Ruan.
Junior sister, you have consumed a lot today. You should rest first. As for the matter of Wuhan Peak, I will handle it for you. Luo Yu looked at Ning Ruan. Maybe others didn't notice, but he was not too far away from his junior sister at that time, so you can see it clearly. At that time, The water-type swordsman named Han was clearly coming to take her junior sister's life. This is not a competition at all. Ning Ruan blinked, as if she suddenly remembered something. Is the image mirror useful, Luo Yu? Junior sister, what you mean is that you used the recording mirror to record the scene on the challenge stage. Ning Ruan nodded. Yes, several senior brothers. Luo Yu opened his mouth and asked, Junior sister, did you guess that someone would want to kill you on the challenge stage? Ning Ruan sighed. No. How should I put it? This is like homework. My second father told me that in the future, whenever I fight, I have to use a video camera to record it as long as the situation allows. They will check it in the future. So I asked Hanze to help me record it all. How is it? Are my big moves awesome? If it's not great, I have to start over again. It's really frustrating, Luo Yu. How should he say this? Even Yan Liang, who is also a sword cultivator, couldn't help but want to complain. But when he thought of his junior sister's previous vow to become a light spiritualist, he suddenly felt that the request of this second father was very reasonable. If he had a daughter like his junior sister who wanted to be a light spiritualist and never drew her sword, I will definitely break her legs. If there is a mirror, it will definitely be better, and Wuhan Peak will naturally have nothing to say. Luo Yu calmed down a little and said in a gentle voice. After a pause, he asked with a hint of doubt, but why did that person attack junior sister? Indeed. If someone really was killed in the sect competition, you can also use the accuse that it was an accident. As long as you don't leave any evidence of intentional homicide, the most you'll get is some punishment. But they are from the same sect after all. If there is no deep hatred, who would kill someone in public at an occasion like a sect competition? Ning Ruan looked confused and tilted her head. Maybe you are jealous of me, Luo Yu. I knew that asking junior sister about this kind of thing would definitely not yield any results. The sect competition ended in the evening of that day. The next morning, Ning Ruan went to the outer gate. Hanze lived in Qingyao Peak, one of the 3 outer peaks. Ning Ruan had just gotten off the red feather kite. He was surrounded by a group of outer disciples and treated like a monkey. Some people even excitedly called out to senior sister Ning.
Ning Ruan.
Soon. In the crowd. Then a middle-aged manager walked out quickly. He looked at her with great enthusiasm. Senior sister Ning, you came to Qingyao Peak. What can I do for you? Ning Ruan. Looking for someone. The middle-aged steward was stunned for a moment. Who are you looking for, senior sister Ning? Just tell me. Hanze. What? The steward's respectful expression froze slightly. Which Hanze are you looking for? Ning Ruan. Forget it, I'll find it myself. Her photo mirror was still with the other person, so she didn't have to worry about not finding it. Seeing Ning Ruan walking towards a certain direction by herself, the steward's face changed slightly and he stepped forward quickly. Senior sister Ning, to be honest, we do have a guy named Hanze in Qingyao Peak, but he was seriously injured in the team competition yesterday. He is currently recuperating and it is inconvenient for him to meet people. Ning Ruan paused. His eyes slowly turned to the steward. Oh, I remember now. You're the enthusiastic steward who signed him up for the sect competition? He hasn't reported you to the law enforcement hall yet? The manager was stunned. Ning Ruan finally found Hanze's residence by herself. Different from the private school and courtyard of the direct disciples. Outer disciples live in small rooms connected in a row. Han lived in the last room. Ning Ruan knocked on the door. No response. Just as she was about to break in, the door opened. Hanze looked pale and was probably still wearing the clothes he wore during the team competition yesterday. The collar of her clothes was covered with dried blood stains. Sister Ning, why are you here? Hanze was surprised at first, then looked around cautiously,
Seeing no one following.
Then he lowered his voice and said excitedly, I originally wanted to go find you later. As he spoke, he took out the photo mirror and handed it to Ning Ruan. Then he mysteriously took out a blood-stained jade fragment and gave it to Ning Ruan. Ning Ruan was a little disgusted. What the heck is this? Hanze looked around with a guilty conscience. Senior sister Ning, do you still remember the 2 people sent by the Han brothers to hunt me down and who were then killed by you? This item was found in their storage bag. Hanze pointed to his chest in fear. There was a hole clearly visible there. If I hadn't placed the jade piece here by chance, I would have probably died in this team competition. Ningruan. It's quite miserable. But why give this thing to her? Senior Sister Ning, this is not an ordinary jade piece. Hanze saw Senior Sister Ning's disdain at a glance. It was only after I broke through last night that I discovered the abnormality of this jade piece. He stared at the jade piece with a little excitement and whispered, "This is the key to a secret place. There is also a rough address on it. If we can find it according to the address, maybe there will be an opportunity." Ningguan looked at him and suddenly asked, "Did you have a breakthrough last night, Hanze?" Is his breakthrough the point? This is a big matter concerning the secret realm. Even if the major sects knew about this, they would definitely be tempted. Senior Sister Ning, this is the key to the secret realm. Ningruan, I know, it's the key fragment. As she said that, she casually threw the things back into Hanze's hands and patted his shoulder with admiration. I want to write a book for you. He is indeed the useless male protagonist. Being targeted, seriously injured and breaking through, opportunities can still come.
Hansha.
What the heck is writing a book?
Wait.
Write a book? A novel called Overlord Love suddenly popped up in Hanze's mind. Senior Sister Ning. Dominate love. Hanze suddenly felt that he might be about to reveal the truth.
Take a deep breath.
He still looked at Ningguan seriously. Senior Sister Ning, although this jade piece is only a fragment, it contains the approximate address of the secret realm. Whether you want to sell it to an auction house, hand it over to the sect, or go to the address above in person, it's all fine. Ningguan. What does it have to do with me? This is not mine. Senior Sister Ning, this thing is very important. It should have belonged to you. Hanze was helpless. I'm not interested. She was too lazy to snatch other people's opportunities. Ningguan put away the mirror and turned away. Han wanted to catch up, but the injury was too severe. I could barely hold on after taking a few steps. Once back to Invincible Peak. Ningguan handed the photo mirror to the senior brother. Junior sister, I'm afraid you have to go to Tianshu Peak with me. Luo Yu was a little helpless. Ningguan was stunned for a moment. Aren't we going to the law enforcement hall? She is familiar with the law enforcement hall. Luo Yu shook his head. With the recalling mirror in hand, the fact that you have abolished the personal teaching of Wuhan Peak is not a big deal, but I just received a message from senior brother Ouyang. Someone thinks you violated the rules in the sect competition.
Ningruan. What?
Violation? In order to avoid violating the rules, she didn't even use thunder bombs. Ningguan said indifferently, Are they jealous of my talent? Luo Yu. Junior Sister Ning. The second new rule of the sect competition is that you are not allowed to use spiritual weapons that are obviously much higher than your own realm and can be used at will without any negative effects. And the sword you took out in the team competition should be of a high grade, right? Anyway, he was quite surprised when he saw that the sword of the water swordsman surnamed Han was easily cut off by the sword of the junior sister. Ningguan said, "Oh," tightened the sword case behind him and replied seriously, "His sword is too fragile. Is it my fault, Luo Yu? Although it is not the natal sword yet. But which sword cultivator's sword is not made of rare materials by a weapon refiner? How could it be damaged so easily? I am speechless." Ningguan decided to pay her a visit. That water swordsman wanted to kill her for some unknown reason, so she couldn't let it go so easily. Who doesn't know how to file a complaint? Tianshu Peak. When Ningguan and Luo Yu rushed to the main hall, except for the sect leader and several elders. I didn't expect to see the water swordsman who lost his right arm. But at this moment, his right arm has been reconnected. It's just that the connection is a bit forced and even a bit abnormal and distorted. It probably looks like it's scrapped. The moment he saw Ningguan coming in, the water-type swordsman suddenly widened his eyes, and his pale face was full of hatred and ferocity. Elder Mu, the chief elder of Tianshu Peak and the head of the law enforcement hall, spoke with a serious expression. "Ningguan, you should already know why I'm looking for you, right?" Ningguan nodded seriously and pointed at the water swordsman who was glaring at her. "Is it because he disregarded the friendship between fellow disciples and intended to murder me in the team competition? Regarding this matter, I think the sect should really deal with it seriously. He just wanted to kill me for no reason. Who knows if he is sick? If he can kill me now, he can kill other fellow disciples later. He may even dare to destroy the sect someday. This is a very serious matter. Elder Mu? Everyone. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The water sword cultivator's resentful gaze almost solidified into substance. Right at this moment, Luo Yu walked forward slowly. After paying respects to the sect master and several others, Fong said in a gentle voice, "When my junior sister was participating in the sect competition, she asked someone to record it with a video mirror. Of course, it was mainly to record the scene of my junior sister taking action. Speaking of," he threw the mirror into the air. Quick activation. Several elders who had not depicted this kind of operation at all. Water sword cultivator. The picture in mid-air is very clear. It was so clear that even the murderous intent in the eyes of the water swordsman when he swung the sword could be clearly recorded. There is no point in arguing. After looping 3 times, a middle-aged man with white hair but looking only in his 40s or 50s said solemnly, "It's okay." Luo Yu nodded. He stepped forward and took down the mirror. "Master, she." A trace of panic appeared on the pale face of the water sword cultivator. He immediately knelt in front of the white-haired man. But the words haven't finished yet. He was interrupted by the man's extremely cold voice. "Han Qi, why did you attack your fellow disciples?" I just... Han Qi tried to defend himself, but after seeing that the white-haired man was really angry, he could only grit his teeth and look at Ning Ruan with a sad and angry expression. "I just wanted to avenge my third brother. So I attacked her in a moment of impulse. I already know I was wrong. Didn't your third brother get killed by a water-type swordsman? What does it have to do with her?" The white-haired man frowned. When I heard the word Han Qi, Ning Ruan finally knew who the person in front of her was. She had already left Xingjing City, but later returned. "My third brother was murdered at that time." Han Qi's eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Ning Ruan. The white-haired man said with disappointment, "Han Qi, if you can't give your fellow disciples a reason to attack, then go back to the Han family. No matter what others do, as long as they become my disciples and kill their fellow disciples for no reason, there will be only one result. Leave the Qitian sect." The words fell. The white-haired man who was the head of Wuhin Peak raised his head and looked at Sect Master Shin. "Sect Master, I will take this evil disciple back first. As for whether anyone has violated the rules, this matter has nothing to do with Wuhin Peak, so there is no need to send anyone to notify me." Sect leader Shin was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded. "Yes, the leader of each peak has the right to deal with his own disciples. Even though he is the peak master, he will not interfere too much." The water-type swordsman, whose face was filled with fear and astonishment, was soon led away by the leader of Wuhin Peak. Inside the main hall, after a moment of silence, the head of Tianshu Peak spoke up. "Ning girl, the attack on your fellow disciples really has nothing to do with you, but you'll have to produce evidence of the violation of the competition. Of course, a sword cultivator's sword is his life, and no one has the right to force you to hand over your sword to someone else for research, so you just need to use all your strength to strike a few fierce blows on the sword stone of Suiyun Peak." "Isn't this request too much, Ning Ruan?" "Not too much."
But she would not go to Broken Cloud Peak.
Just as everyone was waiting for her to respond, Ning Ruan suddenly slapped the sword case. The scarlet long sword shot out instantly. It fell into Ning Ruan's hands. "If you want to check it, just check it. I didn't use any high-grade spiritual weapon." Someone casually threw the red sword into the hands of the Tianshu Peak master without any fear. "Are you kidding? This is her companion's spirit sword. When she was about to be born, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It's not entirely true to say it's one, because that thing is much smaller than a toothpick. As a result, I grew up with her. She is growing vertically. But this sword, after it grew to a certain size, it actually gave birth to another sword. What's outrageous is that even her group of fathers couldn't tell the material of these two swords.
It is even harder to tell the grade."
The leader of Tianshu Peak took the sword and was silent for a moment. I began to carefully examine the sword. After a long time, the sword was in the hands of Master Shin again. Then came a few elders. For a long time, Several elders with strange expressions shook their heads. After the master of Tianshu Peak returned the sword, Sect Master Shin, who was sitting at the head of the group, said slowly, "Your sword. Looks like it is of a non-grade grade. It is a non-grade grade. Except for being a little red and more conspicuous, it is just an ordinary sword." Ning Wan put the sword back into the sword case. He looked at the big guys seriously. Everyone in the main hall. An ordinary sword that can directly create cracks in a mid-grade UN-level spiritual sword? Luo Yu didn't expect that his junior sister's sword didn't even have a grade. But at this moment, it is better to have nothing. Sect Master, Master Wang Feng elders, the rules of the sect competition are that you cannot use spiritual weapons that are too far beyond your own realm, but the sword of my junior sister has no grade, so it is not a violation, right? Everyone. Ning Ruan also said, "My sword is so ordinary, but it can damage Han Chi's sword. This is enough to prove that his sword must have been broken a long time ago. He is trying to scam me. Since he can't kill me, he deliberately framed me." Everyone. Ning Wan was finally cleared of suspicion. But she did not return to Invincible Peak with Luo Yu. Instead, he went to the Lianbao Pavilion alone in a swagger. The first thing he said when he saw the disciples of Lianbao Pavilion was, "Are you selling red feather kites?" The disciple looked up at her, his expression slightly excited. Even though he did not wear the attire of a direct disciple, he was able to recognize the senior sister Ning at a glance. She had set fires and used fatal spells in the team competition and finally made a stunning sword move, defeating the fifth realm with a third realm. Is senior sister Ning's red feather kitten broken? He tilted his head and glanced at the Akabane kites that was standing nearby. In fact, I don't really understand, since senior sister Ning's identity as a swordsman has clearly been exposed. Why doesn't he fly a sword, but instead uses the flying spiritual weapon, the red feather kite, which was given to him by his direct disciple? How cool is flying a sword? Ning Wan shook her head. "It's not broken, but I want to buy a bigger one." After a pause, he added, "It's bigger than senior brother Ouyang's." Disciple. "No, senior sister Ning Ruan." "Forget it, I'll find someone to make one later." Disciple. "No. Is this Akabane Yuan really necessary?" Ning Ruan sighed. "Forget it. Give me a few pounds of berry cloud fruit and purple thunder bamboo shoots." Disciple. He must be hallucinating. I actually heard the term several kilograms. He is a disciple of the Treasure Collection Pavilion, not a fruit and vegetable vendor in Shengjing City. Half an hour later, in the polite and enthusiastic attitude of the elder of Lianbao Pavilion, Ning Wan left with a bunch of things, feeling satisfied. A few days later, the news that the head of Wuhan Peak decided to expel his disciple Han Chi from the sect quickly spread throughout the entire Qitian sect. This is the first direct descendant of the 4 major families to be expelled from the sect. It's hard not to cause a sensation. At the same time, a manager at Qingyao Peak, where the outer sect is located, was also expelled from the sect because he abused his power for personal gain and repeatedly framed disciples within the sect. Just compared to the previous message, the latter one is not very eye-catching except for the outer disciples. At the foot of the Invincible Peak, Ning Wan didn't expect that Hanze would come to her on his own. "Senior sister Ning, let me tell you the truth." Hanze took out the jade piece again with a complicated look on his face. "I've had a very accurate intuition since I was a child, so before the team competition, I accidentally put it on my chest and escaped. That night, after it absorbed my blood and showed abnormal symptoms, I had a strong intuition that I must go to that place. There must be something very important there. If I don't go now, I will definitely regret it." Ningwan nodded. "Then you have to go. This is an opportunity that is chasing you and feeding you." Hanze really wanted to go crazy. Why was senior sister Ning so stubborn? No matter how good the secret realm is, no matter how good the things are, he wants to return them to her. "Sister Ning, this jade piece belongs to you. If it weren't for you at the beginning, I might have lost my life. Whether you go or not, please accept it, okay?" After a pause, he added, "Moreover, if I can really enter the secret realm, maybe I can find a lot of natural treasures just like in the Tsongyin's secret realm during the trial." Does Aunt Senior Sister Ning like this very much? Even if you don't go now, you can go later if you want to.
Ningruan.
Ning Ruan remained silent for a long time. Just when Han Zhe almost thought she was going to refuse again, a clear voice suddenly asked, "You can go, but you can ask when Han Qi will leave the sect. I have to kill him. How dare you, captive, take her life? Even if my right hand is disabled. What if he is Yonghua? And he learns some left-handed sword technique. What should he do if he continues to attack her?"
Hansha.
After another day, even the Wanfeng sect, which had stayed in the Qitian sect the longest, began to leave. The afterglow of the sect competition gradually faded. The only ones whose popularity remains high, and even shows an upward trend, are the group of disciples from the Invincible Peak, who rarely show up.
Darkroom.
The disciples in charge of patrolling were discussing excitedly. The brothers from Woody Peak are so powerful. Even Brother Yen, one of the top 10 geniuses, is no match for the brothers from Woody Peak. Senior Sister Ning is also very powerful. My God, I think she is simply a monster. It's okay to be a light spiritualist, but she is also a fire spiritualist, and even a sword cultivator. How did she cultivate? How can a person have so much energy to cultivate so many directions? It's a pity that they haven't gone out much since the sect competition. We can't see them even if we want to. I also want to see Senior Sister Ning. Speaking of which, Senior Sister Ning seems to be the abandoned daughter of the Li family. Do you think that if the Li family knew that Senior Sister Ning is so powerful now, would they regret it to death? It's better to regret it to death. Humph. Abandoned daughters are abandoned daughters. Senior Sister Ning doesn't care about them anyway. As the patrolling disciples gradually went away. In a dark room. Dark and cold interior. Li Yu's eyes were red. Clench your hands tightly. Even though his nails were almost deeply embedded in his palms, he was still unaware. Ningruan. Fire element. Sword cultivator. No, how could she be a sword cultivator? How could she be a sword cultivator? I don't know how much time passed. Lu Hanyan, the 8th disciple of Broken Cloud Peak, came quietly. The law enforcement hall has agreed. You can come out in 2 days and atone for your sins by completing the mission. That mission is a bit dangerous, but I will always be with you. Don't worry, as long as Brother Hanyan is here, I won't let you get hurt. As soon as Lu Hanyan's rather happy voice fell, Li Yu's questioning voice could be heard from the dark room. The first-place winners of this sect competition are the people from Woody Peak, right? Separated by a wall. Li Yu stood under the cold wall with red eyes. She did not receive any answer, so she gritted her teeth and asked again. Ning Wan is a fire spiritual master or a fire sword cultivator, right? Lu Hanyan's face changed slightly. It seems to be true. A voice filled with suppressed grief and anger came from the dark room. Even if there is a wall between us. Lu Hanyan could also imagine how devastated the people inside were at this moment. Even if she is a sword cultivator, she can't do anything to you. The most urgent thing is for you to leave the dark room first. You can't do anything to me? Li Yu cried and couldn't help but growl. But I want her to die. Brother Hanyan, you said before that you would kill her. Go and kill her, okay? I really don't want to see her again. It was Ning Ruan who killed my mother. The hatred of killing my mother is irreconcilable. She and I can never coexist. If I had heard these words in the past. Lu Hanyan had already drawn her sword and rushed forward. Anyone who makes junior sister unhappy deserves to die. But that person is Ning Ruan. Ning Ruan who uses the 3rd realm to destroy the 5th realm. Lu Hanyan sighed helplessly. Let it go. Ning Ruan is not someone we can handle right now. It's not like he hasn't sent people there before. But until now, that person has not come back to report, and the whole person seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. You probably don't know yet, Han Qi's right arm was crippled by Ning Ruan's sword. Although she is only in the 3rd realm, she is definitely not an ordinary 3rd realm. Even I don't have the confidence that I can definitely beat her. Also, Han Qi has been expelled from the sect because he killed her in the team competition. As soon as his injuries are healed, he will leave the sect and go down the mountain. There was silence in the dark room. After an unknown amount of time, Liu said in a hoarse voice. But you are the Prince of Dian. If you want to kill her, there must be a way. I really have no way. Lu Hanyan refused. Although her eyes were full of sadness and complicity, she still tried her best to control the emotions that wanted to explode. You always say that I've changed, but in fact, haven't you changed? You already know Han Chi's fate, but you still insisted on letting me kill Ningruan. Have you ever thought about what the consequences will be for me? I have wanted to protect you since I was a child, to protect you for a lifetime, but now, even you don't know whether you want to spend your whole life with me. If I really die under Ningruan's sword or am expelled from the sect, then I am afraid I will really have no chance to have you. Lu Hanyan forced himself to ignore the crying sounds in the dark room that made him very uncomfortable. As he turned and left the dark room, I could also hear junior sister explaining something aimlessly. It's still the same words. Said she hasn't seen her own heart clearly yet. He didn't want to hear that. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was after those 2 ridiculous novels appeared. His attitude towards his junior sister has indeed changed. Love? Maybe it is still love? But compared to the love before, it seems to have really changed. The moment I got the darkroom materials, Ningguan soon began writing the 3rd book of Love Overlord. The content was still a little limited, so she was not in a hurry to hand it over to Linglong Pavilion. 2 more days passed. Hanze came to the Invincible Peak again.
Certainly. Just at the bottom of the peak.
Senior Sister Ning, I have found out clearly that Han Chi will leave today. So soon? Ningguan was a little unconvinced. Are you being deceived? Didn't you say that you should wait until your injury is healed before leaving? Hearing this, Hanze couldn't help but sneer. Maybe he has no face. Even at the outer gate, there are still many people talking about the despicable and shameless senior brother Han, who deserves to be abolished. The words fell. He looked at Ningguan again. His expression was solemn and filled with guilt. Senior Sister Ning, I have implicated you in Han Chi's matter. Ningguan, oh, the protagonist has boundless magical powers, and all the supporting characters are supernatural powers. From the first day she dealt with Hanze, she knew that he was a walking troublemaker.
Hanshi?
So what does O mean? Senior Sister Ning, can you accept this jade piece now? Hanze took the jade piece and was about to hand it over. Ningguan took a step back and said, Take this thing. We will go to the secret realm together. Let's go back and pack up now. Is that okay, Hanze? Since I have decided to go out and have some fun. Ningguan decided to tell her master. But she hasn't spoken yet. Luyan called a few disciples together, and while drinking, he casually said, I'm going out again soon, and I have something to tell you first. Perhaps in the near future, Chitian sect and the other SI major sects will cooperate to explore a secret realm. By then, they will probably bring their own disciples and a small number of inner disciples with good realms.
You
better go too. 7 major sects cooperate to explore a secret realm. The 4th disciple, Jingyu, who was originally drowsy, suddenly woke up. His eyes seemed to be shining. Master, there are a lot of treasures in this secret realm. It's incredible that the 7 major sects can cooperate to explore a secret realm. Luyan continued to drink, his expression unchanged. I don't know if there are any treasures, but there is a high probability that there will be one. Or even 2 jade tokens. You'd better find them. If you can't find them, it's okay. Luoyu. Master, can you tell me what this jade token looks like? What is its function? Luyan took a sip of wine and said, I don't know what it looks like, and I've never seen it. As for its function, you will know it later, but some people call it the Immortality Jade Plate. 3rd senior brother Chi Mo showed a rare expression of interest. Can the jade token make people immortal? Luyan glanced at him and said, I don't know if you can live forever, but if others know that you have it, you will definitely die young.
Sima.
It is indeed safest at home. Luoyu pondered and asked, during the previous sect competition, all sects brought their disciples to participate. Could it be related to this matter? It is somewhat related, but it is not important. You just need to make a trip anyway. Lu Yunjing said, and suddenly looked at the little disciple who was hesitant to speak. By the way, you don't have to go. Although your strength is okay, your realm is too low. You CA and enter at all. This secret realm is a bit strange. If your realm is too low or too high, you can't enter. Ningruan. I didn't want to go at first. She has to go to Gahanki today. Master, I have something to tell you. I'm going to go and train with Hanzei today. We'll leave soon. Everyone? Luyan put down the vermilion wine pot in her hand, stared at Ningruan for a long while, and then slowly opened her mouth. You are not planning to run away and not come back, are you, Ningruan? Master, why should I run away? Our sect is so good, and unrabbit is so delicious. Luyan. According to the habits of her group of evil disciples, there have always been only two extreme categories. One type is those who don't want to go out, just like this group of people in front of me. There is another type, which is the second brother, who runs out on the third day after joining the sect, and is often not at home. Ningguan finally got Luyan's consent. Because I was in a hurry. She didn't even go back to her residence, but went directly to Lingshire Garden. Pack up and take away a bunch of unrabbits. Then he rode the Akabane kite to the mission hall. Hanzei had been waiting here for a while. Seeing Ningruan arrive, he hurried forward and said in a low voice, that person has already left the sect, but a fourth, level elder of the Han family came to escort him. Ningruan nodded. The four realms cannot be stopped. As they spoke, the two of them stepped into the hall together. The mission hall today was obviously unusually lively. As soon as Ningruan came in, she saw an old acquaintance who was registering at the front.
Li Yugoslavia.
Her side. Also standing there were Shihai, the third disciple of Suiyin Peak, and Lu Hanyan, the eighth disciple.
Wow.
The number of people in the dog-licking group has decreased significantly. Ningruan strode in. And all around, as soon as Ningruan came in, someone shouted excitedly. Senior Sister Ning, it's Senior Sister Ning. Senior Sister Ning is here at the mission hall as well? How long has she been in the sect? The sect competition just ended, and she's here to take on a mission now. Senior Sister Ning is really amazing. All I can remember is the scene of her killing Senior Brother Han with one sword. What's Senior Brother Han? He's already been eppled from the sect, so he's no longer a senior brother. That's right, if it weren't for Senior Sister Ning's amazing ability, he would have died under Han Chi's sword. He brought this upon himself. You all like Senior Sister Ning's sword. Am I the only one who likes the strong man's killing technique? By the way, have you forgotten one thing? Senior Sister Li and Senior Sister Ning have met, following someone's sudden reminder. Everyone then remembered something extremely important. Senior Sister Ning and Senior Sister Li. They have a grudge against each other for murdering their mothers. Liu has completed the registration. She had just received the token to leave the sect when she suddenly heard countless voices praising Ningruan. Looking back, then you can see the center of the lobby. A girl in a green shirt and carrying a sword case on her back was looking up at the tasks hanging on the light curtain in front of her. Liu's eyes immediately turned red, but before she could go over, Lu Han stopped her with a sullen face. Don't forget what you promised me. The usually gentle third disciple Shihai also looked at Liu with disapproval. Junior sister, you can't be impulsive anymore. Now is not the time for us to conflict with her. Liu looked at his two senior brothers. She glanced again at the girl opposite her who had never looked up at her from beginning to end. My fists clenched unconsciously.
She wanted to cry.
I really want to ask. If now is not the time for conflict, then when is the time? Wait until the day Ningruan dies of old age? Senior Sister Ning, she seems to have murderous intentions towards you. Hanzei's face darkened. He just glanced over there, and then looked away. Ningruan was still selecting tasks, and she whispered nonchalantly, I know. Wait a little longer, the novel isn't finished yet. At least the storyline of Beast King Dominates Love should be completed before the ending can be concluded. Her material cannot be ruined if it is not finished in one day.
Hansha?
What big thing is Senior Sister Ning confessing?
So,
the author of Ba Shang AI is really Senior Sister Ning? Hanzei suddenly felt a chill on his back and quickly changed the subject. Senior Sister Ning, have you chosen your mission? According to the rules of the Chitian sect, only disciples above the Sith realm can enter and leave the sect freely. Below the Sith realm, there are only two ways to get out. One is that the direct disciple gets the token to leave the sect from the peak master. The other way is to accept the sect's mission and go to the mission hall to receive the mission, then you can get the token and leave. Ningguan looked at the light curtain and finally nodded. I've chosen it. But after a while, Li Yu and the other two disappeared from the mission hall. Ningguan remained calm and walked forward. He said to the mission hall elder, I have accepted mission number 60 SI with him. The elder hesitated to speak. Mission number 66 is not easy. I'm afraid you can't do it alone. This mission requires at least 1/5 realm, 2 4th realm, and 5 3rd realm disciples to undertake it together. Ningguan, I am not alone, I have teammates. This is a god-level teammate. The elder glanced at Hanze calmly and said, This mission is not recommended for outer disciples to participate. Naturally, he believed in Ning Tiankai, who was in the limelight recently, even though the other party is only at the 3rd level. But the entire Qitian sect knows that she has the ability to defeat those in the 5th realm. But if she relies on herself alone, I'm afraid that by the time the mission is not completed, their Qitian sect will lose a genius. As for the outer disciple, he was just an Etra to be buried with the deceased. I'll take this one. I like this number very much. No other one will do, Ningguan said seriously. Elder. Ningguan, who finally received the Sith mission, and Hanze sat on the red feather kites and began to go down the mountain. The reason why it has to be number 66. Of course, it's not just because I like it. The location of mission number 66 is in Fenghua, one of the small countries under the jurisdiction of the Dian dynasty, and the address on the jade piece. It just so happened that they were about to pass through this country. Senior Sister Ning, actually, if you decided to kill that person for me, there is no need to take such a big risk. I will definitely kill that person, but you don't have to get involved. After leaving the sect, Hanze, who had been hesitant to speak, finally asked out his concerns. Ningguan, what is this thing saying? Who told you I did this for you? If Hanshi didn't do anything to her, she wouldn't bother to care.
Hansha.
Senior Sister Ning is indeed tough on the outside but soft on the inside. It is also very face-saving. Since she didn't want to admit it, Han didn't ask any more questions. The Akabane kite flew for a while. Ningguan suddenly thought of something very important. By the way, does your intuition tell you whether there are any rules in that secret realm that prohibit low-level cultivators from entering? It can't be such a coincidence that the secret realm she is about to find is the one her master talked about, right?
Hansha?
Senior Sister Ning, this is just my intuition, not my foresight. If he really had this ability, how could he have fallen to the point of becoming an outer disciple?
Ningguan.
Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. In fact, the reason why Ningguan agreed to come out, it wasn't just because of Han Qi and the natural treasures. Mainly, her cultivations seem to have started to grow again. Although it hasn't been broken through yet, can grow significantly. This has never happened in Chongqing village. In the past, no matter how much you practiced or how much treasures you ate, it's considered pretty good that she can move around after half a year of cultivation.
But now,
how long has it been? Combined with the last time he suddenly broke through from the middle level of the 3rd realm to the high level of the 3rd realm, Ningguan actually already had some guesses in his mind. But whether it is true or not, this appearance will give her the answer. The two of them spoke in silence along the way. The only sound left was the crisp sound of Ningguan chewing the spiritual fruit. I don't know how long I flew. Just when Ningguan finished another spiritual fruit, she suddenly raised her head and looked ahead. I finally caught up with him. Hanze stood up straight instantly and looked at Ningguan. Senior Sister Ning, should we go down first and disguise ourselves and then secretly chase after them? Ningguan. Trouble. Akabane kite suddenly accelerated.
Soon.
Hanze also clearly saw the group of people below. 2 carriages and a group of Han family guards. The red, feathered kite rushed down quickly. Stopped in front of 2 carriages. An old man with white hair and beard and slightly cloudy eyes walked out of the front carriage first. When he saw clearly that what was blocking the road ahead was indeed a flying spiritual weapon that only the direct descendants of the Qitian sect could possess, The old man's attitude suddenly changed. He stepped forward with a slightly respectful look. You two stopped us, but do you have anything else to tell me? Nothing. I just wanted to send you a bow lunch. Ningguan responded seriously. Old man?
Willage?
Without waiting for the old man to ask. In the last carriage, Han Chi, who had already imprinted Ningguan's voice into his bones, immediately lifted the curtain of the carriage. A voice filled with hatred burst out. Ningguan, how dare you come here? I will kill you. Yun Bufan, kill her. All of you, I want her to die. Han Chi stood under the carriage. He roared with a ferocious face. The old man frowned slightly, but did not step forward as he said. Instead, he looked at the girl opposite who was obviously the leader. Girl, are you the one who crippled my young master's right arm? Ningguan shook her head seriously. No, old man. I'm the one who took his life, Ningguan corrected. Before the words fell, she patted the sword case behind her. A scarlet sword flew out from the air. There was almost no chance for anyone to react. The sword energy, which was filled with rich water elements, pierced directly through Han Chi's heart. The latter's face still maintained that hateful and ferocious expression. His lips and teeth moved slightly, but he could no longer utter a single word. There was only shock and astonishment in his eyes. Water type. Sword cultivator. The person who killed his third brother was actually Ningguan? Boom! Han Chi's body suddenly fell to the ground. Young master. Young master's chi has been cut off. How could this happen? After the guards confirmed that Han Chi was completely dead, they gathered around the corpse, looking terrified and confused. The eldest son is dead. Can they still survive? The old man called Yun Bufan by Han Chi finally came back to his senses from the red sword. Looking at the girl opposite who was holding a sword and smiling, the old man forced himself to remain calm. The next moment, he took a few steps back suddenly. On the two skinny hands, a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared. The target of the black fog's attack was the group of trembling guards who were waiting for the old man's orders. Elder Yun. You actually betrayed the Han family. The scene at this moment was a little scary. Ningguan frowned slightly as she looked at the dozen or so corpses lying in front of her. It was such a tragic death. There was not a single spot of healthy skin on his body. It almost looked like it had been corroded. Even Han Chi's body was no exception. The old man who did all this was looking at Ningguan with great vigilance and said in a deep voice, I am an extremely rare dark spiritual master, and the Han family knows my methods. What happened today is destined to make it impossible for the Han family and I to reconcile, so you don't have to worry that I will inform the Han family. The grudge between the young lady and the Han family has nothing to do with me. I only joined the Han family as a guest elder last month. Even if you want to destroy the Han family, I won't say a word, as long as the young lady lets me go. Old man. Yun Bufan was really a little panicked at this moment. Before coming to Qitian's sect to pick someone up, he looked down on Han Chi. The fifth realm sword cultivator was defeated by the third realm sword cultivator. It makes people want to laugh when they hear it. But just now, after seeing the girl's sword fluttering across from me, Yun Bufan suddenly understood Han Chi a little. Maybe it's not that he is too weak, but the other party is too strong. Ningguan didn't know what the old man was thinking at the moment. Not much emotion could be seen in those cloudy eyes. A long time, just when Hanze thought that senior sister Ning might really be ready to compromise. A clear voice slowly sounded. Why should I listen to you? If you let me go, I will. How embarrassing would that be? Yun Bufan's face changed drastically. Black mist in both hands suddenly attacked Ningguan and the other person.
Then,
run away. I didn't even dare look back at the results. Ningguan. Darn it, you run so fast? He took off the sword case with his backhand. Stand in front of you. But in the blink of an eye, all the black fog was completely absorbed by the sword bow. Hanze was completely stunned. This sword bow. My goodness, how many cards does Senior Sister Ning have? Light Spiritualist. Fire Spirit Master. Fire Sword Cultivator. She was even a water swordsman unknown to the entire sect. It would be fine if the spirit sword was powerful. Even the sword bow is so abnormal. Why don't you come up? He will really run away later. On the Akabane kite, Ning Ruan, who had already gone up at some point, directly picked up Hanze. Han was a little embarrassed. But fortunately, the Akabane kite hasn't flown for long yet. He caught up with the old man who was standing on a black flute in mid-air in front of him. The latter saw the two chasing after him, and his face changed drastically. You must force me? I've already said I won't tell on you, but you insist on making trouble for me? There was no sound from behind. If I couldn't clearly feel the two auras behind me. He almost thought that the other party had given up. But at this moment, Yun Bufan suddenly felt a chill on his back. A strong sense of crisis was spreading throughout his body. Follow closely. Then a loud boom was heard. The old man was blown away by an extremely powerful energy. Fell to the ground. Old man. Isn't he a sword cultivator? Why are you still trying to carry out sneak attacks? Before the old man fell into a coma, all he could think of was FCK. On the way to the north of Dian, the original two-person group has now become three, although one of them is still injured and unconscious. On the Akabane kite, Hanze frowned and looked at the unconscious old man with obvious vigilance and murderous intent. Senior Sister Ning, most dark spiritual masters are evil cultivators who often devour the spiritual power of others to quickly increase their cultivation. For a person like this, even if Senior Sister doesn't want to kill him, we shouldn't let him go. Hanze is very resistant to evil practices. He was especially resistant to the evil cultivators who had served as guests of the Han family. The attitude of disgust is extremely obvious. Ning Wan ate the spiritual fruit without changing her oppression. I have something to ask him. Hanze? Is there actually a problem that is important enough to make Senior Sister Ning change her principles? He remembers it very clearly. When a 5th-level swordsman was locked in the formation, the other party asked for him to be revealed in exchange for the mastermind behind the scenes. They were all rejected outright by Senior Sister Ning, probably because he was hit really hard by Thunderbomb 2.0. Later, Ning Wan tried to treat him again. In short, when Yun Bufan woke up, it was 3 days later. He was seriously injured, and when he opened his eyes, he met the young man's gloomy gaze. And the girl's half-smiley gaze. Yun Bufan. Afraid. What do you want to do? Yun Bufan uttered a few words with difficulty. Don't even think about running away now. Even if he moved, he had no strength. But the injuries he suffered before he fell unconscious shouldn't have been as severe as they are now, right? Ningruan Blinket. Continue to chew the spiritual fruit. He asked slowly, I want to ask you something. The old man breathed with difficulty and really didn't want to waste another word. It hurts so much. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sound of the girl asking. He turned his sight with difficulty. Then he saw the other party change to another spiritual fruit and continued to eat it. No. Whatever you want to ask, just go ahead and ask. Finally, that clear voice sounded like the sound of nature, echoing slowly. 17 years ago, there was a family in Dainyun City with the surname Ning. Do you know about it? I don't know. Yun Bufan uttered 3 words with difficulty. Ning Wan let out an "oh." Click. He took another bite of the spiritual fruit. After swallowing it, Fong raised his eyes to look at the scar on the old man's wrist that was obviously caused by fire. You should have a golden flame mark here, right? Ning Wan's tone was as calm as ever. Han sat quietly by the side, without interrupting. When he heard the word Ning family, no matter how dumb he was, he could probably guess what Senior Sister Ning wanted to ask. Different from the calmness of the two. The moment he heard about the golden flame, Yun Bufan, who had been pretending to be calm, began to panic. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I was just guessing, but now it seems that you are really from that force. Ning Wan continued to eat the spiritual fruit and said slowly, the Han family should have told you my identity, right? The Ning family that was wiped out by you is my mother's Ning family. Why did you want to wipe out the Ning family back then? For revenge? To seize the treasure? Or to cover up some secret that cannot be seen by others? Yun Bufan finally showed a slightly frightened expression. Ning Wan continued, tell me about that force. Yun Bufan. Ning Wan. If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Yun Bufan. Hanze, let's cripple his 5 limbs first, Ningguan said seriously. Han was confused. 5 limbs. Ningguan's eyes silently moved to a certain part of the old man's lower body. Although he looks quite old, he should not be more than 30 years old, right? TSK, how pitiful. Hanze. Yun Bufan. Just at the moment when Hanze took out the green light spear, Yun Bufan finally spoke with difficulty. That force is not something you can mess with. Ningguan. Hanze, abolish him, Yun Bufan.
I'll tell you.
Isn't it okay if I tell you? I don't know what that force is called, Ningguan. Hanze, discard. Yun Bufan had a look of grief and indignation on his face. I really don't know.
I only know Master.
We all call him Master, but he was wearing a mask. I don't know what he looks like. The most important thing is, I just got away from that force and I escaped. There are still many people from that force chasing me. The reason I abolished the golden flame mark is that I'm worried that they will find me. As for the annihilation of the Ning family, it's even more impossible for me to know. That's top secret. I'm not even qualified to participate, Ningguan.
Knock.
It would be fine if the 4th level cultivator was just an ordinary lackey. But he was actually a fugitive? Seeing Ningguan didn't say anything. Yun Bufan was Aeneas. I can swear on the Great Tao Oath that everything I said before is true. Otherwise, cough cough. Let me die immediately, Ningguan. If she said now that she was just in a daze and didn't disbelieve what the other party said, would he be angry to death? You don't know where they're staying? Yun Bufan continued to cough up blood. I don't know. We only have contact information. But I can't contact them now.
But
I can be sure. They won't come to Dian Xingjing. Speaking of, that withered, pale, wrinkled old face actually managed to squeeze out a sinister smile. 17 years ago, after they attacked the Ning family, only one of those people managed to escape from Dian. The others all died here, among the 7 major sects in Qingyun province. The Qitian sect is the undisputed number 1. Ningguan. If she had known this earlier, she should have asked her master. Now, she always seems to be not very smart.
Take a deep breath.
Ningguan looked depressionlessly at the dying old man on the red feather kite. Find a way to restore your mark. If it is restored, we will be found. Yun Bufan was terrified.
Och, Ningguan nodded. Hanze destroy him, Yun Bufan.
I'll recover. Isn't it okay if I recover? If they chase us, you won't be able to escape, Ningguan. What we want is for them to catch up with us. If she doesn't lure that master out, how can she find out the lair? If we don't know where their nest is, how can we destroy them all? 10 days later, the northern border of Dian, Qiu Yuan, representing the direct disciple of the Qitian sect, had a smooth journey and left the Dian territory directly. In fact, at a normal speed, they should have left Dian 3 days ago. But as soon as someone arrived at a large city, we'll stop, take the gold and jade talisman and go to the Mingyue Commercial Bank's treasure shop to eat. For this operation, Hanze and Yun Bufan were really used to it. What most blew their minds was probably the first time they entered a delicacy in a city. Ningguan took out the golden jade talisman and said, "The 10th floor, can I go?" The owner of Xeniafang, who was in charge of the reception at that time, was completely confused. After a long while, he said blankly, "Dear guest, there is a special restriction on the 10th floor. Even we cannot break it. Only the strong ones in the 10th and 11th realms can enter smoothly. Failed to enter the 10th floor." Ningguan was quite disappointed. But when I thought about the fact that even the people in Xeniafang couldn't get in, I felt relieved instantly. On the Akabane kite, Yun Bufan looked at the girl in front of him and did not have the slightest desire to resist. He could only speak hoarsely and slowly. "We have already left the Dian dynasty. Although the 2 countries ahead of us are also under the jurisdiction of the Qitian sect. But in these countries, there may be people from that force. When the time comes, they will definitely come to arrest me." Yun Bufan really couldn't figure it out. What equally does the girl in front of me want to do? He originally thought that she was a bait thrown out by the Qitian sect in order to lure out the people from that force. But looking at this along the way, even if it is the Qitian sect, I am afraid they would not be so generous as to allow a disciple of the Third Realm to obtain the golden jade talisman of Mingyue Commercial Bank and often go to the 9th floor of Xeniafang for dinner. It is impossible for the three of us to go against that force. If you can kill Han Qi of the 5th Realm, can you kill the strong men of the 7th, 8th, or even 10th Realm? Yun Bufan couldn't help but persuade him again. Ning Ruan is reading a novel. Hearing this, without even looking up, he responded, "Prisoner, please don't speak." Yun Bufan. Thank you for being so polite to the prisoners. Ning Ruan continued to read the novel in her hand. She bought this from Linglong Pavilion in the previous city. She is not the author. However, the writing style is obviously learned from Ba Shang AI. The content is too implicit. It tells the story of two new disciples in a sect who helped each other and were finally promoted from outer disciples to inner disciples and also became Taoist companions. Compared to the explosion of love in Bahang, this book is obviously a bit tasteless and can only be read to kill time. They walked for another day. Qiyu Yuan finally entered the territory of the closed country, walking all the way. But I saw quite a few monks walking on flying spiritual weapons. But after seeing Akabane Kite, they all retreated dozens of steps away. Then they whispered, "I definitely didn't see it wrong just now." That was the Red Feather Kite, a flying spiritual weapon that is rumored to be possessed by the direct disciples of the Red Sky sect. Are the three people above the direct disciples of the Red Sky sect. The little girl with the sword case and the other boy are definitely, but the old man. Could he be an elder of the Red Sky sect? No way. Even if we are here to attend the wedding banquet of His Majesty the King of Fenghua, there is no need for the Red Sky sect to send the elders and two relatives, right? This shows that the Red Sky sect attaches great importance to Fenghua and the Fengyun Valley behind it. It is indeed right for us to go to the capital of Fenghua this time. I believe that when the princess and her husband get married, it will be extremely lively. A square piece of black cloth made of unknown material. The three young men who were sitting there lowered their voices and discussed excitedly in a low voice. They thought their voices were quiet enough, but it still attracted a cold snort from a sword, controlling Eppard on the right. Idiot. The three were stunned, but when they saw that it was a swordsman flying away on a sword, they had to swallow their anger. A swordsman who can fly with a sword. At least it is the Third Realm. And the strongest among them is only at the middle level of the Third Realm. If a conflict really happens, although there are only three of them, I'm afraid they won't be enough to withstand a few swords from the other side. Behind the swordsman who was flying away on his sword stood a young girl. At this moment, she was grabbing the sword cultivator's sleeve and asked in a coquettish tone, "Master, why did you scold them?" It's not scolding, it's telling the truth. The middle-aged sword cultivator still snorted coldly. "We won't go to the capital. Let's take a detour and leave now." The little girl blinked in confusion, but Master said before that he would take his disciple out to play. Play for fun? You are so stupid. Do you really think that the direct descendant of the Red Sky sect is going to attend the wedding banquet? The sword cultivator said, and the speed of flying the sword increased. Bullshit wedding banquet. The Prince of Fenghua and Fengyun Valley do not recognize the prince consort. Do you think the wedding banquet can go on? The little girl opened her mouth in surprise. But Master didn't say before that I can't go. The sword cultivator couldn't help but sigh, and explained earnestly, I agreed to go before because I wanted to watch the fun. Master also wanted to see how powerful the prince consort who forced Fengyun Valley to pinch their noses and avoid him was. But now it's different. Someone from the Chitian sect has come. It goes without saying that it must be a request for help from Fengyun Valley. You have to remember that if independent cultivators like us go into any matter involving the 7 major sects, we will just be the innocent victims. After teaching the disciples, the sword cultivator couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, the only thing that made him confused was, why do the disciples and elders sent by the Chitian sect look so weak? One is in the 4th realm, one is in the 3rd realm, and even more outrageous is that there is also a physical cultivator in the 2nd realm. Moreover, the elder looked injured. No wonder he wanted to use his disciples' flying spiritual weapon. It was outrageous. The Akabane kite flew for 2 full days. finally arrived at the location recorded in mission number 66, the capital of a feudal state. Akabane Tobacco landed in the city in such a carefree manner. Except for the capitals of the 7 dynasties backed by the 7 major sects, other small countries do not have any requirements for a flight ban in their capitals. Mainly because I can't help it. At the moment when Ning Wan put away the red feather kite, at least dozens of eyes converged on the 3 of them. Sister Ning. According to the normal process, we should go to Fengyan Valley first, ask for the specific situation, and then decide on the action after discussion. Han was helpless. Ning Wan glanced at him and said, "According to my procedure, I have to eat first, Han Zhe." The old man Yun Bufan, who was still injured and couldn't escape, said, "Delicacy shop." As soon as Ning Wan came in, she showed the golden jade talisman to the maid who led the way. "I want to go to the 9th floor to eat." Maid. "Okay, distinguished guest, please follow me." This time, the shopkeeper was not brought out again, and the 3 of them went up to the 9th floor smoothly. "Please wait a moment, the dishes will be served soon." After settling the 3 people, the maid slowly eyed. Then he hurried downstairs and headed straight for the backyard. Later, he saw the shopkeeper sitting in the yard drinking and playing chess with his friends. The maid reported with a little excitement, "Boss, that person is here. She is really here." The shopkeeper, who was holding on to his lost chess game with a slightly frowned brow, shouted unhappily, "What's up? You can't even speak clearly?" The maid tried her best to calm down and reported respectfully, "It's the person mentioned above. She's here. She's at the 3rd level of cultivation. She's holding a golden jade talisman and is on the 9th floor. It should be her." Click. The white chess piece in the shopkeeper's hand fell onto the chessboard. He couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "You're really here? You came to the country at this time. Could it be related to the 4th prince consort?" "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When will the 9th floor of the treasure house be able to reach the 3rd realm? And the golden jade talisman? When you gave it to me, you said it was the best in the world. How come a little kid in the 3rd realm can have it now?" Opposite the shopkeeper, an old man with white hair but obviously vigorous spirit glared at him with dissatisfaction. The shopkeeper had no intention of hiding anything from this good friend whom he had met through playing chess and drinking. He quickly explained how a certain 3rd-level cultivator used natural treasures to create a 9th floor and a golden jade talisman. Then his oppression was complicated, even revealing a bit of regret. It would have been nice if she could have come a few days earlier. Just 2 days ago, the higher UPS sent a message to all the delicacy shops in Qingyun province. From now on, if this 3rd-level cultivator wants to go to the 9th floor, he doesn't have to sell his treasures in a change. What a pity. I've been thinking about the magical fruit wine in her hand for a long time. Why did they change the rules when it was his turn? The old man was also stunned, and it took him a long while to digest this outrageous news. Is this person a direct descendant of some hidden family? No, these people cannot be found in the entire Qingyun province. The shopkeeper shook his head. Who knows? But it is true that she is currently a direct descendant of the Red Sky sect. It seems that Fengwo will have something interesting to watch in the next few days. Just as the 2 were talking in the backyard, Ning Wan finally got to eat. Han was sitting opposite, also eating. Only Yun Bufan stood silently in the small corner, trying his best to control himself from swallowing his saliva. He has already taken the fasting pills. Not hungry. Not hungry. Hungry. Really hungry. The maids at the cuisine shop were still serving the dishes. Everyone has become immune to the scene in the room. I originally thought that this old man was some elder. But the result. Looking at his status, he is obviously a servant. Wait until the food is served. Another young lady with a sweet smile said in a gentle voice, "Dear guest, a Fengyan Valley cultivator and several Fengyan Valley disciples came downstairs and are begging to see you. Do you want to see them?" Ning Wan swallowed the spicy fish slices in her mouth without raising her head. "I'm eating, I won't see you, ahem." Hanze almost choked and said quickly, "Wait. Senior Sister Ning, it's Fengyan Valley mission. Ning Wan. Then let's meet." The 1st floor of Xeniafeng. The middle-aged monk looked aimlessly at the stairs. Among the disciples behind him, Some couldn't help but lower their voices in excitement. Master, I didn't expect that the Red Skies sect would actually send a 9th realm effort this time. How powerful must he be to be able to reach the 9th floor of the Jingyu building? I heard from outsiders that there were only 3 people who came down from the Red Feather Kite at that time. If there really was a 9th realm effort, it must be the old senior with white hair and beard. I really didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. With the elders of the Red Sky sect here, let's see how long Lu Fan can be so arrogant. Okay, shut up, I'll go up later. You wait downstairs, do you understand? The middle-aged monk turned around and glared at his disciples. A group of young disciples immediately nodded with sad faces. Got it, master. They originally wanted to go to the 9th floor to have a look. This is the Delicacy House. There is only one such restaurant in the capital of the entire kingdom. Not to mention going upstairs. Just being able to have a meal on the 1st floor is a supreme honor. Not long after, the maid with a sweet smile came down and said to the middle-aged monk, "The guest on the 9th floor has agreed. Please follow me, sir." Not long. The two of them went to the 9th floor. When the maid pushed open the door, the middle-aged cultivator did not dare to raise his head. He bowed his head and walked in. He then said respectfully to the main table, "Grand Elder Zhao Iao of Fengyun Valley pays respect to the elders of Chitian sect." Ning Ruan, who was picking up food, paused with his right hand. The etiquette was quite good, but is it the custom of Fengyun Valley to call everyone elder? Have you eaten? If not, sit down and eat something. The girl's clear voice echoed in the room. The maid with the sweet smile quietly closed the door and left. After a moment of surprise, the middle-aged monk suddenly looked up. His eyes widened in disbelief. You. Could it be that the maid took us to the wrong place? Where are the elders of the Chitian sect? Why are there 2 little guys eating? The old man did have one, but he was obviously a servant. And he was a servant whose cultivation was even lower than his. Hanze wiped his mouth, quickly stood up, and nodded to the middle-aged cultivator. "Senior may have recognized the wrong person. The one who received your sect's mission this time was Senior Sister Ning, the direct disciple of the Invincible Peak of the Chitian sect. No elders came. As for him, an outer disciple, there is really no need to introduce him. The middle-aged monk who is the great elder." His eyes moved with difficulty between the 3 people in the room. The focus was on Yun Bufan the most. The 4th realm, it seemed that he was the one with the highest cultivation among the 3. But how could the great elder of Fengyun Valley be so foolish as to regard a person who is not even qualified to sit at the dinner table as an elder of the Red Sky sect? But, this is the 9th floor. How did a disciple get to the 9th floor? Elder Zhao, Senior Sister Ning. In order to rush to Fenghua as soon as possible, she hasn't eaten for nearly 10 days, so she's a little hungry now. Can you tell me the situation here directly? When we received the mission, we only knew that we would probably face a cultivator in the 6th realm, and we didn't know much else. Ning Ruan, who was busy eating, said. When had she been hungry for so long? Yun Bufan, who had never eaten anything, said. Don't want to talk. Not at all. Mention business. The great elder no longer cared about whether it was the 9th floor or not. His face suddenly darkened. About a month ago, a casual cultivator named Lu Fan came to the capital, and with him was the 4th princess who had been out training for half a year. They broke into the palace directly and forced the king to marry the 4th princess to him. Ning Ruan, who suddenly got the melon, put down her chopsticks and asked with her head tilted, "Aren't they in love?" "Why doesn't the king agree?" The elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. But Lu Fan already has 8 Taoist companions, and they came together this time. If that were all, and the 4th princess was willing to follow him, the king would not want to, but he would not break up with her. But Lu Fan also wanted the throne, and because the king disagreed, he teamed up with that group of women and the 4th princess to imprison the king and control the palace. Ning Wan couldn't help but look up at Hanze. This guy named Fan. Why does he sound more and more familiar the more I listen to him? It was just like the protagonist of another novel template. Hanze was slightly stunned when he felt the strange gaze of Senior Sister Ning. Then he looked at the great elder of Fengyun Valley with a puzzled look. As you said, that person is only in the Sith realm. Fengyan Valley should be able to handle it. As the largest sect in the sealed country, Fengyan Valley is not yet a medium-sized force. But with their supreme elder who has reached the 8th realm of cultivation, they are one of the top forces among all the small forces. Hearing this, the great elder's oppression became more complicated. Although Lu Fan is only in the Sith realm, he is not an ordinary Sith realm. He has a powerful spiritual weapon that can trap people. The Supreme Elder was not careful for a moment and was trapped by the spiritual bell. Until now, he has not escaped. Asking for help from your sect is really a helpless act, without waiting for the Great Elder to finish. Hanze's oppression turned cold, his eyes deepened slightly. When Fengyan Valley asked for help, they didn't say that this person had a spirit bell that could absorb the 8th level strongmen. Could it be that they forgot? As soon as these words came out, the Great Elder of Fengyan Valley no longer cared about the cultivation level of the Red Sky sect disciples, and immediately gave the two of them a bitter smile. It's not like that, it's just that the spirit bell is very different. The lower the cultivation level, the smaller the power it produces. Whenever Fengyan Valley sends someone with a higher realm than him, he will use the spirit bell, but if the cultivation level is the same as his, he is no match for him at all. He wanted to suppress with numbers, so he took out the formation. Alas, my Fengyan Valley is so big, but I have no way to deal with a casual cultivator. Besides that, Lu Fan has many spiritual weapons. He is also a sword cultivator and a physical cultivator. No one in the same realm can beat him. I still can't figure out how someone with such talent and strength can be a casual cultivator.
Ningruan.
This isn't just a protagonist, but a fully developed protagonist? From this point of view, Hanze is really miserable. Among the 3 people who are the protagonist template, he is the only one who is still fighting with the outsiders. Look at Lu Fan, he's almost got a wife. Senior Sister Ning, why are you always staring at me? Hanze felt really uncomfortable being stared at. Forget about the look just now. Why do you still feel sympathy now?
Ningruan.
I didn't look at you. She looked at the Great Elder of Fengyan Valley with confidence, whereas Lu Fan now. In the palace, the Great Elder replied in a deep voice, then frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "However, if only the 2 of you take action, I'm afraid it won't work. I have also heard that a new disciple from the Invincible Peak defeated the 5th realm with the 3rd realm. That genius is the girl, right? At the 11th realm celebration of Invincible Peak, Fengyan Valley only sent gifts, but they were not qualified to attend in person. But now in Qingyan province, any force with a bit of reputation knows that the Invincible Peak of the Chitian sect shined brightly in the sect competition." Ningruan nodded. "Yes, I am the genius, Hanze." Yun Bufan. The elder's oppression froze for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. "Miss Ning, why don't you try to contact other disciples of your sect? Lu Fan is in the Sith realm, but he is definitely not an ordinary Sith realm. He is not easy to deal with. If all those freak geniuses from Invincible Peak could come, there would definitely be no problem." Ningruan. "Oh, I'm not an ordinary 3rd realm either. I'm not easy to deal with either, Great Elder. How can you, a person of the 3rd realm, be so confident that you can deal with someone of the Sith realm?" Miss Ning, Lu Fan not only has the spirit bell, he also has many other spirit tools, and even the Taoist companions around him are also extraordinary. Ningruan. "Oh, I also have a lot of spiritual weapons, and I am also extraordinary." She has never lost in a spiritual weapon competition. The only thing that's inferior to Lu Fan. Maybe she doesn't have that many wives? The Great Elder wanted to give further advice. Hanze raised his hand to interrupt him. "Great Elder, please listen to Senior Sister Ning." Based on his appearance of knowing Senior Sister Ning for so long, he had never suffered any loss as long as it was a decision made by Senior Sister Ning. Let alone anything else, just the matter of spiritual weapons. He really found it hard to believe that there was anyone in the world who could defeat Senior Sister Ning. Great Elder. No, is Chitian sect crazy? Or was the information they reported inaccurate? Lu Fan was really not someone these 2 could handle. Qiyu Yuan once again flew in the air above the capital of Fenghua. Under the convergence of countless gazes, he flew towards the palace in a very high-profile manner. On the Akabane kite, Hanze was silent for a long time, but couldn't help but hesitate and said, "Senior Sister Ning, you really didn't pay the fee for going to the 9th floor just now, right?"
Ningruan.
No, Hanze's impression gradually became complicated. Senior Sister Ning is right. The rules can indeed be broken. Exchanging rare treasures for the opportunity to go to the 9th floor is ridiculous enough. Unexpectedly, just now in Jingyu building, he could hear from the maid something even more outrageous, such as free access to the 9th floor. By the way, just as Hanze was still thinking, Ningruan suddenly spoke. "What did you feel when you heard about Lu Fan just now?" Han fell into deep thought. "Do you think it's ridiculous? A princess of a country brought her future husband to seize the throne of her biological father. If it weren't for the Fengyan Valley's great elder's solemn assurance that the 4th princess was indeed the biological daughter of the feudal monarch, he would have thought she was an enemy. Isn't that ridiculous?" Ningruan blinked. "Anything else?" Hanze tentatively asked. "Should I feel anything else?" Ningruan. "Then do you have feelings for Liu? Liu?" Hanze thought for a long time before remembering and shook his head silently. "I'm not familiar with her. He didn't even have time to practice. So how could he have the energy to pay attention to other people?"
Ningruan.
It seems that these 3 protagonist templates do not interfere with each other. Each of them is following their own story. Yun Bufan, who is squatting silently in the corner of Chiyuan. He was not given any food to eat. I didn't forget to take him with me when I fought. I feel really tired. Delicacy shop. It's still that backyard. The shopkeeper, who had finished playing chess with his friend, looked up at the direction where Akabe and Yuan left and couldn't help but sigh. Young people just can't keep their cool. It would be better if they wait until the wedding day to start something. The white-haired old man opposite the shopkeeper snorted coldly. "You want to watch the fun, right?" The shopkeeper smiled and asked, "It's rare to meet 2 interesting little guys. Do you want to see who will win?" "Anyway, I'm quite curious, but I'm most curious about that girl. I know a little about Lu Fan's background, but I can't tell from this little girl. Absolutely not at all." The white-haired old man snorted again. "It's not just that girl you can't see. Isn't the boy net to her quite interesting as well?" Ningruan, unaware that he had been targeted by the big boss, quickly arrived above the palace. Behind them was the great elder of Fengyan Valley, who flew in from the sky. "Miss Ning, the palace has a defensive formation, and it is now controlled by one of Lu Fan's Taoist companions. If you want to force your way in, I'm afraid it won't be possible." The word, "no," has not yet been uttered. He stared with wide eyes at the girl in green clothes on the Chiyuan and casually threw out a handful of creepy black orb. It smashed directly into the translucent light shield in the air. Boom! The deafening explosion sounded as expected. Even the Akabane kites was shaken for a moment by the impact because the distance was too close. Follow closely. Even above the palace, the sound of the transparent light shield used for defense shattering piece by piece rang in everyone's ears. This, the great elder of Fengyan Valley had a dull look in his eyes. Yun Bufan shrank back to the side even more helplessly. It turns out that this pervert has so many black orb? If he had taken out so much when he was bombed. Yun Bufan shuddered and suddenly didn't dare to think further. Deep inside the palace. Suddenly, several figures flew out. To be precise, they are all women. Some are cool, some are charming, some are gentle, some are cute, and some even look arrogant. There were 9 people in total, and each of them had an extraordinary appearance. Even Yun Bufan, who looked like an old man, was a little stunned. Are they all Lu Fan's Taoist companions? Are the differences between people so great? How could a cultivator in the Sith realm win the favor of so many top-notch women? The great elder of Fengyan Valley, who did not know the identity of someone's captive, sighed slightly. "Yes, they are all. The one on the far right is the daughter of the monarch, Yun Bufan. I have really broadened my horizons." When he learned that, among Lu Fan's group of Taoist companions, there was even a 5th-level cultivator, he really never thought that these women could be so beautiful. After all, which woman with great talent and outstanding appearance would not be proud and arrogant? Who would be willing to share a husband with someone else? Especially since that man was only at the Sith realm after all. Are you the reinforcements that Fengyan Valley has sought? Among the 9 women, the cold and aloof woman with the cultivation base of the 5th realm spoke expressionlessly. As her voice fell, a cute and lovely girl beside him played with her hair hanging down in front of her chest, with a smile on her face. All the elders of Fengyan Valley are here. They must be disciples from some big sect. What a pity. They even blew up the defense formation of Sister Yui's house. Darn it. The woman called Sister Yui looked up at Ningruan like a little rabbit, with uncontrollable grievance and anger in her eyes. Immediately, she raised her eyes and looked at the Great Elder of Fengyan Valley, with dissatisfaction in her tone. Great Elder, after Lu Lang and I get married, he will also be a member of my family. What's wrong with him inheriting the throne? Lu Lang is a very powerful person. He is more suitable for this position than my father. You see and exclude him just because you are afraid of Lu Lang's talent, and ask the people of Chitian sect to take care of this matter.
Ningruan.
Outrageous. Far from the mark. The score is on the Liliyuan. Ningguan looked at the 9 women opposite her, who were facing the outside world in unison. Silently took out her beloved little black pot. Smashed towards the 9 young ladies. Yin Bufan? What is this?